Cheng Zhanxi ran away from her wedding. On the very first day in Xiqing, she fell head over heels for a woman whose artworks adorned the studio walls. Their second encounter took place in a bar, where the woman, Yu Qingtang, boldly invited her to share an enchanting evening. Cheng Zhanxi responded, "Miss, I am a respectable person." To which Yu Qingtang turned and walked away. "Please wait a moment." Cheng Zhanxi called after her, but after a brief flirtation, Yu Qingtang vanished without a trace. Later, Cheng Zhanxi went to apologize to her fiancé, whom she had never met, only to find her sitting across the table none other than Yu Qingtang, the very woman she had encountered earlier. "Miss Cheng, what a coincidence," she remarked. Chapter 1. The sunrise at Xiaokaifeng is a sight to behold. A delicate golden hue spread relentlessly through the thick clouds, transforming them within moments into a mere wispy veil, enveloping the surrounding mountains like a gossamer mist, shimmering and fleeting. In March, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze caressing her long chestnut curls, Cheng Zhanxi raised her hand, using the tip of her paintbrush to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Her deep, clear eyes remained fixed on the vibrant canvas before her, nearly complete. The mountaintop was enveloped in serene silence. As the sun broke free from the clouds, the sky grew increasingly clear, resembling a vast, tranquil mirror of azure, washed clean by water. Cheng Zhanxi set down her palette and washed her brush in turpentine, meticulously cleaning her tools. Once she straightened up in front of the canvas, she turned her head towards a nearby direction and waved. A family servant hurried over from beneath a tree not far from the summit. The servant gazed at the chaotic, colorful oil painting composed of bold strokes and erratic lines, an apparent jumble that, at first glance, appeared to be mere splashes of paint. Yet, she knew that this seemingly unrelated piece titled Sunrise could fetch a price beyond what she might earn in a lifetime. The world of artists is often incomprehensible to the uninitiated. Cheng Zhanxi removed her paint-splattered light green apron and draped it over a chair, saying kindly, "Please take all of this back to the studio on the second floor later." "Thank you, of course, miss. It's my pleasure," the servant replied, to which Cheng Zhanxi smiled. She approached her heavy motorcycle parked nearby, swinging one leg over it. With her striking beauty and features reminiscent of a blooming flower, she was naturally captivating. Her tall stature and long, straight legs only added to her allure. Sitting atop the motorcycle, her long legs effortlessly touched the ground, and the imposing machine, which might seem overwhelming to an ordinary girl, suited her perfectly. Enhancing her wild beauty, she picked up the helmet hanging from the rearview mirror. She heard the servant respectfully mention, "The butler has arrived and is waiting for you at the villa." Cheng Zhanxi paused momentarily, nonchalantly donning the helmet and fastening it under her chin. "Understood," she replied, lowering the visor of her helmet, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her mother was truly persistent, insisting on introducing her to the young lady from the Wei family, her destined fiancé. At the age of 26, the accomplished painter Cheng Zhanxi had suddenly learned of the existence of a betrothed, the only daughter of the third son of the Wei family. This Miss Wei was quite enigmatic. In the sprawling city of Beijing, where both the Cheng and Wei families were prominent, Cheng Zhanxi had never encountered nor even heard of her. Her mother likely knew more, but Cheng Zhanxi, with her free-spirited nature, harbored a strong aversion to such traditional arranged marriages. She had even avoided asking about it, despite her mother's insistence on merely meeting her. Each time her mother mentioned Miss Wei, she deftly changed the subject or claimed to be busy. Consequently, the name Miss Wei held little significance for her, regardless of her beauty or demeanor. This time, with the butler sent to fetch her, it was clear her mother's resolve was unwavering. Perhaps upon returning, Miss Wei would already be at their home, waiting for her arrival. However, Cheng Zhanxi had already devised a plan. Had it not been for her desire to complete her painting, she would not have allowed her mother to nag her incessantly. Today, she had finally finished the artwork and was ready to put her plan into action. Cheng Zhanxi resided alone in a secluded villa atop the quiet mountain, relishing the solitude while painting, hence very few would dare to disturb her. The intricately designed iron gate of the villa stood open as she parked her motorcycle at the entrance, removed her helmet, and tossed her long curls back, smiling brightly. A handsome middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, black vest, and trousers approached, reminiscent of a Victorian English gentleman. This was Uncle Deng, the family butler who had watched Cheng Zhanxi grow up. "Zhanxi," he greeted. "Good morning, Uncle Deng." She replied. "Good morning," he said directly, his tone warm. "Your mother sent me to escort you home." "Very well," Cheng Zhanxi smiled, offering a slight bow with graceful elegance. "I shall change my attire first, please wait a moment." Uncle Deng glanced at her gray coat and work pants, with paint smudged on the cuffs, and nodded gently. "They'll wait for you at the door." As Uncle Deng watched her enter the large door, he gestured to the black Bentley parked not far away. The driver approached, positioning the rear door directly across from the entrance, while Uncle Deng stood poised and composed, ready to open the car door for Cheng Zhanxi with his. White-gloved hands. After changing her clothes and washing her face, Cheng Zhanxi pulled aside the curtain from her second-floor bedroom window, peering out as she quietly dialed a number on her phone. Cheng Zhanxi emerged from the door without an overly complex appearance or makeup, her skin still radiant and delicate. She wore a classic embroidered white shirt, the collar casually undone at 2 buttons, revealing her elegantly smooth collarbone, adorned by a hollow ball chain that perfectly rested at its center, paired with tailored beige trousers that hugged her slender legs. Uncle Deng bowed slightly, opening the rear car door for her. However, the sound that filled the air was not her polite expression of gratitude, but rather the thunderous roar of a powerful motorcycle engine. Uncle Deng, please inform my mother that I have gone out for inspiration and may not return for a year and a half. The silvery, streamlined motorcycle shot forth like a streak of lightning, abruptly disrupting the tranquil scene and kicking up a whirlwind of dust. The trailing echo of her words lingered in Uncle Deng's ears. Uncle Deng stared in astonishment, wide-eyed. Goodbye, Uncle Deng. When I return from my journey, I shall treat you to a meal. As she raised her hand in farewell, her back turned to him, her white shirt backlit by the sun, exuding both charm and grace. Uncle Deng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. After a moment of stillness, Uncle Deng took out his phone and called Cheng Zhanxi's mother. Madam, the young lady has gone out for inspiration and will be away for a year and a half. What inspiration? That's just a pretty way of saying she wants to escape my nagging, her mother replied. Forget it, just come back. Understood, it's just a meeting, not a life or death matter. Uncle Deng chuckled to reassure her. Madam, the younger generation pursues individuality. The more you impose, the more they resist. I wish I had orchestrated their encounter now. It has come to this, sighed Mother Cheng. As she pondered how to explain her daughter's outing for inspiration to the Wei family, Cheng Zhanxi had already boarded a train to Xiqing. She had friends in Xiqing, and fortuitously, the curator of the local art museum had invited her to attend an exhibit. Iona delightful dual purpose. Xiqing lacked a direct airport, and Cheng Zhanxi wished to experience domestic train travel, so she purchased a sleeper ticket. She left her car near the train station, asking a friend to drive it back for safekeeping while also handing over the luggage prepared for this elope. Seated across from her was a mother and daughter duo. The mother appeared remarkably youthful, almost the same age as Cheng Zhanxi, while her daughter, dressed in a lovely white dress, was around 5 or 6 years old, beautifully delicate and exceptionally quiet throughout the journey. Cheng Zhanxi extracted her sketchbook from her backpack and began to draw the scenery outside the window. She overheard the young mother speaking to her daughter. Mommy will go get water. You stay here and wait for me. All right. The phrasing was peculiar, and the pace of her speech was astonishingly slow, causing Cheng Zhanxi's hand to pause as she lifted her gaze. The little girl was observing her as well. Upon realizing Cheng Zhanxi's attention, she retreated into her seat, pursing her lips and maintaining her silence. Cheng Zhanxi politely averted her eyes, yet a vague sense of understanding began to form within her. A sudden clink echoed as a tray fell from the adjacent table, startling Cheng Zhanxi and causing her to misplace her stroke. She glanced at the little girl, who was fixated on the outside world, displaying no reaction whatsoever. In that moment, another slender girl seemed to materialize before Cheng Zhanxi, a world of eternal silence, enveloping them both. A gentle nostalgia surged within her eyes as she lightly tapped her knuckles on the table before them. The girl first observed Cheng Zhanxi's hand, then shifted her gaze to her face, or rather, to her lips. She was mute. Cheng Zhanxi did not speak but extended her index finger towards the girl, then formed a fist, raising her thumb in a gesture of greeting. Hello. Her expression radiated warmth, her smile softening her features. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, and she leaned forward slightly, tentatively responding in sign language. Hello. Cheng Zhanxi, somewhat clumsy in her signs, inquired. Are you and your mother traveling? During their time on the train, she had noticed certain details. When the young mother returned with hot water, she was taken aback to see her daughter engrossed in conversation with the beautiful sister across from her. Cheng Zhanxi instinctively signed a greeting to the mother, who chuckled in response, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to apologize. I'm sorry, we were too engrossed in our chat. She gestured towards the little girl seated opposite her. The girl, upon seeing her mother return, eagerly relayed their earlier interaction with quick, animated signs. Cheng Zhanxi found herself captivated by the flurry of movement. While the mother responded with a beaming smile, turning back, the young mother sincerely thanked Cheng Zhanxi to shield her daughter from the curious gazes of others. She refrained from using sign language in public, relying instead on her daughter's training in basic lip reading. As long as her daughter remained silent, no one would suspect her true condition. She inquired if Cheng Zhanxi was a teacher in this regard, curious about how she had discerned the truth so readily. Cheng Zhanxi replied, Not at all. I had a friend during my childhood who was also. She shook her head, a bittersweet smile forming. We lost touch and have not met since. I see. The young mother nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, she added, I know many individuals like my daughter. If you trust me, I can keep an eye out. What is her surname? What is her name? Cheng Zhanxi hesitated for a few seconds, pursed her lips, and replied, I don't know. I only know her nickname is Momo. Momo, a name that resonated deeply. The young mother contemplated the name internally, her heart sinking slightly. In the deaf community, there were likely many with the name Momo. Cheng Zhanxi continued, she is 2 years younger than me. Or perhaps around my age, certainly not far apart. The young mother awaited further elaboration but found none. Their eyes met and she stated understood. I will be vigilant. A girl named Momo, aged between 24 and 27. They exchanged contact information. Cheng Zhanxi harbored little hope after 20 years. Even if they found one another, there was a chance she might not recognize her. Before alighting, Cheng Zhanxi gifted the little girl a drawing she had created on the train. It depicted a girl in a white dress, joyfully running through lush green rice fields in early spring, clutching a bouquet of colorful balloons. From a serene spring day to a tempestuous storm, it was but a few bus stops away. Cheng Zhanxi stood at a bus stop, glancing at her phone's navigation which indicated an 800-meter walk to the hotel. She surveyed her surroundings, dragging her suitcase across the street and ducking into a 24-hour convenience store. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, and a fierce wind howled, causing the atmosphere to darken abruptly. The leaves of the trees lining the road trembled in the gusts. Feeling awkward about waiting out the rain, Cheng Zhanxi wandered the aisles, grabbing a bottle of drink. Approaching the checkout, she noticed a woman standing nearby. The woman had her back to Cheng Zhanxi, her slender figure clad in a black knee-length trench coat and matching trousers, exuding an air of somber elegance against the backdrop of the torrential rain outside. Her long, uncolored hair, now dampened, shone with an exquisite luster, reminiscent of fine silk. She tilted her head slightly, brushing wet strands from her neck, revealing a fair and beautiful expanse of skin from her wrist to her fingertips. Cheng Zhanxi purchased an extra pack of tissues. As she moved alongside the woman, she noticed a faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Cheng Zhanxi averted her gaze, reaching out to offer the newly acquired tissues, her demeanor warm and polite. Hello, I have some tissues, would you like? Yu Qingtang turned her head, meeting Cheng Zhanxi's gaze. In that instant, Cheng Zhanxi found herself breathless. She felt as though, with that single glance, her heart had ceased to beat. Chapter 2. The rain continued to fall, yet its sound suddenly became distant, ethereal, and elusive. Cheng Zhanxi found herself ensnared within a pair of eyes that were quieter than the night and more beautiful than the moonlight. After a few seconds, she inhaled softly, her heart racing at an unusual pace. The woman before her appeared to be around 26 or 27, her features exquisite as if painted, her skin paler than most, with only a faint blush gracing her thin lips, exuding an almost fragile beauty. Notably, a beauty mark rested at the outer corner of her left eye, enhancing her allure. The placement of the beauty mark held significance. If it were lower, it would evoke a sense of sorrow. Yet this woman defied such notions. Her beauty mark was situated at the upper eyelid's outer edge, harmoniously aligned with her elegantly arched eyeliner. Thus, rather than appearing delicate, she projected an aura of untouchable aloofness and restraint. Beneath her black trench coat, she wore a pristine white shirt, meticulously fastened to the top button, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck and gracefully contoured chin, emanating a subtle scholarly charm. Cheng Zhanxi parted her lips, but words eluded her as she observed the woman's subsequent actions. Yu Qingtang regarded Cheng Zhanxi, who was dragging a suitcase, with a calm gaze, offering a polite nod before turning back with serene composure. She made no motion to accept the offered assistance, effectively conveying a gentle refusal. Cheng Zhanxi feigned nonchalance as she withdrew her hand that had extended a tissue, tucking it into her coat pocket, her eyes shifting to the opposite direction of Yu Qingtang, covertly observing her with sidelong glances. The rain continued to fall. A torrential downpour engulfed the city in a deluge, with dark clouds intermittently flashing with violet blue lightning, suddenly tearing through the oppressive darkness of the sky. The fierce wind whipped up fallen leaves, howling as it ascended towards the heavens. The two women stood beneath the same eaves, listening to the shared sound of rain. Silence enveloped them. This tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the clouds dispersed, revealing a golden-red sun and a rainbow arched above Sunset Avenue, stretching from a street to an unseen horizon. Only a lingering mist of fine rain remained in the air. Yu Qingtang pushed the door open and stepped into the silken, hazy rain, her figure gradually fading into the depths of the rainbow. 3 months later, a Do Not Disturb sign hung on the door of the studio, and Yu Jianqing, having come for the 3rd time, tiptoed to leave, only for the firmly shut door to creak open. Upon seeing her, Cheng Zhanxi offered a casual smile and a nod. You've arrived. Yu Jianqing placed a hand on her shoulder, peering into the partially open studio door, jesting, what has the artist been painting lately? Cheng Zhanxi graciously stepped aside, laughing, Feel free to take a look. I'm just going to wash my face. She preferred not to be disturbed while painting, prohibiting anyone from entering her studio, but welcomed their presence once she was finished. Yu Qingtang was her friend from Xiqing, a fellow student from their time studying abroad. The art academy she attended had exceedingly stringent admission requirements, and naturally, students from the same country became friends. Yu Qingtang, a sculptor, has taken on a project from the government of City and will be residing there for an extended period. Upon entering the brightly lit studio, he found Cheng Zhanxi had just tidied up. The easels, canvases, paint boxes, palettes, and brushes were arranged neatly and methodically. The realm of art often demands inspiration, which is not always readily available. Cheng Zhanxi is not particularly prolific. Her painting heavily relies on those fleeting moments of inspiration. Yu Qingtang recalls an instance when Cheng Zhanxi was commissioned to create a mural directly on a wall, with a deadline of 3 months. For nearly 2 months and 29 days, she wandered in search of inspiration, almost to the point of losing her hair. Yet on the final day, as if aided by divine intervention, she sequestered herself in the employer's villa and completed an impressive mural that adorned an entire wall, becoming a celebrated talk within their circle. Having just arrived 3 months earlier, Yu Qingtang initially assumed the studio would be devoid of works, but to his surprise, it was filled with paintings. There were only 2 or 3 oil paintings, one of which was an unfinished piece that Cheng Zhanxi had been working on, the paint still wet. The rest were charcoal drawings or watercolors, more convenient for creation. Yu Qingtang scrutinized the artworks on the walls and the table, noting that they depicted either profiles or backs, but never a full face. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that they all portrayed the same woman. When Cheng Zhanxi returned from the washroom, she caught the teasing gaze of Yu Qingtang. "What's the matter?" Cheng Zhanxi laughed. "Who is this in the paintings?" Without waiting for an answer, Yu Qingtang quipped, "Your fiancé?" Cheng Zhanxi clarified, "No, just a stranger I met upon arriving in City. I seem to have a slight connection." A subtle smile curved her lips, but she chose not to elaborate. "What do you mean by a slight?" Yu Qingtang pressed. "It's irrelevant. I will likely never see her again." Cheng Zhanxi waved off the inquiry. City is vast, and barring unforeseen circumstances, she would not linger long. The encounter would simply remain a cherished memory. Not all beauty in life must be pursued. While it cannot endure in reality, it can thrive in memory. Cheng Zhanxi, with a hint of resignation, reminded him, "And please, no more talk of the fiancé, you know better." Yu Qingtang chuckled. The sudden engagement struck him as absurd. The Cheng and Wei families had arranged a betrothal, but it was Cheng Zhanxi's brother, Cheng Yuanqi, who was initially engaged to Miss Wei. Unfortunately, Cheng Yuanqi's preference for the same sex rendered the arrangement void. As time passed, the memory faded, yet when the Wei family revisited the topic, the Cheng family contemplated having Cheng Zhanxi accept the engagement. Cheng's mother did not intend to hastily arrange a marriage. Rather, she suggested that Cheng Zhanxi meet the suitor and, if suitable, embark on a courtship before marriage. However, Cheng Zhanxi possessed a free-spirited nature. The more someone tried to dictate her actions, the more she resisted, leading her to escape from the capital to City. "Are you still laughing?" Cheng Zhanxi inquired. Yu Qingtang cleared his throat, ceased his laughter, and proposed, "Shall we go to a bar and have some fun tonight?" Cheng Zhanxi declined, saying, "I will not go. It's too crowded and noisy. I would rather take a solitary stroll outside." Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow and suggested, "How about rock climbing?" Yu Qingtang's expression instantly fell. As a seemingly refined artist, her aversion to quieter activities was understandable, but her penchant for racing, free climbing, and windsurfing seemed rather excessive. Yu Qingtang suspected that Cheng Zhanxi should have engaged in sports during her childhood rather than pursuing painting. Cheng Zhanxi regarded her leisurely. "I will accompany you to the bar if you agree to go rock climbing with me this weekend. What do you say?" After a strenuous internal battle, Yu Qingtang reluctantly nodded. "Deal." Cheng Zhanxi smiled softly, her demeanor brightening. "When shall we set off?" "I need to change." Yu Qingtang glanced at her watch and replied, "You can leave once you're ready. It's getting late." Cheng Zhanxi shrugged. "All right then." Yu Qingtang had made a special effort to dress up when she arrived, so she needed no further primping. She touched up her makeup before settling on the living room sofa, idly scrolling through her phone as she awaited Cheng Zhanxi. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up towards the master bedroom and her eyes widened in surprise. Cheng Zhanxi had changed into a flowing pure white silk shirt and high-waisted black wide-leg trousers. Her long chestnut hair cascaded casually down her back, exuding an air of mature nonchalance. Tall and slender, she was naturally a stunning figure. What astonished Yu Qingtang even more was the vintage gold-rimmed chain glasses perched on her nose. Dressed impeccably, coupled with her deceptively gentle appearance, she radiated an alluring charm that was hard to ignore. Yu Jianxing stood up, immediately reconsidering. I'm not going. How could she possibly feel confident with Cheng Zhanxi looking so exquisite? Cheng Zhanxi adjusted her glasses, the chain lightly swaying with her motion. Her eyes behind the lenses sparkling with warmth as she replied, I'm fine with whatever you decide. Yu Jianxing clenched her teeth. Let us go. I look decent too. At least 30% of me is worth looking at. The bar was named 0 Degrees, a locally renowned venue for the LGBTQ community since the legalization of same-sex marriage. Yu Jianxing had no intention of seeking romantic encounters. She simply desired to unwind and admire some beauty. The two arrived at the entrance of 0 Degrees. And just before stepping inside, Yu Jianxing paused with a smile. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Your piece Blizzard sold for 3 million. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at the bar's entrance, where a throng of people was visible within, and cast a sidelong glance at Yu Jianxing, stating lazily, Don't you think mentioning that here feels a bit dismissive? Yu Jianxing burst into laughter. The two walked side by side into the bar and took their seats at the counter. Yu Jianxing ordered a cocktail, while Cheng Zhanxi casually placed her long legs on the ground and snapped her fingers. Juice, please. Yu Jianxing quipped. Don't you think you're being a bit dismissive too? Yu Jianxing halted the bartender, unilaterally opting to replace her fruit juice with a margarita. Cheng Zhanxi smiled faintly, remaining silent as she idly surveyed her surroundings. She seldom frequented bars. During her time abroad, she had indulged more in such escapades. While artists must immerse themselves in their own worlds, they must also engage with the richer tapestry of reality, which serves as a wellspring of inspiration for their creations. Politely declining the advances of numerous women approaching her, Cheng Zhanxi subtly furrowed her brow. Sipping her drink, she resolved to return home once Yu Jianxing concluded her dance in the center of the dance floor. The music blared loudly, vibrant lights flashed chaotically, and the dance floor was a whirl of frenetic energy, with couples stealing kisses in every corner. After half a year of focused creation, Cheng, the artist, found herself somewhat out of her element. Yu Jianxing returned from the dance floor, drenched in sweat, downing the remaining drink at the bar before ordering another. Cheng Zhanxi sighed. Yu Jianxing chose not to dance again, instead opting to drink. Cheng Zhanxi relinquished her earlier intention, perhaps due to their presence together. The number of people approaching them diminished significantly. Cheng Zhanxi switched to juice, slowly sipping through her straw while turning her gaze towards the relatively quieter corners. Some engaged in intimate exchanges in the shadows, while others sat alone. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi's attention sharpened. Approximately half a bar's distance away, a figure caught her eye, slightly turned towards her, appearing familiar. Following her gaze, Yu Jianxing tilted her head, squinting with slightly tipsy eyes, and remarked, This person bears an uncanny resemblance to the one in your painting. Cheng Zhanxi's lips moved, yet no words escaped. Yu Jianxing continued, No way, right? Upon noticing Cheng Zhanxi's apparent acquiescence, she nearly sputtered her drink, coughing slightly before exclaiming, What a coincidence. Cheng Zhanxi mused to herself, I too wonder how such a coincidence could occur. She released her grip on the straw, fixating her gaze on the figure. If this were fate bringing them together across distance, should she not take a chance? Just as she contemplated whether to approach, the individual suddenly turned, casting her gaze in Cheng Zhanxi's direction. A serene beauty, her eyes more enchanting than the moonlight itself. The bar's lighting illuminated her pale, almost translucent cheeks, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye strikingly captivating. Cheng Zhanxi's heart skipped a beat. Yu Qingtang, now on her third glass of juice, had a low tolerance for alcohol. Thus, to avoid any mishaps, she refrained from drinking. Beautiful women always attract attention in a crowd. Yu Qingtang, clad in a simple long dress with her straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, possessed strikingly fair skin and exquisitely proportioned features, devoid of any flaws. Even though she had been sitting alone in a corner since her arrival, admirers continued to approach her. The sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears, accompanied by a woman's gentle and soothing voice. Hello, is this seat taken? Yu Qingtang thought, the 18th? Or perhaps the 19th? She lifted her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi met her eyes, an inexplicable tension and anticipation flooding her senses. Would she recognize her? Yu Qingtang cast a calm glance at her, identical to their previous encounter, before lowering her eyelids and gesturing with her chin towards the seat across from her. Cheng Zhanxi, observing her actions, reached two conclusions. First, she had not recognized her. Second, she was truly not fond of conversation. Had it not been for her reaction to Cheng Zhanxi's words, she might have doubted whether Yu Qingtang was akin to the young girl she had met on the train, who seemed to possess a hearing impairment. Cheng Zhanxi momentarily drifted into thought, contemplating whether, if silence could flourish, it might resemble the woman before her. She snapped back to reality and took a composed seat opposite Yu Qingtang. Yu Jianxing was nearly beside herself with laughter internally. Cheng Zhanxi possessed an exceptionally amiable disposition. coupled with striking beauty and a prestigious background, making her a captivating presence wherever she went. Yet, she was the first to be met with such indifference. Cradling her juice cup with both hands, Cheng Zhanxi leaned forward slightly under the watchful gaze of Yu Qingtang and gently uttered, "We've met before. Do you remember?" Yu Qingtang lifted her gaze once more, her expression unchanged as she regarded Cheng Zhanxi with an unruffled demeanor. Cheng Zhanxi's countenance stiffened. Yu Qingtang's expression made her feel as though she were seeking an excuse to initiate conversation, employing the most clumsy of methods, striving to maintain a tone of casualness. She added with a light smile, 3 months ago, there was a torrential rain in Xiqing, and we sought refuge together in a convenience store. Meeting Yu Qingtang's probing gaze, she continued softly, you were soaked, and I asked if you needed a tissue. Does that ring a bell? The response from Yu Qingtang was a complete lack of response. Cheng Zhanxi was disheartened. It seemed she truly had no recollection. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yu Jianxing, silently pitying Cheng Zhanxi for 3 seconds, reflected on how suitors could line up from the capital to France, yet who would have imagined that she would face such a setback in the modest Xiqing. Just as Cheng Zhanxi pondered how to broach another topic, Yu Qingtang broke the silence with a cool, distant inquiry. Did you bring your medical examination report? Cheng Zhanxi's first thought was, she can talk. Her second thought followed. Her voice is as frigid as her demeanor, reminiscent of the frost that blankets a winter day. Only after a moment of astonishment did she ask, what? Yu Qingtang, devoid of any emotion, repeated, the medical examination report. Yu Jianxing winced, exclaiming internally, what a lunatic. Who carries their medical report when they go out? Unexpectedly, Cheng Zhanxi replied, let me check, please wait a moment. She retrieved her bag from the side, rummaged through it, and pulled out a leather folder, glancing inside before smiling and saying, I have it. I had forgotten to take it out since I casually stuffed it in last time. Yu Jianxing was bewildered. What kind of devilish dialogue is this? Cheng Zhanxi did not hand over the medical report but instead inquired with a gentle smile. What do you need this for? Yu Qingtang regarded her, an inscrutable expression flickering in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she astounded Cheng Zhanxi by stating, are we going to a hotel? Cheng Zhanxi spent a few seconds processing the statement, yet she still incredulously asked, does going to a hotel imply? Yu Qingtang lifted her chin slightly. Cheng Zhanxi followed her gaze and discovered 2 women in a corner booth, passionately entwined with one another. Their fervent interaction hinting at an imminent escalation. Just as they seemed poised to cross an almost indescribable threshold, the 2 stood from the sofa, sharing tender kisses while murmuring a few words. One woman affectionately wrapped her arms around the other's waist as they departed the bar. They were adults, fully aware of what heading to a hotel entailed. Cheng Zhanxi removed her gold-rimmed glasses, her previously sophisticated demeanor now somewhat diminished. She possessed an upright stature and eyes that sparkled with clarity, exuding an air of integrity. She politely declined, I'm afraid I may be rather conservative. Yu Qingtang responded with a noncommittal hum, redirecting her gaze to the spectator, Yu Jianxing. Yu Jianxing thought, no way. Is she really that indiscriminate? Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from her side, Yu Jianxing hurriedly extricated herself, raising her hand to declare, I don't have a health report. Yu Qingtang replied indifferently, it doesn't matter. Cheng Zhanxi thought, despite not intending to engage, why should she be the one needing a health report? Did she appear to be the type who was promiscuous? She prided herself on being homely. Yu Jianxing felt as though she might be assassinated by Cheng Zhanxi at any moment and pondered fleeing from this inexplicable scene of chaos. Yet, a melodious laughter broke the tension. Cheng Zhanxi looked at Yu Qingtang and remarked lightly, yes, a man. This revelation struck like thunder. Even Yu Qingtang, despite her composed demeanor, could not help but show her astonishment, glancing again at Yu Jianxing. Yu Jianxing exclaimed, what? Cheng Zhanxi continued in her calm manner. Have you heard of cross-dressing gentlemen? She discreetly nudged Yu Jianxing's waist. Yu Jianxing ground her molars and managed a smile, saying indeed, otherwise. Why would I be wearing a skirt? To conceal certain attributes. Yu Qingtang blinked slowly, refraining from further conversation. Her capacity for acceptance had its limits. Cheng Zhanxi, having successfully dispelled her rival, rested her fingers interlaced upon the table, her expression relaxing as she gazed at Yu Qingtang with a slight smile. With only one potential partner remaining, Yu Qingtang's expression suggested she was not ready to concede so easily. After a moment of contemplation, she once more confirmed with Cheng Zhanxi, are you truly unwilling to accompany me to a hotel? Her words starkly contrasted with the cool demeanor she typically projected. Cheng Zhanxi sincerely inquired, may I know why? That's not for me to disclose, Yu Qingtang replied, her final vestige of emotion evaporating completely. Reverting to her earlier detached demeanor. I'm sorry. She inclined her head slightly to the two and departed her seat. Cheng Zhanxi pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed softly. This lady seemed to be an enigma.
Zhanxi.
Cheng Zhanxi picked up her glasses from the table and donned them casually. Look quickly. Yu Qingtang urged anxiously. It's your crush. Cheng Zhanxi did not correct her manner of address, but followed her gaze. In front of Yu Qingtang stood a woman with long hair. Though her beauty could not quite rival that of Cheng Zhanxi, she was undeniably fair and delicate. Clad in a light blue gown, she exuded a gentle grace that made her a striking presence in the bar. The two exchanged words for less than a minute before they walked toward the bar's entrance, seemingly headed in the same direction. Cheng Zhanxi's elegantly shaped brows furrowed. Yu Qingtang muttered a curse under her breath and turned to Cheng Zhanxi, saying, She can't be planning to meet someone else, can she? You should hurry. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Zhanxi's figure vanished from view. Wait a moment. Yu Qingtang stood at the bar's entrance, turning back under the glow of neon lights. Her eyes deep and tranquil as the night. No matter how dazzling the lights might be, they would be rendered serene and solitary in her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi, standing 3 steps away, declared, Regarding what you proposed earlier, I agree. Yu Qingtang replied, her demeanor calm and unyielding, I already have an engagement. The woman in the blue dress beside her understood why Cheng Zhanxi had approached and instinctively felt a sense of crisis. She reached out to drape her arm over Yu Qingtang's shoulder, intending to assert her claim before Cheng Zhanxi. Yu Qingtang subtly evaded her touch, casting a cool glance at her, causing the blue-dressed woman to shiver inexplicably down her spine. She refrained from further provocation but stepped forward, blocking Cheng Zhanxi's line of sight. Yu Qingtang coldly withdrew her gaze from Cheng Zhanxi and quietly said to the woman in blue, Shall we go? Cheng Zhanxi took a deep breath and called out clearly into the night, I have a health report. Yu Qingtang paused momentarily. Cheng Zhanxi clenched her teeth and raised her voice once more. Does she have one? It was rare for someone like her to inadvertently carry a health report to a bar, having forgotten to take it out of her bag. What had been a perplexing action had suddenly transformed into a decisive advantage. The woman in blue finally could not hold back and shouted, Are you crazy? Cheng Zhanxi ignored her and fixed her gaze on Yu Qingtang, who had turned back to look at her. Yu Qingtang sighed softly and said, I apologize. Cheng Zhanxi's face broke into a smile. The blue-dressed woman stared at Yu Qingtang, who wore an expression of regret, her lips twitching for a moment before she angrily exclaimed, You're both insane. A pair of lunatics. Cheng Zhanxi's expression darkened as she raised her voice. Mind your language. The woman in blue glanced at Cheng Zhanxi's height, clearly exceeding 170 centimeters, and assessed the situation, noting her imposing demeanor. She swallowed her indignation and retreated into the bar. Cheng Zhanxi stepped in front of Yu Qingtang and slightly inclined her body, saying, I apologize. Yu Qingtang raised an eyebrow, indicating her curiosity. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze was sincere, her tone gentle as she articulated, I am truly sorry for my inconsistency, which has led you to endure unjust insults. Only then did Yu Qingtang nod, replying, It's all right. Cheng Zhanxi gazed upon the tranquil streets cloaked in the silence of the night, the streetlights casting their dim shadows, while the moonlight enveloped everything in an exquisite haze, creating the perfect ambience for a romantic tale. She gently proposed, Shall we take a stroll down this road? Yu Qingtang, with a faint glimmer in her eyes, glanced at her and replied, No need. She raised her hand to hail a taxi, promptly opening the rear door and sliding inside. Cheng Zhanxi, left with no choice, followed suit. Once settled, Yu Qingtang provided the name of a 5-star hotel. Cheng Zhanxi felt a flicker of surprise, observing the ordinary fabric of Yu Qingtang's attire. She had expected her to select a more casual establishment nearby. However, upon reflection, it seemed she was averse to complications and not one for idle chatter. A single statement was sufficient to dispel any doubts. Spending a little more was trivial. Throughout the journey, Yu Qingtang remained fixated on the view outside, showing no inclination for eye contact with Cheng Zhanxi, who, despite her eloquence, found no opportunity to engage in conversation. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted at the entrance of the 5-star hotel in the city center. Yu Qingtang paid the fare, and Cheng Zhanxi waited by the right door, resting her hand against the top of the door. As Yu Qingtang bent to exit, Cheng Zhanxi closed the door behind her. Yu Qingtang glanced back at her hand and nodded in acknowledgement. Cheng Zhanxi smiled. The two entered the hotel in succession, with Yu Qingtang handing her ID to the front desk, the back facing up, and calmly requesting a presidential suite. Such extravagance? Cheng Zhanxi paused, then presented her ID as well. After verifying their identities, the front desk returned their IDs. Cheng Zhanxi, embodying gentlemanly decorum, stepped back to allow Yu Qingtang to retrieve her ID first. They ascended via a private elevator, with Yu Qingtang leading the way and unlocking the door to the suite. The lavish and comfortable decor felt somewhat superfluous as Yu Qingtang briskly headed straight for the master bedroom. Cheng Zhanxi placed her bag in the living room, sighed inwardly, and followed her into the master suite. Just then, Yu Qingtang turned to ask, "Shall you shower first or shall I?" Cheng Zhanxi replied, "I am indifferent." After a brief contemplation, Yu Qingtang decisively stated, "You go first." Pausing momentarily, she inquired, "May I see your health report?" For the first time, Cheng Zhanxi felt the sting of suspicion regarding her health. A hint of helplessness flashed through her mind as she returned to the living room to fetch the report, handing it over while unable to resist saying, "I maintain a virtuous lifestyle." Yu Qingtang merely acknowledged her with a grunt, dismissing her words. She placed her trust solely in the health report. Seizing the moment while Yu Qingtang perused the document, Cheng Zhanxi initiated a conversation. "I am Cheng Zhanxi, as in a tranquil existence." The first page of the report bore this name. Yu Qingtang replied nonchalantly, "Tang Qing." Cheng Zhanxi silently savored the name, a gentle smile gracing her lips. It is a beautiful name, she thought. Yu Qingtang did not respond further. Cheng Zhanxi felt a tinge of awkwardness. Discreetly rubbing her nose with her finger, removing her gold-rimmed glasses delicately and placing them on the bedside table, she retrieved a robe from the wardrobe and entered the bathroom. In the tranquil confines of the bedroom, the only sound was the soft rustling of paper, maintaining a steady rhythm. The sound of water from the bathroom ceased. Yu Qingtang hesitated momentarily, unable to resist glancing towards the illuminated glass door of the bathroom, her lips pressed together as a flicker of conflicting hesitation surfaced in her eyes. Cheng Zhanxi emerged with damp hair, droplets glistening on her neck, her fair skin radiating a delicate sheen. Observing Yu Qingtang, who had not altered her seated position, she remarked,
"It is your turn, Miss Tang."
Yu Qingtang nodded, setting down the health check report before stepping into the bathroom. Cheng Zhanxi dried her hair and settled into the sofa where Yu Qingtang had previously sat, the faint scent of a woman lingering in the air, distinct from any perfume she had encountered. Unfortunately, as time passed, the remaining fragrance faded to such an extent that she could no longer discern it. Yu Qingtang remained in the bathroom for an extended period, perhaps 40 minutes or even an hour. Cheng Zhanxi meticulously shaped her round, neat nails with a manicure tool, searched for recent exhibitions in Xiqing online, and stifled a yawn for the third time when Yu Qingtang finally emerged, draped in a bathrobe. Cheng Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback, her fatigue vanishing in an instant. The woman's pallid cheeks were tinged with a hint of color from the steam, glowing softly like the delicate pink of early spring cherry blossoms, while the brown mole at the corner of her eye became increasingly enchanting. The open collar of her bathrobe revealed her slender neck and straight collarbones, translucent and delicate, nearly ethereal in their pallor. As the ancient said, a beauty is adorned as a flower for her appearance, like a bird for her voice, the moon for her spirit, willows for her demeanor, jade for her bones, and autumn waters for her grace. Even with Cheng Zhanxi's composed demeanor, she could not help but entertain thoughts that were best left unspoken. A sudden impulse surged within her to capture this moment in a painting, imprinting the scene in her heart with the resolve to recreate it upon her return. Cheng Zhanxi felt a warmth blossom in her chest, the urge to paint overshadowing any whimsical notions, momentarily oblivious to the fact that Yu Qingtang had approached her. The gentle scent brushed against her nostrils, reminiscent of snow resting upon pine branches, cool and ethereal. Instinctively, Cheng Zhanxi lifted her gaze, only to find Yu Qingtang's long, cool fingers caressing her chin. Yu Qingtang scrutinized her from an elevated stance, her gaze devoid of warmth, clearly not regarding her as a lover. Yet, Cheng Zhanxi felt an inexplicable sensation, as if she were an item on display in a marketplace, subject to Yu Qingtang's discerning eye. A sense of discomfort arose within Cheng Zhanxi, prompting her to stand, her height of 173 centimeters granting her a slight advantage over Yu Qingtang, effortlessly shifting the atmosphere between them. Yu Qingtang gradually withdrew her hand, studying Cheng Zhanxi's brown eyes, and in a measured tone, asked, "Have you trimmed your nails?" Cheng Zhanxi extended her hand, and after a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Qingtang nodded, "Very well." She grasped Cheng Zhanxi's wrist through the fabric of her bathrobe and led her towards the bed. Cheng Zhanxi, attempting one last effort to resist, suggested, "There is still time, shall we chat for a while?" She noticed the subtle furrow of Yu Qingtang's elegant brows. Yu Qingtang gently swept aside her hair with delicate fingertips, her lips gradually approaching the petite, glistening earlobe of the woman before her. "You are quite loud," the woman murmured, burying her head deeper. Suddenly a cool, moist sensation brushed against her ear, causing Cheng Zhanxi's entire body to stiffen. In an instant, Yu Qingtang wrapped her arms around her waist, and they fell back onto the soft bed. Cheng Zhanxi's face flushed crimson. She felt as rigid as a piece of wood beneath Yu Qingtang's kiss, occasionally stirred by the chill of her lips, flailing like a stranded fish. Yu Qingtang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, loosening her grip around Cheng Zhanxi's slender waist. Kneeling beside her, one leg bent, she gazed down at her with furrowed brows and asked, "You don't know how?" Observing her flamboyant attire, adorned with a rather extravagant pair of glasses, Yu Qingtang was taken aback to discover that the most conspicuous figure in the crowd was, in fact, a novice. No, Cheng Zhanxi thought to herself. If she dared to affirm that, she could turn and leave at this very moment, perhaps even return to the bar for another companion. Adjusting the collar of her robe, she propped herself up on one elbow, striving to maintain an air of grace and composure as she explained, "It was too sudden. I wasn't prepared." Yu Qingtang regarded her with skepticism. Cheng Zhanxi lowered her gaze, her eyes sweeping over the nails of her right hand, and knowingly suggested, "Shall I take the lead?" Yu Qingtang reclined back. Cheng Zhanxi supported herself on her elbow beside her, gradually leaning down, bearing the majority of her weight, ensuring that Yu Qingtang felt no sense of pressure. Gently, she caressed Yu Qingtang's lips with her thumb. But the latter's eyes revealed a strong aversion as she turned her head away uncomfortably, declaring, "I do not kiss." Momentarily taken aback, Cheng Zhanxi withdrew her hand. "As you wish." She tenderly brushed the woman's long hair aside, revealing her snow-white earlobes, and gently inquired, "Is it all right if I touch your ears?" "Yes," Yu Qingtang replied after a pause, adding, "Anything but kissing." Cheng Zhanxi's eyes curved slightly as she leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss. She noticed that Yu Qingtang's body unconsciously tensed, to the point where she could no longer hear her own breath. "Do not be afraid," Cheng Zhanxi whispered softly, caressing her face with her fingertips, parting her lips to give Yu Qingtang time to acclimate. Gradually, Yu Qingtang relaxed, releasing a subtle breath. Her hands, which had been resting at her sides, slowly lifted to embrace the slender yet sturdy back of the woman, feeling the firm muscle contours beneath the layer of her robe. "Proceed at your own pace. No need to mind me," Yu Qingtang stated flatly. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly, pinching her delicate earlobe. "That won't do." Having never been so intimate with anyone before, Yu Qingtang found this indulgent tone, laden with affection, far more unfamiliar than a direct kiss. She suppressed the urge to turn away once more. Fortunately, the pleasant scent emanating from Cheng Zhanxi was enough to mitigate her inner discomfort. Cheng Zhanxi took hold of her hand, placing a gentle kiss on its back, gazing up at her with reverence. "Tonight, you are the star." Yu Qingtang remained silent. Yu Qingtang closed her eyes, interrupting the depth of her gaze, and said, "It's up to you." Cheng Zhanxi opened her mouth. Yu Qingtang's voice was cold as she warned, "One more word and you're out." Cheng Zhanxi pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance. Yu Qingtang chose to ignore her, shutting her eyes once more. Noting Yu Qingtang's indifference, Cheng Zhanxi sighed inwardly and finally broached the subject. She tucked a strand of hair behind Yu Qingtang's ear and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. The visual deprivation heightened her other senses. Yu Qingtang forced herself to ignore the unfamiliar scent lingering around her nose and surrendered to this fleeting indulgence. Cheng Zhanxi, being exceptionally gentle and patient, slowly stirred Yu Qingtang's dormant desires, causing every cell to tremble softly in sync with her movements. Yet it was achingly slow, to the point that Yu Qingtang felt fatigued on Cheng Zhanxi's behalf. She resembled a pot of cold water, the fire beneath it stoked but still lukewarm. The heat at the bottom nearly negligible. It was a mere drop in the bucket, utterly futile. She began to question whether she was inherently indifferent. Burdened by guilt towards Cheng Zhanxi and some hidden sentiment within, she muttered a sound of protest when Cheng Zhanxi nibbled her ear again. Due to her inexperience, the performance was rather clumsy. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly. Yu Qingtang's porcelain face flushed in the darkness. She requested the lights be turned off, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to dim the room, drawing the curtains tightly so that not a sliver of moonlight could seep in. Cheng Zhanxi caressed her slightly warm cheek, sensing the woman's genuine emotions, and swallowed her laughter, murmuring softly, "It's my fault. You need not force yourself." Yu Qingtang's ears turned crimson as she restrained the impulse to bury her face in the pillow. Cheng Zhanxi leaned closer, her lips brushing against Yu Qingtang's ear, whispering tenderly, "Trust me." In that moment, devoid of sight, Yu Qingtang felt only the soft warmth of her breath, so near yet so profound. For the first time in her 27 years of life, she experienced a sense of stability and heartfelt affection, surprisingly in the embrace of a stranger. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured softly in response. Cheng Zhanxi intertwined her fingers with Yu Qingtang's, resting their hands atop her head. Yu Qingtang, having momentarily bared her soul, no longer concealed her feelings, appearing slightly flustered. In the pauses between kisses, Cheng Zhanxi continuously reassured her, calling her sweet names like darling and beloved, causing Yu Qingtang's mind to swirl in chaos, leaving no room for rebuttal. As the final moments approached, Yu Qingtang's cheeks flushed, her eyes glimmering with a misty sheen. The tear mole at the corner resembling a dewdrop, gently quivering. Cheng Zhanxi held her close, intending to kiss her, but as their lips nearly met, she hesitated, diverting slightly to plant a tender kiss on the woman's smooth cheek. After a moment of composure, Yu Qingtang extricated herself from Cheng Zhanxi's embrace, lying on the other side of the bed with her back turned to her. The curtains in the room had just been drawn open with a remote control, allowing the moonlight to filter through the sheer white drapery. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her silhouette, her outstretched hand hovering in the air before retracting. "Would you like to take a shower?" she inquired softly from behind the woman. "You go first," Yu Qingtang replied, her voice tinged with a slight hoarseness. Cheng Zhanxi then rose to take her shower, retrieving the discarded robe from outside the window, folding it meticulously, and placing it by Yu Qingtang's pillow. As the sound of water filled the air, Yu Qingtang slowly turned around, her fingers grazing the neatly folded robe. She cast a glance towards the illuminated bathroom, biting her lip, her gaze deepening with uncertainty. Cheng Zhanxi returned from her shower after a considerable time, yet Yu Qingtang showed no signs of moving to bathe. Upon inquiring if she needed another moment and receiving a negative response, Cheng Zhanxi succumbed to her fatigue, closing her eyes. "The physical examination report cannot definitively indicate whether one has such an ailment," she murmured softly, eyes shut. "If unnecessary, it is best to refrain from casual encounters with strangers. Should you have such needs, feel free to contact me. I have left my phone number on the bedside table." Yu Qingtang pressed her fingers against the collar of the robe, internally assuring her, "I won tea. This is the first time, and it will be the last." Cheng Zhanxi waited for a reply that did not come. Facing Yu Qingtang's back, her gaze softened as she whispered, "Good night." "Good night," Yu Qingtang finally responded, her tone indifferent. Cheng Zhanxi smiled gently with her eyes closed, pondering that perhaps she would not believe that she truly harbored feelings for her. Cheng Zhanxi could not recall when she had fallen asleep. The following morning, upon awakening, she found Yu Qingtang had vanished from her side. The note with the phone number on the bedside table untouched, exactly as it had been the night before. As she entered the bathroom to freshen up, a tinge of unrealistic hope flickered within her, imagining a lipstick-written contact number on the mirror. There was none. The sink's mirror was immaculate, just as the person who had departed without leaving a trace. Cheng Zhanxi rubbed her cheeks and sighed. At the hotel lobby, the private elevator doors opened to reveal a young woman clad in a pure white silk shirt and high-waisted black wide-leg trousers. She was tall, at least 170 centimeters. A pair of vintage gold-rimmed chain glasses perched on her nose, and a gentle smile graced her lips, transforming her originally composed demeanor into one with an air of refined mischief. The receptionist felt an inexplicable flush on her cheeks, instinctively lowering her gaze to the computer screen. In her lowered line of sight, she noticed the white of the shirt. As the woman approached the front desk, it became evident that she was not merely 170 centimeters tall, but perhaps 173 or 174. She was strikingly tall and exceptionally beautiful. "Hello, I would like to check out," Cheng Zhanxi stated, placing the room card on the front desk, pushing it forward with her index and middle fingers while maintaining an air of politeness. The receptionist accepted the room card to process the checkout. Cheng Zhanxi rested one hand on the countertop, casually remarking, "Yesterday, I was accompanied by my friend. Kindly assist us in issuing an invoice, addressed in my friend's name." She introduced herself. "I am Cheng Zhanxi. It is everyone's duty to pay taxes in accordance with the law." The receptionist hesitated for a moment, but complied with the guest's request, confirming the check-in details on the computer. "Your friend, Yu Qingtang, correct?" "Indeed," Cheng Zhanxi replied, exhibiting no sign of unease. The receptionist resumed processing the request. A subtle smile played at the corners of Cheng Zhanxi's lips. "Qingtang?" She had suspected the name provided was fictitious. The true name remained a mystery. The invoice was swiftly prepared, and the receptionist handed it over with both hands. "Here is the invoice you requested." "Thank you." Cheng Zhanxi stepped outside the hotel, unfurling the invoice under the sunlight, her gaze fixed on the header. A radiant smile graced her lips as she gently articulated 3 syllables. Yu Qingtang. Chapter 5. Yu Qingtang did not spend the night at the hotel. Hearing the rhythmic sound of breathing behind her, she waited a moment longer before turning around, using the moonlight to confirm that Cheng Zhanxi was indeed asleep. With utmost care, she rose, donning the clothes she had discarded on the sofa hours earlier, making no sound as she quietly departed, closing the hotel room door behind her. Exiting via the private elevator, the front desk attendant at 4 in the morning wore a mildly surprised expression, maintaining a friendly business smile. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Yu Qingtang shook her head and left through the main entrance. The receptionist observed her departing figure, tilting her head slightly, not retaining the incident in memory. It was not uncommon for peculiar guests to leave in the dead of night. Finding a taxi at such an early hour was challenging, but fortunately, being in the city center, Yu Qingtang summoned a ride through a ride-hailing app. The driver was an unremarkable middle-aged man, his demeanor ordinary, his appearance plain. As Yu Qingtang sat in the back seat, her nerves were taut, her mind incessantly replaying cases reported in social news. This was her first experience returning home at such a late hour. She felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps she should have remained at the hotel until dawn. The night was eerily quiet and profound, with few vehicles on the road, the darkness resembling a great beast lying in wait, concealed in shadows. After 10 minutes of driving past the 0-degree bar, the taxi halted at the entrance of an upscale residential complex. Upon alighting, she spotted the illuminated guard station nearby, allowing her racing heart to momentarily ease. "If possible, please leave a 5-star rating," came the earnest voice of the middle-aged driver from the lowered window. Yu Qingtang nodded in acknowledgement from a distance. The taxi merged back into the night, swallowed by darkness. She swiped her access card at the residential gate and, under the bright streetlights, hurried towards her building, alone in the elevator. It was only upon entering her home and switching on the living room lights, which illuminated the space like day, that she methodically changed her shoes at the entrance, poured herself a glass of water, and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. The woman from last night was exceedingly gentle, causing her no pain, and thoughtfully leaving no marks behind. Only an unusual sensation emanating from some corner of her mind prompted her to recall fragmented memories amidst the sound of water. Yu Qingtang changed into her nightgown and emerged from the bathroom, stepping outside once more to pour water. She noticed a painting titled Blizzard hanging on the living room wall. Signed by Cheng Mo. Cheng Mo is an artist who has gained considerable acclaim in recent years, particularly renowned for his oil paintings, though he also excels in charcoal and watercolor techniques. He first garnered fame abroad, subsequently returning to domestic recognition. Yu Qingtang knew little about this artist. Her knowledge was limited to a few remarks made by classmates who had accompanied her to art exhibitions. She simply appreciated Cheng Mo's artwork, indifferent to the artist himself. Blizzard is a piece Cheng Mo created last year, depicting a fishing boat navigating tumultuous waves amidst a howling snowstorm, with dark clouds looming overhead. The mast bent precariously, teetering on the edge of breaking, suspended at the pinnacle of the storm, its fate hanging by a thread. One could not predict whether it would be shattered by the waves in the next moment or miraculously escape to behold the sun once more. The colors are deep and subtle, executed with utmost mastery, rendering the entire scene brimming with tension. Each viewer standing before the painting is inevitably stirred, as if drawn into the perilous tempest of life and death. Yu Qingtang held the cup of water, gazing upwards for a long while before letting out a self-deprecating smile and leaving the living room. There is no escaping. The storm will never cease. Yu Qingtang acquired this painting at a staggering price of 3 million in the capital. While she was not financially strained, this purchase nearly depleted her entire savings, a level of impulsiveness she was not accustomed to. However, at that moment, having just learned of her engagement to the Wei family, she fortuitously encountered this painting, and swept away by an indescribable surge of emotions, she purchased Blizzard. Perhaps it was a case of empathy for kindred spirits, a poignant reflection of shared sorrow. Only art can evoke such profound resonance. Yu Qingtang had unfinished matters at school, and the following day she flew back to the capital. Exiting her teacher's office,
Her phone rang.
she stepped into the shade, answering with a cool demeanor, "Second uncle." The voice on the other end, that of Wei Erbo, jovially replied, "Qingtang, are you coming home? The old man is looking forward to seeing you." Yu Qingtang made an effort not to let a mocking smile curve her lips, lowering her gaze and responding with unusual calm, "All right." Wei Erbo continued, "Just in time to discuss your marriage." Yu Qingtang replied, "As you see fit, second uncle." Wei Erbo feigned indignation, saying, "That won't do. Your consent is essential." Yu Qingtang glanced at the sun overhead, its brightness nearly blinding, for it was 2 in the afternoon, the hottest hour of the day. Going to the Wei residence now would allow her to forego dinner. "I'm on my way," she declared, descending the steps and stepping into the glaring sunlight. Vibrant green grass adorned the tranquil city center, where a grand villa rose majestically. This was the main residence of the Wei family. The patriarch, over 80 yet still vigorous, retained his authority with impressive vitality. In a household of 4 sons, Yu Qingtang's father belongs to the 3rd branch. The other branches have flourished, vibrant with life, while the 3rd branch remains sparse. Yu Qingtang's mother passed away due to complications during childbirth, leaving only 2 sons, Wei Tingyu and Yu Qingtang. She has 6 older cousins from the 1st and 2nd branches, placing her as the 7th among the grandchildren. Having not visited the Wei family for quite some time, the doorman did not recognize her. He stopped her, requesting that she register her name and made a call to inquire with the butler of the Wei residence. Upon receiving a positive response, he scrutinized Yu Qingtang suspiciously before allowing her to pass. A servant was sweeping the grounds in front of the villa. Yu Qingtang tightened her grip on her bag strap and walked past without glancing aside. The servant raised his head, paused for a few seconds, then resumed sweeping the ground before her, lazily greeting, Miss Seven. Dust from the broom rose and settled on Yu Qingtang's pristine, white shoes. She deftly avoided the broom, stepped aside and softly acknowledged with a hum, taking a detour into the courtyard. Behind her, the sound of an engine echoed as a sleek black Maybach came to a halt at the villa's entrance. Yu Qingtang did not turn around and did not falter in her stride. The servant's obsequious voice reached her ears, Miss 9, Miss 12. Wei, Jiu squinted, observing the figure ahead. The servant eagerly exclaimed, Miss 9, it's that. He opened his mouth but only managed to produce a series of nonsensical sounds, his expression exaggeratedly comical, eliciting innocent laughter from Wei 12. Wei Jiu affectionately tapped her sister's nose, gazing at Yu Qingtang's retreating silhouette, and called out mockingly, I wondered who it was? Turns out the mute has returned. Amid the sweltering summer heat, the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Cheng Zhanxi, pulling Yu Jianqing along, made a brief visit to 0 Degree Bar. Ignoring Yu Jianqing's gossip from the previous night, she headed straight to the bar's backstage. Yu Jianqing was sociable and well-liked. Having spent some time in Xiqing, she had established a rapport with the bar's owner. Cheng Zhanxi got straight to the point. Do you recall the woman seated in the corner of the sofa last night? She wore a bamboo green long dress and had a beauty mark near her left eye. She was quite lovely. Do you remember her? The bar owner, seated across from her, responded, yes. Beautiful women always attract attention, especially since I, the owner of a LES bar, am also part of that community. In fact, I attempted to strike up a conversation with her, but to no avail. She frequents the bar. After a moment of reflection, the bar owner added, she started coming around 3 months ago. Every time I visit, she asks there. 3 months ago? That coincided with her own arrival in Xiqing. The bar owner continued, though I don't come every day, I can inquire with the staff on duty and the bartenders. The duty roster at the bar was flexible, and everyone had a vivid impression of Yu Qingtang. They had privately discussed this peculiar patron. It did not take long to confirm that Yu Qingtang visited nearly every day, missing only 2 or 3, presumably due to other commitments. Cheng Zhanxi asked, has she ever accepted an invitation from anyone or left with someone else? Last night, Yu Qingtang's demeanor was exceedingly unfamiliar, and there were other indications that led Cheng Zhanxi to surmise it was her first time. However, this observation did not signify much. Curiosity marks the inception of affection, while the exploration of this process deepens one's fondness. Rather than the event itself, Cheng Zhanxi was more intrigued by her motives. The staff and the bar owner shook their heads. To their recollection, she always sat alone and departed around 10:30, consistently punctual. Yet it could not be ruled out that Cheng Zhanxi simply overlooked her presence amidst the throngs of patrons. The bar owner conservatively replied, is she a local? To which they responded, we do not know. We have not seen her before. The bar owner apologized. Unable to extract further information, Cheng Zhanxi expressed her gratitude to the bar owner and treated her to a meal. In the subsequent days, Cheng Zhanxi spent her afternoons painting in the studio and frequented the 0 Degree Bar in hopes of encountering the enigmatic girl once more, but, predictably, her efforts bore no fruit. Amidst her disappointment, Cheng Zhanxi felt a flicker of relief. Time swiftly marched toward the weekend. Cheng Zhanxi visited a local climbing club, where Yu Jianqing, her companion, donned protective gear and secured a safety rope, visibly trembling at the sight of the towering artificial rock wall. Cheng Zhanxi's remark revitalized her spirits. I have been going to 0 Degree Bar these past few days, yet she has not returned. Yu Jianqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, does this imply that after your rendezvous, she ceased her visits to the bar? After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Zhanxi replied, one could say that testing the safety rope. She dusted her hands with chalk and began her ascent. Unencumbered by the rope, she climbed with finesse, grasping, pulling, pushing, stepping, and hanging. Her lithe form remained closely aligned with the rock face, reminiscent of an agile mountain goat. Below, several young girls, seemingly novices, gazed in awe at her fluid movements. Whispering in admiration, Cheng Zhanxi glanced back, offering them a playful smile, her alluring eyes sparkling with charisma. The girls blushed, exchanging glances and giggling shyly, caught in a flurry of bashfulness. Yu Jianqing, weary of commenting on her friend's undeniable charm, called out, take it slow. Cheng Zhanxi paused, waiting for her to laboriously reach the same height, then adjusted her pace to match, climbing upwards at a snail's pace. It was no easy feat finding someone willing to accompany her in climbing domestically. Yu Jianxing remarked, according to your narrative. She sat at the bar for 3 months without engaging anyone, yet upon your arrival, she sought you out, and after your meeting, she vanished. Doesn't that suggest she was subtly flirting with you? Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly. As they continued to ascend, she suddenly halted, gently biting her lower lip, her voice dropping to a whisper. Do you think she might have feelings for me? Chapter 6. Yu Jianxing did not respond, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to dismiss the notion herself. No, that cannot be the case. Despite her many admirers, it is impossible for everyone to harbor affection for her. Such self-delusion is unwarranted. If she truly liked me, why would she have behaved that way that night? Moreover, how could she possibly know I would visit that bar? If one is aware, why squander 3 months in vain? Was it merely a ruse to compel oneself into investigation, only to discern her true intentions? Cheng Zhanxi found the thought of her own narcissism rather alarming. Who did she think she was, to warrant such elaborate machinations? The crux of the matter is that apart from that chance encounter in the convenience store during the rain, they had scarcely met. If she harbored no feelings for her, how could one explain her solitary invitation? A mysterious appearance, a fleeting romance, and then a sudden disappearance, forever etched in her heart. Was that encounter in the convenience store mere coincidence, or a premeditated scheme? Was it a carefully orchestrated plan or a fateful inevitability? Yu Jianxing could discern from her expression that she was embroiled in a tumult of emotions, yet she could hardly fathom the complexity of Cheng Zhanxi's inner thoughts. Yu Jianxing scoffed. How could it not be? That day in the convenience store, she fell for you at first sight and secretly investigated you. Lurking daily at the most renowned bar closest to your home, all in hopes of a serendipitous meeting. Such a clear logical connection. I left her my phone number last night. She ignored me. What if she secretly noted it down? Do you not believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, Cheng Zhanxi replied with a smile. I just don't think she's that kind of person. You've only seen her twice. You can know a face but not the heart. Cheng Zhanxi smiled, choosing silence. Although she had only encountered the other twice, she trusted her instincts. The notion of playing hard to get was undeniably present. Yu Jianxing, with an air of certainty, proclaimed, just wait, she will call you soon. Cheng Zhanxi ought to have dismissed the thought, yet a flicker of fantasy ignited within her. What if? If she were to call, what might she say? Though not devoid of romantic experience, she found herself unable to anticipate the possible actions of Yu Qingtang. Well, one step at a time. Half a month later, when she received a call from an unfamiliar number, her heart was as still as water. Hello XX Real Estate. Special price for fully furnished units, Cheng Zhanxi replied. Not needed. Thank you, and promptly hung up. Indeed, it seemed she had been overly sentimental. She handed a portrait of Yu Qingtang to Yu Jianxing, revealing her true name, and requested her to keep an eye out in the bustling art scene of Xiqing. By mid-August, the Xiqing Art Museum announced an exhibition of paintings by the artist Cheng Mo, creating a stir in the local art community, attracting numerous admirers. Though Xiqing may not rival the grandeur of the capital, it possesses a rich artistic ambience, frequently hosting operas, concerts, and exhibitions. This was precisely why Cheng Zhanxi had chosen to come to Xiqing. The news of Cheng Mo's arrival in Xiqing also spread through the museum director. That evening, there was a small dinner gathering among acquaintances in the circle, not many in attendance. The museum director extended an invitation to her, and after careful consideration, Cheng Zhanxi accepted. Due to her privileged background, she seldom participated in social gatherings of a networking nature, as her work affairs were managed by an assistant. She devoted herself entirely to her art, indifferent to whether her paintings were profitable, how much they earned, or if anyone outside was slandering her. It was only known that the esteemed teacher Cheng Mo was exceptionally talented, yet no one anticipated her stunning beauty. The vice president of the City Artists Association, prompted by the museum director, dared to connect the astonishingly beautiful young woman before him with the enigmatic painter Cheng Mo. Cheng Zhanxi smiled and offered compliments regarding the recent nomination of the vice president's work for an award. The vice president beamed with joy and welcomed her inside. Cheng Zhanxi refrained from revealing her real name, as using a pseudonym in the art world is quite commonplace. To teacher Cheng Mo, I raise my glass to you, Cheng Zhanxi said as she lifted her cup, clinking it playfully with the person before her, taking a delicate sip. After the meal concluded, Cheng Zhanxi politely declined the subsequent arrangements proposed by the association's president. Exiting the hotel, she entered Yu Jianxing's car, occupying the front passenger seat. Have you had too much to drink? He inquired. No, Cheng Zhanxi replied. They didn't dare to pressure me. Yu Jianxing laughed, impressive. Cheng Zhanxi lowered the car window, allowing the summer evening breeze to fill the cabin. Yu Jianxing, mischievously bringing up an inconvenient topic, asked, Has Yu Qingtang called you? Cheng Zhanxi cast her a resigned glance. Yu Jianxing burst into laughter. Who would have thought our genius painter would also stumble? Cheng Zhanxi, weary of defending herself. Recalled how Yu Jianxing had previously insisted that Yu Qingtang had a secret crush on her. Any news from her? Cheng Zhanxi chose to change the subject. None. Yu Jianxing replied. Cheng Zhanxi lightly tapped the edge of the car window with her knuckles, murmuring in acknowledgement. A month prior, she had asked Yu Jianxing to casually keep an eye on Yu Qingtang. She didn't want to appear as a stalker, thus refraining from leveraging her connections for assistance. Given that, it was entirely normal not to have any news. Yu Jianxing, mistaking her silence for melancholy, comforted her. Fate will bring you together, if it is meant to be. Cheng Zhanxi smiled, gazing out at the city bathed in silvery moonlight. At the Wei family residence, a voice exclaimed, "Who could it be?" "Oh, it is the mute returning." Wei Shire, still quite young, had hardly seen Yu Qingtang and innocently inquired, "Sister Jiao? Is Sister Chia mute?" Wei Jiao's expression turned displeased. "Why do you call everyone sister indiscriminately?" Wei Shire blinked her innocent eyes. Wei Jiao, amused, replied, "Indeed, she is a mute. If you don't believe me, just call her. She won't hear you." She raised her voice towards Yu Qingtang's retreating figure, shouting, "Hey, little mute." Yu Qingtang continued her stride, gradually disappearing behind the intricately carved gate. Wei Jiu smirked, finding it exceedingly dull, especially since she had specifically alighted from the vehicle at the entrance. Yu Qingtang had always been this way, silent and expressionless, neither angry nor upset, quietly occupying her corner, like a puppet devoid of emotion. Furthermore, being both deaf and mute, she received little attention, and the other children of the Wei family united to mock her, knowing she wouldn't hear them. Eventually, for reasons unknown, she regained her hearing. Yet her temperament remained unchanged, resembling her silent days. Wei Jiao cradled Wei 12 as they re-entered the car, the sleek black Maybach gliding through the gates, slicing past Yu Qingtang with a swift rush. From the lowered window, Wei Jiao cast a disdainful glance at her. As anticipated, there was no response. She curled her lip and raised the window. Wei 12, with her soft little hands pressed against the glass, peered through the tinted film at the unfamiliar seventh sister. Blinking curiously. "No more looking," Wei Jiao admonished, pulling her back into her embrace. "Your sister just returned from Italy and brought you some delightful chocolates." Wei 12 clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "I want to eat." The car sped faster than any pedestrian could keep pace. Yu Qingtang trailed behind Wei Jiao at a normal speed, but just as they approached the grand entrance of the main residence, a figure suddenly emerged from within. The man's face was pale and gaunt, his silhouette resembling a withered branch in autumn, unsteady on his feet. He held a plain handkerchief to his almost colorless lips. Yu Qingtang's pupils contracted slightly. Wei Jiao, with Wei 12 in her arms, greeted the frail man with a smile. "Uncle San." The man, referred to as Uncle San, was none other than Yu Qingtang's biological father, Wei Dingyu. Despite his frail condition, his smile remained warm and gentle, akin to the spring breeze of March. He affectionately tousled Wei 12's soft hair and remarked, "Little Jiao and 12 have returned." Not far off, Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze, suddenly sensing something. Wei Dingyu turned his attention towards her direction. Upon seeing the figure standing in the sunlight, a heavy emotion flickered in his eyes, and the smile that had curved his lips fell flat as he withdrew his gaze expressionlessly. "We're heading in first, Uncle San," Wei Jiao said. "Go ahead." Wei Dingyu replied with a faint smile. Yu Qingtang lifted her eyes again, walking directly towards the Wei family's grand entrance, stopping a few steps away from Wei Dingyu to murmur, "Master Wei-san." He barely acknowledged her with a faint sound, passing by her without turning back. Yu Qingtang stood still for a moment, a droplet of sweat trickling down her temple under the blazing sun. As if awakening from a dream, she moved her fingers that hung by her sides and stepped through the gates of the Wei family. Wei Dingyu and Yu Qingtang's mother, Yuci, shared a profound love. A beautiful tale of romance. He, a poet and calligrapher, and she, a remarkably gifted painter. Together, they formed a union celebrated for their shared talents and beauty. Alas, their happiness was short-lived. Yuci suffered complications during childbirth and passed away after giving birth to Yu Qingtang. Wei Dingyu was devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, falling into a deep malaise, forsaking poetry and the pen. He locked Yuci's paintings away in the studio, keeping them as his sole companions. As for Yu Qingtang, the daughter who had unwittingly taken his wife's life, he could neither care for her nor wish to. Her mere presence reminded him of his wife's gentle smile that would never grace him again. He chose to ignore her. When Yu Qingtang was 4 or 5 years old, Wei Dingyu noticed her resemblance to his late wife, which only intensified his anguish. Consequently, he arranged for her to be raised in the countryside, believing that distance would ease his sorrow. After spending a year or two in the countryside, Yu Qingtang was brought back to Xicheng by her grandparents, who raised her to adulthood. She had just emerged from her Uncle Wei's study. having spent only a brief 20 minutes there. The Wei family informed her that her betrothed was unwell and could not meet her at the moment, urging her to remain calm. They assured her that once his health improved, they would promptly arrange their marriage. They also proposed several alternative candidates, extolling their virtues in grandiloquent terms, all while feigning a facade of allowing her to make her own choice. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the Wei family was particularly invested in her marriage. Apart from Wei Tingyu, the other uncles and aunts were present, and Yu Qingtang sat at the lower end of the room, disengaged, agreeing with whatever was said, be it Zhong or Wang. It made no difference to her. After all, life had already unfolded in this manner. Could it get any worse? Standing at the door of the study, a profound weariness for the world crossed her brow as she made her way towards the entrance. As she approached, she heard the voices of those conversing ahead and adjusted her expression to one devoid of emotion, emerging from the corner of the staircase. At that moment, the chatter ceased abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The young ladies of the Wei family lounged on the sofa, some cradling cats, others engrossed in their phones, collectively ignoring Yu Qingtang. It was only after she exited the main door that one of them murmured about her disappearing figure. What is the mute back for? Another scoffed. What else could she want? She must be mad to desire marriage. I heard that young Master Cheng did not agree to this union. The Cheng family suggested a match with Miss Cheng instead. Do you think the mute is aware of this? How would she know? Replied another, placing a finger to her lips and making a shushing gesture, relishing the thought of Yu Qingtang discovering her match had been changed at the time of her wedding. I can hardly wait to see her expression. Wei Jie shot her a disapproving glance. Come now, what expression could that lifeless face possibly convey? A shy voice interrupted. Are you referring to Miss Cheng Zhanxi? Wei Jie paused in her petting of the cat. You know her? Wei Shi's cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue, and she spoke even softer. I met Sister Cheng once at a banquet with my father. She is incredibly beautiful and exudes elegance. You could spot her in a crowd, as if she were glowing. Wei Jie exclaimed, then that would be a boon for the mute. She put down the cat and clasped her hands in prayer, wishing for Miss Cheng to promptly retract her engagement, leaving her father and two uncles to find her a mismatched suitor. The living room filled with cheerful, melodic laughter. On that day, Yu Jianxing had casually remarked that Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang were destined to meet, a notion Cheng Zhanxi also believed in, though she never anticipated that fate would intervene so swiftly. One day in early September, after visiting a statue exhibition, Cheng Zhanxi strolled leisurely home. Suddenly, a sharp, panicked female voice rang out from behind her. Catch the thief. As Cheng Zhanxi was jostled roughly aside by a forceful shove, she instinctively steadied herself against a nearby utility pole. Turning back, she glimpsed a middle-aged woman, breathless and leaning on her knees, while ahead of her, a man in a floral shirt sprinted with remarkable speed. Without hesitation, Cheng Zhanxi took off in pursuit. Stop! With her excellent athleticism, tall stature, and long legs, she covered ground swiftly, easily outpacing the man, who resembled a fledgling chick in his frantic escape. He glanced back, alarmed by the rapidly approaching woman, his composure shattered. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared before him, prompting him to instinctively shove her aside. Get out of the way. Yu Qingtang's vision blurred as she lost her balance and stumbled sideways. In the next instant, she fell into a soft, fragrant embrace. Chapter 7. Get out of the way. Accompanied by the man's impatient growl, Cheng Zhanxi surged forward, catching the woman who had been knocked off balance. Papers clutched in the woman's arms tumbled to the ground. Are you all right? Cheng Zhanxi steadied her, swiftly bending to retrieve the fallen documents and returning them to her hand. I'm fine, thank you, came the cool response. Cheng Zhanxi had already turned her head, propelling herself forward like an arrow released from its bow, when an idea struck her. She abruptly turned back and recognized a familiar, slender silhouette. Her pupils constricted. Could it be? The thief was nearing the corner, on the brink of vanishing from sight. Cheng Zhanxi gritted her teeth, abandoning the urge to confirm her suspicion, and continued her chase. Yu Qingtang sensed something and glanced back. The street bustled as usual, with people coming and going, but that figure had already disappeared. Only the lingering scent from the embrace remained, reminiscent of something she had encountered before. Once the thief was subdued and taken to the police station, the victim expressed gratitude to Cheng Zhanxi repeatedly. The female officer handling the case joked that they should present Cheng Zhanxi with a banner for her bravery, prompting the victim to seriously consider commissioning one in her honor. Cheng Zhanxi, however, politely declined. After completing her statement, she exited the police station and paused along the route where she might encounter Yu Qingtang, standing quietly for a moment. Are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Cheng Zhanxi closed her eyes, replaying the brief intersection they had shared in her mind. She had studied the woman, helping her reclaim a book. It had a pale blue cover, inscribed with characters. A fleeting glance revealed it to be handwritten, indicating Class 7 of the first year, with the printed name of the 20th high school on the cover. Opening her eyes, Cheng Zhanxi gazed at the traffic light shifting from red to green before breaking into a smile. A week later, she received a definitive answer from Yu Qingtang. It was indeed the new high school mathematics teacher from Xiqing No. 1 High School, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, who had graduated this year. Cheng Zhanxi held the phone with one hand while the other colored whimsically on a sheet of white paper with vibrant pencils. Yu Qingtang, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "How did you come to know this?" She had numerous friends. Although it wasn't a thorough search, it was certainly more effective than Cheng Zhanxi's blind luck. Cheng Zhanxi, painting the silhouette of a woman enveloped in mist at the end of the rainbow, chuckled softly. "As you said, fate will bring us together." Yu Qingtang retorted, "That was mere nonsense. Anyone who believes it is a fool." Hearing her laughter, Yu Qingtang asked, "Are you serious? Why would I deceive you?" Cheng Zhanxi recounted the incident of encountering a thief while on her way to apprehend him. Yu Qingtang, intrigued, suggested she might also try catching a thief, hoping to perhaps find a girlfriend in the process. Cheng Zhanxi, unrelenting, pointed out, "With your feeble physique, can you really chase down a thief? If you did catch up, would you be the one to strike him, or he you?" In a huff, Yu Qingtang abruptly ended the call. Cheng Zhanxi completed her painting in the studio, washed her hands and face, and called her assistant. "Teacher Cheng, please help me cancel my flight for next week. I wish to stay in Xiqing a bit longer." Understood. Cheng Zhanxi had never intended to remain in Xiqing for long. It was merely a temporary stop. Originally, she planned to stay for 1 or 2 months, but Yu Qingtang expressed her loneliness, urging her to prolong her visit. Over the past 6 months, Cheng Zhanxi had explored all the noteworthy places in Xiqing. Had it not been for the unexpected interlude with Yu Qingtang, she would have departed long ago. A convenience store visit, a bar encounter, and a chance meeting on the road. These 3 occurrences seemed to be a clear sign from fate, urging her to seize this connection firmly. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of tea, Cheng Zhanxi smiled brightly. Yu Qingtang, she mused, taking a sip of tea before returning to her desk and opening the homepage of Xiqing No. 1 High School. In mid-September, at 6:30 in the morning, the sun peeked from behind the clouds, casting a soft golden glow. As a prestigious institution in Xiqing, the school gate had undergone renovations 2 years prior, now grand and dignified, befitting its status. Cars lined the roadside, parents bidding farewell to their children as they clutched their backpacks. The sound of bicycle bells rang out as students skillfully maneuvered their bikes. A bag of breakfast hanging from the handlebars. One student pedaled eagerly through the school gate, their oversized uniform billowing in the breeze.
Xiqing No.
1 High School had commenced its academic year for half a month, and students were beginning to adjust to the rhythm of school life. Yet, on this crisp morning, those donned in the school uniforms still exhibited a languid demeanor, their youthful faces radiating vitality as groups of 3 or 5 made their way toward the distant school entrance. Faint conversations floated through the air. "What assignments did we have yesterday?" "1 math and 1 physics test, and a short essay for English." "Anything else?" "The chemistry workbook. Chapter 1, Section 2. "Oh no, I forgot. Can I borrow your notes later? We have a dictation in English class today. Have you memorized the words?" "Oh no.
I'm doomed."
In the early morning reading class, the 3rd English lesson was approaching. Time was of the essence. Thus, I decided to hasten to the classroom. "Wait for us." Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine reverberated from behind, causing the student who had forgotten his homework to turn his head in curiosity. A silver streak, reminiscent of a lightning bolt striking the horizon, suddenly entered his line of sight. Before he could discern its form, it whizzed past him, tousling his short hair and instinctively prompting him to shut his eyes. Once the unexpected whirlwind subsided, his classmates caught up, and he remained agape, his mouth forming an O shape. What had just flown by? A silver heavy motorcycle raced with unparalleled speed, proudly halting at the entrance of Xiqing No. 1 High School, only to be intercepted by the stern dean, who was vigilant about school rules and discipline. "Stop. What are you doing? Which class are you from? Remove your helmet." The dean, with a grave expression, glared at the audacious student and barked his orders. The boys and girls gathered at the school gate paused, whispering among themselves, eager to identify the unfortunate soul caught by the dean today. The newcomer removed her helmet, shaking her head, and her long chestnut curls cascaded down her back. Cradling the helmet in one arm, she retrieved her school ID from her pocket with the other. "I am not a student." Cheng Zhanxi smiled as she handed it over. "I am the new physical education teacher." Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, the elegant woman perched on the silver motorcycle, her long legs comfortably resting on the ground. Her chestnut hair flowing in the wind, as if the scene were a cinematic opening. Gasps of astonishment erupted from all directions at the school gate. The students' eyes gleamed with fervor. The dean examined Cheng Zhanxi's ID, verifying the name and photograph multiple times before waving her through. Cheng Zhanxi fastened her helmet once more. The motorcycle roared to life, and she sped into the school, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The students remained momentarily stunned. With hands on hips, the dean's authoritative demeanor returned. Classes are about to commence. Hurry inside. The students dispersed quickly. The dean continued to patrol the entrance. Why aren't you wearing your ID? Which class are you from? Ensure your uniform zipper is fastened and your ID is displayed over your attire. And you, with such long hair, don't you think it's time for a trim? Do I need to do it myself? The bell has rung. Why the leisurely pace?
Run.
Quickly. In the first-year office, Yu Qingtang sat behind her desk. Her mouse was scrolling slowly as she focused intently on the electronic files of the students in Class 7 of the first year, pausing for several seconds on each name and photograph. Other teachers were engaged in various tasks, watering plants, brewing tea, preparing lessons, or grading assignments, while the tranquil space occasionally resonated with snippets of conversation. A knock echoed at the office door. The teachers inside instinctively lifted their gazes toward the entrance. Yu Qingtang was no exception. However, she raised her head only after perusing the page on her computer, lagging behind her colleagues by a mere 2 seconds. The administrative department's teacher Sun, perceptively noting Yu Qingtang's slight face blindness, mused, "Is this teacher Sun? With short hair, black-framed glasses, and a stature just over 1.6 meters. She matched the characteristics she had recorded, confirming, indeed, it was teacher Sunday. Having identified one, she shifted her gaze to another unfamiliar woman. The woman had chestnut-long hair, did not wear glasses, towered above 1.7 meters, and was clad in a white top and black trousers, her countenance strikingly graceful. Before Yu Qingtang could fully sift through her memories, teacher Sun cheerfully introduced the woman beside her. This is teacher Cheng Zhanxi, our new physical education instructor. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze, filled with a smile, fell upon Yu Qingtang's face, eager to witness a different expression from her. Yet, within her eyes, she once again detected a hint of familiar bewilderment. Cheng Zhanxi's smile began to fade gradually. Had she forgotten her once more? Chapter 8. Cheng Zhanxi discreetly inhaled, maintaining a polite smile as she reintroduced herself. I am Cheng Zhanxi, the Zhanxi that is, perhaps, or perhaps not. Her gaze remained firmly fixed on Yu Qingtang's face. The language teacher, pausing in her watering of the plants, exclaimed, "Is that the phrase from Laozi?" Cheng Zhanxi replied with a smile, "Indeed." The language teacher remarked, "What a lovely name." Cheng Zhanxi noticed Yu Qingtang as eyelids drooping, her gaze returning to the computer screen, yet the mouse beneath her hand remained motionless. Had she finally recognized herself? Surely she couldn't have forgotten even her name entirely? Yu Qingtang's memory was certainly not so impaired when teacher Sun introduced her. A sense of strange familiarity washed over her. Upon hearing Cheng Zhanxi utter that phrase, a vague silhouette began to form in her mind, accompanied by fragments she had nearly forgotten, rising to the surface of her memory. It was the health examination report from that night she had spent in a bar, seeking a stranger, someone with whom she would share no further connections. Thus, even upon encountering her again at school, she would act as if they had never met. The physical education teacher, Yu Qingtang, thought indifferently, likely wouldn't intersect much with her life. Just as this thought settled, teacher Sun, with a cheerful tone, called out her name. Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang lifted her head, directing her gaze towards teacher Sun, her expression calm and courteous. Teacher Sun paused momentarily, taken aback. Teacher Sun, who was not responsible for teaching but rather for handling the school's administrative affairs, had been the one to welcome Yu Qingtang upon her arrival. From the very first glance, she sensed an extraordinary air of detachment about Yu Qingtang. Her manners were impeccable. Yet her words were so few that one could easily forget her presence, the silence enveloping them like a suffocating fog. For instance, at this moment, while other teachers might respond with an acknowledgement or inquire about matters at hand, Yu Qingtang would simply fix her beautiful, dark, and bright eyes upon you, drawing one unwittingly into her gaze, causing them to forget their intended words. Teacher Sun paused for a moment before leading Cheng Zhanxi over, stating, "Your previous physical education teacher, Mr. Wu, has grown older and has limited energy. The school has decided to assign teacher Cheng to take your class's physical education lessons. You two should get to know each other. Later, during your class, please escort her so the students can become familiar with her." A slight crack appeared in Yu Qingtang's otherwise calm demeanor. Teacher Sun added, "I'll leave you to converse with your peer." Cheng Zhanxi watched teacher Sun depart and turned to Yu Qingtang with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, teacher Yu. What is your full name?" Yu Qingtang responded with silence. Cheng Zhanxi maintained her cheerful demeanor. Her features were strikingly refined, and her tall, graceful stature, complemented by her captivating, bright eyes, inspired an immediate sense of warmth and familiarity in others. However, it was evident that Yu Qingtang did not share the sentiment. In a cool, measured tone, Yu Qingtang replied,
Yu Qingtang.
Cheng Zhanxi leaned slightly over the desk, resting one hand on its surface. Her curiosity piqued as she asked softly, "How is it written?" Yu Qingtang tore off a piece of paper from a nearby notepad, inscribing her name with a black pen. She pressed the corner of the paper down with her slender, pale fingers and slid it towards Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi picked it up, as if seeing it for the first time, and read it carefully, word by word, before exclaiming, "So it's Qing as in clear and Tang as in the flowering crabapple. Teacher Yu, your name is truly beautiful and elegant." Yu Qingtang remained silent, while a nearby female teacher preparing lessons let out a soft laugh. Cheng Zhanxi turned to her, her expression unoffended and still radiant with a smile, and added, "I am Cheng Zhanxi," with Zhan meaning deep blue, and she conveying a sense of pity. "It's a pleasure to meet you, teacher." This playful expression of pity evoked laughter among the teachers present. The first to laugh, the female teacher, introduced herself, "I'm Yang Li, the English teacher for Class 7. Cheng Zhanxi blinked softly and replied with a smile, "What a delightful coincidence." Yang Li, in her 40s, sported long, lustrous hair cascading down to her waist, elegantly dressed in a peach-pink blouse paired with a skirt, appearing both youthful and fashionable. Her figure was well-maintained, marking her as the most stylish teacher among the English faculty. With a pen in hand, she rested her cheek on her palm, her voice carrying a soft, melodious quality reminiscent of the Jiangnan region as she remarked, "When you entered, I thought you were also an English teacher." Cheng Zhanxi burst into laughter and suggested, "Doesn't teacher Yu resemble an English teacher as well?" Suddenly drawn into the conversation, Yu Qingtang responded with a slight pause. Yang Li nearly lost her grip on her pen from laughing too hard. Nearby, a female teacher, whose subject was unknown, could no longer contain herself, interjecting with a smile, "Why is it that all the beautiful ones are English teachers? Is there no place for us in physics?" Yang Li replied, "But you have teacher 1 in physics, right?" A high achiever, who entered alongside teacher Yu. They were classmates. Cheng Zhanxi's ears perked up. Yu Qingtang's classmate? She instinctively sensed something unusual and listened intently, but the two teachers swiftly shifted the conversation back to the newcomer, Cheng Zhanxi, whose sweet disposition and charming appearance ignited a chorus of laughter in the office, far surpassing the previous atmosphere of quietude. Yu Qingtang sat before her desk, engrossed in electronic files, as if the surrounding bustle had no bearing on her. In her presence, Cheng Zhanxi felt it inappropriate to indirectly inquire about her from other teachers, instead stealing glances at her from the corner of her eye. After enduring numerous disappointments, Cheng Zhanxi found herself quite accustomed to Yu Qingtang's complete indifference to her, as if she were invisible. When the preparatory bell for the second period rang, Yu Qingtang pulled out her chair, clutching her book and lesson plan, and departed. During her absence, Cheng Zhanxi managed to extract a wealth of information from her colleagues. Yu Qingtang, 27 years old and a local, had entered school 2 years later than her peers, which explained her recent graduation with a master's degree from Tsinghua University's mathematics department. Even after years of studying abroad, she recognized that it was indeed rare for someone from a top-tier institution to return to teach in a small town. Considering that Siken High School was her alma mater, Cheng Zhanxi temporarily rationalized it as a means of giving back to her school. "Who is teacher 1? Cheng Zhanxi casually inquired, intrigued. "Is she also from Tsinghua? I heard she was a classmate of teacher Yu?" The physics teacher, who had interrupted earlier, replied, "Yes, she teaches physics to your class 7. She shot Cheng Zhanxi a knowing glance, her expression ambiguous. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled and remarked, "Our class 7 is truly a treasure trove of talent." Seated at her new desk, she twirled a pen between her fingers, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of her lips. Before she could pursue further, a potential rival had already emerged. She was curious to uncover the identity of this teacher 1. Cheng Zhanxi cast down her pen and stood, declaring, "Teachers, I'll take a stroll." Her words prompted envious expressions among her colleagues. The advantage of being a physical education teacher was that one need not prepare lessons and could wander freely. Another option was to become an art teacher. However, Cheng Zhanxi had no desire to engage in a part-time job unrelated to her field. Moreover, the high school division of Siken High School did not offer art classes. While there were art teachers for a specialized arts program, this would prevent her from teaching in the same class as Yu Qingtang. After careful consideration, she concluded that physical education teacher was the most suitable role for her, as her physical fitness and knowledge in sports made her well qualified. She sauntered to the door of Class 7, where a mathematics lesson was undoubtedly in progress. The classroom was bright, with the ceiling fan creaking overhead. Cheng Zhanxi dared not stare openly. Instead, she feigned casual passes, glancing inside. Yu Qingtang stood at the podium, her slender fingers holding a piece of chalk, her dark brows and serene expression exuding an air of solemnity befitting her role as homeroom teacher, while the students sat attentively, engrossed in her lecture. The function is either monotonically increasing or monotonically decreasing, pertaining to a specific interval within a certain domain. If the function yf, x, is monotonically increasing over a particular interval, that interval is termed the monotonically increasing interval of yf, x. Yu Qingtang's cool voice resonated through the classroom. Despite her formidable willpower, Cheng Zhanxi struggled to suppress a yawn, having not engaged with mathematics for a decade. As always, the moment she heard it, fatigue washed over her. Yu Qingtang turned her back to the students, intending to mark a segment of the function graph, yet she caught sight of a figure in her peripheral vision. Cheng Zhanxi, unable to evade, boldly revealed herself, adopting a demeanor that suggested she was merely passing by. Yu Qingtang nodded slightly, her gaze devoid of emotional fluctuations. Was she here for the health report? Yu Qingtang relinquished her memories and resumed the lesson. Let us examine this segment of the function. Due to the morning's incident at the school gate, news of a remarkably stylish new physical education teacher spread like wildfire among the students. Have you heard? Our school has a new female PE teacher. She's incredibly cool. Not only that, she arrived on a heavy motorcycle. Wow, that bike is simply stunning. It makes my heart race. Are you talking about the bike or the person?
Both.
Is that for real? Many people saw her this morning at the school gate. You can ask around. The online forums buzzed with speculation about which class the new PE teacher would be assigned to. The physical education class for Class 7 of the first year was scheduled for the afternoon, shortly after the freshmen's military training had concluded. The September sun blazed fiercely, offering no respite. The class representative, responding to the collective pleas of her peers, organized them in a line beneath the shade, awaiting the arrival of Teacher Wu. Though they secretly hoped she might not come, the thought of the scorching plastic track, hot enough to fry an egg, made their legs weak. Every inch of them felt weary, and merely standing caused them to sweat profusely, yearning to return to the classroom and bask in the breeze of an electric fan. In the distance, they suddenly spotted Yu Qingtang's figure.
What?
How did Zhou Zhihua get here? One sharp-eyed student immediately alerted the others. Everyone, stand straight. The students of Class 7 quickly straightened up, aligning their shoulders and focusing their gazes ahead. The class representative kept watch, confirming that Yu Qingtang was approaching, and whispered, "She is coming, she really is. Everyone be quiet." One student despondently murmured, "We're only freshmen. Don't we deserve physical education classes?" Another replied with a sigh. Zhou Zhihua has evolved into a fearsome instructor.
My dear Ziru, sobi.
The leaves surrounding the playground were a delicate and gentle green, while the soft golden sunlight cast dappled shadows through the gaps, accompanied by the persistent chirping of cicadas. Yu Qingtang, leading Cheng Zhanxi beside her, approached the entire student body of Class 7. In Chapter 9, Cheng Zhanxi was assigned to teach physical education classes for both Class 7 and Class 17, with 2 classes per group, totaling 4 sessions per week. She had no need to prepare lessons, as the time outside of these 4 classes was entirely hers to use as she pleased. Naturally, as a new teacher, even when off duty, she obediently sat in the office, perusing books purchased online for the sake of education. Most importantly, she awaited Yu Qingtang's arrival, as Teacher Sun had mentioned that Yu Qingtang would take her to meet the students of Class 7 during their first physical education class. Yu Qingtang is a newly graduated teacher this year, serving as a homeroom teacher for the first time. Many tasks are still in the initial stages of adaptation. Aside from class hours, she either sits at her desk, engrossed in preparing lessons, or seeks out other teachers to understand the teaching progress and student performance. Occasionally, she visits Class 7. After school at noon, she disappears, and Cheng Zhanxi, feeling somewhat restrained on her first day, does not know where she has gone. Once she leaves, she is nowhere to be seen. As the clock approaches 3 in the afternoon, the bell signaling the start of the second period rings, and the subject teachers file out one after another, leaving the office empty, save for Cheng Zhanxi, who finds herself at a loose end. She has flipped through more than half of the books at hand, folding a corner of one closed. Glancing at the staff directory taped in the upper right corner of her desk, she finds Yu Qingtang's name and hesitates over whether to call her. She does not know any of the students in Class 7. Should she really go to the playground and search through each class? Isn't it a bit undignified for a physical education teacher? At that moment, a knock resounds on the office door. Cheng Zhanxi retracts her gaze and looks up to see Yu Qingtang standing at the entrance, quietly observing her. Cheng Zhanxi returns the gaze, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yu Qingtang, hello. Cheng Zhanxi, hello? Cheng Zhanxi's expression becomes subtly complex. Has she forgotten her own name? Surely not. Am I so forgettable? A girl who has always been the center of attention since childhood now finds herself engulfed in self-doubt. Yu Qingtang bites her lip almost imperceptibly, swallowing her rising embarrassment. And finally states, physical education teacher, I will take you to class 7. Cheng Zhanxi softly replies, my surname is Cheng. I am teacher Cheng. Yu Qingtang readily adapts, mentally confirming this twice. The striking physical education teacher is indeed teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi gazes at her with anticipation. Yu Qingtang has already turned away, but upon noticing her still seated, she looks back in confusion. Teacher Cheng? Teacher Cheng rises, avoiding the humiliation of asking Yu Qingtang if she remembers her full name. Cheng Zhanxi calls out again. Do you have the roster for class 7, teacher Yu? Yu Qingtang, who is outside the office, hears this and steps back in, approaching the desk with a calm demeanor. Yes, do you want to take attendance? I wish to get acquainted with the students. In that moment, Yu Qingtang, for reasons unknown, gives a slight nod, rummaging through her desk drawer to produce a printed list, folding it in half and holding it in her hand. Let us go, she says. The two exit the office, descending the stairs and walking side by side. Yu Qingtang notices that teacher Cheng is nearly half a head taller than her, with chestnut long curls cascading lazily behind her, nearly reaching her waist. Her skin is fair, her large, expressive eyes captivating. With a straight nose and thin lips that enhance her striking beauty, she exuded a particularly delightful fragrance, a blend reminiscent of chamomile and lime, which in the sweltering air felt refreshingly invigorating, as if she radiated a coolness. It was a scent befitting the summer. Yu Qingtang, though lacking in knowledge of perfumes, recognized it as the same aroma from that evening. She silently hoped that teacher Cheng would not change her fragrance. With a hint of face blindness, Yu Qingtang humbly prayed within her heart. Cheng Zhanxi noticed Yu Qingtang observing her discreetly, fleeting emotions flickering in her eyes, emotions that Cheng could not decipher. Why was she stealing glances at her? Did she genuinely fail to recognize her, or was she deliberately attempting to capture her attention in such a manner? Frankly, Cheng Zhanxi had never experienced such utter disregard throughout her life. She found it hard to believe that someone could have met her 3 or 4 times and still failed to recall her name. The phrase to entice by withholding surfaced in her mind. A gasp escaped her lips. Did she actually harbor feelings for her? Cheng Zhanxi bit her lower lip and, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Qingtang, found their eyes meeting. After half a second, Yu Qingtang gracefully averted her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi's heart skipped a beat, uncooperative in its rhythm. Soon, a delicate blush crept into her ears, which she discreetly concealed by tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The cicadas in the trees buzzed furiously, mirroring the restlessness of Cheng Zhanxi's heart.
Teacher Yu? Them?
Yu Qingtang replied absent-mindedly, sunlight filtering through the branches casting a glow upon her exquisitely beautiful profile, so enchanting that it rendered one breathless. Cheng Zhanxi felt as though Cupid's arrow had struck her heart, causing a flurry of pink bubbles to erupt within her. She clasped her hands behind her back, her steps light upon the shaded path, lowering her gaze to hide the joy that threatened to overflow from her eyes, softly murmuring, "It's nothing." Yu Qingtang seemed lost in thought. After a while, she responded in a low voice, Cheng Zhanxi refrained from speaking further, fearing that any additional words might send her heart racing uncontrollably. That is class 7, Yu Qingtang indicated as they approached within 10 meters of the playground. Cheng Zhanxi observed a group of around 50 first-year students clad in summer short-sleeved uniforms, standing in neat rows, with a tall boy at the front, likely the sports representative. As they drew closer, the students' postures straightened, unconsciously adopting the military stance from their recent training, their bodies still retaining that ingrained memory. Cheng Zhanxi glanced at the impassive Yu Qingtang beside her, gaining assurance. Yu Qingtang's cool demeanor, more accurately described as indifference, conveyed a sense of detachment towards most matters. Yet, in front of these students, she evidently amplified the severity of her character, enough to instill a slight fear, even in Cheng Zhanxi. As a homeroom teacher, one must possess authority, otherwise, managing students becomes challenging. Cheng Zhanxi stood alongside Yu Qingtang before the 7th grade students, who maintained their necks straight, their clear eyes collectively fixed upon this unfamiliar, beautiful older sister. Cheng Zhanxi observed the curious gazes directed towards her and smiled warmly. Yu Qingtang introduced, "This is your new physical education teacher, Teacher Cheng. Due to Mr. Wu's limited energy, Teacher Cheng will take over from now on." The students' eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly expressing their enthusiasm. Wow. However, with the homeroom teacher present, none dared to utter a sound. Yu Qingtang handed the student roster to Cheng Zhanxi and stepped aside. Cheng Zhanxi cheerfully said, "I will take attendance to familiarize myself with everyone. Do not be afraid, this will only happen once." As the students collectively exhaled in relief, Cheng Zhanxi glanced at Yu Qingtang, who stood with her arms crossed, a look of solemnity on her face, feeling a flicker of confusion. What was she still doing here? Was she worried about the students mistreating her, or did she simply wish to observe her a while longer? Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly at her own whimsical thoughts. A few students were evidently captivated by their newly appointed physical education teacher, while the homeroom teacher struggled to contain their burgeoning enthusiasm. After a brief moment of introspection, Cheng Zhanxi opened the roster and began to call out names.
Tiandan.
Present. Cheng Zhanxi lifted her gaze, noting the girl's distinctive features. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Qingtang also raised her head, fixating intently on the named student, her gaze lingering for an extended period. Tiandan felt a shiver run down her spine under the scrutiny, as if a chill had swept through the hot summer air. It was not that Yu Qingtang doubted Cheng Zhanxi's capabilities. Rather, she aimed to utilize this attendance opportunity to enhance her memory. As someone who struggled with face blindness, matching 50 students' faces to their names was an arduous task. Cheng Zhanxi's gentle and melodious voice resonated amidst the chorus of cicadas. Xing Bailu. Present. Hu Liming. Present.
He Shuangjiang.
Present. HM? Cheng Zhanxi's finger paused over Xing Bailu's name as she smiled and inquired, "Are you and Xing Bailu sisters?" A student interjected from the crowd, "No, Teacher Cheng. They only met after entering school. We also thought they were sisters before." Cheng Zhanxi turned her attention to the responding student, mentally recalling the name, and nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Tong Feifei, for clarifying my query." Tong Feifei exclaimed in delight, "Teacher, you remember my name?" Cheng Zhanxi replied, "Didn't I just call your name?" Tong Feifei responded, "Wow, that's impressive, you remembered it in one go. I did say I would only take attendance once." Cheng Zhanxi remarked, tapping her temple with a smile, "Teachers have excellent memories." Tong Feifei playfully made a fist gesture, expressing her admiration. Cheng Zhanxi reciprocated the gesture, acknowledging their mutual respect. At that moment, Cheng Zhanxi felt Yu Qingtang cast a meaningful glance in her direction. Cheng Zhanxi slightly reined in her smile, unable to resist her wandering thoughts. What did that look signify? Was she displeased with the closeness between herself and the students? An epiphany struck Cheng Zhanxi, and she abruptly suppressed the smile that had begun to blossom, discreetly lowering her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi's heart raced, and the little deer in her chest seemed on the verge of colliding. Could it be that she was feeling jealous? Chapter 10. Cheng Zhanxi cleared her throat, struggling to suppress the upward curve of her lips, and proceeded to take attendance in order. Lastly, she introduced herself. "My name is Cheng Zhanxi, with Cheng representing promise, Zhan denoting clarity, and 11 symbolizing the vast journey ahead. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope to receive your kindness." She clasped her hands in front of her and respectfully bowed. The classmates mimicked her gesture, each wearing bright smiles. Not only was Teacher Cheng beautiful, but she also seemed to possess a gentle temperament. It felt as if they had already formed a connection. Cheng Zhanxi glanced at Yu Qingtang, who silently reviewed the name in her mind before stepping forward to stand before the classmates once more. Yu Qingtang spoke firmly. "Teacher Cheng is our new instructor, and I urge you all to treat her with warmth and respect. I do not wish to hear any complaints about her from you, as it would reflect poorly on all of us in Class 7. Is that understood?" The students stood at attention, responding in unison, "Understood." The atmosphere was charged, and Cheng Zhanxi nearly joined in their response. Yu Qingtang nodded at Cheng Zhanxi. "Teacher Cheng, I will take my leave now. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out." Cheng Zhanxi replied, "All right, goodbye, Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang cast a final, scrutinizing glance around the hushed Class 7 before departing. Once her silhouette faded, the students, who had been taught with tension, relaxed, standing in a haphazard manner, some even leaning against their neighbors, arms draped around each other as shoulders. From the crowd, Cheng Zhanxi overheard a whispered remark. "Zhou Zhihua has finally left." A nearby classmate quickly nudged the speaker, who nervously glanced at Cheng Zhanxi and promptly changed the subject, pretending nothing had been said. After all, teachers were allies, and if Cheng Zhanxi informed the homeroom teacher, it would spell disaster. "HM?" Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, pondering. "Zhou Zhihua? Is that a nickname given by Class 7 for Yu Qingtang?" She tucked that question away for future inquiry. The students of Class 7 lined up lazily, and the class monitor, Wu Peng, looked at Cheng Zhanxi, awaiting her instructions. Cheng Zhanxi clapped her hands. The lethargic students straightened up one by one, invigorated and alert. On the first day of class with their new teacher, the students were eager to impress. Once the room settled into silence, Cheng Zhanxi tentatively asked, "How many laps shall we run?" The students collectively shook their heads in dismay. Recently befriended Tong Feifei muster her courage to suggest, "It's too hot, teacher. Could we refrain from running?" Cheng Zhanxi gazed up at the glaring sunlight filtering through the trees, realizing it was indeed the hottest part of the day, and there was no need to expose the nation's blossoms to such harsh rays. Very well. Cheng Zhanxi replied with a kind smile. Then shall we take a few laps around in the shade? The eyes of Class 7 brightened in agreement, signaling that their new teacher was indeed quite accommodating. Under the guidance of the Physical Education Committee member Wu Peng, the students strolled side by side beneath the shade of trees. Not far away, on the synthetic running track, a class of students ran under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, evoking glances of envy and jealousy. Cheng Zhanxi stood by the group, her pace fluctuating as she ambled along, observing these youthful students in the bloom of their adolescence. The students, brimming with curiosity, bombarded her with questions, the most enthusiastic among them being the petite, yet vivacious Tong Feifei. Teacher Cheng, are you the fabulous new physical education teacher everyone has been talking about? Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, not surprised by the compliment. She feigned solemnity and nodded slightly. Indeed, you may call me Teacher Sa. The students erupted in laughter. Teacher Sa, where's your motorcycle? It's parked in the faculty lot. I cannot ride it over now, but I can show you a picture.
Wow.
So cool. You can't just say it's cool without seeing it. That's not acceptable, Cheng Zhanxi teased. Teacher, you're so fashionable, and you even know how to exaggerate. I enjoy keeping up with the latest trends. Please teach me any memes or references I might not grasp in the future. Sure, huh? Teacher, you're so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. If you all exercise more, you too can be like me. Ha ha ha. Teacher, don't tease us. How could I possibly tease you? I will lead your physical education classes, ensuring each of you remains youthful forever. But we are already youthful. Indeed, your current selves are the most beautiful, Cheng Zhanxi said with sincerity, gazing intently at the students. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd fell silent, and Wu Peng, at the front of the line, halted, prompting the entire group to stop. Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. After a few seconds, Tong Feifei, clutching her heart, exclaimed, Teacher, your tone was so soothing. My heart raced just now. Several girls nodded in agreement. What is happening with today's students? Cheng Zhanxi squinted, questioning, Are you teasing me? Tong Feifei burst into laughter, playfully responding, No way. Cheng Zhanxi, half jokingly, yet half seriously, emphasized, teasing the teacher is not permissible. Romantic relationships between teachers and students are a line that must not be crossed. The students seemed to grasp this, yet appeared somewhat perplexed, giggling as they resumed their walk, completing a long circuit before returning to their original gathering spot. Cheng Zhanxi inquired about their favorite sports. The high school students, untouched by the burdens of rigorous academics, were full of vitality, perhaps invigorated by the presence of their new and attractive teacher, eagerly responding. They mentioned table tennis, basketball, badminton, and even dance, showcasing their years of practice with graceful and supple movements. Cheng Zhanxi handed the keys to Wu Peng, instructing him to summon a few boys to fetch badminton rackets, table tennis paddles, and basketballs from the equipment room while she continued engaging with the students. The equipment room lay not far away, and the boys quickly returned, bringing an additional mat. A group of boys huddled together, whispering, when one unsuspecting lad was pushed forward, awkwardly cradling the mat. Cheng Zhanxi inquired, Is this for me? The boy nodded, placed the mat down, and silently departed. Cheng Zhanxi uttered a soft thank you behind him. The boy's face flushed instantly as he hurried back to his companions, playfully punching the shoulders of those who had just pushed him. The boys frolicked towards the basketball court, drenched in sweat. Cheng Zhanxi smiled. At this age, boys often exhibit a natural embarrassment in the presence of mature females, a matter that need not weigh heavily on one's mind. Most classmates had ventured off to engage in leisure activities, while a few girls remained, surrounding Cheng Zhanxi with questions. Sitting upon the mat, Cheng Zhanxi beckoned the particularly chatty girls to join her. After navigating through several topics, Cheng Zhanxi deftly steered the conversation towards Yu Qingtang. I hear you all refer to teacher Yu as Zhou Zhirua? Cheng Zhanxi rested her chin on her hand, adopting a curious demeanor typical of her peers. Why is that? The girls exchanged glances, with Tong Feifei offering a nervous chuckle. That's not true. Teacher Cheng must have heard incorrectly. Cheng Zhanxi found this amusing, thinking to herself, your acting skills rival those of teacher Yu in her most vulnerable moments. Is it true that the nature of the homeroom teacher reflects upon the students? Meanwhile, Yu Qingtang in her office sneezed, feeling somewhat unjustly maligned. Cheng Zhanxi raised a finger to the sky, reassuringly stating, I promise I won't mention this to teacher Yu. And, do you really think she is unaware of how you refer to her in private? Teachers generally do not hold grudges against their students. Tong Feifei sighed in relief, conceding all right then. She lowered her voice, confiding, in the beginning, we called her little dragon girl Andy. Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued, but why? The disparity between little dragon girl and Zhou Zhihua is quite vast. Tong Feifei explained because upon getting to know her, she is nothing like that. Little dragon girl is dressed in white, innocent and pure, while teacher Yu is always clad in black, particularly stern and rarely smiles. We often worry she might unleash her darker side and obliterate us all. Moreover, teacher Yu is quite beautiful, with a delicate appearance reminiscent of Zhou Zhihua before her transformation. We hope she doesn't turn into a ruthless figure. Cheng Zhanxi's lips curled slightly, but sensing it inappropriate to display too much amusement in front of students, she gradually suppressed her smile. Do you all like teacher Yu? Cheng Zhanxi ventured, adopting the role of a confidant. Tong Feifei's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of admiration as she replied, Teacher Yu is a top student from Jinghua, and she is as beautiful as a fairy. The implication was clear. How could one not be enamored? Cheng Zhanxi mused. Indeed, the allure of a scholar and a beauty is universally compelling. Suddenly, Tong Feifei recalled something and eagerly added, Teacher Cheng, we like you too. Teacher Cheng haughtily huffed in response. A thought struck her, prompting her to ask, if Teacher Yu is Zhou Zhihua, then what am I? A group of girls glanced at her, chattering animatedly, some mentioning Renangying, others Huang Rong, and still others Dongfang Bubi. Cheng Zhanxi thought to herself, a bunch of pseudo-Jin Yong enthusiasts. At least they could have referenced someone from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and paired her with Yu Qingtang. The most vocal among them, Tong Feifei, could no longer tolerate the discussion and interjected, none of the characters you mentioned are from the book featuring Zhou Zhihua. Cheng Zhanxi found this to be quite fortuitous and looked at her expectantly. Tong Feifei, with her bright, earnest eyes, gazed back and sincerely remarked, Teacher Cheng, I believe you resemble Xiao Zhao, beautiful and gentle. Cheng Zhanxi was taken aback. Zhou Zhihua and Xiao Zhao, what kind of absurdity is this? She felt that the aesthetic judgment of her Class 7 students was beyond redemption, so she abandoned the topic and steered the conversation back to Yu Qingtang, gathering a wealth of useful information. At Xicheng No. 1 High School, students primarily commuted from home, with only a small fraction residing on campus. The first-year morning study session began at 7 o'clock, and Yu Qingtang would arrive at the entrance of Class 7 at 6:50, expressionless, as she observed each student entering. Around 7:05, she would leave, with latecomers counted separately. As the class drew to a close, Cheng Zhanxi instructed the Physical Education Committee to gather the sports equipment and return it to the storage room, dismissing the class in an orderly fashion. Goodbye, Teacher Sa. See you next class, students. Laughter filled the air, brimming with joy. After a physical education class spent among middle schoolers, Cheng Zhanxi felt rejuvenated and returned to her office with a light heart. Before entering, she silently hoped that Yu Qingtang would be there, and upon stepping inside, she indeed found her immersed in lesson preparation. You teacher, I'm back, Cheng Zhanxi announced as she approached the focused Yu Qingtang's desk, lightly tapping the surface. Yu Qingtang looked up from her lesson plan, casting a tranquil gaze upon her without uttering a word. Cheng Zhanxi's heart skipped a beat as she asked, Do you remember my surname? Yu Qingtang replied coolly, Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. Thank you. Yu Qingtang regarded her for a moment, tilted her head slightly, and suddenly inquired, Do you have time later? Chapter 11. Do you have time later? Cheng Zhanxi's eyes widened slightly, her thoughts racing. It was just before 4 in the afternoon, and if they left school now, they could possibly catch a movie. Were there any good films playing recently? After the movie, they could enjoy a meal as the lights began to twinkle, perhaps strolling along the riverbank, weaving a romantic tale. The river breeze would tousle their hair as they exchanged smiles. The thought of this scene made Cheng Zhanxi's heart flutter, and she couldn't help but slightly curve her lips upward. A flicker of something ambiguous crossed Yu Qingtang's eyes. Had Cheng Zhanxi become somewhat distracted?
Yet.
She chose not to interrupt, allowing her to come back to herself. As Cheng Zhanxi returned to reality, she noticed Yu Qingtang wearing an expression of indulgence, and a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart. She softly replied, I do. Yu Qingtang subtly furrowed her brow, choosing to overlook the peculiar demeanor of the physical education teacher before her, and spoke in an official tone, I have something to discuss with you. It was the end of class. The sounds of students frolicking and laughing in the corridor drifted in, while teachers in the office engaged in lively conversation, indicating that this was not an opportune moment for a private discussion. The conspicuousness of two individuals leaving together amidst so many watchful eyes prompted Cheng Zhanxi to return to her seat. Her desk, positioned to the left of Yu Qingtang, was barely 2 meters away, affording her a clear view of Yu Qingtang's expression, which remained as indifferent as ever. This very indifference only served to heighten the tension. Cheng Zhanxi played along with her charade, reopening the book she had previously browsed through. As she lowered her gaze, she felt Yu Qingtang's eyes upon her, lingering for 2 seconds before moving away. The preparatory bell for the third class rang, prompting most teachers to exit for their lessons, while 2 or 3 lingered in the office, continuing their earlier discussions. Teacher Cheng, Yu Qingtang's voice called from a position slightly ahead. Cheng Zhanxi raised her head, gazing gently in her direction. Are we going out?
Yu Qingtang inquired.
Where to? Did you not say you had something to tell me? We can discuss it here. Here? Cheng Zhanxi lowered her voice, glancing at the 3 teachers in the office. Yes, Yu Qingtang, unaware of her thoughts, moved her chair closer and faced Cheng Zhanxi directly. Their eyes meeting. Cheng Zhanxi stammered, Is teacher Yu Qing so bold? I mainly. Yu Qingtang started. Indeed, I like you, Cheng Zhanxi interjected. I want to.
Yu Qingtang attempted.
Confess. I know. If you like me too, we could be together right now. Cheng Zhanxi exclaimed. I need to understand the classroom situation, Yu Qingtang replied, causing Cheng Zhanxi's smile to freeze on her face. Are there any mischievous boys in our class who have disrupted your lessons? Cheng Zhanxi, now noticing the paper and pen resting on Yu Qingtang's knee, realized she was diligently taking notes. Cheng Zhanxi's expression shifted as she feigned nonchalance, answering no. They are all quite obedient. What about the specifics? Yu Qingtang, a responsible new homeroom teacher, pressed for details. Cheng Zhanxi nearly recounted the entire lesson, describing every student's behavior, while Yu Qingtang noted diligently, occasionally looking up to listen attentively and politely. In such close proximity, Cheng Zhanxi found herself drawn into the depths of Yu Qingtang's eyes, which had captivated her from the outset. Typically, as people age, the color of their irises lightens, with children possessing eyes as dark and lustrous as black grapes. Yet Yu Qingtang's pupils remained an inky black, tranquil, rivaled only by the serene glow of moonlight. Cheng Zhanxi momentarily lost herself in thought as a fleeting memory of another pair of familiar eyes flashed through her mind, too swift for her to grasp. Thank you, Teacher Cheng, for cooperating with my work, Yu Qingtang said. The formal tone, accompanied by a calm and tranquil voice, rendered Cheng Zhanxi incapable of conjuring any romantic imagery. Maintaining her smile, Cheng Zhanxi inquired, Is there anything else, Teacher Yu? None at all, Yu Qingtang replied with another expression of gratitude. Will you not invite me to dinner? Cheng Zhanxi jested. Yu Qingtang appeared momentarily taken aback, then nodded. How about tomorrow at noon? Is the cafeteria acceptable? The dining options at the first high school were quite satisfactory, with teachers enjoying meal subsidies, leading them to prefer dining there. Although there were eateries nearby, their ambience was rather ordinary, and venturing further seemed overly formal. Despite her lack of romantic experience, Yu Qingtang was keen to avoid any actions that might be misconstrued. Cheng Zhanxi twirled a red pen, a smile gracing her lips. That sounds good. Indeed, Yu Qingtang replied politely, returning to her desk. As the first-year students prepared for evening study, which this evening did not include mathematics, the newly appointed Yu Qingtang had a habit of staying behind to wait for the students to finish, allowing her to address any unexpected incidents that might arise. Her residence was situated in the bustling heart of the city, merely a street away from Xiqing First High School, with a walk of about 10 minutes, ensuring safety and convenience. After school dismissed in the afternoon, Cheng Zhanxi retrieved her motorcycle from the staff parking area and rode home. The school stipulated that motor vehicles within the campus should not exceed a speed of 20 km/h, thus, wearing her helmet. Cheng Zhanxi navigated the campus on her striking white motorcycle with a slow grace. She garnered the attention of students as she exited the school gate, revving her engine and merging into the traffic, disappearing from view. Students at the school gate stared in awe at Cheng Zhanxi's retreating figure for a few seconds before erupting into excitement.
Wow, wow, wow.
That bike is incredibly cool. Is that a Ducati Diavel? The Ferrari of motorcycles. Is that He Wenhong riding it? Are you blind? That's clearly a woman with long hair.
Hey.
I heard there's a new physical education teacher at the school. Is it her? I hadn't heard that. Quick, tell us more. On her very first day at the school, Cheng Zhanxi had already made a name for herself. Photos shared on an online forum depicted a graceful woman reclining against her motorcycle, the silver bike glimmering like a shooting star, seamlessly blending with the sunset that was sinking below the horizon. The image, reminiscent of a nostalgic romance film, quickly gained traction. According to insider reports from Class 7, Cheng Zhanxi was not only beautiful and stylish, but also possessed a superb temperament. Curious students formed groups, determined to catch a glimpse of the new teacher when they had the chance. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Zhanxi was on her way to becoming a rising star at the first high school. Currently, Cheng Zhanxi resided in a friend's apartment, which was somewhat distant from the school, requiring at least a 30-minute commute during peak hours. Unfortunately, she encountered traffic today, and by the time she arrived home, the last vestiges of sunlight were devoured by the darkened sky, which was sparsely dotted with a few twinkling stars. Cheng Zhanxi parked her car, took the elevator upstairs, and upon entering her home, proceeded to wash rice and prepare a meal, skillfully crafting 2 dishes from the ingredients she retrieved from the refrigerator. Having studied abroad for several years, her culinary skills had reached an impressive level of mastery, and she took the time to artfully arrange the plates while cooking. For her, life was meant to be savored. Every moment was worthy of cherishing, as even the seemingly wasted time held its own significance. When Yu Qingtang called, Cheng Zhanxi had just finished her bath and was seated at her desk. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Reading," he replied. "What book?" Cheng Zhanxi flipped her book to the cover, glanced at it, and replied nonchalantly, "Educational Psychology." Yu Qingtang nearly choked on his own saliva. "Are you changing careers?" he asked in disbelief. "No," she answered, turning back to the page she had been reading. "I'm just brushing up, since I'm going to be a teacher." Beside her lay a stack of textbooks, including exercise physiology, sports psychology, and sports training, among others. Cheng Zhanxi was an athletic enthusiast, having earned numerous certifications during her adventurous escapades, including solitary excursions to tropical rainforests for artistic inspiration. However, as she was preparing to train students, she understood the necessity of diligent study. "Really? You genuinely intend to become a teacher?" Yu Qingtang asked incredulously from the other end of the line. "I am a teacher now," Cheng Zhanxi replied with a tone that deepened slightly. "I see." As Cheng Zhanxi's friend, Yu Qingtang was well aware of her character, strict with herself yet lenient with others. Once she took on the role of a teacher, she would undoubtedly hold herself to the highest standards, regardless of the fact that physical education did not contribute to the total score in college entrance exams. Being friends with Cheng Zhanxi was both delightful and comfortable. After a brief and unfruitful gossip session about her friend's romantic life, Yu Qingtang departed, lacking any substantial updates. Cheng Zhanxi finished her reading, wrote 2 pages of notes, and practiced her drawing fundamentals in the art studio. She logged into her email to check for messages and discovered an invitation from her teacher to attend an art exhibition in Italy next month, which she confirmed over the phone. Once she completed her tasks, Cheng Zhanxi turned off the lights and drifted off to sleep. Around 10 o'clock, Yu Qingtang arrived home. She noticed the bread she had purchased earlier in the refrigerator, glancing at the expiration date. Only a day remained. Accompanied by fresh milk that was still good for 2 more days, she savored the bread piece by piece. As she passed by the wall in the living room adorned with snowstorm, she made her way to the bathroom. After her shower, she emerged, towel drying her damp hair, and lingered in front of the bedroom window for an extended moment, her long hair still half wet. Feeling too lazy to use a blow-dryer, she simply rested her head on the pillow and fell asleep, her brow furrowing in unease during her dreams. Having learned from her students that Yu Qingtang arrived at the 7th grade classroom between 6:50 and 7 o'clock, Cheng Zhanxi decided to begin her morning exercises an hour earlier, arriving at school by 6:30. Aside from the homeroom teacher, very few staff members were present at such an early hour. The corridor of the first-year office was eerily quiet, and as Cheng Zhanxi carried a 2-person breakfast in one hand and books in the other, she was about to enter the office when she overheard a gentle, soothing female voice emanating from within. "Qingtang," the voice called softly. Cheng Zhanxi paused in her tracks. Yu Qingtang inquired about the breakfast cost, offering to transfer the amount. When Jihan, with a hint of helplessness in her smile, remarked, "How long have we known each other? Why are you still being so distant?" Yu Qingtang retrieved her phone, her tone unwavering as she repeated, "How much?" When Jihan sighed, revealing the payment QR code, 6 yuan and 50 cents. After completing the transaction, Yu Qingtang expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." As when Jihan observed her quietly inserting a straw into her milk, she couldn't help but lower her voice to a mere whisper, audible only to the two of them, and asked, "Do you perhaps like me a little now?" Yu Qingtang lifted her gaze, her demeanor as calm and unperturbed as ever. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth to respond. However, when Jihan abruptly interrupted her, bitterness swelling in her throat, "You need not answer that for now." Yu Qingtang maintained her cool expression and replied, "No. Do not waste your time on me." When Jihan's countenance remained unchanged, merely smiling as she pushed the breakfast in front of Yu Qingtang and took a seat across from her, also beginning her meal. Their subsequent conversation was hushed, and Cheng Zhanxi failed to catch the specifics of their dialogue. Out of courtesy, she waited outside for a moment before knocking on the door. "Good morning, Teacher Yu." The tall and slender woman leaned against the doorframe, the delicate golden sunlight cascading from behind her, accentuating her features with a soft, ethereal beauty. Her voice brimming with vitality. The somewhat gloomy office brightened with her presence, the atmosphere itself becoming lighter. When Jihan lifted her head, momentarily taken aback,
Who are you?
a sense of instinctive unease washed over her. Cheng Zhanxi, smiling faintly, directed her gaze towards Yu Qingtang. Confused by Cheng Zhanxi's silence and her focus on herself, Yu Qingtang nonetheless introduced her to Wen Jihan. This is the new teacher Cheng, who teaches physical education to class 7. Turning to Cheng Zhanxi, she equally introduced her. This is Wen Jihan, the physics teacher. Cheng Zhanxi subtly pouted. Why should she refer to herself as teacher Cheng while addressing others by their full names? She realized. The more one cares, the more they feign distance in front of outsiders. Well, that was fine. Her mood improved, and she slightly curved her lips, politely saying hello.
Teacher 1.
Hello, teacher Cheng. Wen Jihan responded amiably. As Cheng Zhanxi entered, the sunlight faded outside, allowing Wen Jihan to discern her features clearly. With exquisite brows and bright red lips, she stood tall, at least over 170 centimeters, her long legs and slender waist making her a striking presence wherever she went. Dressed in a black and blue striped shirt paired with light blue cropped jeans and sporting a pair of Converse sneakers, she radiated the youthful vigor and sensuality of a confident young woman, her every gesture infused with charisma. Beautiful, pure, charming, energetic, and mature, seemingly contradictory qualities harmoniously coexisted within her. When Jihan's gaze fell to Cheng Zhanxi's hands, her brow twitching slightly. Did teacher Cheng buy 2 breakfasts? Cheng Zhanxi smiled softly and remarked, Indeed, I have quite the appetite. When Jihan, though unable to fully comprehend the rejection, discerned from the brief exchange at the entrance that offering breakfast would be futile. She silently thanked teacher Wen for her misguided demonstration. With a radiant smile, Cheng Zhanxi settled into her seat and engaged in conversation with Wen Jihan, inquiring, I have heard that you and teacher Yu are classmates? Wen Jihan responded with a slight nod. As she assessed Cheng Zhanxi, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. Cheng Zhanxi found her appearance to be rather ordinary, yet relatively striking among the commonplace. Her demeanor was gentle and graceful, speaking in a soft, nuanced tone, reminiscent of a less sweetened version of Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi's curiosity piqued. She further questioned, How long have you been classmates? When Jihan replied, 7 years. Cheng Zhanxi smiled knowingly. That is indeed quite a long time. 7 years is ample time for marriage, followed by a divorce. Yet, teacher Wen still has not captured the heart of her beloved, and even the gesture of buying breakfast seems to be meticulously accounted for. This clearly indicates a lack of hope. Cheng Zhanxi believed that a distinct magnetic field exists between individuals. Love, akin to a painter's inspiration, is not something that can be forced. Rather, it is a fleeting moment of brilliance, akin to the thunder of spring, heralding renewal. If there were chemistry, it would have manifested by now. The perceived threat posed by teacher Wen diminished, and Cheng Zhanxi refrained from changing the subject, conserving her energy to enjoy her double serving of breakfast. At that moment, when Jihan posed a question to Yu Qingtang, Did teacher Cheng come to school yesterday? Yu Qingtang replied yes. As the conversation dwindled, Cheng Zhanxi looked up to find Wen Jihan typing on her phone, with Yu Qingtang also reaching for hers. Cheng Zhanxi mused, this is rather disheartening. The exchange of messages then unfolded as follows. Wen Jihan, have you remembered her name? Yu Qingtang, no, I only recall her surname, Cheng. Wen Jihan, would you like me to summarize her appearance for you? Yu Qingtang, no need. I don't usually call her by name. Wen Jihan, okay. After finishing her first serving of breakfast, Yu Qingtang stood from her desk and announced, I am heading to class. Wen Jihan replied, go ahead. Cheng Zhanxi interjected, teacher Yu. I haven't added you on WeChat. Let us connect. Yu Qingtang displayed her QR code, and Cheng Zhanxi scanned it, successfully adding her as a friend. Yu Qingtang's profile picture was a stark white, framed coldly within a square, and her nickname was an abbreviation of her name, YQT. Without sparing a glance at Cheng Zhanxi's profile picture or nickname, Yu Qingtang locked her phone and exited the office. Cheng Zhanxi, seated at her desk, clicked into Yu Qingtang's moments, which, while not restricted by a specific visibility setting, appeared entirely blank. Turning her attention to Wen Jihan, who was preparing lessons at her desk, Cheng Zhanxi slowly broke into a smile. Teacher. When Jihan lifted her head, her heart skipping a beat, Cheng Zhanxi propped her elbow on the table, resting her chin on her hand, and cheerfully inquired, as you are classmates with teacher Yu, how well do you know her? When Jihan replied, Is this person utterly shameless? Cheng Zhanxi pondered aloud. Why has she returned to Xiqing to teach? Are there no suitable positions for her in the capital? When Jihan coldly remarked, I need to prepare my lessons. Cheng Zhanxi replied with a smile, Very well, I shall prepare mine as well. She opened her copy of Theory of Physical Education, reading and taking notes. As she wrote, she casually sketched a simple drawing of Yu Qingtang, clad in black attire. With one hand in her pocket, her expression cool. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled and turned the page. Yu Qingtang had 2 math classes that morning, one for the 7th grade, and another for the 9th. Cheng Zhanxi spent her time in the office engrossed in her reading, perusing not only professional texts but also a few casual books, such as National Geographic and classic literary novels, accompanied by a sketchbook, filling her hours with both freedom and fulfillment. 10 minutes before the school day ended, Cheng Zhanxi tidied her desk and began to stare intently at the door, her eyes unwavering. The Chinese teacher looked up from her grading and laughed. "Are you playing the role of a waiting stone for husbands?" Cheng Zhanxi, not wanting to draw early attention, leaned on her desk and feigned fatigue. "I'm waiting for Teacher Yu to take me out for a meal. I'm so hungry." 2 minutes after the dismissal bell rang, Yu Qingtang entered, holding the required math materials and lesson plans. The young Chinese teacher called out teasingly, "Teacher Yu, little teacher Cheng is nearly starving. Where have you been?" Yu Qingtang paused for a moment and instinctively glanced at Cheng Zhanxi. "I apologize." Cheng Zhanxi shot a playful glare at the Chinese teacher and said, "Yes, just joking. Shall we go now?" "Just a moment," Yu Qingtang replied, placing her belongings back in the drawer, taking a sip from her thermos, and added, "Let us go." Standing tall at the corner of the desk, Yu Qingtang had her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a black shirt with sleeves neatly folded above her forearms, revealing her slender, fair wrists and delicately boned fingers, meticulously buttoned to the second-to-last button, showcasing her elegant neck and smooth, graceful chin, her gaze directed towards Cheng Zhanxi, cold and indifferent. Cheng Zhanxi blinked softly. How effortlessly captivating she was, every unintentional movement tugging at Cheng Zhanxi's heartstrings, sending her pulse racing. Yu Qingtang furrowed her brow slightly. "Teacher Cheng?" Cheng Zhanxi's thoughts ignited like fireworks. Even her frown was breathtaking. "Oh, I'm undone." Taking a deep breath, Cheng Zhanxi composed herself and said, "I'm ready now. Let us go." The cafeteria was located on the second floor, and the two made their way from the office to the dining hall, walking side by side. They attracted the attention of passing students, both strikingly attractive new teachers, one having started 2 weeks prior, the other just 2 days ago. Yu Qingtang maintained a stoic expression, though Cheng Zhanxi sensed her pace quickening slightly. Unaccustomed to such scrutiny, Cheng Zhanxi, however, found it rather ordinary. It would be abnormal for her not to draw attention. Cheng Zhanxi walked slightly ahead, her height providing some shield against the gazes directed at Yu Qingtang. During the dismissal period, many students were running about the campus, heedless of their surroundings. Cheng Zhanxi caught sight of a figure clad in a school uniform rushing towards her from a few steps away, heading directly in the direction of Yu Qingtang.
"Teacher Yu,"
she exclaimed, attempting to alert her, but it was too late. Yu Qingtang turned to look at her in confusion, while a student approached her from behind, now less than a meter away. In that moment, Yu Qingtang, catching a glimpse of the situation through Cheng Zhanxi's eyes, instinctively turned back. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Zhanxi's hand shot out like lightning, grasping Yu Qingtang's slender wrist and pulling her into an embrace. The student narrowly brushed past them, the wind tousling Yu Qingtang's long hair, and the corner of her uniform grazed the cold back of Yu Qingtang's hand that hung loosely at her side, causing her long fingers to curl involuntarily. Nestled in the warmth of Cheng Zhanxi's embrace, the gentle fragrance of chamomile and lime lingered around her nostrils. The two students had already dashed far away, the sounds of laughter mingling with the breeze. Cheng Zhanxi lowered her head, noting that Yu Qingtang's face remained buried in her neck, seemingly reluctant to lift it for a prolonged moment. Cheng Zhanxi felt her throat constrict, an involuntary swallow escaping her lips. Surely, she wouldn't dare to kiss me?
Would she?
In the midst of a public gathering, under the scrutiny of many eyes, it felt inappropriate for them, as educators, to indulge in such behavior. The weight of morality eclipsed any fleeting desires or impulses. Cheng Zhanxi, with a sense of decorum, firmly grasped Yu Qingtang's shoulders, gently repositioning her to stand upright before her. "Teacher Yu, we can discuss that matter privately later." Before she could finish her thought, Yu Qingtang interjected. "Did you visit Chuanhua Road over a week ago?" Cheng Zhanxi, unfamiliar with the local street names, asked, "Where is Chuanhua Road? Is there a notable landmark?" Over by the Central Plaza, there was a well-known exhibition taking place at that time. Cheng Zhanxi recalled the event and deduced the reason behind Yu Qingtang's inquiry. Responding with a smile, "Yes, I happened to catch a thief that day. I even managed to hold on to her, so she wouldn't fall when she nearly collided with the thief." Yu Qingtang regarded her for a couple of seconds, sincerely saying, "Thank you. You've already expressed your gratitude last time," Cheng Zhanxi replied. "And you just saved me again." "Very well," Cheng Zhanxi said cheerfully. "I shall graciously accept it then. I plan to eat a bit more and clear out the funds on your meal card." Yu Qingtang nodded. "That's fine. 3 portions will be no problem." Cheng Zhanxi's smile faltered slightly. Yu Qingtang had already moved past her, continuing onward. Cheng Zhanxi quickly caught up to clarify, "Teacher Yu, I actually don't eat much. This morning, I merely concocted an excuse after a brief thought. The pies from that place were simply too delectable, and in a moment of indulgence, I bought two. I nearly overstuffed myself. Yu Qingtang responded with a non-committal However, she appeared somewhat skeptical, or perhaps she simply did not care about the truth of the matter. She thought to herself, Cheng's chatter is indeed excessive. Had I known, I would have pretended not to hear her. How tiresome, just as talkative as that night. Yu Qingtang quickened her pace. Cheng Zhanxi followed her into the cafeteria, where they encountered students from class 7. Hello, teacher. Hello. Cheng Zhanxi smiled gently, while Yu Qingtang maintained a calm demeanor. It was Cheng Zhanxi's first time dining in the cafeteria of the first high school, and Yu Qingtang, acting as a half-hostess, introduced her to the location of the trays and where to dispose of leftovers. Cheng Zhanxi, like a little child, followed her closely, her expression obedient and composed, leaving Yu Qingtang with a peculiar sensation in her heart. After serving herself a portion of food, Cheng Zhanxi noticed Yu Qingtang carrying 2 bowls of soup and, though she initially wanted to suggest that Yu Qingtang take an additional serving, she hesitated, feeling that it would be impolite to make such a suggestion to someone she was not well acquainted with. Instead, she remarked, the donkey meat fire cake on the 2nd floor is quite delightful. Would you care to try it, Teacher Cheng? The thought of receiving a heartfelt lunch from someone she admired compelled her to indulge, even if she wasn't particularly hungry. Cheng Zhanxi nodded with a smile. That sounds great. Yu Qingtang thought to herself, as expected. She then purchased a donkey meat fire cake from the counter, adding an extra portion of meat. Throughout the afternoon, Cheng Zhanxi meandered around the office, occasionally releasing soft sighs. Their Chinese teacher, who had previously teased them, was now overwhelmed, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing? Cheng Zhanxi, with her beautiful brows furrowed, replied, I am merely digesting. The teacher clicked her tongue in response. Cheng Zhanxi cast a glance at Yu Qingtang's vacant seat, pondering the mystery of her sudden disappearance. Is Teacher Yu busy this afternoon? She casually inquired. The teacher responded, She is busy with a date.
Oh?
She has a partner now? Indeed, the teacher confirmed. A fissure appeared in Cheng Zhanxi's rosy heart. Who is it? She clutched her metaphorical crystal heart. Wen Jihan, Teacher Wen. You didn't know? The teacher's expression suggested she was sharing a grand secret, shrouded in mystery. Cheng Zhanxi laughed softly. I truly had no idea. If Yu Qingtang were to be with Wen Jihan, it was amusing to think of their names reversed. It was evident that Yu Qingtang was genuinely single, as this seemingly plausible connection was, in reality, far from certain. At 1:50 p.m., the mysteriously absent Yu Qingtang returned, sitting at her desk to fill out forms provided by the school. The sound of her pen gliding across the paper filled the air. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze lingered on the charming beauty mark at the corner of Yu Qingtang's eye, and she delicately added a stroke to her sketchbook, yet felt dissatisfied with her attempt to capture the essence of her subject. Closing the sketchbook, she leaned on her desk, idly observing Yu Qingtang. Where did you go for lunch, Teacher Yu?
She asked.
Yu Qingtang, without lifting her head, replied, I went home for a nap. Cheng Zhanxi's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. Do you go home to nap every day? Is there a problem with that? Yu Qingtang replied, her voice flat as she continued to fill in the forms. No, I feel sleepy too, she said, stifling a yawn at the opportune moment. The school was far from her home, with a minimum of an hour spent commuting, leaving her little time to rest. You should sleep, Yu Qingtang advised. Cheng Zhanxi glanced out the window at the bright sun, feeling the gentle breeze from the office air conditioner as drowsiness washed over her. She yawned again. Good afternoon, Teacher Yu. She buried her face in her arms. Yu Qingtang seemed to hear her, yet remained focused on her forms. Cheng Zhanxi succumbed to slumber amidst the gentle rustling sounds. The class bell rang twice, and after a few minutes, Yu Qingtang rubbed her wrist, sore from continuous writing. Upon raising her head, she noticed a figure slumped over the deep wooden desk in front of her. One cheek rested upon her arm, which was propped up by a large tome, her face turned towards Yu Qingtang. Her long hair cascaded over her arm, spilling onto the desk like a silken waterfall. Her skin as fair as milk, with thick, curled eyelashes, a high nose, and delicate, rosy lips that parted slightly with her rhythmic breathing. Cheng Zhanxi possessed strikingly beautiful features that stood out in a crowd, complemented by her vivacious personality, tall stature, and long legs. When awake, she exuded an aura of sharp brilliance, often described by her peers as impressive. Yet in slumber, she appeared entirely different. The expansive wooden desk dwarfed her petite form, her delicate features radiating a pure and innocent charm reminiscent of childhood. The contrast between individuals can sometimes be starkly visible. Cheng Zhanxi was the epitome of a cherished child. Her effortless grace and confidence, along with the perpetual smile on her face, a testament to her carefree existence. Furthermore, her affluent background was evident. Her attire, mostly devoid of logos, was of exquisite quality, likely tailored just for her. Her decision to teach appeared to be a whimsical choice made by a pampered heiress, prone to fleeting interests and the possibility of departing at any moment. Yu Qingtang observed her for a while, unsure of what captivated her gaze. Upon regaining her senses, she smirked self-deprecatingly. Cheng Zhanxi had rediscovered the feeling of napping in class, dreaming of an indistinct teacher whose face she could not discern. Awakening to the sound of the bell, she momentarily believed she had returned to the age of 16. She gathered her long hair and sat up, only to find Yu Qingtang still in her original position across the room, creating a surreal blend of reality and nostalgia. If only her math teacher bore a resemblance to Yu Qingtang, she certainly would not have dozed off during math class. Is it still class time, or have we transitioned to a break?
Cheng Zhanxi inquired.
We're still in class, Yu Qingtang replied. Which period is it?
Second.
Cheng Zhanxi exhaled in relief, thankful that she had only missed one period. She intended to recline once more for a brief nap. Yu Qingtang, believing she still wished to sleep, could not refrain from reminding her, you have a class during the third period. How do you know? Cheng Zhanxi's heart fluttered with delight. I accidentally glimpsed your schedule, Yu Qingtang admitted. While passing by her desk to refill her water, she had noticed the schedule affixed to the corner and, concerned that the heiress might forget her class, had taken note of it. Cheng Zhanxi outwardly maintained her composure and politely replied, thank you, while internally exploding with colorful admiration. Ah, you secretly noted my schedule and then claimed it was an accident. What a charming contradiction. During the intermission between the second and third periods, the homeroom teacher of class 17 arrived to escort Cheng Zhanxi for physical education class. The absence of Cheng Zhanxi, although significant, did not seem to disrupt the ongoing conversations among the other teachers. Yet, Yu Qingtang felt an unexpected tranquility enveloping the office. Her radiant presence was destined to overshadow that of ordinary individuals by several magnitudes. During the evening mathematics study session, Yu Qingtang noticed a student clandestinely playing with a mobile phone hidden beneath the desk. She lightly tapped the surface of the desk. The student looked up, her face drained of color. A quick glance at the phone revealed a photograph, a woman, adorned with a helmet, gracefully leaning over a silver motorcycle. Her figure harmonizing with the magnificent sunset behind her, a scene reminiscent of a nostalgic romantic film. The student obediently surrendered her phone, murmuring, "This is Teacher Cheng." Yu Qingtang momentarily paused, locking the screen of the phone with a slight acknowledgement. After the study session concluded, she took a moment to speak with the student privately, returning the phone to her. The night was vast and desolate. The indigo sky was cloaked in a dull hue, devoid of stars, while the moon ascended and descended among the clouds, trees swaying in the brisk wind. The following day dawned with no sign of the mist lifting. The sun remained hidden behind heavy clouds, casting a shadowy pall over the atmosphere, and the temperature plummeted by nearly 10 degrees compared to the previous day. Last night, Cheng Zhanxi had engaged in a discussion about the Venetian painters of the Italian Renaissance with a friend in another time zone, losing track of time. Noticing the overcast sky, she donned a light jacket before heading out, arriving at school just as the second period began. As she approached the office, an unusual tension permeated the air. Inside the office of the first-year group, the atmosphere was charged. Yu Qingtang stood beside a neatly dressed girl, Yu Zhou, who appeared delicate and modest. Her head bowed in apprehension. Opposite them stood an affluent-looking parent with a son, who, despite being slightly taller than his mother, bore a timid demeanor, resembling a quail. Yu Qingtang greeted them, "Hello." The elegantly dressed parent arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you the homeroom teacher?" "I am," Yu Qingtang replied. Since her parent is not present, "I suppose it is appropriate to address you instead?" "Indeed." The parent pointed an accusing finger at the timid girl, exclaiming, "She is enticing my son.
What do you propose we do about this?"
The girl's eyes widened with tears, seeking refuge behind Yu Qingtang. Firmly, yet respectfully, Yu Qingtang lowered the parent's finger and stated, "Madam, might your words diverge from the truth?" Earlier that morning, the irate parent had stormed into the office with her child, and Yu Qingtang had requested her to wait while she personally visited the classroom to gather information from Yu Zhou. Yu Zhou recounted how a boy from the neighboring class had sent her a love letter, which was passed on by someone from class 7. She did not know him at all and returned the letter through the messenger, expressing her desire to focus solely on her studies. The incident from last week was thought to be behind them, and the rejected boy had remained silent. However, to their surprise, his mother stormed into the school. The affluent woman shrieked, "Are you implying that I have wronged this little wretch?" The girl, unable to bear the humiliation, let tears fall. Yu Qingtang's expression turned cold as she replied, "Please speak with a modicum of respect." The affluent woman, disregarding her plea, continued, "At such a young age, Why learn anything else when you can seduce people so adeptly? With a raised eyebrow and a surge of anger, she reached for the girl's arm, demanding, "Come here. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence." Yu Qingtang interposed, shielding the girl behind her. In the ensuing struggle, the affluent woman's long fingernails scratched Yu Qingtang's arm, leaving 3 long, bloody marks. She winced slightly. Her fair, delicate skin was quickly stained with an alarming crimson. The girl cried out, "Teacher Yu." At that moment, Cheng Zhanxi kicked the door open with a resounding bang. Chapter 14. The door swung wide, and the office fell into an eerie silence. The affluent woman clutched Yu Qingtang's arm, attempting to maneuver around her to seize the girl. But Yu Qingtang steadfastly protected her. Another female teacher in the office tried to intervene, but the affluent woman, fierce in her resolve, accidentally scratched her as well. All eyes turned toward the entrance, where a tall woman stood silhouetted against the light, her features obscured. Cheng Zhanxi strode in. Yu Qingtang opened her mouth to speak, but Cheng Zhanxi interrupted, fixing her gaze on the affluent woman. With an air of authority, she surveyed the woman with a disdainful look, her demeanor as imposing as her height, and declared, "Who are you? Coming to school to cause a scene? Don't you have any manners?" Yu Qingtang silently mouthed to the teacher who was intervening, prompting her to quietly slip out to alert the grade director. The affluent woman eyed Cheng Zhanxi with suspicion. "And you are?" she inquired. Cheng Zhanxi positioned herself protectively in front of both Yu Qingtang and Yu Zhou, looking down at the affluent woman with a cold smile. "I am Yu Zhou's sister. Do you dare to bully my sister? Have you lost your mind?" The affluent woman retorted. "Didn't you say her parents weren't around? So, you think it's acceptable to bully a little girl?" Cheng Zhanxi turned to Yu Zhou, reassuringly saying, "Don't be afraid, Zhou. Your sister is here." She exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Qingtang. "I will handle this." Yu Qingtang frowned, but Cheng Zhanxi's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for dissent.
No buts.
"Leave it to me." After their silent communication, Yu Qingtang wrapped her arm around Yu Zhou's shoulders and took a step back. Cheng Zhanxi's expression darkened as she addressed the affluent woman. "What did you just say about my sister?" The noblewoman instinctively felt a twinge of fear. But upon seeing that Cheng Zhanxi was merely a young girl, she relied on her seniority and status, letting out a disdainful huff as she declared, "Your sister is seducing my son." Cheng Zhanxi replied, feigning ignorance, "Ah, it seems I didn't quite catch that." The noblewoman reiterated her accusation. Cheng Zhanxi then responded with a playful smile, "Oh, I see you spoke. I only heard a cacophony of barking earlier. Could you kindly repeat that?" Yu Qingtang nearly burst into laughter. As she looked up, she noticed the corners of Yu Qingtang's eyes subtly curving in amusement. The noblewoman's face darkened. "Are you calling me a dog? If you dare to bark outside, you must be prepared for a reprimand. I have shown restraint by not striking you." Cheng Zhanxi, still smiling sweetly, retorted, "Today, I shall provide you with a complimentary lesson. Next time, there will be a fee." She glanced at the boy from class 10 behind the noblewoman, who had remained silent and with his head bowed, whether his mother was scolding Yu Zhanxi or being reprimanded herself. The noblewoman, furious, raised her handbag to strike Cheng Zhanxi. Anticipating this, Cheng Zhanxi swiftly seized the handbag and tossed it onto a nearby desk. The noblewoman, seething with rage, shrieked, "Your sister, at such a tender age, has already learned to seduce others. You are no better, dressed up like a peacock, a seductress. A third party intruding upon another's marriage." Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow lightly. "Oh, so your husband has strayed?" This statement struck a nerve with the noblewoman, who let out a furious cry and charged at Cheng Zhanxi, seemingly intent on a physical confrontation. Yu Qingtang, sensing trouble, moved to assist, but Cheng Zhanxi swiftly ran, zigzagging around the office. The workspace was not partitioned into cubicles, but comprised several large wooden desks. Being youthful and physically adept, Cheng Zhanxi skillfully evaded the noblewoman while calling out to the boy, "That young gentleman, this situation arose because of you. Why do you not step forward to clarify?" Cheng Zhanxi had been raised among the elegantly poised elite, yet had never encountered such brazen behavior. However, her lack of first-hand experience did not render her oblivious. There exists a certain type of woman who, blinded to the patriarchal oppression, directs her ire solely at those of her own gender in a position of vulnerability. Rather than chastising her unfaithful husband, she would rather tear apart the other woman, embroiled in a tempest of conflict. The arrival of a son only exacerbated her delusions, as if he were a crown prince. Her son was the finest in the world, unworthy of any rival, and should he take a liking to someone, that person must have enticed him. She failed to take a moment to reflect on her son's own flaws. Did he truly deserve such admiration? Normally, Cheng Zhanxi would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon this mother-son duo. However, as a teacher and educator, she felt compelled to consider the emotional well-being of her students and to handle the situation with care, refraining from harsh words. The noblewoman, breathless, continued to pursue Cheng Zhanxi, hurling insults of every kind, vixen, filthy harlot, and whatever disparaging remarks came to her mind. The scene had descended into utter chaos. Cheng Zhanxi, seemingly impervious to the tumult surrounding her, directed her voice toward the male student. Are you truly allowing your mother to wreak havoc without any consideration for Yu Zhou's feelings? What transgression has she committed to deserve such an unwarranted calamity? Is this what you call affection? In school, you're not merely acquiring academic knowledge. You must also learn to be a person of responsibility. All of this stems from your actions. Listen to how your mother berates Yu Zhou and how she chastises me. Do you feel no remorse? Is your conscience entirely at ease? With every word she uttered, the boy's head drooped lower. Such incidents had transpired countless times in the past, and it was not too late for him to stand up now. Clenching his fists, the boy's veins bulged as he suddenly lifted his head and growled, "Enough." His gaze fell upon the affluent woman, and his voice softened as he pleaded, "Mother, truly, that is enough." The woman retorted fiercely, "Silence." Tears streamed down the boy's face as he approached Yu Qingtang and said, "I'm sorry, teacher." He glanced at Yu Zhou, refraining from calling her name, simply choking out another apology. "Teacher, it was I who wrote love letters to Yu Zhou. She is not at fault. I spoke to my mother about it, but she would not listen and came to confront you." Wiping his eyes, he bowed and added, "I will persuade her to return home." The affluent woman, nearly beside herself with rage, gripped her son's arm. "What are you saying? You ungrateful child. I come to defend you, and you turn against me, siding with outsiders. Have I raised you for this? Your father favors that mistress, and now you. How did I end up with such a worthless son?" Her anger surged as her brows knitted tightly. The boy remained silent, not flinching, his face etched with pain. The more domineering the mother, the more likely she breeds a feeble son. Living under her oppressive influence from a young age adversely affects his mental health, leading to a deficiency in his character development. Cheng Zhanxi observed the boy, who did not retaliate nor speak, merely bowing his head in submission, and felt a twinge of pity for him. At that moment, the female teacher and the head of the grade returned, bringing an end to this farcical scene. The affluent woman exited with her son, her voice of reprimand echoing even from halfway down the corridor. With the matter resolved, Yu Qingtang turned to Cheng Zhanxi, who had played a pivotal role in this affair. Cheng Zhanxi, feeling somewhat burdened by the boy's plight, met Yu Qingtang's gaze, and her somber demeanor was momentarily dispelled as she broke into a radiant smile, forming a heart shape with her fingers over her chest. The image of her steady and dignified self crumbled in an instant. Yu Qingtang turned her head away, suppressing an involuntary smile at the sight. Feeling a warmth on her shoulder, Yu Qingtang looked down to find Yu Zhou, startled and seeking comfort, burying her face against her shoulder, unable to contain her tears. Yu Zhou would not be able to return to class for the time being. Cheng Zhanxi suggested, "Shall I take her out for something to eat?" Yu Qingtang replied, "I will accompany you." "No," Cheng Zhanxi pointed to her arm, saying, "You must first visit the infirmary to tend to your wound." Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze and let her sleeves fall. "Danran de Sodal. It's nothing serious. It will heal on its own in a couple of days. It will leave a scar, but that is inconsequential." She lifted her thermos for a sip of water and strolled outside. After a few steps, she noticed no one following her. Even Yu Zhou was absent from her side. Turning back, she saw Cheng Zhanxi holding Yu Zhou's hand, looking at her with a hint of concern. "Are you going to the infirmary?" Yu Qingtang felt a twinge of offense and nearly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" However, mindful of the students around, she refrained from voicing her irritation, conveying her displeasure instead through a mere glance. Cheng Zhanxi swiftly altered her approach, feigning distress. "If you don't go, I might just cry." Yu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback. "Are you really going to cry?" Cheng Zhanxi began a countdown for herself. 3, 2. She had a friend who was an actress, and Cheng Zhanxi had once sought her advice on how to cry on cue. While she couldn't manage to shed tears in a second, she could still make her eyes glisten within 3 seconds. "I'll go later," Yu Qingtang replied. Cheng Zhanxi insisted. "No, we should go now. I'll accompany you." She had changed her mind, convinced that Yu Qingtang would not venture to the infirmary alone later. "Absolutely not," Yu Qingtang declared, and the two engaged in a silent exchange of glances. "Why not?" Cheng Zhanxi probed. Yu Qingtang glanced at Yu Zhou. "The students come first." "I don't care. You still need to go to the infirmary," Cheng Zhanxi asserted. Yu Zhou watched the two teachers, captivated by their silent but intense exchange, momentarily forgetting her own grievances, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Finally, Yu Qingtang relented. "Let us take Yu Zhou to get something to eat first. Then you can accompany me to the infirmary." Cheng Zhanxi's face lit up with delight. There was a dessert shop near the school that all the young girls adored. Cheng Zhanxi took Yu Zhou's hand and led her toward the shop, gently inquiring about her preferences for treats to purchase later. On Yu Zhou's other side stood the impassive Yu Qingtang, who glanced around, feeling as if she had been transported back to her childhood, reminiscent of outings with her family when her father was still alive. She lowered her head and blinked rapidly a couple of times. During the daytime, the dessert shop was not crowded, and Yu Zhou and Yu Qingtang found a seat while Cheng Zhanxi went to place their order. She ordered a coconut sago for Yu Zhou and a ginger milk for herself, then turned back to call out to Yu Qingtang, "Teacher Yu, what would you like to eat?" "I'm not hungry," Yu Qingtang replied. Cheng Zhanxi pondered for a moment and instructed the counter attendant, "Add another ginger milk, please." The attendant confirmed, "All right, 2 ginger milks and 1 coconut sago, please wait a moment." Cheng Zhanxi returned with the receipt, taking a seat beside them to wait. The first dish to arrive was Yu Zhou's coconut sago. She picked up a small spoon but hesitated to eat, wanting to wait for her teacher. After several gentle nudges from Cheng Zhanxi, she finally took a small bite. The 2 servings of ginger milk soon followed, placed before Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi took 2 small spoons, handed one to Yu Qingtang and smiled. "Last time, you treated me to donkey meat fire buns. Today, I shall treat you to dessert. This one is exceptionally delicious. You will see for yourself." Yu Qingtang accepted the small porcelain spoon, while Cheng Zhanxi had already scooped a spoonful into her mouth, her eyes closing in blissful enjoyment. Yu Qingtang wondered why she found her eating so appetizing. She rolled up her sleeves and cautiously scooped half a spoonful of the ginger-flavored milk pudding, slowly bringing it to her lips. The texture was velvety and melted upon contact, with the robust aroma of ginger mingling with the richness of fresh milk, boldly unfurling on her tongue, fresh and delightful. She seldom indulged in desserts, and this flavor was entirely foreign to her, yet it stirred a long-buried familiarity within her, momentarily causing her to lose her train of thought. On this scorching summer day, the sun hung high in the sky, blindingly bright, while cicadas incessantly chirped from the trees, and sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The 2 girls stood face to face beneath the tree. One of them gently produced a small porcelain bowl she had carefully protected throughout her journey, and with a tender, youthful voice, she said, "This is ginger milk made by my grandmother. She said it can prevent heat stroke. Please have some." The frail girl accepted it, unable to articulate her gratitude, instead conveying her appreciation and fondness through her gaze. The other girl, with her delicate and fair complexion suggesting a privileged upbringing, then produced a small spoon wrapped in cloth for her. The 2 girls sat side by side in the shade atop the mountain, not far from an empty easel, while sunlight spilled onto the ground like scattered gold dust. The frail girl took a bite, only to find the other watching her with eager eyes, swallowing nervously. She hesitated, returning the porcelain bowl, but the other shook her head, then opened her mouth. In the end, most of the last bowl of ginger milk ended up in the other girl's belly. The girl let out a satisfied burp, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she patted her chest, promising in a soft, sweet voice to bring her more next time. Each sweltering afternoon of cicada song during summer, they would meet atop the mountain, sharing a bowl of ginger milk, chatting in the shade, while the other enthusiastically gestured with her newly learned sign language, her face beaming with a smile brighter than the sun of that year. Yu Qingtang could no longer recall the girl's appearance. That memory lay buried deep within the river of her recollections, slumbering undisturbed. Yet, she would forever remember the taste of ginger and fresh milk melting on her tongue, as the dust-covered memories were stirred by the wind, revealing that the past remained vivid and alive. That was perhaps the only moment of joy in her life. However, she did not wish to revisit it. It was too fleeting, like a firework that shone brilliantly before fading into silence. The girl said she had to return home to school, reluctantly bidding her farewell, promising to meet again during the next holiday. Young Yu Qingtang calmly signed her goodbye. The following day, a lengthy black limousine was parked at the entrance of the girl's grandparents' home. Beside the open rear door stood a handsome butler, clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and a black waistcoat. The girl, adorned in a pristine white princess gown and a delicate crown atop her head, resembled a true princess who had stepped out from the pages of a fairy tale. Yu Qingtang was not unfamiliar with the scene. It was a common sight when the children of her uncles and aunts departed. The graceful butler took the girl's backpack and easel, while her grandparents, with faces full of affection, imparted their instructions. The girl, maintaining a dignified and obedient demeanor, nodded repeatedly, yet discreetly cast her gaze toward the outskirts of the crowd. The spectacle was grand. Many villagers had gathered to witness, allowing Yu Qingtang to easily blend into the throng, remaining unnoticed. The butler gently urged the girl to enter the vehicle, and with a hint of sadness, she settled into the car. As the door shut, the thick tinted windows obscured her view. Yu Qingtang emerged from the crowd, following the slowly departing vehicle step by step. The black car accelerated onto the main road and soon vanished from sight. Standing alone at the edge of the village, tears surged uncontrollably from her eyes. She bit down on her lip, drawing blood from her lower lip, yet she remained silent. Shortly after the girl's departure, she too moved away. Like a shooting star across the dusky night sky, it illuminated the darkness. She tilted her head back, irresistibly drawn to its radiance, watching as the meteor reflected in her eyes, shining brightly before fading into oblivion. From that moment on, even the faintest glimmer of light was extinguished. The sun that once appeared only amplified her desolation.
Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu?
A slender, fair hand waved before her eyes, snapping Yu Qingtang from her reverie. She lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of emotion, and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing." Cheng Zhanxi pointed to her spoon and remarked, "It will taste terrible if it cools." She had been lost in thought for quite some time, unaware of her surroundings. Yu Qingtang lowered her eyes and murmured in acknowledgement, placing the cooled ginger milk into her mouth. Indeed, the flavor was diminished. She ran her fingers along the rim of the bowl, as the emotions conjured by memories lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. She set down her spoon. Cheng Zhanxi, surprised, asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Yu Qingtang replied coolly, "It does not suit my palate." Cheng Zhanxi, engrossed in her own dish, muttered, "No, I'm eating coconut sago." Why did the two teachers sometimes appear so in sync, yet at other times seem at odds? Cheng Zhanxi's favorite dish was ginger milk, and hearing it dismissed in such a manner soured her mood. She pursed her lips and brought Yu Qingtang's bowl before herself, stating, "I'll eat it. Is that all right?" What else could one do for the person they cherished? Indulge them. Yu Qingtang replied, "It's unnecessary. There is still so much left, it would be wasteful." "Then let it be wasted." In front of the students, Yu Qingtang showed no signs of leniency. Yu Zhou trembled slightly, wishing to bury his face in the bowl. Cheng Zhanxi found herself questioning whether Yu Qingtang truly harbored feelings of dislike towards her, or if perhaps she was merely fastidious, unwilling to allow anyone to touch the remnants of her own meal. Ultimately, the leftover ginger milk that Yu Qingtang had abandoned went to waste. Cheng Zhanxi, not one to hold grudges, offered to accompany Yu Qingtang to the infirmary after escorting Yu Zhou back to class. Yu Qingtang, contemplating a change of heart, replied nonchalantly, "I can go by myself." Cheng Zhanxi simply smiled at her, choosing silence, her gaze penetrating as if understanding everything. The extent of Yu Qingtang's acting skills seemed limited to that one moment in bed, consistently lacking finesse. As the two walked along the tree-lined path towards the school infirmary, the campus was tranquil, with students engaged in their lessons and the occasional rise in a teacher's voice breaking the stillness. Yu Qingtang's gaze drifted toward an open window of a classroom building, and after a moment of quiet contemplation, she softly remarked, "Teacher Cheng, your actions today were rather inappropriate." Cheng Zhanxi's voice was calm and soothing as she tilted her head slightly, leaning in closer to catch every word. Disguising herself as a student's parent and engaging in a quarrel, if that actual parent were to discover this and chose to file a complaint, it could lead to complications for you. What kind of complications? Cheng Zhanxi inquired playfully. Suspension? Or perhaps dismissal? Yu Qingtang glanced at her, her eyes reflecting a subtle complexity. Cheng Zhanxi laughed lightly. "I am not like you full-time staff. I am merely a temporary worker." She winked, conveying a shared understanding. Yu Qingtang turned her face away, pondering why she felt compelled to worry about this young lady. After all, it wouldn't be her own reputation at stake. Realizing the implications of their conversation, Cheng Zhanxi felt her heart race slightly and gently asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Yu Qingtang quickened her pace. Cheng Zhanxi hurried to catch up, exclaiming, "Wait for me." In that moment, the innocence of youthful love enveloped them. Walking side by side through the campus made Cheng Zhanxi feel as though she had returned to the tender age of first love, surrounded by wildflowers blooming abundantly. When they reached the infirmary, Yu Qingtang halted abruptly. Cheng Zhanxi turned back, puzzled. "Aren't you going in?" Yu Qingtang pressed her lips together, her shoulders tense, and slowly stepped inside. Cheng Zhanxi lingered at the entrance, her tone gentle and soothing. "Don't worry, it won't involve any injections, just a bit of ointment at most." Yu Qingtang's expression was somewhat exasperated, yet Cheng Zhanxi's words strangely brought her a sense of calm. With an air of natural ease, Cheng Zhanxi took Yu Qingtang's wrist, guiding her into the infirmary. Yu Qingtang's heart fluttered slightly, and she lowered her gaze, following closely behind her. If Cheng Zhanxi were to glance back at that moment, she would see Yu Qingtang's demeanor remarkably obedient, reminiscent of a small child trailing after her parents. "Doctor, could you please examine her injury?" It was caused by a student's parents' fingernails. Cheng Zhanxi indicated for Yu Qingtang to roll up her sleeve for the doctor to see. Yu Qingtang obediently sat in the chair, raising her left sleeve as instructed. The color of the scratches on her nails had faded slightly, yet the bruises had spread, transforming from a few lines into a nearly encompassing crimson hue across her forearm. Where her nails had grazed, faint traces of deep red blood seeped through, scattered like stars. Cheng Zhanxi felt a pang in her heart, turning her gaze away, afraid to look further, and inquired of the doctor, "Is it serious?" The school nurse, in her 40s or 50s, held Yu Qingtang's arm with care, scrutinizing it for a moment before reassuring her, "It's not severe. It merely looks alarming. We will clean and disinfect it first, then apply some ointment. In 3 to 5 days, the scab will fall off, and it will heal. Will it leave a scar?" Cheng Zhanxi pressed. "It shouldn't. Just try to keep it dry," the nurse replied. Cheng Zhanxi, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "It shouldn't be a matter of shouldn't, especially since she's a newly appointed teacher encountering strange parents right at the start of the school year." The nurse chuckled at her anxious demeanor and remarked, "Well, I'm not a scab, so how could I know if it will leave a scar?" Noticing Cheng Zhanxi's face pale, she quickly added, 99% chance it won't scar. If it does, you can come find me." Cheng Zhanxi let out a slow breath. She shifted her gaze from Yu Qingtang's arm to her face, unexpectedly meeting her eyes. They held each other's gaze for a brief 2 seconds before Yu Qingtang averted her eyes first. Her right hand, hanging limply by her side, curled awkwardly. The nurse began to disinfect Yu Qingtang's forearm with a cotton swab dipped in medical iodine. Yu Qingtang extended her hand, without flinching. Cheng Zhanxi interjected, "Could you be a bit gentler? A little more gentle, please." The nurse looked up and offered the cotton swab. "Would you like to try?" Cheng Zhanxi hurriedly replied, "No. You go ahead." She considered her own skills, which were somewhat adequate, but doubted Yu Qingtang would agree. Cheng Zhanxi fell silent, bending to observe the doctor as she disinfected and applied the medication, continually watching for any sign of discomfort from Yu Qingtang, yet the opportunity never arose. Yu Qingtang remained as impassive as a robot devoid of emotion or sensation. The cool ointment was evenly spread across her arm, her sleeves rolled above her elbows. And she stood up. Instinctively, she glanced at Cheng Zhanxi, who, in turn, instinctively took charge, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, doctor." The nurse, initially annoyed by her incessant chatter, likened the situation to a heart surgery rather than a mere scrape, wishing she could seal her lips with glue. Yet, at that moment, she found Cheng Zhanxi's smiling face particularly endearing, with bright, captivating eyes that radiated youth and beauty. Teasingly raising an eyebrow, she said, "Why is it always you doing the talking? Aren't you going to have your girlfriend thank me?" Chapter 16. Teacher Yu. Upon exiting the infirmary, Yu Qingtang strode towards the office building without looking back. Although Yu Qingtang was half a head shorter than Cheng Zhanxi, standing at 168 centimeters, her proportions were striking, especially her long legs, which took strides nearly equal to Cheng Zhanxi's 173 centimeters. "Teacher Yu." Cheng Zhanxi called out, jogging to catch up. The atmosphere had grown tense after the nurse's comment about girlfriend, which left Cheng Zhanxi secretly delighted, while Yu Qingtang's expression had immediately turned cold. In truth, her most prevalent expression was one of neutrality. Cheng Zhanxi, without knowing how, discerned her mood at that moment and immediately clarified to the school doctor with utmost seriousness, "We are merely ordinary colleagues." The school doctor, having consumed more salt than they had rice, chuckled knowingly at the little couple's quarrel, his smile becoming increasingly ambiguous, as he reiterated with a tone that carried an unmistakable implication, ordinary colleagues." Understood. Yu Qingtang expressed her gratitude to the school doctor, took the ointment from Cheng Zhanxi's hands, and then exited the infirmary. This led to the current situation. "Teacher Yu." Cheng Zhanxi grasped Yu Qingtang's wrist. "Let go." Yu Qingtang regarded her with a cold gaze. Standing face to face, Cheng Zhanxi shifted from holding to gently taking her hand, speaking with patience and warmth. "It was a misunderstanding on the doctor's part regarding our relationship. I have clarified this with her. Please do not direct your anger at me. All right?" In the case of an ordinary person, unjustly facing the brunt of someone else's ire might lead to questions, potentially escalating the conflict further, or resulting in superficial reconciliation while harboring underlying resentment. However, Cheng Zhanxi possessed a carefree nature, unburdened by past grievances, and in the presence of the one she cherished, she found no room for anger. As she implored Yu Qingtang not to direct her ire towards her, her voice was soft, her posture humble, and her lake-like, crystalline eyes conveyed a hint of grievance, making her all the more enchanting. It is often said that a woman who knows how to be charming has the best fate. While a beautiful woman who can be charming may not necessarily have the best fate, she certainly does not provoke further ire. Yu Qingtang was not truly angry. Rather, she was experiencing emotional turmoil, unsure of how to express it, which prompted her desire to retreat alone. Cheng Zhanxi's sincere demeanor suggested that if she were truly angry, it would be unreasonable. In her 27 years of life, words like unreasonable or angry had never graced her lexicon. No one indulged her. There was no misplaced ire. After a moment, Yu Qingtang lowered her voice and uttered a few words. Really? Cheng Zhanxi's eyes brightened.
Yes.
Yu Qingtang resumed her calm demeanor, casting her gaze downward as she asked, "May I let go now?"
Cheng Zhanxi released her hand.
Yu Qingtang nodded and belatedly expressed, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Cheng Zhanxi was aware that Yu Qingtang was thanking her for the care she had provided in the infirmary, yet she feigned ignorance, successfully catching a glimpse of subtle discomfort in Yu Qingtang's eyes. What could have been resolved in a single sentence transformed into two, prompting Yu Qingtang to fall silent as she mentally reorganized her words. Cheng Zhanxi, perceptive to her unspoken cues, kindly remarked, "Are you referring to my accompanying you to the infirmary?" "It was nothing," Yu Qingtang acknowledged with a soft sound. Her slightly pursed lips relaxed, and her demeanor became more naturally at ease than before. Cheng Zhanxi noted these details, further confirming that Yu Qingtang was a person who neither enjoyed nor was accustomed to interacting with others, even if the person before her was someone she held dear. She would still strive to avoid conversation. The question arose, why, as a distinguished student from the capital, did she choose to return to Xiqing to become a high school teacher, a role that demanded constant interaction with a multitude of individuals? With such qualifications, wouldn't he pursuing a doctorate and seeking a position in a research institute for academic endeavors be far more appealing? As the door of the research institute closed behind her, the world seemed to fade away. Challenging the impossible, Cheng Zhanxi momentarily set aside her doubts and resolved to wait until she became more familiar before posing her questions. The wound on Yu Qingtang's forearm was rather alarming. When she returned to the office with her medication, the teachers who had been absent earlier expressed their concern. "What happened to Teacher Yu?" Cheng Zhanxi instinctively took on the role of Yu Qingtang's spokesperson, saying, "She was scratched by an eccentric parent. Their long nails resembled the claws of a specter." The other teachers expressed their sympathy and care for Yu Qingtang, then drifted into a discussion about the peculiar parents they had encountered over the years. This topic, especially among the seasoned homeroom teachers, could fill an entire day and night with stories. Among them was Wen Jihan. Unlike the others, who were animatedly engaged in conversation, Wen Jihan quietly approached Yu Qingtang, glanced at her hand, and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" Yu Qingtang shook her head. "Did you take your medicine?" Yu Qingtang nodded.
Make sure to apply it.
Yu Qingtang nodded again.
Try to keep the wound dry.
Yu Qingtang nodded once more. Despite Cheng Zhanxi chatting with the other teachers, she kept an attentive eye and ear on their exchange. She nearly burst into laughter upon hearing their dialogue, reflecting on Wen Jihan's current predicament. It was no wonder that after 7 years, there was still no sign of progress. What exactly happened? When Jihan finally pressed for the crucial details, Yu Qingtang pursed her lips, appearing somewhat reluctant to respond, yet, bound by friendship and the necessity of social interaction, she subtly furrowed her brow and decided to speak. Just then, Cheng Zhanxi approached and seamlessly interjected, "Teacher Yu is the injured party. Allow me to explain. I was present throughout the incident and even accompanied Teacher Yu to the infirmary." The wound, a mere scrape, was met with Wen Jihan's incredulous reaction. "What if I suddenly don't want to hear this?" Cheng Zhanxi, undeterred by her disinterest, lowered her voice and recounted the events, explaining that she had refrained from informing everyone out of concern that a traitor among the teachers might inadvertently reveal the incident where she had impersonated a student's parent. Cheng Zhanxi spoke with fervor, emphasizing Yu Qingtang's dedication to her students, her dignified demeanor, and her selfless spirit in times of crisis, as well as her quick thinking and composure under pressure. Yu Qingtang reflected on the situation, thinking that being a teacher was indeed a waste of talent. She should be a storyteller. Without needing to say a word, Yu Qingtang found it quite convenient. When Jihan, feeling frustrated, returned to her desk, her workspace, compared to Cheng Zhanxi's, was quite advantageous, directly facing Yu Qingtang. Whenever she glanced up, she could see her. However, aside from official matters and instances when she needed to settle accounts with her, Yu Qingtang had never once looked at her directly. There is a saying about shallow connections and deep conversations. Their relationship was quite the opposite, deeply rooted yet superficially expressed. If the depth of friendship could be measured by the passage of time, when Jihan had heard in her freshman year about a reclusive genius in the mathematics department, a student with an impeccable GPA and a consistent presence on competition leaderboards, it was truly remarkable for someone to rise above a multitude of exceptional candidates selected from various regions, especially considering she was a woman and the undisputed beauty of the department, captivating to the point of being unable to look away. When Jihan was curious about what this prodigy might be like, However, the two were in different faculties, and Wen Jihan herself was not particularly skilled in socializing with a limited circle of acquaintances. Moreover, Yu Qingtang was often alone, leaving little opportunity for them to meet. In her imagination, Yu Qingtang possessed a face marked by aloofness and pride, her presence distinctly different from others, exuding an aura that rendered her instantly noticeable in a crowd. This preconception was shattered when Jihan finally encountered Yu Qingtang in person. It was the second semester of her freshman year, shortly after the start of the term. As the capital's harsh winter lingered, leaves lay withered, and the air was tinged with a biting chill. When Jihan and her roommate emerged from the laboratory, heading to the cafeteria for meal. While queuing at the food counter, her roommate's gaze swept across a certain direction, and suddenly, she tapped Wen Jihan on the shoulder, exclaiming with a smile, "Jihan, haven't you always wanted to see what the mathematics department's genius looks like? Look, she's right there. Would you like to meet her?" When Jihan followed her roommate's gesture, at a braised pork counter stood about 5 or 6 students, and as her gaze swept around, it fixed on a slender girl, clad in a black knee-length coat, a black turtleneck sweater and black jeans. The only splash of color was a bamboo green scarf. Her long, dark hair was tucked behind her ears, revealing her delicate earlobes, and her demeanor was subtle, rendering her quite inconspicuous amidst the throng. Had it not been for her roommate's reminder, Wen Jihan would never have noticed her. Is that really her? When Jihan heard her own incredulous thoughts. It is her. Her roommate assured her. I've seen her before. I promise I'm not deceiving you. With a smile, her roommate added, she truly is quite beautiful. You can wait until she turns around. At that time, same-sex marriage was not yet legal in Wen Jihan's university, although it had been proposed and discussed several times. The rainbow flag fluttered freely in the community, and it could be said that legalization was merely a matter of time. The university environment was progressive, with many openly expressing their sexual orientations. Her roommate was aware of Wen Jihan's preference for women, and the glint of amusement in her glasses was somewhat ambiguous. When Jihan softly cautioned, "Don't speak carelessly," she glanced once more at Yu Qingtang, who had her back turned, before swiping her card to purchase her meal. By coincidence, the two of them secured their meals and settled into a quiet corner, ready to discuss their recent experimental conclusions when they heard footsteps. Yu Qingtang took a seat at the table adjacent to theirs, alone. Before her lay a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup. Yu Qingtang leisurely unwound the bamboo green scarf that partially concealed her face, placing it on the chair beside her, and quietly sipped from her soup. When Jihan surreptitiously observed her from the corner of her eye, Yu Qingtang's face was exceptionally pale and translucent, with only her thin lips hinting at a faint blush. Her features understated yet exquisite. The aura she exuded was one of coldness, not the haughty indifference she presumed, but rather a serene disengagement from all matters, a tranquil apathy. "Hello, are you Qingtang?" When Jihan mustered the courage to inquire as she neared the end of her meal. Yu Qingtang's spoon paused momentarily, and she slowly lifted her gaze. It was then that when Jihan observed her strikingly deep double eyelids, her dark, profound eyes captivatingly beautiful, akin to the moonlight. Yu Qingtang replied in a voice that was both chilling and lower than most. She averted her gaze once more, dismissing the unexpected interruption with indifference, feeling slightly awkward. When Jihan hesitated on how to proceed, prompting her roommate to step in and introduce them. "We are both from the physics department, in the same year as you. I am Xu Yuan, and this is Wen Jihan, the Zihanan Jijun Xingu Wuhan Shu. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xu Yuan felt as though Wen Jihan's piercing gaze might annihilate her. Yu Qingtang barely acknowledged them, not even lifting her head. On their way back to the dormitory, Xu Yuan remarked, "Does the academic prodigy look down upon us?" She didn't even return our greeting. The image of Yu Qingtang, solitary and graceful as she lifted her tray from the table, lingered in Wen Jihan's mind, prompting her to instinctively retort, "Don't say that." Xu Yuan extended her words playfully. "Oh, come now. You claim to dislike her. But I sense it is love at first sight. TSK, love at first sight is often driven by mere attraction. If I were inclined towards women, I would certainly be drawn to such an ethereal beauty. It would be most intriguing to pursue a flower that blooms so high." When Jihan, lost in thought, did not deny it. The dilemma of whether it was love at first sight seemed entirely inconsequential. Yu Qingtang had no friends, and when Jihan yearned to befriend her, Yu Qingtang's schedule was remarkably fixed, revolving around the dormitory, classroom, cafeteria, and library. Over the course of a semester, when Jihan meticulously discerned her routine, her early departures and late returns, her habitual study floor and seat in the library, before orchestrating various encounters. It took an entire year for Wen Jihan to acquire Yu Qingtang's WeChat ID and exchange contact information. Yet there was no further progression. Yu Qingtang's life was consumed solely by her studies, with no room for anything else. She did not repel others with hostility. Her demeanor lacked any aggressive sharpness. However, her perpetually tranquil gaze rendered one speechless, as if confronted by a still pool of water, breathing yet devoid of vibrant life. Her sole interest, if one could even call it a hobby, was visiting art exhibitions. She appreciated art but expressed no distinct favoritism towards any artist. When asked about her preferred painters, she simply replied, none. It was with great effort that when Jihan discovered her admiration for an artist named Cheng Mo, she gathered extensive information about Cheng Mo, who had graduated from the Paris Academy of Fine Arts, likely of a similar age to themselves. Cheng Mo's renowned work, an abstract painting titled Cyrus, was completed during her university years, followed by a series of cross-themed oil paintings that became darlings of the exhibition halls and auction houses. When Jihan, devoid of any artistic inclination, compelled herself to read numerous books on aesthetic appreciation in order to share common interests with her. She also sought the counsel of experts in the field to critique Cheng Mo's artwork, diligently noting their insights for memorization. At an art exhibition, filled with enthusiasm to introduce Cheng Mo to Yu Qingtang, her words were abruptly interrupted by Yu Qingtang, who, with her gaze lowered and focused on the oil painting before her, coolly remarked, "I am not interested." When Jihan even leveraged familial connections to acquire a piece of Cheng Mo's work at a premium, yet this gesture was also graciously declined by Yu Qingtang. What baffled Wen Jihan the most was that despite Yu Qingtang's exceptional academic performance and the encouragement from her teachers to pursue a PhD abroad, having even received offers, she chose to return to Sicily after obtaining her master's degree to become an ordinary high school teacher. Wen Jihan held no disdain for the teaching profession, but she pondered, Yu Qingtang's life should not be so mundane. She could have lived vibrantly. Why did she resign herself to a life of quietude without any apparent grievances? Did she truly harbor no complaints? As the corridor gradually filled with activity, students traversed the office to submit their assignments. The mathematics class representative from Class 7 handed the assignment book to Yu Qingtang, reporting that 2 students had failed to submit their work, their names affixed to the top of her own assignment book with sticky notes. Yu Qingtang nodded, responding with little emotion, "Thank you for your efforts." The student, somewhat intimidated by her, quickly replied, "It's no trouble." She glanced at Wen Jihan, who was watching from across the room, and greeted, "Teacher Wen." When Jihan returned the greeting with a gentle nod, suddenly, a soft, melodious voice, slightly elevated in pitch, emerged from behind. Lian Yabing. Upon turning, the mathematics representative, Lian Yabing, spotted Cheng Zhanxi, who had just revealed her face from behind the computer, and exclaimed with delight, "Teacher Cheng, you are here too?" Cheng Zhanxi feigned annoyance. "Do not underestimate the physical education teachers. After all, it is I who teaches you mathematics." Lian Yabing could not hold back her laughter. Haha. She glanced at the class supervisor's stern expression and quickly suppressed her mirth, struggling to contain it. Cheng Zhanxi retrieved a chocolate from her drawer, smiling as she said, "Here, this is for you." Lian Yabing accepted the chocolate with glee and returned to her classroom. Cheng Zhanxi then produced a spherical chocolate, pulled out a chair, and placed it on Yu Qingtang's desk, stating with utmost seriousness, "Teacher Yu, this is your appearance fee. Please be sure to accept it." Chapter 17. Yu Qingtang politely declined, "Thank you, but I am not particularly fond of chocolate." Cheng Zhanxi replied, "No matter. You can take it home to share with someone who enjoys it." Yu Qingtang gazed at the golden spherical chocolate on the desk, falling into silence for a moment before looking up at Wen Jihan, who seemed puzzled. Yu Qingtang then turned her attention to the English teacher Yang Li at another desk, slightly raising her voice to inquire, "Teacher Yang, do you like chocolate?" Yang Li turned around, and Yu Qingtang presented the chocolate for her to see. Yang Li gently widened her eyes to see clearly and said with a smile, "Oh, this brand of chocolate is my favorite." "Thank you, Teacher Yu," Yu Qingtang replied. "Just call me Teacher Cheng. It was Teacher Cheng who bought it." Yang Li responded, "Thank you, Teacher Cheng." Cheng Zhanxi managed to smile, saying, "You're welcome." When Jihan lowered his head, using a red pen to grade assignments, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. If winning over Yu Qingtang was as simple as accepting chocolate, she would have pursued him 5 years ago. Cheng Zhanxi reclined in her office chair, arms crossed, one knuckle rhythmically tapping against the other arm, her eyes slightly squinting, lost in thought. The morning swiftly passed, and when Jihan invited Yu Qingtang to lunch in the cafeteria, while Cheng Zhanxi chose not to join the fray. She was not one to be easily swayed. She relied primarily on her personal charm. Instead, she ordered takeout and enjoyed it alone in her office. Yu Qingtang, having taken a nap at home, arrived at school a bit earlier than the previous day. Upon entering, she found Cheng Zhanxi engrossed in a book at her desk. The temperature was uncharacteristically low today, and Cheng Zhanxi wore a soft Morandi mist blue shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar. A delicate silver necklace adorned her fair neck, with a crescent-shaped pendant gracefully resting at the center of her straight collarbone. The afternoon sunlight in the office was languorous, and her fingers lightly pressed against the edge of the paper, her nails neatly trimmed and rounded, radiating a healthy blush. Her deep chestnut long curls were tucked behind her ears, and she wore no earrings, presenting a clean and refined appearance. Her focused demeanor exuded a gentle charm. Yu Qingtang remained silent, quietly circling around the desk to open her computer. The hum of the machine startled Cheng Zhanxi from her reading. She looked up, her amber eyes expressing surprise. "Teacher Yu?" Then, with a smile, she greeted, "Good afternoon, Teacher Cheng." Yu Qingtang politely nodded in response while entering her computer password. "What brings you here so early today?" "I just woke up and came over," Yu Qingtang replied. "Do you live nearby?"
Yes.
"How enviable," Cheng Zhanxi mused, propping her chin on one hand, her eyes sparkling. "You go ahead and keep busy. I'll read a bit longer," she said, skillfully steering the conversation away. Yu Qingtang opened a webpage related to teaching, glancing at Cheng Zhanxi, who had resumed her reading, thinking that her quiet demeanor was quite attractive. As Cheng Zhanxi turned a page, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she looked up at Yu Qingtang. "Teacher Yu?" Yu Qingtang's hand holding the mouse trembled imperceptibly, relieved that her earlier glance had gone unnoticed. Maintaining her composure, she asked, "What is it? Which class is that boy from?"
Cheng Zhanxi inquired.
"Class 10, Yu Qingtang replied. "Does his homeroom teacher know about this?" "Yes, Director Feng, the grade director, has already spoken to him."
Cheng Zhanxi hesitated before saying,
"I am a bit concerned about that boy. I feel like his mother's mental state is not well. That is a matter concerning his family. Furthermore, it pertains to Class 10 and is of no concern to us," Yu Qingtang stated with an unwavering tone. "I am aware." Cheng Zhanxi slowly leaned onto the table, her eyes drooping slightly, revealing a hint of despondency. Yu Qingtang silently scoffed at the thought. Does she truly consider herself a savior, capable of rescuing every unfortunate soul? Cheng Zhanxi continued, "Might the homeroom teacher of Class 10 be unaware of his family situation? The child has just entered his first year of high school, and information may not be readily available. If the teacher were to show a bit more concern and engage in conversation with the parents, perhaps the outcome would be different. I am considering speaking to the homeroom teacher. Do you think that would be appropriate?" Yu Qingtang contemplated advising her not to overestimate the teacher's influence or meddle in matters that do not concern her, but the words lingered on her lips, unspoken. And she merely replied, "If you wish to go, then by all means." Cheng Zhanxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, "Where's the homeroom teacher's office? What is his name?" "To the left upon exiting, next door. His surname is Qian." "Thank you, Teacher Yu." With a flourish akin to magic, Cheng Zhanxi conjured a piece of fruit candy from her palm and cheerfully offered it to her, saying, "Allow me to treat you to some candy." Without waiting for Yu Qingtang to decline, she rose and exited towards the adjacent office. Yu Qingtang, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the candy that had been directly placed in her hand. Its green wrapping, was it apple-flavored or lime-flavored? After a prolonged silence, she lowered her gaze and discarded the candy into a nearby trash bin. Cheng Zhanxi was gone for quite a while. Teachers came and went, leaving only Yu Qingtang, Wen Jihan, and a biology teacher in the office. When the second bell for class rang, Cheng Zhanxi pushed the door open and entered. Yu Qingtang nonchalantly redirected her gaze to the computer, feigning attentiveness until Cheng Zhanxi called her name, prompting her to lift her head and respond coolly. "Have you finished?" Cheng Zhanxi replied, "Yes, I have." Teacher Qian said he would communicate with the parents. Her demeanor visibly relaxed as she added, "Teacher Qian mentioned he had already spoken to that boy individually and has a basic understanding of his family situation. He will also show him more concern moving forward." Thanking me for the reminder. I overheard an elderly teacher in the next office say that Teacher Qian possesses many years of experience as a homeroom teacher. I believe he will manage well. Yu Qingtang responded with a non-committal hum and suggested, "Let us prepare for class." "How did you know I have a class this afternoon?" Cheng Zhanxi exclaimed with delight. "Did I not glance at your schedule last time?" Yu Qingtang idly clicked around the webpage, producing sounds, and replied casually. She mused, "How could Cheng, being so young, have such a poor memory?" Cheng Zhanxi, convinced of her thoughts, concluded, "Your memory must be quite poor. You only glanced at my schedule once yet remembered all my classes, which must mean you like me." What a delightful contradiction. In reality, Yu Qingtang's memory was not lacking. She simply found it challenging to recall faces and names. A few years prior, her psychologist had explained that this could be a self-protective mechanism stemming from childhood trauma. By failing to remember individuals and names, and lacking specific memories in that regard, her suffering would be significantly alleviated. much like the 8 years she had been forced to live as a mute. Certainly, the psychologist merely posits a possibility. Face blindness may be innate, distinct from her acquired deafness. However, Yu Qingtang does not perceive her face blindness as a hindrance to her life. Rather, it grants her a considerable sense of tranquility. Thus, she harbors no inclination to rectify it. Yet now, as a teacher, recognizing her students requires some time. Cheng Zhanxi has 4 classes a week, with 1 day off, and on the remaining 4 days, she has a class each day, 3 of which are in the afternoon. If she cannot even remember this, she ought to question whether she is prematurely succumbing to dementia. When Jihan, listening to their banter, nearly betrays her astonishment on her face. In just 2 days, have they already shared little secrets? Why does she struggle to comprehend their conversation?
Who is Teacher Qian?
What is this matter concerning Teacher Qian? During the second break of the afternoon class, Cheng Zhanxi again calls out to Yu Qingtang, "Teacher Yu, do you have a hair tie?" Yu Qingtang, without inquiring about its intended use, retrieves a black one from her drawer, identical to the ones she typically uses, procured at a wholesale price of 2 yuan for 10. Cheng Zhanxi gathers her long hair at the back of her head with a tie, allowing a few strands to cascade casually by her ears, exuding a uniquely relaxed and languid beauty. Rising from her seat, she leans slightly against Yu Qingtang's desk with one hand, smiling as she says, "Teacher Yu, I'm off to gym class." Yu Qingtang, indifferent to the reason behind this notification, nods politely. "Goodbye, Teacher Yu." Cheng Zhanxi retreats, bidding farewell to the other teachers in the office with a cheerful smile. Teacher Wen, Teacher Liu, Teacher Yang, Teacher Hu, ladies and gentlemen, see you later. Standing tall at the doorway, her long hair illuminated by the sunlight behind her, glistens in hues of gold and red, reminiscent of a magician taking a grand bow. In the office, aside from the 3 newly appointed teachers, the remaining staff are seasoned educators. After Cheng Zhanxi departs, a chemistry teacher in his 50s remarks, "Ever since Xiaoqing arrived, our office has become quite lively." A biology teacher, engrossed in grading assignments, looks up and adds, "Indeed, Xiaoqing has such a delightful personality. Always smiling and sweet-tongued. If I had a daughter like her, I would wake up laughing from my dreams." The chemistry teacher responds, "But you do have a daughter,
Don't you?"
Now that same-sex marriage is legal, why not introduce your daughter to Xiaoqing?" Before the biology teacher can respond, the physics teacher adjusts his glasses and states earnestly, "Don't you dare compete with me. I've already reserved Xiaoqing for my son." The chemistry teacher scoffs, "Oh, come now, your son is still in middle school." The elderly educators engage in light-hearted banter, the atmosphere buzzing with merriment. Occasionally, snippets of their conversation reach Yu Qingtang's ears as she taps away at the keyboard of her computer, her expression unfazed. Cheng Zhanxi's first week culminates perfectly with the ringing of the dismissal bell on Friday afternoon. Yu Jianxing has invited her to dinner that evening to commend the diligent work of the newly inducted engineer of human souls, Cheng Zhanxi. Yu Qingtang did not remain at school until the end of the evening study session. Instead, she took a bus to the old town, located a considerable distance across the city. The rapid development of urban construction has transformed the landscape, and Xiqing, situated in a fertile region, is no exception. The winding rivers separate the new and old districts. To the left lies a modern metropolis, while to the right, the quaint charm of Jiangnan water towns is displayed with green walls and dark tiles. Xiqing boasts a well-known ancient town, where the preservation of historical architecture has flourished the local tourism industry. Yu Qingtang's grandparents reside just behind this ancient town. With summer vacation behind her, the tourist season has waned. Yu Qingtang disembarked from the bus, rented a shared bicycle from the roadside, and pedaled through the cobblestone streets of the ancient town, seeking a more tranquil retreat. The crisp sound of the bicycle bell rang out, drawing the attention of passers-by. They turned to see a young woman of striking beauty riding a blue bicycle, her ears adorned with white wireless earbuds. Clad in a fitted black shirt and matching trousers, with her sleeves rolled to the elbows, she revealed a delicate, fair forearm, the wrist slightly protruding as she gripped the brake, exuding a subtle allure amidst her slender frame. She glided through the ancient town in the misty glow of the setting sun, fading into the distance like a dream. It was only when a vendor called out, inquiring what was needed, that the onlookers returned to reality. Yu Qingtang secured the shared bicycle in the designated area and gazed up at a 2-story building with a courtyard. The door stood ajar, and a slight furrow formed on her brow as she retrieved her bag from the bicycle's basket and stepped inside.
"Grandma?"
she called, but the silence within was unresponsive. She ventured into the kitchen, where she found the elderly woman. Approaching her, she raised her voice slightly, "Grandma." Fong Wenjiao turned around, wiping her hands on her apron, and smiled warmly. "You're back, my dear." The elderly woman's hearing had diminished with age. Noticing the ingredients laid out on the cutting board, Yu Qingtang asked, "Where's Aunt Chiu?" Why are you the one cooking? Aunt Xiao was the housekeeper Yu Qingtang had employed for her family. This year, her grandfather had suffered a fall, and the toll on his frail body was significant. He had returned from a near brush with death, and his once strong constitution had weakened considerably, now confining him to a wheelchair. Meanwhile, her grandmother, who had long been on medication, found it increasingly difficult to manage alone, which prompted Yu Qingtang to hire assistance. Fang Wenjiao explained, Aunt Xiao went out to buy groceries. Yu Qingtang glanced at her phone, her expression darkening. It's nearly dinner time, and she isn't returned yet? Perhaps she is delayed. Fang Wenjiao offered in defense of Aunt Xiao. I understand, Yu Qingtang replied, her demeanor softening as she untied Fang Wenjiao's apron and helped her to the living room. Let me handle dinner. Fang Wenjiao hesitated, attempting to rise. I bought the shrimp you love. They are in the refrigerator. There's no rush for that, Yu Qingtang insisted, pressing her hands on her grandmother's shoulders with firm resolve. I will check on your grandfather. Is he in his room? Are you going to see him? Yu Qingtang pressed her thin lips together lightly and replied, let us meet after dinner. It won't take long. She turned and entered the kitchen, but halfway through, she suddenly turned back and reminded, remember to lock the front door. Don't leave it open if someone is home. Fang Wenjiao rubbed her fingers together, somewhat perplexed, and said, I locked it. Yu Qingtang's expression darkened, though she concealed it from Fang Wenjiao, and said, then it must have been Aunt Xiao who left it unlocked. You should go see grandfather. I will prepare dinner. Around 7 in the evening, Aunt Xiao arrived late, carrying a fish and a bag of bean sprouts. Her demeanor light and cheerful. Miss you? She exclaimed upon seeing Yu Qingtang busy in the kitchen. Yu Qingtang had just started her job 2 weeks prior. The schoolwork was abundant and varied, and she hadn't returned home for 2 weekends. Their communication relied on phone calls, and every time she inquired with Fang Wenjiao, she was told everything was fine. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Yu Qingtang would not have suspected that in her mere absence of 2 weeks, the seemingly honest Aunt Xiao had begun to indulge in deceit. How much is it? Yu Qingtang asked, wiping her hands. Aunt Xiao glanced at her and hesitated, saying,
30 yuan.
In the face of Yu Qingtang's inscrutable expression, she reined in her demeanor, reporting a price only 5 yuan above the actual cost. Where is the receipt? There is no receipt, Aunt Xiao said, her eyes flickering, forcing a smile. Who gives receipts at the market? How much is the fish per jean? 15 yuan. What fish is so expensive? Carp. It's inherently pricey, sometimes it even rises to 20 yuan. Aunt Xiao's eyes darted, contemplating how to deceive this seemingly ethereal Miss Yu. Had she known that Yu Qingtang had been purchasing ingredients and cooking since elementary school, possessing a keen awareness of market prices, she would surely have regretted her words. Yu Qingtang noncommittally replied with a hum, accepting the fish and stating in a flat tone, let us consider this as an advance on your half-month salary. And I want to pursue the extra money you took from my grandmother. What do you mean, Miss Yu? Aunt Xiao could no longer muster a smile. Yu Qingtang turned her gaze upon her. It means you need not continue working here. Fang Wenjiao emerged, pushing grandfather's wheelchair, and stumbled upon the scene of Yu Qingtang sending Aunt Xiao away. Aunt Xiao had intended to plead with Fang Wenjiao, but swallowed her words upon meeting Yu Qingtang's indifferent gaze. At the dining table, Yu Qingtang casually mentioned Aunt Xiao's situation, lightly advising Fang Wenjiao not to indulge the maid. Fang Wenjiao nodded in agreement. Yu Qingtang then served grandfather some leafy greens. The three of them sat together at the table, yet there was little warmth in the atmosphere. Having nearly finished his meal, grandfather set down his chopsticks and inquired, how are the marriage arrangements your father made for you? Upon hearing this unfamiliar reference, Yu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and replied, he said he fell ill and will postpone the wedding for a while. Fang Wenjiao asked, is the other party of good character? What do they look like? I haven't met them. I've heard they're quite good. Fang Wenjiao's expression appeared to hold unspoken words. Grandfather's grave voice resonated. The person your father has found for you should be quite suitable. Now that you are starting a family, your grandmother, and I can finally rest easy. A hint of moisture glistened in Fang Wenjiao's eyes as she agreed. Indeed. Yu Qingtang suppressed a mocking smile and replied softly, I understand. Although Wei Tingyu remained indifferent towards Yu Qingtang, he showed no neglect towards the parents of his late wife, instead offering them even greater kindness. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is akin to a son. Wei Tingyu nearly fulfilled that role, providing materially and even securing a good job for his late wife's brother. With the Yu family's relatives all lending their support, the sudden passing of Yu Ci plunged her grandparents into profound sorrow, yet time, as it inevitably does, would soften even the deepest grief. How could a person who had been gone for over 20 years compare to the living? Yu Qingtang's grandparents understood Wei Tingyu's attitude towards her. After all, it was he who had sent her back to Sikhen to be raised by them. They firmly believed that blood ties are stronger than water and that there are no imperfect parents. One day, Waiting Yu would come to his senses. She needed to learn to forgive her father and seek a chance for reconciliation. The Wei family intended to arrange a marriage for her without even consulting her first. Convinced that Waiting Yu would surely find her a suitable partner. As they aged, they were aware that their time was limited and wished to witness Yu Qingtang marry and have children, a desire that is altogether natural for most elders. Yu Qingtang bore them no resentment. If it brought them happiness, she was willing to comply, out of gratitude for their years of nurturing. Was this her only value in life? She was unsure. After finishing dinner, Yu Qingtang tidied the kitchen and methodically accompanied her grandparents in watching television until 9 in the evening before retiring to her room. On Saturday, the temperature rose slightly compared to Friday, though it was not as sweltering as before. Yu Qingtang donned a light-colored long dress and took the bus to the special education school, where she had volunteered since high school. Everyone there recognized her. The security guard greeted her warmly, and she nodded in acknowledgement as she made her way to find teacher Wang, who had once taught her. She engaged in games with the children with special needs, and a rare, genuine smile illuminated her usually indifferent face. The children, though unable to hear, could see her and were smiling in return, the silence of the moment creating an unparalleled beauty. They were the angels of a silent world. Teacher Wang watched from the side, her expression filled with satisfaction. Yu Qingtang had attended the Sikhen's special education school at the age of 6 or 7, initially diagnosed with hearing and speech disabilities, commonly referred to as deaf-mute. After a month, teacher Wang suspected that she might actually be able to hear. After several examinations by professional doctors, it was discovered that the child had completely normal hearing. Yet, the reason for her pretense of deafness remained a mystery. Simultaneously, she harbored a strong aversion to becoming a normal person, and it took teacher Wang an entire year to encourage her to speak. While other children's first words were mom and dad, hers was teacher. At the age of 8, Yu Qingtang was taken back by her grandparents to attend a regular elementary school. The delightful moments of the morning swiftly passed. Yu Qingtang escorted the children back to their classroom and shared a meal with teacher Wang before departing from the special education school. At 2 in the afternoon, a white Durandi devil parked by the roadside. Cheng Zhanxi gazed up at the school's antiquated sign and stepped inside. After inquiring, she located the administrative office and gently rapped on the door. The occupants looked up, their expressions filled with curiosity. Cheng Zhanxi smiled politely and warmly, saying hello. I am the one who called earlier. I wish to volunteer. The likelihood of finding a silent possibility was nearly non-existent, yet she had never relinquished hope. As Cheng Zhanxi exited the special education school, dusk enveloped the sky, and the streets bustled with life. She mounted her motorcycle, secured her helmet, but her phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. It was Yu Jianxing. Cheng Zhanxi removed her helmet and squinted, saying, "You had better have something urgent." Yu Jianxing exclaimed, "It's an emergency. Your beloved has gone to the bar again." "Which bar?" "The same one as last time, 0 degree." Yu Jianxing replied, "I heard from the owner that many people are trying to flirt with her. If you don't hurry, someone else will take her away." Before she could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. The silver motorcycle darted through the traffic like a bolt of lightning. Midway, Cheng Zhanxi executed a graceful drift and slammed on the brakes. She returned home to retrieve an item before dashing toward the 0 degree bar like a tempest. The weekend crowd at the bar was more vibrant than usual, and even before nightfall, the place buzzed with life. When Cheng Zhanxi pushed through the throngs and found Yu Qingtang in a corner, she discovered the space was devoid of anyone else. Cheng Zhanxi felt her legs weaken, nearly losing her footing. She exhaled slowly and took a seat across from Yu Qingtang. "Shall we head to the hotel?" Cheng Zhanxi extracted an item from her bag, presenting her medical examination report. Chapter 18.
Xicheng.
0 degree bar. Just as evening fell, the bar street was ablaze with neon lights, the vibrant signs captivating the attention of passers-by. The music emanated from the entrance of 0 degree bar, faint yet enticing. As a moderately renowned local establishment, part of its allure stemmed from the resident singer performing inside. Today, the songs of Pu Shu filled the air, causing those who passed by to pause and indulge in the melodies for a moment. Yu Qingtang ventured inside. The bar was teeming with patrons, and upon entering, she felt a twinge of regret for not anticipating the weekend crowd. However, retreating would only subject her to the previous throng. Calculating the distances, she pressed forward toward the bar counter. The bartender, clad in a white shirt and black vest, expertly showcased her skills, crafting ethereal cocktails for the arriving guests. The bartender was the same one she had encountered 3 or 4 months prior, long-haired, lightly made up, adorned with ear studs. an emotionless machine of mixology, a somewhat cool young woman who attracted many customers from the lesbian community, ensuring her cocktail sales were consistently high, thus earning her greater tips. Yet in Yu Qingtang's eyes, she was devoid of face and forgettable. The few faces that surfaced to her mind, when compared to the bartender before her, made it evident that teacher Cheng was indeed more aesthetically pleasing, albeit excessively talkative. A vibrant array of cocktails lined the bar, illuminated by the overhead lights, casting a dazzling spectrum of colors. For the second time, Yu Qingtang regretted her decision to enter this establishment. Once all the cocktails had been delivered to their rightful owners, she stepped forward. The bartender, having just completed a drink, looked up and met her gaze. They exchanged glances, and Yu Qingtang swallowed back the name of the drink that had almost reached her lips, instead uttering the word juice. The bartender coldly turned away to prepare her juice. Yu Qingtang concealed her inner awkwardness as she took a seat in her usual spot. The indifferent bartender, finally finding a moment of respite, discreetly messaged Yu Zhanxi, "Don't ask. Just know she has a wide circle of friends." Yu Zhanxi replied, "Are you certain?" After a brief pause, the bartender responded, approximately 168 centimeters tall, wearing a white long dress, slender and elegant, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. She has a beauty mark at the tail of her left eye. "If you don't believe me, you can ask our boss." Yu Zhanxi retorted, "How can you say someone looks like a goddess?"
I'm human.
The bartender replied, "Just an objective description." To which Yu Zhanxi insisted, "Regardless, you are the only true goddess." The bartender dismissed her with, "Busy, we'll talk later." The bartender tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, concealing a fleeting blush. True to her role as a good confidant, Yu Zhanxi promptly sought confirmation from the bar owner, who had come from his nearby residence specifically to identify the woman in question. After verifying, he replied, "It's her. Many have approached her. Should I give it another shot?" Yu Zhanxi urged, "Keep an eye on her, and I'll treat you to a grand meal." Following this, Cheng Zhanxi received an urgent report from Yu Zhanxi. Yu Qingtang sipped her freshly squeezed juice as the live singer, cradling a white guitar, transitioned to a French song with a remarkably authentic pronunciation. Yu Qingtang aimlessly pondered if the singer was a student from a nearby university specializing in a minor language. Meanwhile, the woman seated across from her, having long been ignored, finally lost her patience and departed. As Yu Qingtang's juice dwindled to a quarter, a familiar figure intruded upon her line of sight. Few remained in her memory, but Cheng Zhanxi, who had been relentlessly vying for attention in the same office over the past week, was certainly one of them. Cheng Zhanxi's cheeks were flushed from exertion as she stood not far from her, one hand resting on the back of the booth, appearing breathless. Yu Qingtang blinked gently. Cheng Zhanxi, under her gaze, approached step by step, settling before her with a serious expression tinged with relief, along with a myriad of other complex emotions, including sadness, emotions Yu Qingtang found difficult to decipher. Unbeknownst to Cheng Zhanxi, a short-haired woman nearby, whose confidence had been shattered by Yu Qingtang's indifference, displayed a gleeful expression and engaged her companions in conversation. "With so many setbacks, I wonder how long this one will last? Shall we head to a hotel?" Cheng Zhanxi remarked, "This is my health examination report." Yu Qingtang released the straw, her emotions rare and vividly displayed, her gaze subtly fixated upon her. Cheng Zhanxi restrained the sorrow threatening to surface, stating, "If you were to choose someone, I believe I am the most suitable candidate here." Her voice dipped in timbre. "You have tried it before, haven't you?" Perhaps it was the dim lighting that enveloped the room, or the woman's slightly husky voice that was utterly captivating. Memories surged forth of a long-forgotten rhythm within her body, the intertwining fingers that clutched tightly in moments of near loss of control, the indistinct murmurs of affection shared during rapturous entanglements, words of tender love whispered repeatedly in her ear as they lost themselves in a haze of sweat. Heat began to rise to her cheeks, her alabaster earlobes tinged with crimson. The ambient light concealed them momentarily, but it was uncertain how long that would last. Yu Qingtang was compelled to shift her focus to the paper document before Cheng Zhanxi, taking a measured breath before slowly inquiring, "You carry this with you?" Cheng Zhanxi mused to herself, "Wouldn't it tarnish my illustrious reputation to say I fetched it specifically from home?" She replied, "It has been in my bag, all along." Yu Qingtang's gaze flickered briefly over the bag that Cheng Zhanxi had changed multiple times that week, her brows subtly arching. Yu Qingtang lowered her head to sip her juice, asking, "What brings teacher Cheng to a bar?" Cheng Zhanxi, failing to perceive any oddity, understood the sharpness of her own intellect inherited from her parents. With a slight movement of her eyes, she responded, "I came to take a look. Hunting for beauty, perhaps? I've stated that I am quite virtuous." Yu Qingtang regarded her once more, her silence betraying her skepticism regarding Cheng Zhanxi's credibility. Cheng Zhanxi countered, "And what about you, teacher Yu?" What is your purpose in the bar? To listen to music, Yu Qingtang replied coolly. And perhaps to hunt for beauty? Not interested. Cheng Zhanxi, in a moment of self-deprecation, posed a question. Does that include me? Yu Qingtang answered with an expression of indifference, memories flitting through her mind as Cheng Zhanxi tightly grasped her ankle. In truth, there may be a slight interest. Yu Qingtang turned her face away, her eyelids lowered, casting a small shadow beneath her lashes. Yet, she was timid, humble. A pitiful creature whose indulgence had reached its limit. Cheng Zhanxi, however, felt a surge of elation, exclaiming, "Then let me accompany you to enjoy the music. I shall order a glass of juice." As per her usual habit, she did not await Yu Qingtang's response, rising independently to place her order at the bar. Yu Qingtang, the health examination report lay on the table. She picked it up and opened the first page. In the upper right corner was a passport-sized photo of Cheng Zhanxi, her smile natural and infectious. She was the kind of person whose smile could effortlessly evoke a smile in return, even through a photograph which held such enchantment. Yu Qingtang's lips, which had just begun to curl upwards, slowly retracted. She closed Cheng Zhanxi's health report and returned it to its original spot. Cheng Zhanxi approached with 2 glasses of juice, teasingly inquiring, "Why have you stopped looking?" It appeared that Yu Qingtang's actions had not escaped her notice. Yu Qingtang remarked, "There's nothing worth seeing. Please." Cheng Zhanxi said as she handed her one of the juice glasses. Yu Qingtang's glass was nearly empty. Was she expected to wait for her to leave without refilling it? Yu Qingtang could only sigh inwardly at this person's increasingly adept ability to act first and explain later, yet somehow, it was not entirely off-putting. The bar's resident singer had a truly marvelous voice, and she could only attribute her current mood to that. They had now shifted to an old love song, a hit from the 1990s by a male singer. Its melody felt somewhat dated now. Noticing Yu Qingtang's unwavering gaze fixed on the stage, Cheng Zhanxi inquired, "Do you enjoy this type of music?" Yu Qingtang had hardly registered the song, but upon listening intently for a moment, she replied, "It's all right. I prefer jazz." Cheng Zhanxi took the initiative to say, "Next time, I'll recommend a few songs to you." Yu Qingtang, as expected, did not reciprocate with equal enthusiasm. Merely responding with a non-committal Cheng Zhanxi's talent for speaking on her own was truly remarkable. "Next time, I'll suggest a few tracks." Unable to resist, Yu Qingtang glanced at her. Cheng Zhanxi, having anticipated the look, met her gaze and let out a soft, delightful laugh. The sound was clear and melodious. Yu Qingtang instinctively held her breath, the lingering notes of laughter perfectly capturing her attention. Cheng Zhanxi released the straw she had been biting, pushed the juice aside, and placed her hands atop one another on the table. Resting her chin on her hand, she tilted her neck slightly upward to observe Yu Qingtang, her eyes sparkling. Suddenly, a gentle, almost ethereal voice slipped from her lips, "Sister Yu." Yu Qingtang's pupils quivered, and she quickly turned her face away, though it did little to conceal the faint blush spreading across her neck, reminiscent of blossoms poised to bloom in the spring. Cheng Zhanxi's laughter was soft, her voice sweetly teasing. "Has no one ever called you that?" Yu Qingtang felt parched and yearned for some juice to quench her thirst, but she knew turning her head would undoubtedly meet Cheng Zhanxi's playful gaze, making her swallow hard instead. "Sister Yu?" The title felt utterly out of place. Her voice softer than usual, low and gentle. "Don't call me that." Cheng Zhanxi, indeed, refrained from further teasing, not out of fear of upsetting Yu Qingtang, but rather due to her own inability to resist the allure of such soft-spoken words. As a healthy and mature woman, it was only natural to experience both psychological and physiological impulses in the presence of someone she cherished. She longed to kiss her, to savor her voice. Cheng Zhanxi closed her eyes briefly, sipping the cool juice through the straw, the depths of her gaze gradually lightening, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yu Qingtang remained motionless, observing the array of highball glasses displayed at the bar. After a while, she turned her face back, nonchalantly taking a sip of her juice. Her eyes swept over the well-chewed end of Cheng Zhanxi's straw, and an ill-timed thought crossed her mind. I heard that those who bite straws have strong desires. No wonder she had asked if Yu Qingtang wanted another drink last time. It seemed she had not been satisfied. Yu Qingtang's mind wandered, yet her expression remained calm and undisturbed.
Teacher Yu?
Yu Qingtang retracted her scattered thoughts, quietly reflecting as she finished the remaining juice in one gulp. With a subtle sigh, she declared, "I must return home." If she lingered any longer, she might truly find herself entangled with Teacher Cheng at a hotel once more. They had only listened to 2 songs. How could it feel as though those fleeting moments with Cheng Zhanxi stretched longer than the hour she had spent prior? "My family is waiting for my return for dinner." "Very well," Cheng Zhanxi replied, tucking away the conspicuous health report. "Shall I escort you home?" "No need." Cheng Zhanxi made another concession. "What if we leave together?" Yu Qingtang nodded. The path was singular, If she insisted on accompanying her, there was little reason to decline. Outside the bar, the two parted ways. Yu Qingtang beheld Cheng Zhanxi's Ducati, the sleek design exuding both athleticism and elegance. The glacier white paint was pure and noble, and the dynamic wheels stirred excitement in the hearts of motorcycle enthusiasts. Although Yu Qingtang lacked knowledge of motorcycles, she could certainly appreciate beauty, especially when Cheng Zhanxi, with one hand cradling her helmet and one foot resting on the bike, leaned against it with a languid smile. The neon lights from the street illuminated her elongated figure, creating an astonishing allure. This magnetism transcended her youthful and beautiful visage. It was the audacious confidence she radiated that Yu Qingtang could never hope to attain. Cheng Zhanxi lived the life Yu Qingtang yearned for. Goodbye, Sister Yu. Cheng Zhanxi donned her helmet, adjusting the visor with a playful flick. Farewell. The roar of the engine echoed as Yu Qingtang watched the captivating silhouette speed away on the motorcycle. After a long moment, she softly murmured to herself, as if reminding her own heart, goodbye. She turned and walked in the opposite direction. As the city lights began to twinkle, the street lamps cast a long shadow behind her. Yu Qingtang had agreed with Fang Wenjiao not to return home for dinner that evening. Arriving home past 8, she found remnants of a meal covered with a lid on the dining table. She exchanged glances with her grandparents, who were watching television in the living room, and resolved against reheating the dishes to spare Fang Wenjiao from worrying. After bidding them farewell, she ascended to her bedroom on the second floor. Upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a message from Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi, I have arrived home safely. Only a few minutes had passed since their separation. Evidently, her residence was nearby. Why had teacher Cheng ventured to the bar? And why had she brought along the health report? Two questions flickered through Yu Qingtang's mind. But before her thoughts could delve into analysis, she forcibly dismissed them and typed, safe. In the next moment, Cheng Zhanxi's voice call came through. Yu Qingtang was taken aback. But after 2 seconds, she pressed decline and typed, inconvenient. Cheng Zhanxi switched to text. I have an educational matter I wish to discuss with teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang. She, a physical education teacher? Cheng Zhanxi seemed to intuit her thoughts, as the status still indicated she was typing, and a message soon appeared. Teacher Yu, I never expected that someone as fair and handsome as you would harbor prejudice against our physical education teacher. Our physical education instructors also emphasize teaching methods to enhance students' physical fitness. Only with improved physical health can one foster psychological resilience, which is beneficial for the high-pressure studies in high school and ultimately advantageous for the nation and its people. A strong youth leads to a strong country. As for those veteran teachers, they also have to manage the training of students with special talents, working during winter and summer breaks, which is hardly less burdensome than your cultural lessons. As a novice teacher and a temporary worker, it may seem to you that I have little to do, but I am diligently learning. One must be given the opportunity to grow. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles, and without gathering small streams, one cannot form a mighty river. Yu Qingtang regretted not answering her voice call, as she could hardly believe that teacher Cheng would recite such lengthy passages verbatim from the internet. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that teacher Cheng was indeed capable of such a feat. Teacher Cheng, in her past life, must have been a tape recorder. Yu Qingtang, you've strained my eyes with your noise. Cheng Zhanxi. Ha 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 ha. System message. Yu Qingtang retracted a message. Yu Qingtang, get to the point. Cheng Zhanxi succinctly articulated her thoughts. Yu Qingtang, you say the physical education teacher is more effective than I am. Cheng Zhanxi. But, you are the homeroom teacher.
You have authority over me.
Yu Qingtang corrected her. We are not superior and subordinate. You do not need to be accountable to me. Your responsibility lies with the students. Cheng Zhanxi. I don't know any other physical education teachers, do you? Yu Qingtang mused that, having been at the school for a week, Cheng Zhanxi, like a social butterfly, was well liked by everyone. Yet she had not made an effort to meet the physical education teachers. After her inner musings, Yu Qingtang replied, I will ask the homeroom teacher of another class for the contact information of the physical education teacher, and send it to you later. Given Cheng Zhanxi's sociability at school, she likely had numerous homeroom teachers' WeChat contacts. Yet Yu Qingtang decided to assist her as a small gesture of care for other subject teachers. Before Cheng Zhanxi could say more, Yu Qingtang promptly stated, I have matters to attend to. I'm busy. We can talk later. She flipped her phone face down on the table and went to wash up. Her phone vibrated, presumably with another message from Cheng Zhanxi, but Yu Qingtang ignored it, grabbing a clean towel and heading to the bathroom. The old house had outdated facilities, and the water heater had seen many years. Yu Qingtang turned on the hot water, standing nearby in a state of relaxation, waiting for the water to warm before she began to remove her clothing. Her skin was even fairer than her face, resembling flawless snow. A few faint scars adorned her skin, barely noticeable due to the passage of time, only slightly darker than her natural complexion. Yet they did not mar her beauty. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her waist slender. Though her figure was slight, it possessed graceful curves, embodying all that was essential. She stood beneath the showerhead, tilting her head back, her swan-like neck elongated, her slender arms gently raised, cupping the water as her gaze followed the flow from high to low. Her lustrous, dark hair clung damply to her smooth back, enveloped in a swirling mist of steam, resembling an enchanting sprite flourishing amidst the fog. After drying herself, Yu Qingtang donned a long-sleeved pajama set, opting for warmth even before autumn had fully set in. Born through a difficult labor, and with Yuxi's frail health during her lifetime, she emerged from the womb with a weaker constitution than most. Her childhood lacked proper care, leaving her with lingering ailments that no amount of nurturing could remedy, requiring her to be particularly cautious in her daily life. Unlocking her phone screen, she discovered a message from Cheng Zhanxi. Moi. Another message was from Wen Jihan, who had sent her a math-proof problem, inquiring if she was interested in solving it. Yu Qingtang glanced at the problem and slowly settled at her desk, retrieving a pen and some scrap paper, engrossed in her calculations. An hour later, she photographed a stack of densely written draft papers and sent them over, culminating in the proof of her conclusion. When Jihan asked, "What are you doing?" Yu Qingtang replied, "Just finished the problem, planning to sleep." After a moment of typing, when Jihan said, "Good night," Yu Qingtang responded, "Good night." She then opened her class group chat to check for any questions from the parents and forwarded the old physical education teacher's contact card she had obtained from other teachers to Cheng Zhanxi. Just as the typing indicator appeared above the dialog box, Yu Qingtang said, "I'm going to sleep, good night." Cheng Zhanxi replied, "Sharing a playlist. Jazz for Sister Yu." Cheng Zhanxi added, "I picked a few gentle tracks for you. You can listen and let me know if you like them. Good night, Sister Yu." Yu Qingtang pondered, why does it feel like her words have a voice? As she lay down, her fingers naturally intertwined atop the blanket at her waist. She closed her eyes. A chill breeze wafted in through the window, and Yu Qingtang realized she had forgotten to close it. She touched her arms, now covered in goosebumps, rose to shut the window, and upon returning, picked up her phone from the bedside table, donned her headphones, and opened the playlist shared by Cheng Zhanxi. The soothing strains of jazz flowed into her ears, evoking images of rich wine and the evening breeze, languorous and pleasant. Yu Qingtang drifted into slumber. The last image that surfaced before her eyes being Cheng Zhanxi at the bar entrance, one hand holding a helmet, lazily leaning against her motorcycle, casually tossing her long hair back, revealing a delicate, graceful neck. She tilted her head, gazing at the bustling street, the lights alongside casting a dreamy haze over her expression. Unconscious beauty is the most exquisite. It reminded Yu Qingtang of classic film scenes featuring once popular Hong Kong actresses known for their allure. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi turned towards her. The sultry, mature woman transforming into a sweet, endearing girl, her voice soft as she called out, "Sister Yu." Under the eyelids of Yu Qingtang, her eyeballs moved restlessly. A thunderclap echoed across the sky. Lightning flashed suddenly, alternating rapidly, illuminating the dark heavens as if it were day. Since the temperature had dropped 2 days prior, the clouds had amassed, bringing with them the rolling sound of thunder, rumbling incessantly, followed by a fierce wind that swept through the small bamboo grove in the courtyard, producing a sound akin to a mournful flute. Large raindrops pelted the windows, creating a cacophony. Startled by the thunder and rain, Yu Qingtang's eyelashes quivered slightly. Her fingers, resting on the quilt, tightened their grip, turning pale at the knuckles as if she were on the brink of being drawn into a deep, subconscious nightmare. The music app played on repeat, the soft strains of jazz flowing endlessly. Water pooled on the bluestone slabs surrounding the bamboo grove, leaving the ground damp. However, the rainwater on the ground had already dried up, and from afar, the sun began to rise amidst the clouds. Lying in bed, Yu Qingtang stared blankly at the ceiling for a while, before retrieving the 2 earbuds she had stuffed in her ears the previous night from beneath her collarbone and pillow. Her phone still had 10% battery left, and the music had ceased when the earbuds fell. She plugged her phone into charge, brushed her teeth, washed up, changed into her usual attire, and opened the window to find the wind still blowing. The morning air was tinged with a damp chill, prompting her to fetch a black hooded jacket from the wardrobe. Descending the stairs, she found Fong Wenjiao preparing breakfast, while her grandfather sat in his wheelchair, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Yu Qingtang greeted him, but he did not turn, merely acknowledging her response. She then took a broom from the corner and stepped outside to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. Suddenly, she recalled that today marked the autumn equinox. Yu Qingtang prepared lunch, having contacted a housekeeping agency in the morning to find a new nanny. In the afternoon, a woman named Aunt Lu arrived. And after discussing a few requirements, they signed the contract the same day. Following the autumn equinox of 2018, the Mid-Autumn Festival, a significant occasion for family reunions, would soon follow. Yu Qingtang's uncle, the son of her grandparents, lived in the capital, preoccupied with work and caring for his own family, unable to return every year. In the evening, around 6 or 7 o'clock, he made a video call, which Yu Qingtang helped connect, passing the phone to her grandparents. He wished them a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and inquired about her father's health, to which they replied that he was feeling better. The uncle then brought his 2 children over to show to the elders. The elderly couple engaged in warm exchanges with their grandchildren, who responded dutifully from the other side, assuring them they understood and would comply. After a reluctant half-hour of conversation, Yu Qingtang operated Fong Wenjiao's phone to end the video call and returned to the main screen. The phone rang again with another video invitation. Yu Qingtang glanced at the name on the screen, her tone unruffled as she stated, "I'm going upstairs." She handed the phone back to Fong Wenjiao, instructing her, "Press the screen button to answer. Just wait a moment, and someone will come on." Fong Wenjiao hesitated, looking at Yu Qingtang as she ascended the stairs, her figure disappearing behind the staircase. Grandfather's expression darkened as he remarked, "The moment she sees her father's call, she runs away. It's as if the father and daughter are sworn enemies." Fong Wenjiao suggested, "Let her have a little more time." With a sigh, grandfather replied, "Look at this old body of mine. I fear I may not witness the day they reconcile." After a moment, he spoke again about waiting you, saying, "What is there for adults to argue with children about? Why not soften one's stance first? When I see him next, I shall certainly have a serious talk with him." His agitation grew as he spoke, prompting Fong Wenjiao to gently place her hand on his chest, urging, "Answer the call first." Waiting Yu's pale, sickly face appeared on the screen, his smile warm. "Dad, Mom, happy Mid-Autumn Festival." As their conversation drew to a close, Fong Wenjiao hesitantly asked, "Ting Yu, when can you and Momo sit down for a proper chat?" Waiting Yu listened patiently but sidestepped the question. "I will ensure she has a good home. Please rest assured." There was a knock at the door from outside. "Are you in there?" Waiting Yu addressed the camera. "My family is urging me. Let us talk next time. Please call me anytime if you need anything." "Did you receive the mooncakes I sent?" "Yes, we did. You and Dad remember to eat them," he gently reminded before ending the video call. He rose and walked to the door, pulling it open to find Wei Jingfeng, the 6th grandchild of the Wei family, standing at the threshold, born in the same year as Yu Qingtang, just a few months older. He had a twin sister. When his second aunt gave birth to the twins, UCI was just beginning to show, her slender frame making her pregnancy appear particularly pronounced. Waiting Yu had once fantasized about whether UCI might also bear twins, though the medical examinations had confirmed it was impossible. However, he occasionally joked with UCI about it. He had racked his brain for 3 months to name the unborn child Wei Qingtang, a name suitable for either gender. He did not care whether the child was a boy or a girl, beautiful or plain, as long as the 3 of them could live happily together. It would be the greatest fulfillment of his life. The day UCI died on the operating table, it felt as though his entire soul had been extracted, leaving behind only a soulless shell. Wei Tingyu fell gravely ill, losing many memories during his illness. The only fragments he could recall were chaotic and disordered. He seemed to have cared for Yu Qingtang, and after Yuxi's passing, he had contemplated nurturing the sole bloodline she left behind, yet it seemed he had failed. Later, he heard from the family servants that his mental state had been quite unstable during that time, irritable and prone to outbursts, often echoing from the baby's room were his hysterical screams and cries. He could not tolerate his daughter as weeping. Each time she cried, he would shout at her, his voice reverberating throughout the house. Though the infant did not comprehend, she instinctively learned to fear, gradually ceasing her cries altogether. In time, she no longer cried when hungry or when dirty. She would simply lie quietly in her cradle, her large, dark eyes wide open. When he remembered to feed her formula, she would be nourished. When he forgot, she would endure, yet somehow, she survived. However, if this continued, it was inevitable that one of them would succumb to the torment first. About a year later, the elder of the Wei family brought his most cherished 3rd son back to the main residence, keeping a close watch over him. Wei Tingyu recuperated for 6 months, gradually regaining his vitality. Yu Qingtang was also brought over, like a thorn embedded in Wei Tingyu's heart, a constant reminder that his UCI would never return. She became the incurable ailment that plagued him. He could only leave her be, refraining from inquiry, allowing her to remain out of his sight. Wei Jingfeng, the 6th son of the Wei family, remarked, "Third uncle, everyone is waiting for you downstairs. The 12th wants red envelopes. Are you prepared?" Wei Tingyu revealed his hand from behind his back, waving the envelope. "This includes yours." Wei Jingfeng chuckled, "I shall forego it. At my age, It feels inappropriate. Save it for the seventh sister during the new year. Wei Tingyu remained silent. Wei Jingfeng accompanied him downstairs, their steps in sync, slowing as he asked. I heard the seventh sister returned to our hometown after graduation. Which city is it? C City, Wei Tingyu replied, his voice somewhat hoarse.
All right.
I'll make a note of that. If I pass through C City on business, I shall pay her a visit. As you wish, Wei Tingyu said, grasping the handrail as he descended. Upon distributing the red envelopes, the younger generation frolicked in the living room while a servant approached Wei Tingyu from behind, whispering a message. He entered the study after knocking, finding his three brothers seated in an orderly fashion. As an artist, Wei Tingyu had always shunned mundane affairs, and the grand assembly of his brothers indicated a singular purpose, to discuss Yu Qingtang's marriage. The young lady from the Cheng family had been feigning illness for nearly 6 months, resulting in a stalemate. They wished to arrange a new marriage for Yu Qingtang, but Wei Tingyu resolutely refused, as he harbored distrust towards others. Today was no exception. He pressed a handkerchief to his lips, coughing violently, his pallid face betraying an unwavering determination. No, it must be the Cheng family. I will decide my daughter's marriage. After Wei Tingyu departed, Uncle Wei's gloomy gaze lingered on his retreating figure. Uncle Wei Air wore an enigmatic smile, while Uncle Wei C's expression hinted at concern. Uncle Wei slammed his teacup onto the table, declaring, this sickly man never treated Yu Qingtang as his daughter before. Now he pretends to care for her future. Uncle Wei C glanced at his elder brothers, unease creeping in. Eldest brother, could it be that third brother knows why we wish to expedite his daughter's marriage? Is he intentionally stalling for time? Uncle Wei chuckled coldly. Stall? By the time he dies, his daughter will be left with nothing good. Uncle Wei Air lowered his voice, cautioning, eldest brother, keep your voice down. He might still be within earshot, and he remains unaware that we are already informed. The voices in the study quieted, blending with the moonlight of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The bright moon hung high. Cheng Zhanxi, in her rented apartment, video-called her family. Cheng Mama expressed her concern over her daughter living in a rental, scrutinizing every detail, eager to persuade her to return home. This house isn't small. What else lacking? Living alone, I find no need for such spaciousness. Cheng Mama hesitated for a moment before saying, the Wei family has inquired about you again. Why have they not yet given up? Although she is indeed adored by all, captivating in her own right, it seems unlikely that Miss Wei would pursue her so relentlessly despite never having met. Cheng Zhanxi earnestly asked, Mother, have you ever pondered a particular question? Cheng Mama replied, what is it? Cheng Zhanxi, with a serious expression, continued, could it be that the Wei family is on the verge of bankruptcy? At that moment, a young man's clear laughter echoed nearby, and a handsome face, reminiscent of Cheng Zhanxi's, appeared in the frame. Cheng Yuanxi, with a smile, remarked, Sister, you are wise not to engage in business. With your judgment, our company would have already collapsed. How dare this culprit mock her? Cheng Zhanxi, filled with indignation, retorted, silence. Cheng Yuanxi immediately restrained his laughter and said soberly, earlier, when you questioned whether the Wei family is nearing bankruptcy, I can assure you, they are not. The Wei family remains as prosperous as ever. Cheng Mama reproached Cheng Zhanxi, it has been half a year since you left home, and you did not return for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Cheng Zhanxi patiently explained, it is not that I do not wish to return. I have classes tomorrow. What kind of class? Cheng Mama assumed she was once again pursuing some peculiar skill and asked, can't you ask your teacher for a few days off? I am the teacher, Cheng Zhanxi replied. Cheng Mama was not particularly surprised at this moment. After a brief thought, she inquired, are you teaching painting? With your fame, can't you take a few days off? No, I am teaching physical education. I am now a proud public school teacher, Cheng Zhanxi declared. I must be responsible for my students. As she spoke, she felt the familiarity of those words. Who had said them? It was Yu Qingtang, who had such eloquence. Cheng Zhanxi rubbed her nose with her fingertip, lowering her gaze to conceal her embarrassment. Cheng Yuanxi squinted, sensing that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. His sister seemed to. Cheng Mama quickly processed the information about Cheng Zhanxi becoming a PE teacher. Her daughter had always been unconventional, and as long as she was happy, that was what mattered. The conversation circled back to the Wei family, mentioning that Wei Tingyu had even paid a visit, leaving her at a loss. Cheng Zhanxi displayed a troubled expression and laid her cards on the table with her mother. Had this been some time ago, I might have heeded your advice to meet Miss Wei. However, I now have someone I adore, and I became a PE teacher to pursue her. Cheng Mama fell silent for a few seconds, shaking her head with a smile. Well, if that is the case, I shall decline the Wei family's invitation, stating that you and Miss Wei are fated to be unfulfilled. Cheng Zhanxi's voice lowered, filled with guilt. I am sorry. It has nothing to do with you.
Cheng Mama replied.
This is your brother's fault. I will give him a good talking to and drag him to the Wei family to apologize. Cheng Yuanqi added. Indeed. It is my carelessness that has led to this. My inability to marry Miss Wei is not your fault. A man must take responsibility for his own actions. After finishing his phone call, Father Cheng approached, catching the latter half of the conversation and calmly remarked, it appears that the betrothal was initiated by me. So, I must bear the brunt of this. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. Mom loves you. Dad loves you. Brother loves you. The tablet on the coffee table, secured in place, displayed Cheng's parents, each raising a hand to form a large heart above Cheng Yuanqi's head, who sat in the middle, crafting a small heart with her hands. I love you all, too. Cheng Zhanxi raised her arms overhead, creating a heart shape. Come home soon, Mother Cheng said reluctantly before ending the video call. I'll return whenever I can. While studying abroad, Cheng Zhanxi could not come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, yet they always managed to celebrate together as a family. Her parents and brother would fly to her city for a reunion. If one were to tally it up, this seemed to be her first Mid-Autumn Festival spent away from her family. Alone, Cheng Zhanxi nibbled on a mooncake, lost in thought, and sent a message to Yu Qingtang. She must be happily enjoying mooncakes and admiring the moon with her family, right? With classes on Tuesday, and the old town being a distance from school, Yu Qingtang needed to return to her residence on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Fang Wenjiao had given her a box of mooncakes, which Yu Qingtang pretended not to notice were a gift from Wei Tingyu, as she boarded the last bus back to the new district. On the bus, she was the sole passenger, placing her bag on the adjacent seat while the mooncake rested atop it. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. Cheng Zhanxi, raising a glass to the bright moon, the shadow forms three of us. The accompanying image depicted a solitary wine glass alongside a half-eaten mooncake. Yu Qingtang. She tucked her phone back into her pocket, disinclined to engage with this young lady. The bus meandered through the streets. The old town, already sparse with people, felt desolate in the deep of night, as if haunted by weeping spirits. Yu Qingtang gazed at the silent back of the bus driver, her mind conjuring unsettling images of what he might look like if he turned around. She retrieved her phone once more. Not going home? Cheng Zhanxi replied instantly. I have class tomorrow, so of course, I choose to stay here. Yu Qingtang, still pondering her response, received another message from Cheng Zhanxi. What about you? Yu Qingtang snapped a photo of the empty bus seat, deleted it before sending, and replied, Teacher Cheng is quite dedicated. You still haven't answered my question. Just left home. So, you're alone?
Yes.
Want to grab a late-night snack? I can pick you up. The image of Cheng Zhanxi at the bar entrance resurfaced in Yu Qingtang's mind, the evening breeze tousling her long hair. She casually leaned against her motorcycle, a helmet cradled in one arm, a languid smile gracing her lips, effortlessly capturing the attention of passers-by, including Yu Qingtang herself. She gazed at her as one might look upon the sun. Yu Qingtang's expression dimmed slightly as she typed. No. Thank you. All right then. See you tomorrow, Sister Yu. See you tomorrow. Yu Qingtang locked her phone. The bus swayed as it reached her destination. She disembarked, carrying a box of mooncakes, and walked home for 5 minutes. She took out one to savor, placing the others into the refrigerator. After the autumn equinox, the essence of autumn began to deepen. Rising early for school, Yu Qingtang donned a long trench coat, which barely shielded her from the morning's chill. Arriving at the school gate at 6:40, she hurriedly approached the entrance, but suddenly glanced back. The usual parade of cars and bicycles flowed past, unchanged from any other day. Turning her gaze forward again, a heavy engine's roar erupted behind her. Such sounds were rare not only at her school but throughout the entirety of Xiqing. Yu Qingtang suppressed the urge to turn around. It was not until Cheng Zhanxi passed by her, effortlessly gliding on the ground, that she found her path obstructed. Chapter 19. Before her stood Cheng Zhanxi, whose proportions were striking, clad in form-fitting black jeans that accentuated her slender calves, complemented by pristine white shoes. The cuffs of her jeans were rolled up, revealing a delicate, fair ankle, exuding a minimalist chicness. Yu Qingtang, she nonchalantly sidestepped her vehicle. Cheng Zhanxi, driving a flashy white motorcycle, slowly advanced to block her. Yu Qingtang halted, finally lifting her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi straightened, removing her helmet with both hands, shaking her long hair back, and smiling warmly at her. Sister Yu, it's me. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, long eyelashes framing irises that shimmered like scattered peach blossoms. Yu Qingtang thought to herself, of course, I recognize you. There's no one else in this school whose very essence exudes such flamboyance from head to toe. She regarded her for a moment, as if genuinely just recognizing her, pausing for 2 seconds before responding in a flat tone. Good morning, Teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi replied cheerfully. Good morning, Sister Yu. Yu Qingtang, a sparrow perched on a branch, shook its wings, its small, dark eyes peering curiously downwards. Yu Qingtang's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stated, "Do not call me that." Cheng Zhanxi, still smiling, replied, "Okay, teacher Yu." She transitioned from speaking freely to an easy familiarity, sitting on her motorcycle and handing over the removed helmet. "Teacher Yu, I need to park my bike. Could you hold this for me? It's just a few steps." Yu Qingtang glanced at the helmet, hesitating for a moment before accepting it. The surface was cold, yet it still retained the warmth of the rider. As she held it, she accidentally brushed against it, feeling the stark contrast of temperatures. Cheng Zhanxi maneuvered her bike towards the faculty parking area, while Yu Qingtang walked a couple of steps behind, gazing down at the glossy helmet. She gently caressed its smooth surface twice, closing and reopening the visor silently, restoring it to its original state without a sound. All done. Cheng Zhanxi turned back, and Yu Qingtang remained in her quiet demeanor, returning the helmet to her. Cheng Zhanxi adorned her left wrist with a white sports band, glancing at the time before remarking, "It's almost time for morning reading. I shall accompany teacher Yu to the classroom." "Thank you for carrying my helmet." Yu Qingtang pondered the logic behind the statement, only to conclude that there was none. Thus, when the students of Class 7 entered for their morning reading, they were greeted by the sight of two teachers at the door, their homeroom teacher, Yu Qingtang, and the newly elected favorite teacher of the class, Cheng Zhanxi. As the students approached from the corridor, they straightened their posture, casting their eyes downward. "Good morning, teacher." After a few steps, they raised their heads, their faces breaking into smiles. "Teacher Cheng." However, with their homeroom teacher present, they stifled their laughter halfway, revealing only their gleaming white teeth. Cheng Zhanxi smiled, patting a student's shoulder. "Go on in and study well." She then lowered her voice, advising, "Make sure to tuck your breakfast properly. I can see the plastic bag peeking out." The student hurriedly concealed the bag, and the two exchanged a knowing glance. Two girls then approached hand in hand, and Cheng Zhanxi recognized them as Xing Bairu and He Shuangjiang, whose names resembled those of sisters. The last time she had seen them, their bond had not been so close, yet now they were intertwined, a testament to the vibrancy of youth. Cheng Zhanxi mused about when she and Yu Qingtang might share such a connection. She cast a fleeting glance at Yu Qingtang's delicate hand resting at her side. The skin smooth and tender, a sensation she had felt the previous night. The slender fingers appeared unusually long, and she imagined how it would feel to intertwine their fingers. A warm flutter coursed through Cheng Zhanxi's heart, leaving her lips parched as she averted her gaze. As role models, they must not entertain such errant thoughts. Upon spotting Yu Qingtang at the entrance, Xing Bairu and He Shuangjiang immediately released each other as hands, their expressions betraying a hint of guilt. "Good morning, teacher." They both murmured in unison, their eyes lowering in unison as well. Yu Qingtang acknowledged them with a nod. Cheng Zhanxi observed the two girls as they entered. Narrowing her eyes in contemplation, she approached Yu Qingtang, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear, ensuring only they could hear, "Teacher Yu, do you feel that?" Yu Qingtang instinctively turned her face away from the warm breath brushing against her ear. In such proximity, Cheng Zhanxi's eyes sparkled like glass beads. Her loose strands of hair kissed by the morning light with a hint of rose. The warmth of her breath enveloped Yu Qingtang's face, and Cheng Zhanxi gazed intently, her pupils swirling with an alluring depth that beckoned Yu Qingtang to delve deeper. "Good morning, teacher," Yu Qingtang said, jolted from her reverie. Stepping back to maintain a social distance from Cheng Zhanxi, suppressing the urge to tuck a loose strand behind her ear. "You should go in," she instructed the student before her, not meeting Cheng Zhanxi's gaze as she recalled the unfinished thought. "Let us discuss it privately." Cheng Zhanxi reconsidered, realizing the hallway was too public for such musings. If overheard, it could lead to complications.
All right.
At 7 o'clock, the morning reading officially commenced. Most students were diligently engaged in their early morning reading, while a few yawned incessantly over their textbooks, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's activities. Others discreetly opened their breakfasts from beneath their desks, casting furtive glances towards the classroom door where the homeroom teacher stood, hastily taking a bite while propping their books upright, cheeks puffed out in silent study. In front of Yu Qingtang stood a boy, towering at 183 centimeters, significantly taller than her. His uniform zipper hung open, revealing a t-shirt half tucked into his trousers, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Under her gaze, he zipped up his jacket and straightened his posture. "Why are you late?" "I helped an elderly lady cross the street. You assisted her 3 times last week." The boy chuckled, covering his mouth as he coughed lightly. "There are quite a few elderly folks in my neighborhood." "How commendable," Yu Qingtang remarked. "I shall commend you specifically in Friday's class meeting." The boy grinned sheepishly. "Must you? That would be quite embarrassing." "Kindness deserves recognition," she stated earnestly. His smile faltered, and he sheepishly admitted, I simply woke up late this morning. Yu Qingtang tilted her chin slightly towards the classroom. Go on in, and do wake up earlier tomorrow. Once all were present, Yu Qingtang observed the reading discipline at the door for a moment before departing. On her way back to the office, Cheng Zhanxi remarked, Xiang Tianyu was surprisingly obedient during gym class. I didn't expect him to be like this. Indeed, she replied. ISNT being a homeroom teacher, quite challenging? Cheng Zhanxi sought to change the subject. It's manageable, Yu Qingtang responded, viewing it merely as a job. If uncertain about something, she would consult her predecessor, who would provide practical insights. As long as one refrains from emotional investment, managing students becomes akin to data analysis, regardless of how difficult they may seem. Cheng Zhanxi wished to inquire why she chose to become a teacher, but Yu Qingtang headed in the opposite direction of the office. Teacher Yu over here. I'm going to buy breakfast, she replied, turning back. I'll join you. I rushed out without eating, Cheng Zhanxi fibbed, her eyes wide. The two made their way to the cafeteria, where the majority of students were engrossed in their early reading, leaving it tranquil, with only a few fellow teachers, mostly young, present. Yu Qingtang took a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a meat bun. Cheng Zhanxi approached the counter and requested 1 vegetable bun, then lowered her voice, adding, the smallest one, please. The vendor, noticing her beauty, was about to hand her the largest bun when he looked up, bewildered. Is this little lady quite all right? Cheng Zhanxi maintained her composure. Sir, I'm on a diet. Yu Qingtang glanced at Cheng Zhanxi's plate, which held only a solitary vegetable bun. Cheng Zhanxi raised her hand and vowed, I truly have a small appetite. Yu Qingtang softly acknowledged with an bowing her head to sip her porridge. Cheng Zhanxi exhaled, finally managing to reshape her image as a voracious eater in Yu Qingtang's mind. After finishing breakfast and retracing their steps to the office, Yu Qingtang halted abruptly midway. Cheng Zhanxi halted her steps, inquiring, what is the matter? Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze, replying, nothing, let us proceed. She had suddenly realized that since their chance encounter at the school gate, Cheng Zhanxi had been inseparable from her for an entire hour. It felt as if she were a piece of toffee, adhering so closely that it was impossible to shake off. She resolved to prevent such a possibility from arising again in the future. With a discreet determination, Yu Qingtang quickened her pace. As they entered the office side by side, Yu Qingtang maintained her usual quiet demeanor, while Cheng Zhanxi greeted others with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Good morning. English teacher Yang Li responded warmly, Good morning. How is it that you, Teacher Cheng, are with Teacher Yu? Cheng Zhanxi thought to herself that it was fate that brought them together, and with a slight smile, she replied, We happened to meet on the way. Yang, I see you've changed your hairstyle. Yang Li immediately stood up, turning to showcase her newly styled wavy hair, cheerfully asking, Doesn't it look good? Cheng Zhanxi examined it attentively, nodding and affirming, It looks lovely. While Cheng Zhanxi engaged in small talk with Yang Li, Yu Qingtang had already settled back into her seat. Upon her desk, she discovered a small bag, which, upon opening, revealed a piece of cake and a card inscribed with neat, elegant handwriting. Thank you, teacher. The card was signed by Yu Zhou. Cheng Zhanxi approached the desk and noticed the card as well. Upon unfolding it, she found that the cards were black and white, resembling a couple's design, justifying the risk she took in masquerading as a parent to assist her. Although she did not seek gratitude, Cheng Zhanxi felt a sense of satisfaction in receiving a reward for her kindness. She took a small fork and sampled a bite of the cake, which was soft and quite delicious. Glancing sideways, she noticed Yu Qingtang lost in thought, gazing at the card. You teacher? Yu Qingtang swiftly tucked the card between the pages of her book and raised her eyes, her expression cool and detached. Cheng Zhanxi feigned ignorance of the palpable tension beside her, suggesting, Would you like to try a bit of this cake? She gestured with her fork towards Yu Qingtang's desk, her lips still adorned with white cream. Yu Qingtang expressionlessly placed a small cake before Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi was taken aback, exclaiming, That's not what I meant. Yu Qingtang replied flatly, I do not like cake. What could she possibly enjoy? Cheng Zhanxi tilted her head, asking, Then what do you like to eat? Yu Qingtang evaded the question, stating, You can have it. You helped her. Cheng Zhanxi's confusion deepened. Wasn't it Yu Qingtang who first stopped that girl? She couldn't catch up, and her hand is still injured. You teacher, Cheng Zhanxi called out, glancing at the 2 pieces of cake before her. Yu Qingtang, engrossed in preparing her lesson with headphones on, did not look up, leaving Cheng Zhanxi uncertain whether she truly hadn't heard or was merely feigning ignorance. Cheng Zhanxi ultimately dropped the matter. In the morning, Yu Qingtang had 2 math classes and spent most of her time away from the office. Cheng Zhanxi also had a physical education class, and they briefly crossed paths during a break between classes, each immersed in their own responsibilities. In the 4th period, Yu Qingtang sat alone in the office. With no one nearby, She opened her book and retrieved a card gifted by Yu. The back of the card was black, adorned with silver patterns resembling the shape of a begonia flower, showcasing thoughtful craftsmanship. Yu Qingtang held the card delicately between her fingers, her fingertips hovering above the trash bin at her feet, her gaze wandering elsewhere. She hesitated to release it. After a long moment, she glanced down at her hand, biting her lip gently before slowly retracting it. She opened the drawer and placed the card face down into the innermost corner, then closed the drawer. In the afternoon, during the sports class of Class 7, the cicada song of midsummer quietly faded with the onset of autumn. The sky was clear and bright, with a gentle breeze wafting towards them as the students stood in line on the playground. Cheng Zhanxi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After the roll call, the class monitor, Wu Peng, reported, Report. Class 7 has 50 students expected, with 49 present, 1 on leave. Cheng Zhanxi lazily squinted at the sun, which was not overly bright that day, and asked, Would you like to learn something interesting? What to learn? The students looked at him with puzzled expressions. Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow and suggested, for instance, dancing. The entire class gasped in surprise, with a few students nearly dropping their jaws. The extroverted Tong Feifei exclaimed, Teacher, you don't mean for us to debut as a group, do you? When the performance. Do we need to arrange a vote? Earlier this year, 2 popular talent shows had emerged, featuring trainees undergoing rigorous training and culminating in performances where popularity determined their debut. The term center position debut pick had become a buzzword among the youth, captivating their attention. Cheng Zhanxi rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before replying. If you wish, it is certainly possible. We are still in the discussion phase, so feel free to express your thoughts. Raise your hand if you have any questions. The students exchanged glances, and a girl raised her hand first. What kind of dance? Cheng Zhanxi inquired. A dance that everyone can learn. I will demonstrate it for you shortly. The students responded with excitement. Wow. Cheng Zhanxi signaled for quiet as another girl spoke up. Is it okay if we have no dance background? Certainly. Most of us dance to exercise, so there is no need to be perfect or standard. Cheng Zhanxi winked, mentioning a benefit that resonated with the girls. It can help with weight loss. The girls, regardless of height or size, sparkled with enthusiasm, their whispers growing louder. They had often discussed Cheng Zhanxi's physique privately. The last time she wore a white t-shirt, the wind had blown, causing the lightweight fabric to cling to her form, and they believed they glimpsed the outline of her abdominal muscles. Her toned arms and slim waist made her a natural model, a physique that many girls aspired to. Unlike the typical slender and lanky figures, even among the boys, there was a palpable eagerness to join in. At that moment, a boy stammered, Teacher, you aren't teaching that kind of flamboyant dance, are you? Cheng Zhanxi rested her chin on her hand and replied, Is it not permissible for boys to dance in a flamboyant manner? Or are you afraid of the judgmental gazes of others? She asserted seriously. There are no rules stating that boys cannot be flamboyant, nor that girls cannot be dashing. Pursue what you love. The boy remained unconvinced, and the expressions of the other male students reflected a hint of hesitation. Cheng Zhanxi continued, After you observe, you may choose whether or not to learn from me. It is not mandatory. Those who prefer not to dance can continue playing basketball or soccer. I reiterate, the goal is to enhance physical fitness, not solely to dance. Questions arose one after another, and Cheng Zhanxi addressed each inquiry with patience. She then placed a portable Bluetooth speaker on the ground and connected it to her phone. On the playground, other classes engaged in various physical activities, some running, others playing ball, while some indulged in snacks or rested. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment erupted from a distance. Several senior students perched on the steps beside the flag-raising platform squinted towards the crowd. What is happening over there? One wondered. I don't know, replied the boy who had spoken earlier, taking a sip of water and glancing in the direction of the sound. They must be having physical education class. What a ridiculous assumption, the first boy exclaimed, playfully tapping the other on the head. If they're not in PE, are they in music class? Hold your chatter. Another student interjected, straining to listen. It indeed seemed there was music. The boy who had just spoken, now dismissing the boy with the water bottle, muttered lazily, Let us go see what's going on. He tossed the water bottle to a classmate and headed towards the throng of students. The students from Class 7 had initially formed an orderly queue, but soon the commotion drew the attention of students from other classes, who instinctively gathered in a circle to secure the best viewing spots. After a few minutes, the boy returned, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, Someone is dancing. Poor child. Having grown up without ever seeing a dance, someone affectionately ruffled his hair. No. The boy quickly corrected. A teacher is dancing. Is it a male or female teacher? A female. Is it that kind of dance? One of the boys in the group stood up, flamboyantly twisting his waist, with one hand on his hip. crossing his legs as he took a few steps, prompting laughter from the others.
No, no.
The boy who had been drinking water protested more fervently. It's the same dance that one good does. He strained his mind, finally dredging up a descriptor from his limited vocabulary, the kind that's all clattering. He seemed still in awe from the earlier spectacle, his eyes wide as he added, "That teacher is so cool, it makes my legs weak." The students from Class 7, who had been watching the entire performance, were left utterly mesmerized. Cheng Zhanxi had just finished a vigorous dance, her cheeks flushed from exertion. She took a moment to catch her breath, then walked over to pick up her phone and turned off the music. Turning around, she inquired, "Why are you all so quiet?" Tong Feifei's face was even redder than Cheng Zhanxi's after an intense workout, her eyes filled with fervor, embodying the essence of a devoted fan. Suddenly, she clasped her face and let out a piercing scream. This outburst seemed to spread like wildfire among the girls in the class. In the age of the internet, starstruck girls may lack other skills, but their ability to scream is unparalleled, with a chorus of excited cries overwhelming Cheng Zhanxi. The boys, on the other hand, exhibited a more reserved demeanor, clenching their fists and seeking solidarity in each other's gazes. The entire playground transformed into a gathering of excited groundhogs, while other students cast curious and scrutinizing glances. Cheng Zhanxi interjected, "Stop. Merely shouting will not teach you how to dance. Do you wish to learn?" The entire class responded enthusiastically, yes. In their teenage years, high school students possess peak memory retention, allowing them to learn swiftly, their bodies still relatively supple. Cheng Zhanxi played the music and demonstrated the dance once, giving them a general impression. She then selected those with a background in dance to stand in front of their peers, while she positioned herself at the forefront. "We will now begin to break down the movements." It was unrealistic to expect to master a dance in a single class or even a few sessions, especially considering the complexity of the choreography. However, as Cheng Zhanxi stated, the focus was on exercise. Whether the dance was executed flawlessly or not was inconsequential, as they were not aiming for a debut. Conversely, the students were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to perfect their movements, aspiring to dance with the same vigor as Cheng Zhanxi, powerful and exhilarating. The initial fervor was palpable. Teacher saw. Am I doing this right? Teacher saw. Cheng Zhanxi busily navigated through the line of students, while students from other classes watched with fervent curiosity, engaged in lively discussions. Who is this teacher? Why haven't I seen her before? Our school has so many teachers, and I've not encountered many of them. But she is a woman. How many female PE teachers do we have? Oh my gosh, could she be the one who rides the motorcycle? Yes, that is her. What is she doing? It seems she is teaching everyone to dance? Wow. How come I've never met a PE teacher like her? When the bell rang for the end of class, the students of Class 7 paused in surprise. Why is class over so soon? I still don't know several moves. What? You only don't know a few moves? I barely know any. As laughter filled the air, Cheng Zhanxi dismissed the line, saying directly, "Class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher saw. Goodbye, class saw. Will we practice again next class?" "Of course, we'll practice until you no longer wish to. Ha ha ha. As long as you guide us, we will never lose that desire. Do you like dancing, or do you like me?" "Both. Teacher Cheng is the best. And you're wonderful too." Cheng Zhanxi raised her hand, bending slightly to high-five the girl who spoke. The students were laughing and joking one by one departing, while the class monitor and the physical education representative, Wu Peng, remained in place. The monitor of Class 7, Li Lan, with her ponytail neatly tied and wearing a tidy school uniform, radiated an aura of diligence and excellence. She was the embodiment of a well-mannered and outstanding girl. Unlike Yu Zhou, who hails from a single-parent family and has been silently enduring the loss of her father, Li Lan was vibrant and outgoing, taking her responsibilities seriously and fostering a sense of community within the class. Cheng Zhanxi tightened the cap on a bottle of mineral water and smiled gently, inquiring, "Do you wish to discuss something with me?" Li Lan diplit apfimaisi. She got straight to the point, stating, "Teacher Cheng, the school is organizing an autumn sports meet at the end of next month, and traditionally, each class is required to present a talent performance during the opening ceremony." Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new information. Li Lan continued, "Since you teach us dance, we were wondering if our class could perform a dance this year." Cheng Zhanxi sensed the excitement hidden beneath her calm demeanor. Although she believed that a dance performance could be truly spectacular, she objectively cautioned, "A month is a rather short time. I fear we may not achieve a synchronized performance." Li Lan clarified, "We only need to perform half a minute to a minute, not the entire piece. You could send us the dance video, and we can organize our practice privately, utilizing class time as well. We should be able to manage it." Cheng Zhanxi pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Very well. I shall take you to meet Teacher Yu." She is the head teacher, and if she consents, I will record the video for you. Li Lan and Wu Peng exchanged glances, both sensing a shared reluctance. Li Lan pursed her lips and agreed, all right. Cheng Zhanxi found it curious, asking, are you both quite apprehensive of teacher Yu? Even the class monitor seems intimidated. What has she done to you? Li Lan hesitated. Cheng Zhanxi feigned a cry. But you just expressed your fondness for me, and yet you lack basic trust. How tragic. Li Lan responded, it's not that I fear teacher Yu. Rather, she appears too cold. Her gaze lacks warmth, and I often feel as though we are not even seen as human beings. Not human? What a peculiar metaphor. Wu Peng interjected. My grades aren't stellar, and I struggle to stay focused during class. Typically, teachers would express frustration towards students who exhibit such a lack of engagement. Yet she remains unwaveringly monotone. I would prefer if she scolded me a bit. It would feel more bearable. Cheng Zhanxi contemplated their words. I will lead you to teacher Yu's office now. In the office of the senior year group, Yu Qingtang was immersed in her lesson preparations. Wearing headphones when the table was abruptly knocked. She lifted her head and removed her headphones, noticing Cheng Zhanxi standing before her with two somewhat familiar students. Teacher Cheng? Yu Qingtang inquired. Chapter 20. The girl on the left, with a single ponytail and a delicate visage, resembled the class monitor of Class 7. However, Yu Qingtang's artistic committee member also bore a striking resemblance to the academic committee member of Class 9. The boy on the right, with a sun-kissed complexion and a robust stature, was akin to the mischievous boy seated at the back. It was also plausible that Cheng Zhanxi happened to encounter the students visiting the office and conveniently called for their teacher. After a moment of silence, Yu Qingtang opted for the most prudent approach and directly turned her gaze towards the only certain presence, Cheng Zhanxi, her eyes reflecting a question. Teacher Cheng? Cheng Zhanxi replied. Li Lan and Wu Peng have an idea they wish to share with you. Yu Qingtang's expression subtly shifted as she regarded her intently. From that glance, Cheng Zhanxi perceived a unique fondness emanating from Yu Qingtang, a silent understanding flowing between them, causing the corners of her lips to involuntarily rise. Yu Qingtang mused to herself. At last, the benefits of teacher Cheng's health report are manifesting, confirming that the two were indeed from her class. She closed the reference book and raised her gaze towards the students. Speak quickly. The bell will ring soon. Wu Peng discreetly stepped aside, and Li Lan, noticing his movement, shot him a subtle glare. Turning back to Yu Qingtang, she adopted the mature demeanor of a class leader and stated, the autumn sports meeting is scheduled for the end of next month. Cheng Zhanxi abruptly interrupted her, saying, wait a moment. The three turned their attention towards her. Cheng Zhanxi placed her index finger against her lips and whispered, let us speak quietly. The office during the break was bustling with activity. Students frequently passing through to submit or collect assignments, or standing at the desk to receive reprimands, creating a cacophony of noise. With Wen Jihan absent, the two most beautiful teachers in the office congregated in one corner, their presence illuminating the area more than the rest, prompting students entering and exiting to steal glances in their direction. Li Lan followed Cheng Zhanxi's gaze and quickly comprehended her intent. This brilliant idea must not be prematurely disclosed. They exchanged a knowing glance. Yu Qingtang, seated behind her desk, observed Cheng Zhanxi and Li Lan, except for Wu Peng, as they circled around the desk. Encroaching upon her personal space, Li Lan leaned in, speaking to her in hushed tones. Yu Qingtang had no choice but to lean forward and lower her head in compliance. Wu Peng stood guard, his broad shoulders shielding the trio from prying eyes. The clean and tidy blue and white school uniform worn by Li Lan carried the fragrance of sunshine and fresh soapberries, her ponytail tied at a perfect height. Fine, soft down adorned the nape of her neck, and although the oversized uniform enveloped her slender frame, it hinted at the vigorous energy of youth. Yu Qingtang also noticed that her class leader had a beauty mark on the tip of her nose, adding a touch of elegance. Gently closing her eyes, Yu Qingtang inquired, you wish to perform a dance at the sports meeting, do you not? Li Lan, filled with trepidation, felt as though those seconds stretched into an eternity. Upon finishing her statement, she instinctively retreated, nearly seeking the protection of Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi gently placed her hands on the shoulders of Yu Qingtang from behind, halting her retreat and offering gentle reassurance. Cheng Zhanxi felt that Yu Qingtang was not as intimidating as she seemed, as the future significant other of Yu Qingtang. It was her duty to vindicate the esteemed teacher. Li Lan drew strength from Cheng Zhanxi's silent support, swallowing hard as she stammered, if the teacher finds it unsatisfactory, we can opt for a different performance. Yu Qingtang replied nonchalantly, there is nothing wrong. Your ideas are commendable. Class 7 takes pride in you. Despite receiving praise, Li Lan felt no exhilaration. It seemed to her that Yu Qingtang was reciting a rehearsed script devoid of emotion, and she could not discern any genuine admiration in her gaze. Some homeroom teachers develop a close rapport with their class leaders, having been a class president throughout her schooling. Lilan delighted in serving her class and aspired to enhance its standing with dedication. Her middle school homeroom teacher was also a woman who would occasionally pat her head when complimenting her, and even without such gestures, the joy was palpable. Lilan responded calmly, "Thank you, teacher." Yu Qingtang suggested, "Let Teacher Cheng record a video for you. Is that acceptable, Teacher Cheng?" Cheng Zhanxi beamed, "Of course, but it can only be submitted next Monday."
Lilan Tiplit.
That works. The preparatory bell rang. Lilan bid farewell to the teacher and departed the office. At the doorway, she glanced back to see Cheng Zhanxi leaning against Yu Qingtang's desk, engaged in light-hearted conversation. An unexpected thought struck her. How wonderful it would be if Teacher Cheng were their homeroom teacher. Yu Qingtang donned her headphones and looked up at Cheng Zhanxi, still lingering beside her desk, questioning with her eyes, "Is there something you need?" Cheng Zhanxi returned to her own seat, adjusting it to a line parallel with Yu Qingtang's. Yu Qingtang remarked, as Cheng Zhanxi seated herself, seemingly still unsatisfied. She grasped the armrests of Yu Qingtang's chair and turned both her and the chair to face her directly. Yu Qingtang's expression grew icy. Cheng Zhanxi, sensing the tension, began with a protective preamble. "I am not questioning your capabilities as a homeroom teacher. Rather, I would like to offer a small suggestion. Would it be possible for you to smile at the students occasionally? It would encourage them, and I believe Lilan was hoping to see you smile just now." Yu Qingtang retorted coldly, "Who decreed that homeroom teachers must smile?" Cheng Zhanxi clarified, "I am not saying you must. Just a smile now and then would suffice." The corners of Cheng Zhanxi's lips slowly curled upward as she demonstrated S-M-I-L-E. She placed her fingers on her upturned lips and cheerfully explained, "Like this." Yu Qingtang's expression grew increasingly frigid. Had she not been concerned about disrupting the relationship between the homeroom teacher and the subject teacher, she would have swiftly dismissed Cheng Zhanxi's interference. Cheng Zhanxi slowly retracted her smile, awkwardly suggesting, "It's perfectly fine not to smile. You look lovely regardless." Yu Qingtang, indifferent, mused, "What does that have to do with looking good? Does the homeroom teacher need to be appealing?" Today was yet another day when she wished to seal Cheng's lips with glue. Cheng Zhanxi turned Yu Qingtang back around and repositioned her own chair. Yu Qingtang, with a stoic expression, uttered nonchalantly, "Just focus on teaching your own class. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else." Cheng Zhanxi froze for several seconds before biting her lip and softly replying, "Understood." Yu Qingtang retrieved a fountain pen from the pen holder, uncapped it, and let the nib touch a nearby scrap of paper, composing an already memorized regulated verse to erase the images lingering in her mind. During the subsequent 2 classes, Zhanxi did not attempt to engage Yu Qingtang in conversation, and upon dismissal, she departed without a word. She certainly possessed a small temper. If Yu Qingtang did not take the initiative to message her that night to placate her, she would ignore her until the next morning. Humph. In the residential complex where Cheng Zhanxi resided, a swimming pool had been constructed, which became a paradise for children's merriment during the summer. Now, in early autumn, with the heat dissipating and the chill yet to set in, the sunset cast a gentle warmth. Cheng Zhanxi, carrying groceries from the supermarket, encountered a mother with her lively little girl, who was holding a life buoy. Both were clad in damp parent-child swimsuits, evidently just returning from the pool. Cheng Zhanxi greeted, "Xiaxia, Xiaxia's mother." Xiaxia's mother lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Teacher Cheng." The little girl sweetly chimed, "Hello, Aunt Cheng." Xiaxia's mother inquired, "Just returned from shopping? It looks bountiful." Cheng Zhanxi replied, "Indeed, I plan to prepare a couple of delightful dishes for myself tonight." Xiaxia's mother insisted, "What are you making?" "I have stewed duck soup, braised pork, and soy sauce ribs, already prepared. Come, let's eat at my place." Before Cheng Zhanxi could respond, Xiaxia's mother took her hand, leading her towards her home. Cheng Zhanxi, amused yet exasperated, protested, "You should let me put my groceries away first." Xiaxia's mother dismissed her concern. "Oh, it'll be fine. You can take them back afterward." They won tea spoil. The acquaintance between Cheng Zhanxi and this neighbor was serendipitous. Had she not noticed something amiss while the adult was speaking with Xiaxia and approached to inquire further? The child might have been abducted by a trafficker at the nearby playground. Who could have anticipated such audacity? After their conversation, Xiaxia's mother turned and saw Cheng Zhanxi standing with the child, bewildered. Upon hearing the earlier events, she was nearly struck with terror. The little girl, oblivious to the unfolding danger, gazed at her sobbing mother, bewildered. Thereafter, Cheng Zhanxi frequently received invitations to dine at their home, so warmly extended that she found it difficult to decline. Having left the child at home, it was already 8 o'clock. Cheng Zhanxi pulled out her phone and glanced at it. Yu Qingtang hasn't messaged me. Well, then, she would continue to give her the cold shoulder. Cheng Zhanxi returned to her home, meticulously organizing the vegetables in the refrigerator before taking a refreshing shower and making a phone call. The first attempt was unsuccessful. Afterward, she ventured to her studio and received a return call an hour later. The voice on the other end seemed to be recovering from strenuous exertion, panting as they greeted her. Hello. Cheng Zhanxi clicked her tongue, teasing, what time is it? Is your life so eventful already? The response was curt and decisive. Get lost. I'm practicing my dance. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled heartily but quickly composed herself, saying, could you provide a studio version of the dance you choreographed for me earlier? Cheng Zhanxi did not teach any existing routines found online. Instead, she had commissioned a renowned choreographer, a luxury indeed. Her friend inquired, sure. When do you need it? And how many versions are required? Are there any specific formations? Cheng Zhanxi replied, I anticipate that quite a few will be dancing together, making formations impractical. So we'll just stand in place. However, for my part, I need to move around, so please design 2 versions. No need for a formal rehearsal. I'll come by this weekend to dance with you all. Her friend exclaimed with excitement. Are you planning to debut? Shall we form a group? I'm ready to break away from my solo act. Cheng Zhanxi laughed. We wouldn't form a group. At best, it would be a girl band. The last time I watched you on stage, you were weeping in a heartfelt embrace with your fellow members. What a plastic sisterhood. Her friend countered. You can't say that. The emotions were genuine, and my desire to go solo is real too. Alas, let's not dwell on that. It's rather melancholic. Cheng Zhanxi replied, all right then. I'll visit you this weekend for casual chit-chat. I need to get back to painting. Her friend playfully reminded her, remember to keep it under wraps. I don't want any rumors swirling about us. You're the one with a fiancé, after all, and that makes us different. Cheng Zhanxi retorted with a laugh. Off you go. You're quite bothersome. She felt no need to clarify matters one by one. News of her broken engagement would inevitably reach the public through her mother. Cheng Zhanxi switched off her phone and placed it in the living room. Next month, she was invited to participate in an art exhibition in Italy, a noteworthy event within her circle. She intended to bring several of her works, having experienced a surge of inspiration during her 6 months in Sicily, producing a number of pieces that pleased her immensely. Particularly after meeting Yu Qingtang, her creativity had flourished, and she found herself painting late into the night. The sports meet was scheduled for the end of the month, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should be able to return in time. Cheng Zhanxi tied on her apron, picked up her oil painting brush, and allowed the distractions in her mind to fade away, her gaze focused solely on the vibrant canvas before her. The air quality in Sicily was excellent. From her spacious studio, she gazed out at the deep blue sky sprinkled with twinkling stars. In the quiet of the late night, the occasional bark of a distant dog broke the silence, accompanied by the mysterious chirping of unseen insects in the grass. Good morning. Cheng Zhanxi, as expected, arrived at her office during the second period of the morning, unable to suppress a long yawn that escaped her lips. She sighed softly. Her English teacher, Yang Li, smiled and said, Were you out late last night? Cheng Zhanxi replied, I wish. Glancing at Yu Qingtang's empty desk, and with a hint of playful vexation, added, I was being a heart thief. Yu Qingtang lingered in her thoughts, her heart entwined with an unquenchable yearning as if a day apart felt akin to 3 autumns. She placed the book she had brought onto the desk, leaning forward. Teacher Yang, I shall take a nap. Very well. Cheng Zhanxi succumbed to slumber until the bell for class resounded, idly flipping through her book while occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Yu Qingtang entered, slender in stature, adorned in a black knee-length coat and matching trousers, her beauty striking. A beauty mark at the outer corner of her left eye and her delicately arched eyeliner formed a seamless line, softening her pale complexion. The exquisite features that lent her an air of fragility instead emanated an aloofness, an imposing grace that suggested an untouchable reserve. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her, heart blossoming with pink flowers. Good morning, Teacher Yu. She propped her chin on her hand, entranced by Yu Qingtang's every step, each footfall resonating with her heartbeat. Yu Qingtang turned to glance at the sun outside, nodding gently. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Yu Qingtang's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, pausing for 2 seconds before replying politely, It was all right. I did not sleep well. Cheng Zhanxi continued to gaze at her. Yu Qingtang's expression momentarily faltered. Cheng Zhanxi perceived that Yu Qingtang resembled the oblivious boyfriend her friend had complained about, entirely unaware of the implications in her words. Never mind. She resolved to be magnanimous. Cheng Zhanxi unilaterally declared her forgiveness towards Yu Qingtang, restoring their camaraderie. It's nothing, she said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work in class. Yu Qingtang replied simply, She remained quietly in her seat, retrieving her headphones to listen to music. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi recalled something, asking, Teacher Yu, did you listen to the jazz I recommended last time? Yu Qingtang pondered for a second before responding, I did. Did you enjoy it? It's not my preferred genre. Yu Qingtang replied in a subdued tone. Typically, one might cease their recommendations or even blacklist her, but Cheng Zhanxi was no ordinary person. She pressed further. Then, what do you like? Classical, folk, hip-hop, rock. Are you interested in any of those? Yu Qingtang stated, I do not like any of them. What do you listen to every day? Yu Qingtang fell silent for several seconds, calmly opening her book, just something for background noise. She merely clicked on a random music station and listened from the first track, indifferent to the lyrics. Cheng Zhanxi mumbled, You really have no interests at all. She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating Yu Qingtang. Yu Qingtang did not inquire about her thoughts and inserted the earbuds into her ears, fortuitously landing on a jazz piece. She maintained her previous posture, turning a page in the book beneath her hands, yet not a single word penetrated her consciousness. The second physical education class of Class 7 commenced this week. Cheng Zhanxi brought in a large speaker, and as the resonant and dynamic music erupted, all the classes on the playground turned their heads in unison. Cheng Zhanxi stood beneath the shade of a tree with his classmates, proceeding as before. First, a complete demonstration, followed by a breakdown of the movements. Those with a background in dance had already begun to perform with remarkable finesse. One boy showcased his popping skills, captivating the audience with an impromptu display that elicited continuous cheers and applause from his peers. Slightly flushed after his performance, he returned to the back of the line, where several boys playfully punched his shoulder, teasing him for having such impressive hidden talent. Class 7 of the first year is a newly formed collective, having only been together for a little over a month since the military training. The spirited activities during physical education classes have significantly bolstered the class's cohesion and unity. The atmosphere in their PE lessons is lively and entertaining, filled with laughter that draws envious glances from other classes. The school forum buzzes with discussions about the new physical education teacher. Lian Yabing, the class representative for mathematics, whispered to Cheng Zhanxi as she left to collect the test papers. Teacher Cheng, other classes are envious of us for having such a wonderful PE teacher. Cheng Zhanxi, taken aback, replied earnestly, Is that so? Then I must strive to continue earning their admiration. Lian Yabing, embodying a starstruck fan, exclaimed, Teacher Cheng, you are simply adorable. Turning to the focused Yu Qingtang, who was preparing her lesson, Cheng Zhanxi called out, Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang looked up. Your class representative says, I am cute. Are you feeling jealous? Yu Qingtang appeared perplexed, while Lian Yabing gasped, as if she had uncovered a significant secret. Upon returning to class, Lian Yabing distributed the papers, her excitement palpable. When the class bell rang, signaling study time, she leaned towards her desk mate and whispered, Guess what earth-shattering gossip I just overheard in the office? What gossip? Her desk mate inquired. Lian Yabing, her cheeks flushed with excitement, shared the details. Her desk mate responded, I get the impression that Teacher Cheng meant to say that her class representative praised you, causing Teacher Yu to feel envious. Lian Yabing quickly asserted, No. I am not worthy. Her desk mate countered, There's no need to belittle yourself. Honestly, it's not self-deprecation, Lian Yabing insisted in a hushed tone. Let me share a secret. But don't tell anyone. Teacher Yu hasn't even remembered my face. Her desk mate was taken aback. Really? Lian Yabing nodded, affirming the harsh reality she had come to accept after a month of close interaction with Yu Qingtang, the teacher. Her desk mate patted her shoulder reassuringly. I'm not upset. The couple I ship is real, Lian Yabing declared. What about Teacher 1? Her desk mate asked. Before Cheng Zhanxi earned the title of the most beloved teacher in Class 7, that honor belonged to Wen Jihan. With her striking beauty and a demeanor far warmer than Yu Qingtang's, Wen Jihan was gentle and amiable, and her physics class consistently ranked among the top in the entire year. Lian Yabing pondered for quite a while, unable to make a decision, and finally gritted her teeth, saying, How about Teacher 1 and I be together? Her deskmate chuckled and nudged her. You wish. With her chin resting in her hand, Lian's thoughts drifted as she mused. I still hope that Teacher Yu and Teacher 1 can be together. They graduated from the same university and came here to teach together. There must be a story there. Just as Lian Yabing was about to elaborate, she suddenly caught sight of the class teacher's face through the window at the back of the classroom. Lian Yabing exclaimed silently, her heart racing. She dared not look closely, swiftly swatting away her deskmate's hand that was propping her chin, and lowered her head to focus on her exam. Casting frantic glances at her friend from the corner of her eye, her deskmate immediately straightened up, scribbling furiously, wishing she had 4 hands. Yu Qingtang walked from the back door to the front, appearing at the entrance. The previously buzzing atmosphere of the self-study session fell into a sudden hush. Upon entering, Yu Qingtang confiscated 2 comic books, a novel, and a Kindle, reminding the class that electronic devices were prohibited, before coolly instructing, continue with your self-study. The entire class held its breath, and only when the self-study period concluded did they exhale and return to their chatter. Once inside the office, the biology teacher near the door casually inquired, "What is teacher you confiscated this time?" Yu Qingtang raised her hand, replying, "A few books." She settled into her chair and flipped through the confiscated comics and books. Upon reaching the last comic, her expression momentarily froze. She hadn't noticed the cover while collecting them, but now she discovered it depicted two women, an obvious Yuri comic. The same-sex marriage bill had been passed 2 years prior, making such publications legally available, both in physical bookstores and online. As she opened to the first page, her pupils narrowed slightly. The same two women were depicted, but in a more revealing manner. The imagery was bold and unrestrained, with vivid expressions and splashes of water, lacking any pretense of modesty. Yu Qingtang felt a jolt in her eyelids and instinctively glanced toward Cheng Zhanxi, who sat quietly reading in the corner. Noticing Yu's gaze, Cheng looked up, blinking in confusion. In a swift motion, Yu Qingtang snapped the book shut. Chapter 21. Cheng Zhanxi. In the next moment, Yu Qingtang yanked open the drawer, tossed the book inside, and closed it decisively. Cheng Zhanxi, bewildered, asked, "Teacher Yu?" Her reaction was markedly different from her usual calm demeanor. Cheng, both surprised and amused, inquired, "What did you see?" Yu Qingtang maintained a serene expression, replying, "Nothing." Only she knew that her fingers, clenched atop the lesson plan, were nearly slick with perspiration, and her heart was pounding at an unusual rate. Resisting the urge to lick her lips, she picked up her thermos and stood up to refill it at the water dispenser in the corner. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze followed her until she returned to her seat. After taking a sip of water, Yu Qingtang felt the turmoil within her gradually subside. Cheng Zhanxi withdrew her gaze, yet her curiosity remained unquenched. Yu Qingtang sipped cool water, flipping through the comic book hastily from cover to cover, not daring to examine it closely. Most of its content was devoid of narrative, entirely indescribable, with the occasional dialogue framed in boxes saturated with suggestive banter. Yu Qingtang subtly frowned, returning the book to the drawer and locking it away in the innermost recess. Initially, having only glanced at the cover, she assumed it was merely an ordinary niche comic readily available both online and offline, unaware of the hidden depths within. According to current regulations, even if such adult-oriented publications could be published, the management policies were exceedingly stringent, making it nearly impossible for a 16-year-old high school student to acquire them through legitimate channels. Or perhaps she had borrowed it from someone. Yu Qingtang squinted her eyes. In Class 7 of the first year, the classroom after self-study, especially following an impromptu inspection by the homeroom teacher, was a cacophony of youthful exuberance. Some students continued to work diligently at their desks, exchanging problems. Others paired off to head to the restroom, arm in arm, while yet others frolicked in the aisles between desks, their laughter echoing with the vitality of adolescence. Yu, lethargically resting her face on the desk, bore an expression of utter disillusionment. A girl from across the aisle called out to her, "Little fish, are you going to the restroom? There are 6 minutes until class." Yu mechanically rolled her eyes and replied feebly, "Not going." "Then I'll go next period," the girl responded, then added, "By the way, what book did you have confiscated during self-study?" It was colorful. Was it a comic? Yu's expression, previously dulled, suddenly transformed as if struck by lightning, her face contorting in indescribable despair as she buried her face in her arms. She was indeed the owner of that adult-themed Yuri comic. To be precise, she was merely its temporary custodian. The comic had been borrowed from a friend in the adjacent class during a visit at noon. Now that the book was lost, not only was she at risk of having her parents called, but she also feared implicating others, which was a thought that plunged her deeper into sorrow. Throughout the entire class, she had been on edge, terrified that the homeroom teacher would return and summon her to the office. To her dismay, that moment had not yet come, intensifying her anxiety as if a sword hung over her neck, awaiting the moment to strike. Yu rested her forehead against her arms on the desk, when suddenly, 2 knocks echoed on the tabletop. She lifted her head and encountered the face of the English class representative, having just returned from the teacher's office. The representative relayed a message to Yu Qingtang. "Teacher Yu wants to see you in her office." The second shoe finally dropped. Yu rose, her expression one of tragic resignation, stepping out of the classroom with the resolve of one facing her fate. Inside the office, Yu Qingtang was seated towards the back, nodding in acknowledgement. Unaware of her own demeanor, Yu tugged at the hem of her uniform, lowering her gaze as she entered, standing stiffly before Yu Qingtang. Yu Qingtang retrieved the comic book from the drawer and placed it on the desk. "Is this yours?" Yu pressed her chin against her chest, nodding silently. "Where did you get it?" "I bought it," Yu murmured like a whispering mosquito. "Where did you buy it?" "Online." "Which website?" "How did you access it?" What was the purchasing process? I forgot. Shi Qiyu was unable to fabricate a response, her head bowed as she stood in place. Cheng Zhanxi sat at the desk in front of Yu Qingtang, her view obstructed by Shi Qiyu's silhouette, preventing her from seeing Yu Qingtang's expression. Only hearing her increasingly stern inquiries. The authoritative presence of Teacher Yu was indeed intimidating. Cheng Zhanxi hastily sipped water to quell her unease. Yu Qingtang's demeanor was icy as she spoke in a monotone. If you've forgotten, take your time to recollect. I shall stand here and wait for you to remember. You may leave whenever you recall. Then silence enveloped the room. Yu Qingtang lowered her head to prepare her lesson. Cheng Zhanxi noticed the young girl discreetly, wiping her eyes. Cheng Zhanxi's expression turned troubled. She could hardly bear to see the young girl distressed, although Shi Qiyu was at fault. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss over merely reading a comic? Who among us had not secretly indulged in extracurricular books during school days? She herself had once perused art books her brother had gifted from abroad, filled with numerous depictions of the human form. When a teacher accused her of viewing inappropriate material, it had infuriated her. Her parents had personally come to the school to discuss the matter, ultimately leading to an apology from the teacher. The art book was returned to her only at the end of the term, and Cheng Zhanxi had said nothing, recognizing the necessity of adhering to classroom regulations. A thought crossed Cheng Zhanxi's mind. Could the issue lie within this comic? Shi Qiyu wiped her eyes again. Cheng Zhanxi stood and leaned over her shoulder, catching a glimpse of the comic's cover. Cheng Zhanxi clicked her tongue inwardly, noting how history often repeats itself. Yet, it seemed this particular cover could not be cleansed of its content, which likely contained themes unsuitable for Shi Qiyu's age. Cheng Zhanxi squinted slightly, recalling that just moments ago, Yu Qingtang had glanced at her while flipping through this very comic. Cheng Zhanxi's heart raced. Upon seeing two women entangled, she instinctively turned to herself, feeling a wave of satisfaction from her own affection. Each time, she questioned whether she had misinterpreted Yu Qingtang's intentions. The latter would demonstrate through her actions that she indeed held interest in Cheng Zhanxi. Was this not a form of affection? Quite the opposite, it seemed, albeit with a touch of pride and playful teasing, where words contradicted feelings. To Cheng Zhanxi, with her romanticized perspective, this was merely a matter of time. She was willing to cooperate, pursuing slowly until Yu Qingtang would be ready to face her own heart honestly. In the end, Shi Qiyu could not recall any details. The bell for the fourth period rang, signaling the start of class. Yu Qingtang raised her pen and cast a glance at the tear-streaked Shi Qiyu, stating, "Tomorrow, I will require your parents to come in. Please return to the classroom." "Thank you, teacher," Shi Qiyu choked out, wiping her tears with her hand, as a slender, pale hand holding a tissue reached out beside her. She tilted her head back and took the tissue, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Cheng. Let us return to class." Cheng Zhanxi replied gently, "Teacher Yu is also concerned for your well-being. At your age, it is not appropriate to engage with adult materials, as your limited exposure may lead to an undue fascination with such content. When you mature, you will realize it holds no novelty." Shi Qiyu gazed at her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, brightened by a yearning for the adulthood Cheng Zhanxi described. Cheng Zhanxi, unable to restrain herself, continued, "As someone who has traversed the path of student life, I understand your curiosity and your longing for love, yet your mind has not fully developed. Each heart is a precious and unblemished treasure. You are still in a stage of growth and should not allow it to be tainted prematurely." Shi Qiyu, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed, returned to class. Cheng Zhanxi turned her gaze towards Yu Qingtang, her eyes drifting from her face to the comic book, and smiled. "Teacher Yu, may I take a look at that comic?" Yu Qingtang, her expression indifferent, tucked the comic away in her drawer. Cheng Zhanxi touched her nose, opting not to return to her desk, but instead stepping closer to softly inquire, "Are you truly going to call her parents?" Yu Qingtang, engrossed in her lesson plan, replied without raising her head, "She has engaged with and become addicted to such publications. Her parents bear responsibility." Yu Qingtang recalled the expression of obsession on Shi Qiyu's face when she had seen her through the back window, lost in the comic. When she entered the classroom, the atmosphere turned solemn, and Shi Qiyu remained oblivious until her desk mate nudged her, prompting her to hurriedly hide the comic within her desk. In this era of advanced technology, novels remain wildly popular, filled with mixed messages. Students inevitably encounter such literature to varying degrees, and Yu Qingtang, having come from a student background herself, understood this well. However, there is a stark difference between casual reading and becoming engrossed in explicit content. Education encompasses family, school, and society, with family being the first and most crucial aspect, especially for minors. Cheng Zhanxi concurred with Yu Qingtang's sentiments. As a child, her parents selected her reading materials with great care, intentionally cultivating her aesthetic sensibilities. when she began to develop curiosity about sexuality. Her parents did not shy away, but answered her questions openly. At every stage of her life, her family had been a constant, attentive presence. Cheng Zhanxi leaned on the edge of her desk, smiling at her. I understand now. Your intention in calling her parents is not to reprimand Shirkiyu, but to discuss the root of the issue with them? Yu Qingtang merely moved her lips, coolly replying. You are quite noisy. I need to prepare my lessons. Cheng Zhanxi mimicked a zipping motion. Just as Yu Qingtang returned to her work, she heard a series of squelching noises emanating from the front side. A surge of unnameable frustration ignited within her, and she discreetly inhaled, her gaze turning icy as she looked up. Could she not comprehend human speech? Cheng Zhanxi sat in her seat, facing her, her arms raised above her head, forming a heart shape. Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. Yu Qingtang's smile faltered slightly, her lips pressing into a straight line as she averted her gaze with a blank expression. Nearby, a smartphone buzzed. Yu Qingtang unlocked the screen. Cheng Zhanxi, teacher Yu. Keep up the good work, sending you a heart. The heart emoji was a small figure resembling Cheng Zhanxi, tilting its head with crescent-shaped eyes, forming a large heart with its hands, surrounded by fluttering pink hearts. Yu Qingtang remained composed as she locked her phone, bowed her head to write a couple of lines, only to suddenly stop, lowering her gaze further. She pressed her lips together, yet the corners of her eyes involuntarily curled upwards. While Yu Qingtang conversed with Shirkiyu's mother, Cheng Zhanxi observed from a nearby desk, her expression far from optimistic. The dialogue was not progressing smoothly, evidently. Shirkiyu had not dared to explain the reason for her mother's visit until she arrived, only to discover it was due to a collection of inappropriate comics. Her mother erupted in anger, demanding that Shirkiyu be brought in for a stern reprimand before the teacher. Fortunately, Yu Qingtang had taken precautions, ensuring Shirkiyu and her mother did not share the same office from the onset. She endeavored to calm Shir's mother with words, but the latter remained oblivious, rambling on. Please do not be angry, teacher. I must insist she apologized to you today. To disregard classroom discipline and indulge in such nonsense. It's as if she has no respect for you. Yu Qingtang interjected. I am not angry. Shir's mother, agitated, responded. You mustn't say that. Teacher, you have a good temper. But we must not take advantage of those who are kind, right? Otherwise, who would want to be a teacher? Cheng Zhanxi, munching on an apple, inwardly scoffed, thinking, you certainly have a sense of justice. She sighed internally, lamenting how teacher Yu's earnest efforts had devolved into a futile exchange. It was a challenge for someone so reserved to be a homeroom teacher, facing various students and their parents. Shir's mother attempted to storm into class 7 to summon Shirkiyu, prompting Yu Qingtang to quickly restrain her, sensing that the situation was escalating towards physical confrontation. Cheng Zhanxi hastily discarded her apple, stepping forward to separate them, gripping Yu Qingtang's slender wrist and drawing her behind her. In the presence of the parent, she refrained from rolling up the teacher's sleeves to inspect, knowing that teacher Yu's delicate skin was sensitive and would easily redden at a mere touch. That night, before the lights went out, she had applied only the gentlest pressure, nearly leaving marks, and later, as emotions intensified, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Cheng Zhanxi introduced herself. My surname is Cheng, and I am also Shirkiyu's teacher. Shir's mother extended both hands to shake with Cheng Zhanxi, respectfully stating, Hello. Teacher Cheng. You are truly beautiful. Cheng Yuqing's spokesperson, Zhanxi, calmly and gently remarked, It is entirely normal for children like Shirkiyu to be curious at this age. As parents and teachers, we must guide them rather than reprimand them immediately, as it only stirs up their rebellious instincts. Shir's mother responded, Yes, you are absolutely right. Cheng Zhanxi continued, As she just entered high school, this is a crucial stage for building a solid foundation. If this situation causes her to clash with teachers and parents, leading to a reluctance to study, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, we must exercise patience and address this matter wisely so she can eventually gain admission to a good university. Shir's mother agreed wholeheartedly. You are correct. Cheng Zhanxi suggested. Shall we sit down and discuss this? Shir's mother replied, Of course. Please take a seat first. Yu Qingtang glanced at Cheng Zhanxi. It was curious how the same words seemed to resonate with parents when spoken by Cheng Zhanxi, while they interpreted Yu Qingtang's statements as displeasure, prompting them to bring their child to apologize. Did her face truly convey dissatisfaction? Unable to resist, Yu Qingtang raised her hand to touch her own face. It bore no particular expression, yet surely it was not fierce? Cheng Zhanxi, having caught her gesture, couldn't help but curve her lips in amusement. Yu Qingtang noticed the smile in Cheng Zhanxi's eyes when she looked at her, feeling awkward as she lowered her hand to her side. She suddenly realized that her other hand remained in Cheng Zhanxi's grasp. As she withdrew her hand, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Cheng Zhanxi's palm, causing Cheng Zhanxi to instinctively tighten her grip, gently enveloping Yu Qingtang's delicate fingertips. The warmth felt like invisible threads weaving her tightly into an embrace. Yu Qingtang forgot to pull away. Shi's mother settled into her seat, placing her bag on her lap, gazing at Cheng Zhanxi with anticipation. So, teacher, what do you suggest we do? I will follow your lead. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi found her hand empty as Yu Qingtang's hand completely detached. Turning her head to glance at Yu Qingtang, who had seated herself in the office chair, Cheng Zhanxi smiled before redirecting her attention to Shi's mother. Did not teacher you mention earlier that we need to show more concern for Shi? We should inquire about what she has been up to lately, and if she has encountered any challenges. If they pertain to her studies, we teachers will do our utmost to assist her. If they are related to her personal life, then it will require the parents' attention. By the way, Shi's mother, is little Yu a bit introverted at home? Shi's mother replied, yes, indeed. With a sigh, she began to pour out her troubles. After listening, Cheng Zhanxi responded, however, she seems quite lively at school and has many friends. Shi's mother fell silent for a considerable time, and when she spoke again, her eyes were already reddened. It is my and her father's fault. Cheng Zhanxi nodded frequently, offering sympathetic sighs and handing her tissues, appearing as a true ally of the high school parent. Yu Qingtang wondered, did she truly lack the suitability to be a homeroom teacher? Self-doubt crept in, challenging her once unshakable confidence in her ability to excel in this role. After bidding farewell to Miss Shi, Cheng Zhanxi approached Yu Qingtang under her watchful gaze. She casually placed a hand on the armrest of Yu's chair, deftly turning both her and the chair to face herself. With a smile, she remarked, Professor Yu, I've lent you my assistance once again today. Surely, you must treat me to a meal. I must clarify, however, that I desire a lavish feast, not a trip to the cafeteria. Yu Qingtang paused for a moment in silence before responding, how about lunch this weekend? I'll take you to Xiangjiang Garden. Cheng Zhanxi replied, while I am eager to share a meal with you, I have prior commitments this weekend. I must journey to the coastal city. She deliberately left the details ambiguous, hoping Yu Qingtang would inquire further. Yu Qingtang gazed at her, and though reason urged her to avert her eyes, she remained fixed in place. Cheng Zhanxi detected her curiosity and smiled with satisfaction, asking, will you accompany me to record a video? Yu Qingtang pondered for a moment and asked, the one for the sports event? Exactly. Cheng Zhanxi beamed. Shall we go together? Not going, Yu Qingtang replied coldly, devoid of emotion. She grasped Cheng Zhanxi's sleeve, pulling her hand away from the armrest and turning her back to face the long table. She then retrieved a red pen from the pen holder, uncapped it, and began to grade the pile of assignments before her. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly and refrained from pursuing the topic further. Her initial jest had been just that, a jest. If Yu Qingtang were to attend, would her friends truly let slip the chance for gossip? Moreover, there was the fiancée, who was oblivious to the status of her mother's annulment. Should her friends start fabricating stories, there would be no absolution for Cheng Zhanxi, not even if she were to leap into the Huangpu River. Why should she invite unnecessary trouble upon herself? As she made her way back to her desk, Cheng Zhanxi turned halfway and called out, Professor Yu, your arm is all right, isn't it? Yu Qingtang raised an eyebrow, her expression laced with confusion. Cheng Zhanxi continued, didn't T. Misher push your arm just now? Perhaps you should check? Yu Qingtang remained silent for several seconds before responding nonchalantly, there's no need. I am not made of paper. Cheng Zhanxi countered, paper can still cause injuries. Yu Qingtang lowered her head to continue grading, choosing not to engage further. Her fondness for Cheng Zhanxi fluctuated dramatically, swaying between extremes depending on the latter's verbosity. Meanwhile, Shi endured a seemingly interminable day at school. When her mother visited the homeroom teacher's office in the morning, she braced herself for an inevitable reprimand, yet it never came. Either her mother had given up on her, or she would face a barrage of scolding from both her parents at home. Shi tightened her resolve, mentally selecting an upbeat song to hum to herself during the impending chastisement that evening. Otherwise, the torment would be unbearable. She had already prepared her apology notes during self-study, ready to submit them to her parents the following morning. Upon unlocking the door to her home, Shi was greeted by the enticing aroma of a meal. She glanced at her mother bustling in the kitchen and felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Goodness. This isn't death dinner, is it? She is my biological mother, after all. Murder is against the law. Trembling, Shi cautiously entered the hallway, clutching her backpack, and stealthily slipped into her room. Moments later, her mother knocked on her door. Shi braced herself once more, lowering her gaze as she stepped outside. Mother Shi wrapped her arm around her daughter's shoulders and guided her to the table, gently thrusting a pair of chopsticks into her hands. You've been at school all day. You must be hungry. I've prepared something delicious for you, she said. Yu gazed at the chopsticks in her hands, perplexed. What's going on? Is this really a meal fit for a decapitated head? Mother Sure took a seat opposite her, picked up her own chopsticks, and urged her, eat up. Mom, haven't you eaten? Yu inquired. Mother Sure looked at her, as if she had not truly observed her daughter in a long time. After a prolonged gaze, a wave of melancholy surged within her. She quickly lowered her head, sniffed, and replied, just eat first. We can talk afterward. The following day, at the entrance of Class 7 in the first year of high school, Cheng Zhanxi stood once again beside Yu Qingtang. This time, it was not a chance encounter. Cheng Zhanxi had come intentionally, for no rule dictated that only the homeroom teacher and subject instructors needed to be present for morning reading. A figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Cheng Zhanxi hesitantly asked, is that Yu? Yu Qingtang glanced over and, without hesitation, affirmed, it's her. Cheng Zhanxi waited for her to take a few more steps forward, and upon confirmation, remarked, you teacher, your eyesight is remarkable. Yu Qingtang merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Having relied little on her hearing in childhood, her sight and sense of smell were more acute than most. As Yu approached, standing a little over 160 centimeters tall, her physique was typical of many high school girls, neither overweight nor underweight. Clad in a blue and white school uniform, her features were rather ordinary, with slightly fair skin, rendering her unremarkable. Hello, teacher, she said, pausing before Yu Qingtang, her demeanor somewhat awkward. Yu Qingtang responded with a subdued her expression neutral. You may go in now, she instructed. Summoning her courage, Yu struggled to voice her thoughts in the face of Yu Qingtang's cool, indifferent demeanor but ultimately retreated dejectedly into the classroom. As Class 7 commenced their morning reading, on the way back to the office, Cheng Zhanxi quietly leaned into Yu Qingtang. Do you know what her mother said to her last night? Yu Qingtang cast her a glance and asked, you know? Cheng Zhanxi nodded, producing her phone to reveal the chat log with Mother Sure, which displayed a timestamp of the early morning. Look, she said. Yu Qingtang's expression grew complex. Cheng Zhanxi, perceiving her look, scrolled to the top of the log and proactively explained, yesterday at noon, she added me from the class group. We didn't discuss anything. It was only after her lengthy conversation with Yu that she messaged me in the evening, asking if her approach was appropriate. Yu Qingtang thought to herself, what's with all this explanation? I find it quite acceptable, don't you? Cheng Zhanxi offered her phone for Yu Qingtang to peruse. After a few glances, Yu Qingtang felt increasingly remiss in her duties as a homeroom teacher, realizing that the parent sought out a physical education instructor instead of her. Whatever the teacher deems appropriate is fine. She returned the phone and briskly headed toward the office building. Cheng Zhanxi watched her retreating figure, blinking slowly in surprise. Even parents can feel jealous? Cheng Zhanxi chuckled, understanding, and quickly followed suit. You teacher. The campus is fragrant with the scent of osmanthus. Clusters of golden and pale white blossoms adorning the branches, brushing past one's nose as they sway gently. High above, two small birds take flight, startled by the sound of their own chase, fluttering from the lush foliage into the vast expanse above. Before one knows it, the weekend arrives. As customary, Yu Qingtang returns to her grandparents' home in the old town every Friday after school, and on Sunday, she takes the bus back to the new district. Seasons change from summer to autumn, yet life remains unchanged. The setting sun paints the evening sky crimson, enveloping the entire city. On the return bus, Yu Qingtang receives a message from Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi, ding dong, your dance video has arrived. Chapter 22. The city glimmers with vibrant lights. The bustling metropolis exudes vitality under the night sky. Stepping out of the dance studio, Jinsue embraces Cheng Zhanxi warmly. Apologizing for not being able to personally greet her at the train station, her bright and charming demeanor making it impossible for anyone to hold her accountable. Have we been apart for too long? Have you grown distant from me? Cheng Zhanxi interrupts her chatter. Jinsue's words catch in her throat. She opens her mouth and replies, I just. Yet, she ultimately fails to articulate her thoughts, instead breaking into a smile and sighing, it's my fault. Cheng Zhanxi pats her shoulder, earnestly imparting, sister, let me share a phrase with you. Stay true to your original intentions, and you shall achieve your goals. Jinsue playfully retorts, shush, I am older than you know. Cheng Zhanxi turns to Jinsue's assistant trailing behind and quips, did you see that? A live scene of a star's persona collapsing. Has anyone captured this moment to sell at a high price? You'd be rich. The assistant chuckles with his head down. Jinsue adds, it's a pity you're not in business. Cheng Zhanxi sighs deeply. Both the art world and the business realm are in dire need of a talent like me, yet I can only choose one. It leaves me quite pensive. Jinsue gives a thumbs up. No matter how many years pass, your self-adoration remains unchanged. Jinsue and Cheng Zhanxi have been childhood friends. growing up together until the age of 18, one pursuing art in Europe while the other studied business in America. However, after graduation, Jean Siwa did not immediately join her family business, but instead formed a girl group to debut, serving as both the leader and manager. Pouring her heart and soul into it for years, finally seeing some progress. Unfortunately, good times were fleeting. The domestic group dynamics proved less favorable than solo careers. And as other members gained popularity, discontent brewed, leading to an inevitable disbandment, which was already in the works. Jean Siwa also lacked the time and energy to devote to the group, as her parents had stipulated that she must return home to inherit the family business by the age of 30. At 27, she has 3 years left and may need to retire from the entertainment industry ahead of schedule. The two step into the practice studio. It is spacious and bright, the floors gleaming, with the group's name etched on the wall behind them in blue against a gray backdrop, quite conspicuous. Inside, a few girls are practicing dance. And upon a glance, Cheng Zhanxi realizes they are not the familiar faces she remembers. The group Jean Siwa leads has all but faded, with members now pursuing their own separate engagements. Cheng Zhanxi, displaying remarkable consideration, refrained from broaching the subject. Observing the lively and youthful girls, aged 18 and 19, at the center of the practice room, she smiled and inquired, "Is this the person you found for me?" Jean Siwa replied, "They are all newcomers to the studio. I plan to send them to auditions next year. I am nearing retirement and from now on, it will be up to them." Wishing to steer the conversation away from that topic, she asked, "Haven't you eaten yet? Shall I treat you to a meal?" Cheng Zhanxi responded, "No need. Let us order takeout. We must practice dance, and going out would waste too much time." Jean Siwa, doubtful, asked, "Are we practicing tonight?" Cheng Zhanxi glanced at her and began to remove her outer jacket, saying, "Why else would I rush over right after school?" Jean Siwa, feigning hurt, lamented, "I thought you wanted to meet with me early for a heartfelt conversation." Cheng Zhanxi laughed, "You're already dreaming as soon as night falls." She tossed her jacket aside and stated, "I will warm up first. You go call the dance instructor. We can jump through a couple of routines before the takeout arrives." Jean Siwa had anticipated a reunion filled with nostalgia with her childhood friend, only to find Cheng Zhanxi to be a dance machine devoid of any sentiments. She lived and practiced in the studio, never once staying at the luxurious hotel arranged for her, working harder than the trainees themselves. The trainees, unaware of her origins or purpose, practiced relentlessly, even dreaming of dancing, as they were inspired by her dedication at the age of 27, still pursuing her dream of debuting in a girl group. They feared being left behind, and thus intensified their efforts, sweating profusely in the practice room. Returning from an engagement, Jean Siwa was taken aback. On Sunday, at 2 a.m, the music in the practice room ceased for a break. Cheng Zhanxi leaned against the wall, wiping the sweat from her neck with a towel. Her shirt was tied at the hem, revealing her toned waist and flat abdomen, glistening with beads of sweat. Her abdominal muscles clearly defined with each breath. With only 2 days to prepare, she eliminated all forms of ineffective socializing, unlike before when she would engage warmly with everyone. Aside from introducing herself to the trainees on her arrival day, she had spoken no words unrelated to dance. Tall and striking in appearance, Cheng Zhanxi exuded an air of aloof elegance. The trainees huddled in a corner, whispering among themselves, "Is she a senior? No way. With her qualifications, she couldn't possibly be unsuccessful if she debuted, right? Her looks and figure can rival even Jean. If someone like her isn't famous, what hope do we have? What exactly does she do? Oh, I know. Could she be our captain? Perhaps Jean intends for us to form a group, and she is here to evaluate us. That is possible. Why don't you go ask her?"
Why not you?
The trainees elected a small girl who timidly approached Cheng Zhanxi, taking small steps and softly inquiring, "Hello." Cheng Zhanxi nodded and replied gently, "Hello." The girl asked, "May I ask, what is your role?" Cheng Zhanxi chuckled, "I am a physical education teacher." The young girl's eyes widened in astonishment. She would return to inform her friends, having dropped their jaws in disbelief. Is it true that physical education teachers are now transitioning to debuting as girl group members? The competition in this field must be exceedingly fierce. The trainees were even more fervent. At 3 a.m, the dance instructor had long since left for the day. Cheng Zhanxi, the self-proclaimed captain, turned off the speakers and faced everyone, saying, "You've all worked hard. Please return to your dorms and rest. Shall we gather at 9 or 10 tomorrow? Is that acceptable?" The trainees collectively shook their heads. "No, we cannot afford to be lazy."
Cheng Zhanxi was taken aback.
The trainees exchanged glances, and a young girl proposed, "Could we meet at 7 a.m? Cheng Zhanxi exclaimed, "Isn't that too early?" The trainees chimed in unison, "Not at all." Cheng Zhanxi sighed, "Very well." As she prepared to leave the next day, She decided to pack extra red envelopes. It was never her intention to exploit these young girls. Cheng Zhanxi took a photo in front of the large mirror on the wall, where she lay on a makeshift bed with a pillow under her legs, appearing quite destitute. She opened her social media, setting the visibility to one person, selecting Yu Qingtang, but hesitated before sending it. It seemed too much like a plea for sympathy. Look at all I've done for you. You should cherish me. Cheng Zhanxi was someone who always endeavored to excel within her capabilities. Even if it weren't for Yu Qingtang, she would never simply rehearse twice and record a video half-heartedly. Ultimately, she posted another update, devoid of images, containing only the text, "Good night, moon." Upon waking, she received a multitude of likes and inquiries from friends about why she was up so late when she would have time to go out, and how they missed her. Cheng Zhanxi scrolled through, yet could not find Yu Qingtang. Jin Siwa had no engagements today. She sat cross-legged in the corner of the practice room, managing work on her notebook while observing their dance practice. Cheng Zhanxi had been rehearsing a complex version, which not only involved formations, but also numerous floor dance movements, including falls, kneeling, standing, and flips. While visually stunning, it was utterly exhausting. Even professional girl group members sustained bruises on their knees and calves, let alone Cheng Zhanxi, who had a dance background but was not from a girl group. Jin Siwa furrowed her brow as she watched her spray medicine on her legs once again. The spray was snatched from Cheng Zhanxi's hand by another. She looked up to see Jin Siwa's face. Cheng Zhanxi extended a leg, comfortably relishing the attention. After applying the pain relief spray, Jin Siwa, with a disapproving expression, advised, "That's enough. Do you want to lose your legs from practicing so much?" Cheng Zhanxi waved her hand dismissively. "I'll practice a little longer. It won't take much time. I need to head back tonight." She employed a new term she had recently learned. "How did I manage my expression just now? Was my smile too stiff?" Jin Siwa replied. "It seemed quite natural. Those young girls weren't even as sweet as you." "Oh dear, it's a feeling of excitement. I didn't realize you had such talent." Cheng Zhanxi beamed with joy. She contemplated how captivating Yu Qingtang's dance was, and it was no surprise that it was sweet. Jin Siwa inquired, "What do you think? Would you consider forming a girl group with me? A limited-time group, disbanding in 3 years. I am not ready to return home to inherit the family business. I have yet to indulge in life." Cheng Zhanxi replied, "I already have a partner." Jin Siwa asked, "Who is it?" Cheng Zhanxi smiled mysteriously, teasing, "I won't tell you." Jin Siwa scoffed, "How stingy." Cheng Zhanxi pushed herself up with one hand from the floor and said, "I will continue practicing. I won't talk to you anymore." On Sunday afternoon, Cheng Zhanxi entered the changing room to remove her training attire and donned formal clothing, recording 2 videos before nightfall. Jin Siwa drove her to the high-speed railway station, sitting in the back seat watching the videos together, feeling exhilarated. Today was the 10th time she had urged her. "Are you debuting or not, Cici?" Cheng Zhanxi coldly rejected, "No debut." Jin Siwa pretende to ari wa. Cheng Zhanxi remarked, "Oh dear, the star's persona has collapsed." Jin Siwa clung to her arm, continuing her faux sobbing, her cries echoing. Jin Siwa accompanied her to the entrance of the high-speed railway station, and after bidding farewell, Cheng Zhanxi exited the car and entered through the ticket gate. Once she settled into her seat on the train, Cheng Zhanxi lowered her head, unlocked her phone, clicked on Yu Qingtang's profile, and with a slight smirk, typed, "Ding dong, your dance video has arrived." Yu Qingtang replied. "So ostentatious." Yu Qingtang asked, "Are you sending it now?" Cheng Zhanxi teased, "May I ask if you prefer the specially customized golden axe version for Sister Yu, or the ordinary iron axe version?" Yu Qingtang responded, "The ordinary one." Cheng Zhanxi said, "All right, to reward your honesty, I will send you both versions. Sister Yu, please check your email for the heartwarming JPG." Unbeknownst to her, the corners of Yu Qingtang's lips curved upwards as she logged into her email. In her inbox lay 2 videos, sent just 2 minutes prior. Precisely at the moment Cheng Zhanxi had messaged her. One file was named for Sister Yu only, RMVB, while the other was titled Teaching Video for Children, RMVB. The contents unmistakable. Yu Qingtang's gaze lingered on the first file, her finger hovering just before pressing it, then moved to the second, hesitating to click it. Habitually, she would click in sequential order. Why avoid the first? Yu Qingtang did not wish to ponder her motives deeply, nor did she want to treat this matter with any special consideration. She gently closed her eyes and after a few seconds, opened them. Her gaze clear and calm as she focused on the first video. Just as her fingertip grazed the central play button, a new message popped up on the screen. Cheng Zhanxi, a friendly reminder. Please watch alone. If any uncontrollable expressions arise, such as screaming, rolling, or squirming like a caterpillar, I take full responsibility. Cheng Zhanxi, are you ready? Cheng Zhanxi 3, Cheng Zhanxi 2, Yu Qingtang interrupted her countdown. I'm on the bus. Cheng Zhanxi, perhaps you can view it when you return home. Coincidentally, I am also on my way back to Xiqing, utterly exhausted. Yu Qingtang clutched her phone. Her lips pressed together in contemplation, suddenly at a loss for words in response. After all, she was merely a physical education teacher, and the student's advancement had little to do with her. The purpose of physical education in high school was to allow children a moment of respite amidst their hectic and stressful studies, running, playing sports. Engaging in physical activities, there was no need for elaborate choreography or video recordings. Were she in the same position, she would undoubtedly find it impossible. After a prolonged silence, Yu Qingtang earnestly typed, "You are a wonderful teacher." Cheng Zhanxi bit her lip and shyly replied, Yu Qingtang had finally praised her. With a good teacher already present, how far could a good girlfriend be? Yu Qingtang closed her email application, deciding to wait until she arrived home to watch the video, not out of fear of the reaction Cheng Zhanxi had mentioned, but out of respect for the labor of an exceptional educator. Once the conversation concluded, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Yu Qingtang clicked on Cheng Zhanxi's avatar and casually ventured into her moments. Unaccustomed to browsing moments, she had only now noticed the goodnight moon post Cheng Zhanxi had shared at 3 o'clock that morning. They actually shared a number of mutual friends, all teachers at the school, and Yu Qingtang observed a newly employed teacher asking, "Did you have fun over the weekend? Why are you up so late?" Cheng Zhanxi replied, "Working, poor thing." The new teacher responded, There. Yu Qingtang's expression was inscrutable for a moment as she turned her gaze toward the window. After a while, she bestowed a rare like upon this post, a gesture she had seldom made since starting to use this social platform, directing it towards Cheng Zhanxi. After dining at the Qianshan rice noodle restaurant at the entrance of her community, she stepped into her home as the entire city illuminated under the night sky. She headed straight to her study, logged into her email on her computer, downloaded the 2 videos, and opened the first one. Since she was absent during Cheng Zhanxi's physical education class, she was unaware of the chosen song or the style of dance. Thus, when the imagery unfolded, she was somewhat taken aback, revealing her surprise without pretense in her gaze. Dressed in a white shirt, tie, black trousers, and black marten boots in a British style, the uniform exuded a striking presence. The practice room housed 7 individuals, all with their heads bowed during the preparatory phase, obscuring their features. Yet Yu Qingtang immediately spotted Cheng Zhanxi, who occupied the center position. She was the tallest, with the longest legs, possessing an indescribable captivating aura that was uniquely hers. Yu Qingtang mused inwardly. Perhaps it was her allure. As she watched, she felt as though Cheng Zhanxi might lift her head and smile at her, sweetly calling out Sister Yu. When the music began, it was unsurprisingly an unfamiliar tune to Yu Qingtang, yet the rhythm was brisk. Simultaneously, the 7 individuals in the practice room moved, their motions synchronized and powerful. Cheng Zhanxi lifted her head, and Yu Qingtang was unexpectedly struck by the absence of a smile. Instead, her expression was one of stark coldness, her gaze sharp and fierce, exuding an aura of aggression and hostility. With the corners of her mouth curled in a barely perceptible sneer, her shoulders, neck, head, chest, hips, and legs transformed into instruments of dance, displaying a remarkable mastery over her limbs and joints, each movement perfectly timed to resonate with the heartbeat of the audience before the screen. The extreme juxtaposition of strength and grace unfurled on stage, fluid as a flowing stream, effortlessly showcasing her astonishing charm from another perspective. Yu Qingtang could discern the undulating curves of her body with each rise and fall. The tie she wore danced in harmony with her vigorous motions, and in an instant, she knelt, executing a series of intricate maneuvers on the floor. Yet, in the next moment, her waist resembled a supple willow, springing back up with a gentle sway, as if devoid of bones. Yu Qingtang's eyes widened in surprise, nearly hitting the replay button. How did she achieve that? Her mind pondered the softness of Cheng Zhanxi's waist, yet her vision was completely captivated by the crisp, decisive motion akin to a bullet being chambered. Bang! It felt as though the screen had pierced the audience's hearts. Yu Qingtang closed her eyes, her heart racing unexpectedly. She abruptly paused the video, allowing herself a moment to regain composure before resuming. Beads of sweat glistened on Cheng Zhanxi's profile, her fair cheeks flushed with a delightful pink from the exertion, her chest rising and falling, every pore and inch of skin seeming to breathe autonomously. And then she finally smiled. Standing before the camera, she appeared like a fleeting vision of beauty. As spring gives way to summer, all things are renewed. The progress bar on the player reached its end. Yu Qingtang sat before her computer for quite some time, stepping outside to pour herself a glass of water before returning. She then located the second video in her folder, titled, Teaching Video for Children. Taking a deep breath, she mentally prepared herself and double-clicked to play the video. A few minutes later, after watching the second version from the practice room, Yu Qingtang was left bewildered. Is that it? Once again said in the practice room with its natural wooden floor, 7 individuals stood, including Cheng Zhanxi. The difference this time was that all 7 were clad in training attire, plain-colored t-shirts, black stretch pants, and athletic shoes. There were no formations, no floor work, and no overly challenging movements. The only commendable aspect was their synchronized performance. One could only say that as a teaching video for middle school students, it was quite adequate. Chapter 23. Yu Qingtang and her student days among her classmates. Many were infatuated with celebrities, including the current students, and numerous idol groups had garnered their admiration. From the once popular Korean groups to the recently debuted top-tier girl bands, led by someone named Jean, their fan base was vast. Alongside a plethora of talent shows emerging like spring bamboo shoots, some of dubious quality. As a homeroom teacher, these unfamiliar cultural phenomena found their way to her ears in various forms. Thus, Yu Qingtang had indeed encountered group dances, particularly those of Korean boy bands. In her university dormitory, she had a roommate who, amidst the pressures of study, would indulge in idol fandom as a means of relaxation. Cheng Zhanxi's dance resembled those she had previously encountered, characterized by its vigorous precision and remarkable strength, interspersed with a plethora of challenging movements. Yet, it possessed a distinct quality. The femininity of a woman's dance imbued it with an enchanting grace and allure, embodying the unique charm of womanhood. Yu Qingtang held a cup of water, taking delicate sips while observing for the second time with an objective gaze. Cheng Zhanxi's legs were proportionate and firm, slender with elegant lines. As she executed her vigorous dance, the hem of her white shirt, tucked tightly into her pants, fluttered, revealing a glimpse of her supple and delicate waist. Yu Qingtang fixated on her waist, utterly captivated. She thought to herself, it's about to rise. As the willow branches swayed, that segment of her waist suddenly sprang into action. Yu Qingtang softly parted her lips, silently uttering an ah. Still, she could not discern clearly. She then touched her own waist, which was slim and devoid of excess flesh, yet it lacked the remarkable softness and strength of Cheng Zhanxi's, which could sway like a willow in the breeze or explode with power in an instant, displaying a distinct abdominal contour. Were it a performance by a professional female team member on the screen, she might have internally marveled, akin to the remaining 6 individuals in the practice room video whose movements were all executed flawlessly. Yet her gaze was solely drawn to Cheng Zhanxi, a familiar presence she interacted with daily in the office. An ordinary colleague one would assume to be merely a physical education teacher, yet she danced exceptionally well, rivaling even the most talented young professionals. Anyone would be astonished. After watching a third time, Yu Qingtang noticed the water in her cup had dwindled. She copied the second teaching video for her students onto a USB drive, reserving a customized version for her own computer. After taking a shower and preparing for bed, she sent Cheng Zhanxi her thoughts on the performance. Teacher Cheng is multi-talented. The multi-talented teacher Cheng had endured 2 late nights and, upon returning home from the train station, immediately showered and collapsed into bed. The phone on her bedside table lit up silently, casting a glow on her side profile as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Cheng Zhanxi naturally awoke the following day, retrieving her phone with squinted eyes to check the time, 7 in the morning. Upon unlocking the screen, she noticed Yu Qingtang's praise from the previous night, raising her brows in delight. Ah, another beautiful day. While preparing a sandwich, she added an extra egg for herself, crafting her breakfast amidst the morning light and the melodious chirping of birds outside. After tidying up, she took the elevator down and rode her motorcycle to school. As she entered the school gate, she heard the bells signaling the end of the first class. Hastily parking her bike in the staff parking lot to avoid being encircled by students released during the break. Even so, on her way to the office, she encountered numerous students greeting her. Good morning, teacher.
Hello.
Cheng Zhanxi gazed at the unfamiliar faces before her, confirming that she did not recognize them. Xicheng First High School comprised 3 grades, with over 20 classes in each, totaling thousands of students. Cheng Zhanxi taught 2 classes, amounting to 100 students. A mere drop in the ocean among the throng. 2 young women approached from the school path, hand in hand, engaged in lively conversation. Upon noticing Cheng Zhanxi walking towards them, they paused respectfully at the roadside and greeted her. Hello, teacher. Cheng Zhanxi smiled in return, yet found herself perplexed. Unable to restrain her curiosity as she asked, Do you know me? The 2 girls exchanged shy smiles before hastily departing. Upon entering the office, Cheng Zhanxi instinctively glanced towards Yu Qingtang's desk. Yu Qingtang was seated behind her desk, focused on her computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Oblivious to Cheng Zhanxi's arrival, the office was filled with a cacophony of noise, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to abandon her intention to greet her. Report. A voice called from the entrance. Yu Qingtang looked up and noticed Cheng Zhanxi standing not far from the door, momentarily taken aback. She nodded in acknowledgement before turning her attention to Yu at the door, instructing, "Come in." Yu appeared significantly more composed than during their last encounter, solemnly placing a letter of apology on Yu Qingtang's desk. "That will suffice, you may return," Yu Qingtang said. "Thank you, teacher," Yu replied as she passed by Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi advised her, "If you have any questions, remember to consult the teacher and focus on your studies." "Got it," Yu responded with a playful tongue-out gesture before running off. As Cheng Zhanxi made her way to her desk, she cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, teacher Yu." "Good morning," Yu Qingtang replied, her gaze lingering momentarily at Cheng Zhanxi's waistline before returning to her work. Cheng Zhanxi was adorned in a morandi-colored long-sleeve shirt paired with black fitted jeans. The front hem of her shirt tucked into her waistband while the sides hung down. Her wrist sported a silver watch embellished with diamonds, delicate and refined, exuding an effortless elegance infused with a touch of languid grace. Cheng Zhanxi caught the fleeting glance from Yu Qingtang and, following her gaze, smiled subtly. Had Yu Qingtang begun to develop an attraction towards her? The effort of the past 2 days had not been in vain. She awoke this morning with her knees aching, almost unable to walk. Once the second class commenced and the students had vacated the office, Cheng Zhanxi broached the peculiar incident she had encountered that day. The remaining teachers in the office were mostly seasoned educators, none able to provide an explanation. The physics teacher, who wished to reserve a spot with a charming teacher Cheng for his son, chuckled, "Teacher Cheng, you are simply too beautiful. The students recognize you at first glance." Cheng Zhanxi hurriedly clasped her hands together and replied, "If we are to speak of beauty, then teacher Yu is even more stunning." The unexpectedly drawn attention to Yu Qingtang elicited a reaction from her. Yu Qingtang was typically reserved and aloof, maintaining a low profile in the office, rarely engaging in discussions with her colleagues. In contrast, Cheng Zhanxi's vivacious and affable demeanor certainly left a more favorable impression on the older teachers. However, as colleagues and juniors, the physics teacher refrained from undermining her, cheerfully asserting, "Both are beautiful, equally so. Since you two, along with teacher Wen, joined our ranks, the average attractiveness of our office has significantly increased, much to the envy of the neighboring office." Cheng Zhanxi responded with a hearty laugh. Cheng Zhanxi engaged in a leisurely conversation with several teachers, and the office gradually fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the soft rustle of pens gliding across paper. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi's phone vibrated. "Yu Qingtang, I think I may understand why so many students recognize you." Cheng Zhanxi. She turned her head towards the right rear, where Yu Qingtang sat, one hand clutching her phone, maintaining her serene demeanor.
Cheng Zhanxi. Why?
She observed as Yu Qingtang's delicate fingers danced gracefully over the phone screen, akin to butterflies in flight. After a moment, she registered the incoming message and lowered her gaze to click on the link shared by Yu Qingtang. It led to a Baidu Tieba page for Xiqing No. 1 Middle School. The post was titled, "The most beautiful teacher at our school. I nominate the new PE teacher, Cheng Zhanxi. No objections, right? Here's a picture on the first floor." The post was dated over the weekend, just 2 days prior, and had already amassed hundreds of replies. It seemed that teacher Cheng had indeed gained considerable popularity. Cheng Zhanxi entered the thread with a look of bewilderment. The first reply featured her iconic image, an evocative snapshot of her riding a motorcycle into the sunset. A photo she had never seen before but found surprisingly well captured, with the lighting perfectly balanced. She admired it for half a minute before long pressing to save it and scrolling down the thread. 2L. "Ah, I rushed here. Wherever teacher Cheng is, there I shall be." 3L. "You vote, I vote. Teacher Cheng will debut tomorrow." 4L. "Cheng Zhanxi is the top teacher at our school. Come argue if you disagree." Cheng Zhanxi herself. The culture of fandom can be quite detrimental. She continued scrolling down through 20 more replies, finally encountering a series of dissenting opinions after a seemingly harmonious discussion. Just on the basis of her looks, she can be deemed the most beautiful teacher? When did the students of our school become so superficial? What about teaching abilities? A response followed. If you want to evaluate the best lecturer, start a new thread. Don't ruin this one. 33L. Does that person even know she is a PE teacher? What teaching abilities are expected from a sports instructor? 44L. Thanks for the invite. I'm a student in teacher Cheng's class, and she excels in PE and teaches us dance. 48L. What kind of dance? How wonderful is that? 55L. Though I'm not one of her students, watching teacher Cheng in PE class is genuinely enjoyable. I can't help but feel envious. 59L. Is this even considered teaching ability? 61L. Nevertheless, I believe that PE teachers are just as significant as academic teachers and should not be viewed as inferior. Why shouldn't that count? After 100 posts of lively debate, Cheng Zhanxi swiftly scanned through the comments and noticed that someone had posted another photograph beyond the 100th reply. It depicted her during a PE class, standing under the shade of a tree while guiding her students. With chestnut-colored, long, wavy hair gathered into a loose ponytail at the back of her head, she was illuminated by the golden-red sunlight filtering through the trees. Her stature was tall, clad in a crisp white shirt and tailored trousers, with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, revealing elegant lines. She exuded a confident and capable aura, embodying the sophisticated charm that would make any young person scream in admiration. Classmates exclaimed, "Is such beauty and grace genuinely existent?" "Oh, I am utterly captivated," they urged. "Teacher Cheng, you should debut. We are here to support you." Cheng Zhanxi casually scrolled down, discovering that the subsequent content was largely repetitive. Cheng Zhanxi remarked, "I truly do not wish to debut. Thank you." She lifted her gaze towards the diligent Yu Qingtang, who sensed her stare and looked back in confusion. Cheng Zhanxi, with a playful smile, formed the words silently. "Do you think I am beautiful?" Realizing the length of her message might render it incomprehensible, she switched to typing. "This post has exaggerated my virtues. Teacher Yu, could you provide an objective assessment? Do you find me appealing?" Yu Qingtang thought to herself, "Isn't it enough to ask once? Now she has to inquire again via WeChat. Such a waste of her delicate waist." The favorability rating she had for Cheng Zhanxi dipped slightly. After grading 2 assignments, Yu Qingtang typed back, "Teacher Cheng possesses innate beauty." Cheng Zhanxi replied with a smirk, "You, too, Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang was less inclined to engage further. Cheng Zhanxi sensed that Yu Qingtang's veiled sentiments were gradually unraveling. She had received numerous compliments over the past few days. Aware that haste could be counterproductive, she chose to exercise restraint. That evening, during a mathematics self-study session, Yu Qingtang brought a USB drive. With the sports meet registration underway, class leader Li Lan and various committee members discussed the talent showcase for the event. The cultural committee and the sports committee sought opinions from both boys and girls, with a significant majority expressing agreement and only a few abstaining. Thus, the talent showcase was confirmed. As the class bell rang, Yu Qingtang entered the classroom in silence, shutting the door behind her. The students of Class 7 observed her serious demeanor and straightened up. Even the few mischievous ones in the back reluctantly sat up straight, placing books in front of them. Yu Qingtang connected the USB to the computer at the podium. The USB took a few seconds to load, and with one hand resting on the metal surface of the podium, she inquired, "How many have signed up for the sports meet?" Originally intended for the class meeting on Friday, the timing seemed fortuitous as she was about to show a video, so she decided to address it in advance. A few hands were raised sporadically. Yu Qingtang calculated in her mind that the number was lower than she had anticipated, though not surprisingly so. Siken no. One high school was a prestigious institution, and even though Class 7 was not an experimental class, but a parallel one, all students had worked hard to gain admission, with some coming from remote county towns, making their achievement quite remarkable. Such students typically opted for boarding. Siken no. One high school boasted a strong faculty and a long-standing history, with annual college entrance examination results showing that even the parallel class had a higher undergraduate admission rate than those from less resourceful counties. Everyone aspires to devote their energy to academic studies, wishing to avoid squandering time on extraneous matters, so it is entirely understandable that their enthusiasm may wane. Wu Peng, the sports committee member responsible for registrations, felt a wave of humility wash over him as he noticed Yu Qingtang's tranquil gaze sweep past him. He lowered his head, wishing he could shrink like a timid quail. In the classroom, silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the sound of chairs being moved. Suddenly, Li Lan stood up and addressed, "Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang responded with a soft hum. Li Lan, standing tall, clenched her fists beneath the desk and took a couple of deep breaths to suppress her dissatisfaction. She lifted her head and stated with a calm assertiveness, "The registration forms have just been distributed, and there is still some time before submission. I will encourage my classmates to participate actively in upholding the honor of our class." Yu Qingtang acknowledged her with another deliberately avoiding the small mole at the tip of Li Lan's nose, and remarked lightly, "Thank you for your efforts." "It's no trouble. It is my responsibility," Li Lan replied as she sat down, causing her chair to create a loud noise, seemingly intentional, yet perhaps inadvertent. The more perceptive students in the class sensed the unusual tension, their eyes darting between the homeroom teacher and the class leader, with curiosity. Yu Qingtang cast her gaze downward for a moment, grasped the mouse at the podium, and clicked twice to open the USB drive. The students' attention shifted to the projection screen beside the blackboard. "Teacher Cheng informed me that you plan to perform a dance at the sports meet. So she specifically went to the city over the weekend to find a dedicated practice studio and recorded a video for you," Yu Qingtang announced. A wave of excitement rippled through the class. Teacher Cheng was quite popular. Yu Qingtang hovered the cursor over the folder, paused, and continued. On Sunday, Teacher Cheng practiced until 3 in the morning. She worked very hard. I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically in the sports meet and not let her efforts go to waste. With a double click, she played the video and moved to the back of the classroom to watch with the students. On the large screen, Cheng Zhanxi's physical advantages became even more pronounced. Her long limbs and upright posture radiated an undeniable charisma, even in training attire. The combination of a plain t-shirt and black leggings accentuated her slender waist and long legs, presenting a striking contrast to her formal appearance. As the music's prelude began, the students started to sway gently, their heads bobbing in rhythm, with some even humming along softly. Yu Qingtang mused to herself, it must be a very popular song. She turned her head curiously towards the source of the humming from a student in the back row, who, upon catching her eye, immediately fell silent. Yu Qingtang retreated further back, eventually reaching the board where the class display was set up, and touched her face thoughtfully. As the prelude concluded, the 7 dancers in the practice studio simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes sharp enough to seem as if they could pierce the screen. They froze for a moment. A few students from Class 7 gasped in awe, unable to contain their excitement. Then, they began to move, their actions synchronized to the dynamic rhythm, as if they were perfectly in tune with the beat. At first, everyone merely inhaled softly. As Cheng Zhanxi faced the camera, a smile that was both enigmatic and slightly mocking appeared on her lips, as if she bore a hint of disdain, yet exuded wild confidence. She adjusted an imaginary tie, and the song surged into its most intense segment, causing the classmates to succumb instantly. Those who could maintain their composure gently covered their mouths to stifle their exclamations, while others unabashedly shouted, "Ah, Teacher Cheng, you slay me." During the climactic moment, Cheng Zhanxi tilted her head and decisively mimicked a shooting gesture toward the camera.
Bang.
The classroom erupted. "Ah, boo-hoo." Tong Feifei, overwhelmed with excitement, sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "That was not a target. It struck my heart. Teacher Cheng is simply amazing. Why hasn't she debuted yet? I need to see her on television immediately." The classroom buzzed with the fervent voices of infatuated fans, while Yu Qingtang remained silent, allowing their enthusiastic discussion to unfold. A thought flickered through her mind. They were utterly ecstatic over a severely edited rehearsal video. What chaos would ensue if they had access to the original? Yet, she had no intention of granting them that privilege. It was not suitable for these young ones. Teacher Cheng was truly exceptional. Who wouldn't he wish for a girlfriend like her? Tong Feifei, as if intoxicated, sat in her chair, brimming with spirited remarks. A soft cough resonated from the back of the classroom. Though quiet, it silenced the entire class. Tong Feifei, jolted back to reality, felt as if she might collapse. Trembling and too afraid to glance back, Yu Qingtang, her expression stoic, approached the podium, addressing the students. "Have you finished watching?" The students, drawn out in their response, obediently affirmed, "Yes." Yu Qingtang continued, "This is Teacher Cheng's heartfelt message to you all. I hope you reciprocate her sentiments by eagerly signing up for the sports meet, showcasing your excellence in the arena for her to see." The room fell into silence, many students biting their lips, their faces reflecting deep contemplation. Yu Qingtang then employed her skills as class monitor, her demeanor unflinching, fabricating a narrative. "Teacher Cheng often tells me in the office that you are her first class,
And she holds a fondness for each of you.
She remembers every one of your names and cherishes you deeply, as you all know.
If,
Come next month's sports meet, she finds that our class has not even filled its registration quota. What might she think? Would she feel that she has not done well? That you do not care for her?" As she observed the students' faces grow solemn, she added, "The sports meet is also a form of relaxation. Rankings are inconsequential. What matters is participation. We must convey to Teacher Cheng that her intentions are respected and cherished. Do you agree?"
yes.
They responded in unison. Yu Qingtang concluded, "Later, Li Lan will copy the video for those responsible for the choreography. And the video is not to be shared online. Before the evening study session concluded, I shall replay the video for everyone to view once more." The students stirred once again at her final remark, and after a brief pause, Yu Qingtang raised her hand in a gesture for silence, commanding, "Quiet." The students bowed their heads to resume their studies. Yu Qingtang stepped outside the classroom to catch a breath of fresh air in the corridor. The teacher from Class 8 emerged, smiling, and inquired, "What is your class up to?" "It's quite noisy." Yu Qingtang replied, "I'm showing them a video." "Is it an educational short film? Please make me a copy. I'd like to show it to my group of little rascals as well. I happen to have a USB drive. Can I come by your class after school to copy it?" The teacher from Class 8 chuckled. Yu Qingtang, maintaining her composure, responded, "I'm afraid my USB drive just broke." The teacher looked perplexed. Yu Qingtang apologized. "I'll send it to your email tomorrow." "All right," the teacher acquiesced. Yu Qingtang turned and re-entered the classroom. The teacher watched her retreating figure, scratching his head and feeling the sparse strands of hair styled with hairspray, hurriedly smoothing them down with his fingers. As the first self-study session concluded, Yu Qingtang exited the classroom. The students dropped their pens and erupted into animated discussions about the dance video they had just seen. A fan of Jean Siua's girl group recognized the practice room where Cheng Zhanxi rehearsed. It was indeed the same studio where the girl group had trained, unmistakably so. The rental for such a dance studio must be exorbitant. Teacher Cheng had invested not only her energy, but also her finances to record the video for them. Her monthly salary might scarcely cover a day's rent. How exceptionally kind Teacher Cheng was. Li Lan, having finished copying the video, seized the opportunity to stand at the podium with a registration form, asking, "Is anyone interested in signing up for the sports meet?" The students, feeling a pang of conscience, exchanged glances and one after another, began to register. "I'll do the long jump. I can manage the sprints, 50, 100, and 200 meters, albeit with some struggle. For javelin and shot put, whichever has fewer participants, count me in. What about a relay?" Li Lan raised her chin. "Wu Prung, please tally the boys' registrations." Wu Prung emerged from a seat, taking the form to record the sign-ups. Within the span of one class break, the previously blank sections of the registration form were gradually filled. As the second class commenced, Li Lan and Yu Qingtang reported their updates. Yu Qingtang offered a slight nod, devoid of any emotion, and remarked, "Good. Thank you for your hard work." Li Lan looked up at her. "Is there something else?" Yu Qingtang inquired.
Li Lan,
Holding back her words, hesitated before responding. "Nothing. Please return to your seats." "Understood." Tong Feifei lay on her desk, immersed in her homework. Yu Qingtang approached, lightly tapping the corner of her desk with her finger. Tong Feifei's right eyelid twitched, and she slowly lifted her head. "Come with me," Yu Qingtang instructed. Tong Feifei's face reflected despair, and amid the sympathetic gazes of her classmates, she followed Yu Qingtang out of the classroom and into the corridor. Tong Feifei, displaying a commendable attitude of remorse, confessed, "Teacher, I was wrong." Yu Qingtang queried, "What did you err in?" Tong Feifei replied, "Whatever you say I was wrong about, I shall accept, and I promise to amend my ways." The child is cheerful and extroverted, a bit talkative, and performs well academically, earning the affection of most teachers. However, for Yu Qingtang, it matters not whether others like her. She treats everyone equally. She reminded, "Do you recall what you said while commenting on Teacher Cheng's video today?" Tong Feifei's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Yu Qingtang paused, providing a clearer hint. Who wouldn't he desire to possess the clarity of expression that Teacher Cheng has? Does it ring a bell? Tong Feifei suddenly recalled, "Girlfriend." Yu Qingtang narrowed her eyes slightly. Tong Feifei covered her mouth. Yu Qingtang's expression turned stern. It is unacceptable to show disrespect towards teachers, and even more so to describe them in such a manner. She is your teacher, and you are her student. There exists a hierarchy that demands respect. Do you understand? Tong Feifei obediently nodded. "I understand. Teacher Cheng has mentioned it too." "What did she say?" "That we must not tease her." Teacher Cheng is indeed correct. "I apologize, teacher. I shall never speak recklessly again." Tong Feifei gently tapped her own mouth. "You may go back now," Yu Qingtang gestured. Before the self-study session concluded, she replayed Teacher Cheng Zhanxi's video, and the students reacted with the same enthusiasm as before, causing the teacher from the neighboring class to peek through the window to see what was happening. Yu Qingtang listened intently, relieved to find that no student uttered any frivolous remarks. For a young and beautiful teacher like Cheng Zhanxi, who is gentle and approachable, it is easy to incite admiration and affection from students. One of the most sensitive issues that must be navigated carefully is the teacher-student relationship. Any missteps could lead to significant and irreversible consequences for the students. This is a lesson every educator must learn. Standing in the corridor, Yu Qingtang felt the breeze, pinched the bridge of her nose, and sighed softly. "I must pay closer attention to Teacher Cheng's classes." Chapter 24. Cheng Zhanxi was unaware of the unexpected fortune that had come her way. The following day at school, as she entered the office, she distinctly felt Yu Qingtang lift her head from behind the desk and cast a deep gaze in her direction. It was the interval after the first class. Cheng Zhanxi had stayed up late painting the previous night and consequently awoke late, missing the morning reading session at school. The office was filled with teachers and students, but Yu Qingtang immediately spotted her amidst the bustling crowd. Cheng Zhanxi locked eyes with her from a short distance away, and the surrounding world seemed to fade away, leaving only the sound of her racing heart. Cheng Zhanxi slowed her pace, hesitant to disturb this tacit understanding, and approached Yu Qingtang's desk. Yu Qingtang, with an inscrutable expression, withdrew her gaze and said, "Teacher, I have already given the video to the students." Cheng Zhanxi inquired, "Which version?" Yu Qingtang replied, "The teaching video." Cheng Zhanxi had anticipated this answer, and a smile blossomed on her lips. She was exceptionally beautiful, with rosy lips and bright teeth, and her radiant smile elevated her beauty to new heights, illuminating the dim office corner they occupied. Yu Qingtang felt her throat inexplicably dry. Reaching for the thermos on her desk, twisting off the lid to take a sip of water, and afterward lightly pressing her lips together to moisten them. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze naturally followed her gesture as she sipped water, landing upon her lips. Yu Qingtang wore lipstick, though the shade was subtle, closely resembling her natural lip color, a delicate pink that made her lips appear plump and dewy, akin to jelly lips, soft and inviting. Cheng Zhanxi licked her lips. Upon setting down her thermos, Yu Qingtang noticed Cheng Zhanxi, with formidable willpower, struggle to divert her gaze. Cheng Zhanxi cleared her throat, steeling herself as she approached the water cooler in the corner, stating, "I shall fetch a cup of water." "All right," Yu Qingtang replied. She observed Cheng Zhanxi's retreating figure, her hand seemingly possessing a will of its own as it reopened the cup lid and lifted it to her lips, tilting it for another 2 sips. Yu Qingtang pondered aimlessly. It has only just turned autumn, yet how's the weather become so arid? Cheng Zhanxi, wary of causing any disturbances to the school's ethos, returned to her desk, bowing her head to revise her lesson plan. Indeed, even a physical education teacher must draft lesson plans. Particularly after Cheng Zhanxi's unconventional decision to teach dance to the children, the school leaders had insisted she submit a detailed outline. A soft rustling caught Yu Qingtang's attention, and she looked up without surprise. Cheng Zhanxi, as if whispering during a high school study session, inquired softly, "You teacher, may I reference your lesson plan?" Yu Qingtang glanced at her. "You look down upon us physical education teachers, don't you?" Cheng Zhanxi retorted. Yu Qingtang thought, is she somehow privy to my thoughts? In truth, she held no disdain for physical teachers. It was merely that their subjects seldom intersected, leaving her unfamiliar and thus surprised. In some respects, she had assumed physical education was a more leisurely pursuit, which indeed reflected a certain disregard for the efforts involved. Just days prior, Cheng Zhanxi had danced until 3 in the morning. Yu Qingtang tossed her lesson plan to her. Cheng Zhanxi raised her hand to catch it with precision, not wrinkling it in the slightest, and gently smoothed the cover of the craft paper before turning to the first page. Yu Qingtang's handwriting was elegant and composed, round and refined, reminiscent of a diligent student whose neat script would easily indicate academic success. Yet, when it came to mathematical formulas and symbols, her script became wild and free-spirited, as chaotic as a doctor's scrawl. Cheng Zhanxi, a self-proclaimed math dunce, found herself utterly befuddled. Observing the 2 styles of writing, it was as if 2 souls were entwined and battling upon the paper. Of course, the mathematical notations were few enough to be negligible, with the majority consisting of pedagogical methods and teaching philosophies. Cheng Zhanxi gently tapped her fingers upon the lesson plan, deep in thought as she perused the entire document. She lifted her face, resting her chin in her hand, and fixed her unwavering gaze upon Yu Qingtang. Sitting upright, Yu Qingtang maintained a perfect 90-degree posture, one hand pressing a workbook for in-class exercises while the other wielded a red pen for grading. Her profile was striking, yet devoid of warmth. Cheng Zhanxi quietly rose, stealthily maneuvering around to her back, making nary a sound throughout the entire process. She cast a glance at her notebook, pondering the function fx. The formidable nature of mathematics was akin to that of biochemical weaponry, leaving Cheng Zhanxi feeling dizzy, nearly grasping the backrest of Yu Qingtang's chair to maintain her balance. Cheng Zhanxi observed that Yu Qingtang did not merely mark the homework with a simple tick or cross. She meticulously examined which step was erroneous, drawing a horizontal line at the mistake and annotating how it had gone awry. Some errors were circled with 3 question marks, with Yu Qingtang diligently noting in red ink, "Needs improvement in mathematical logic." Cheng Zhanxi chuckled silently, thoroughly entertained by the scene. Yu Qingtang, engrossed in her corrections, remained oblivious to the new spectator. A teacher glanced up, spotting Cheng Zhanxi stealthily perched behind Yu Qingtang, and smiled broadly. In response, Cheng Zhanxi quickly gestured for silence. The other teachers, in turn, shared a knowing smile at the affectionate tableau before them. The friendship among young people, regardless of its nature, is indeed precious. This serene moment was disrupted when a teacher entered the office, furrowing her brow at the sight. Cheng Zhanxi cleared her throat gently, interrupting Yu Qingtang's focus, and softly addressed her, "Teacher Yu." Startled, Yu Qingtang turned her head. Cheng Zhanxi, holding out her lesson plan, offered a sheepish smile, saying, "I've finished referencing it. I came to return it to you. I couldn't bear to disturb your diligent work." Yu Qingtang nodded and accepted the lesson plan. "It's nothing," she replied. At the entrance stood Wen Jihan, who recalled a term she had once heard from a roommate, referring to a colored tea, but her upbringing forbade her from uttering it. even in her thoughts. Wen Jihan, like Yu Qingtang, taught a secondary subject and managed only 2 classes, making her workload lighter than that of most secondary teachers. However, she seemed preoccupied with other matters, spending far less time in the office compared to the ever-watchful Cheng Zhanxi. Arriving early in the morning, she usually spent her time preparing lessons or working on her computer. Cheng Zhanxi took the opportunity to pass by her desk a few times. Noticing that the screen was filled with English text, Cheng Zhanxi, possessing a decent command of English, discerned that the content largely consisted of specialized terminology, seemingly from foreign literature on physics. She had no desire to delve into what Wen Jihan was studying, nor was it necessary. She merely noted that her rival's competitiveness was diminishing. Wen Jihan's reticence was not dissimilar to Yu Qingtang's. It was not excessive self-confidence, but rather a reflection on what would happen between the two of them. Would they merely exchange silent glances, their hearts heavy with unspoken emotions? Nowadays, novels no longer depict the plight of the silent, self-sacrificing second female lead. Clearly, teacher Wen was out of touch with the times. If one harbors feelings, one must pursue them boldly, using personal charm to incite fervent affection, just as she had done. Most importantly, Yu Qingtang favored her. When Jihan's chances were dwindling.
Ha ha ha.
Cheng Zhanxi curved her lips into a smile as she held her disposable cup and approached the water dispenser. Passing by Yu Qingtang's desk, she overheard the second female lead conversing with you. Are you planning to attend the art exhibition this weekend? Cheng Mo is hosting an exhibition at the art museum, lasting for 2 months. I wonder if you've been keeping an eye on it? Cheng Zhanxi took a sip of water, unexpectedly choking midway. She steadied herself by grasping the edge of Yu Qingtang's desk, bending over as a fit of coughing overtook her. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. Cheng Zhanxi waved her hand dismissively, assuring them, I'm fine. She gradually returned to her seat, setting down her cup, her ears perked up like antennas. Yu Qingtang continued to wield her red pen, stating, I haven't been following it. When Jihan interjected, with less than 2 weeks left for the exhibition. How about we go this weekend? Yu Qingtang's demeanor remained composed as she replied, I have other commitments, so I want to be going. When Jihan's face revealed a fleeting disappointment, quickly masked by her usual demeanor as she smiled softly, what about a weekday? We could choose an afternoon when we have no classes. The museum isn't far from the school. Yu Qingtang set down her pen, gazing at Wen Jihan in silence. Wen Jihan remained quiet as well, her expression shifting from hurt to resolute. Yu Qingtang coldly remarked, I must return to work. When Jihan opened her laptop, and the unspoken understanding between them left Cheng Zhanxi feeling somewhat vexed. She longed to clarify matters with Yu Qingtang but hesitated, aware that their relationship had not yet reached that level, and fearing it might infringe upon her freedom. Yet, frustration bubbled within her. Many assert that an artist harbors a childlike spirit, which inspires the creation of fantastical and remarkable works. Their tempers often mirror that of a child, easily perturbed by unmet desires, especially towards those closest to them. Cheng Zhanxi was embodying that displeased child at the moment. Because of her fondness for Yu Qingtang, her emotions were magnified manifold. She sat in her chair, fixated on Yu Qingtang, her eyes wide and unblinking, almost as if her gaze might solidify. Noticing the intensity of Cheng Zhanxi's stare, Yu Qingtang lifted her head. Cheng Zhanxi puffed out her cheeks, her expression adorably indignant, a peculiar yet endearing sight. Yu Qingtang blinked slowly, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape her lips, akin to a fleeting bloom of a night blooming serious, yet Cheng Zhanxi caught it nonetheless. Cheng Zhanxi's irritation diminished significantly as she inquired, Do you have any candy, Teacher Yu? Teacher Yu responded with confusion. Where am I supposed to find you candy? Yu Qingtang replied, Isn't there candy in your drawer? I've seen you share chocolates and snacks with students who visit the office. Cheng Zhanxi earnestly replied, I can't find it, you need to help me look. Yu Qingtang, exasperated, chose to ignore Cheng Zhanxi, reminiscent of Tong Feifei from the previous night, who seemed to speak illogically under the influence of fake alcohol. Her phone vibrated. Yu Qingtang unlocked the screen. Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Shi cries profusely. Yu Qingtang. Where on earth did she find such an uncanny resemblance of a little emoticon that mirrors her own? Could it be that the young lady, in her wealth and caprice, commissioned someone to create it? How utterly tedious. Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Shi rolls and weeps in a gif. Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi sent several emoticons to her, which she typically shares with her parents and elder brother, all of which she painstakingly illustrated herself. She crafted an entire set for each family member, updating them annually to reflect their latest appearances. Whenever they use these emoticons, they can feel the abundance of her love. Even when separated by distant lands, their hearts remain intertwined. Yu Qingtang closed her eyes momentarily, inhaling deeply to suppress the impulse to add Cheng Zhanxi to her blacklist. and rose to approach her. Where are the candies? Cheng Zhanxi, with her arms folded, wore a relaxed expression, clearing a spot at the desk. Relying on her memory, Yu Qingtang opened the first drawer on her right, discovering it filled to the brim with candies and snacks. She breathed a sigh of relief. Which one to choose? The fruity one. Yu Qingtang randomly picked a green-wrapped fruit candy and was about to hand it over when Cheng Zhanxi, ever insistent, declared, "I want the grape one." Yu Qingtang, her voice imbued with an unrecognized patience, replied, "The purple one?"
Yes.
Having received the desired candy, Cheng Zhanxi accepted it with a radiant smile, her eyes shining bright and clear, sweetly saying, "Thank you, Teacher Yu." Any lingering dissatisfaction in Yu Qingtang's heart evaporated with that smile. She gazed at Cheng Zhanxi's grin, momentarily entranced, her heart beating at a slower yet heavier rhythm, once, then again. Yu Qingtang cast her eyes down, replying in a softer tone than usual, "You're welcome. Consider it a token of gratitude for her efforts in recording videos of the 7th grade students as they practice their dance." Cheng Zhanxi unwrapped the candy, her long eyelashes casting a shadow as she bit into it, asking, "Teacher Yu, do you eat candies?" "No, thank you. Are you afraid of cavities?" Cheng Zhanxi did not let her depart immediately. Before Yu Qingtang could respond, she appeared suddenly enlightened, saying, "You don't like them? Perhaps you should give it a try. Life offers myriad possibilities, just like this bag of candies. Close your eyes, and you'll never know what flavor awaits you next." Cheng Zhanxi took Yu Qingtang's hand and, without looking, plucked a candy from the large bag in the drawer. She raised an eyebrow, saying, "How fortuitous. It's green, just like the one I gave you last time." With another beautifully wrapped fruit candy now resting in her palm, Yu Qingtang gazed down, entranced by the delicate packaging. "It seems fate has deemed that you should have this candy." The woman's voice was soft and soothing. Yu Qingtang looked at Cheng Zhanxi. She was no longer the child seeking candy, but rather, her gaze was profound and distant, as if peering into the depths of Yu Qingtang's very soul. Yu Qingtang's mind was slightly unsettled as she withdrew her hand from hers, stepping back a pace. Upon closer inspection, the momentary insight of Cheng Zhanxi seemed like a bizarre illusion. "I do not enjoy sweets," she endeavored to conceal her unease, her voice betraying a barely perceptible panic, resisting any possibility of existence, leaving the candy on Cheng Zhanxi's desk. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at the confection for a lengthy period, a sigh flickering in her eyes before she returned it to her drawer. Yu Qingtang unscrewed the lid of her thermos to drink water, only to discover that it had mysteriously run dry. She set the cup aside and stepped into the corridor outside the office to catch her breath. After meandering through Class 7, the tumultuous waves in her heart gradually subsided, leaving not a ripple behind. When she returned to the office, Cheng Zhanxi was not seated at her desk, but was half reclined before her solid wooden table, one long leg casually tapping while the other dangled in the air, engaged in gossip with several teachers about celebrities. As Yu Qingtang passed by, Cheng Zhanxi greeted her with her usual cheerful demeanor and continued conversing with the teachers. "That's false. It was debunked last time." The female biology teacher exclaimed, "Really? I genuinely thought she had character flaws," and almost unfollowed her. Cheng Zhanxi searched for clarification online to show the biology teacher, who, upon reading it, beamed with gratitude. "Oh, thank you so much, Xiao Cheng. I can follow her again. You youngsters are so adept at surfing the internet." Yu Qingtang observed coldly for a while, becoming increasingly convinced that her earlier perception had been an illusion. She completed the last few assignments, casting the episode aside. With a while still left before noon dismissal, Yu Qingtang opened her computer and navigated to the homepage of the Sea City Art Museum. The front page prominently featured a large promotional poster announcing the upcoming exhibition of painter Cheng Mo, set to take place in mid-August at the Sea City Art Museum. Running for 2 months, inviting everyone to visit, and introducing several of her most renowned works, including a number of new pieces making their debut. Yu Qingtang's biological mother, Yu Ci, was an artist, yet her studio was locked by Wei Tingyu, who was the sole individual permitted entry. Wei Tingyu had never afforded her any artistic exposure or training. Whenever he spotted her drawing in the garden with twigs or etching on the ground with stones, he would stride over from a distance, his handsome and refined face contorted in fury, scolding her vehemently and violently discarding her twigs and stones, ordering a servant to take her away. The Wei family adhered strictly to Wei Tingyu's commands. Any slight display of artistic inclination would result in her mercilessly having her brush snatched away and thrown aside. He forbade her from resembling Yu Ci in the slightest. No one could replace her, nor could they become a second version of her, including her biological daughter. Due to her childhood experiences, Yu Qingtang had never engaged in painting. And after moving to Sea City, when her grandparents wished for her to learn painting like Yu Ci, she exhibited considerable resistance. However, Her mother's absence instinctively drew her attention to anything related to art. She would linger on the art sections of the library, aimlessly browsing without ever taking a single book away. She occasionally visits art exhibitions, yet she does not pay particular attention to the exhibition schedules or the featured artists. Unbeknownst to Wen Jihan, she possesses no knowledge of painting. She cannot appreciate a piece of art, nor can she discern the nuances of advanced techniques or the artist's expression. It is rather amusing that, as the daughter of a gifted artist, she lacks even the most fundamental artistic sensibility. Yu Qingtang's fingers, gripping the thermos, turned pale for a moment before she gradually relaxed her hold, allowing her gaze to settle on Cheng Mo's name. After a brief recollection, she remembered that the blizzard hanging in her home was indeed painted by Cheng Mo. She felt a slight inclination to attend Cheng Mo's exhibition, but she intended to go alone rather than accepting Wen Jihan's invitation. Unlike her, Wen Jihan was set to continue her studies abroad, teaching in Xiqing while never relinquishing her pursuit of physics. Each day, she immersed herself in foreign literature, staying abreast of the latest developments in her field, collaborating with local universities and utilizing their laboratories, often working late into the night, and sometimes even sleeping at the lab, attending classes without changing her clothes. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Regardless of whether Yu Qingtang held any affection for her, it was clear that she would never find herself in Cheng Mo's company. She should not waste any more time on herself. Yu Qingtang made a note of the exhibition in her phone's reminders, only to discover another note. Invite Teacher Cheng to dinner. Her heart skipped a beat. She had nearly forgotten about it. Teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi looked up at the sound, smiling gently. What's the matter? I said I would treat you to dinner. Yu Qingtang asked, are you free this weekend? I'd like to take you to Xiangjiang Garden. Cheng Zhanxi replied with a smile. Yes, but I will make the reservation. Yu Qingtang had no objections. Cheng Zhanxi made an okay gesture and said, I'll send you the address on Friday. After a moment of thought, Yu Qingtang responded, would it be possible before school ends on Friday? Having obtained her driver's license during university, she had yet to purchase a vehicle. If Cheng Zhanxi's restaurant was far from the old town, it would pose an inconvenience for her travels. She would have to stay an additional night in the new district and postpone her visit to her grandparents until Saturday, needing to inform her grandmother, Fang Wenjiao, in advance. No problem, Cheng Zhanxi assured her, reclining comfortably in her office chair as she opened a food review app. Setting the location to the vicinity of the Xiqing Art Museum, a subtle smile graced her lips. From her observations, it seemed that Yu Qingtang was not averse to attending the exhibition. Rather, she was simply declining Wen Jihan's invitation. Therefore, she resolved to take Yu Qingtang to see her own paintings, ready to offer answers to any questions she might have, providing her with the most exquisite and luxurious VVVIP experience. Once again, she expressed her gratitude for Teacher Wen's misguided example. Teacher Wen truly was a kind-hearted person. Cheng Zhanxi mused to herself, allowing a fleeting moment of humanitarian sympathy for her, precisely 1 second, no more. Cheng Zhanxi's second physical education class for Class 7 takes place on Thursday afternoons. Yu Qingtang's classes are concentrated in the morning, leaving her in the office during the afternoons. Shortly after Cheng Zhanxi stepped out, she tidied her desk with minimal effort before leaving the office. The remaining teachers exchanged glances, immediately engaging in spirited discussions. Just a couple of days prior, the most gossipy biology teacher had expressed gratitude towards Cheng Zhanxi, remarking, are they in a relationship? Right? The physics teacher lamented. Alas, my son stands no chance. Why couldn't he have been born a decade earlier? Now he is only in middle school. It drives me mad. The male biology teacher sighed. My daughter, however, was born a decade early. Does that do any good? If I were Teacher Cheng, I would certainly choose someone as beautiful as Teacher Yu. It's a pity I and her mother couldn't pass on better looks. The oldest chemistry teacher squinted through his glasses and solemnly remarked, you young ones are so easily swayed by rumors. The physics teacher chimed in, and what do you have to say? The two biology teachers encouraged, do tell. The chemistry teacher, self-designated as an informal and unrecognized member of the Diyun Society, surveyed the room, picked up a pen as if it were a microphone, and cheerfully declared, I believe there is a hint of truth to this. Several teachers nodded in agreement, affirming, you are indeed correct. The physical education class for Class 7 continued to be as lively as ever. Those with a background in dance had evidently practiced diligently, perhaps in private. Cheng Zhanxi found herself needing to lead the dance less, yet she still participated alongside the students, embodying a role model. After several rounds, the students, panting, requested a break. Cheng Zhanxi, with a rosy complexion and slightly quickened breath, appeared even more radiant. The class monitor, Wu Prung, along with several boys, had previously arranged mats. And now everyone rested upon them, enjoying a gentle breeze. Cheng Zhanxi faced them, sitting on a small stool, her hands resting on her knees. Due to her bent posture, her shirt tightened, accentuating the contours of her shoulders and arms. Tong Feifei raised her hand. Cheng Zhanxi lazily squinted. Speak. Tong Feifei, her eyes sparkling, posed the question that had piqued the curiosity of the entire class. Teacher, do you have abs? Cheng Zhanxi casually replied, yes. The entire class gasped in awe. Tong Feifei, nearly trembling with excitement, continued, can I touch them? Before Cheng Zhanxi could respond, other girls clamored, I want it too. You can't just favor Tong Feifei. We all deserve a chance. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at the pack of eager girls, torn between hunger and desire, internally shaking her head. She would have to be foolish to acquiesce to such a request. After all, as a teacher, she must not allow students to overstep boundaries and lose their respect for her, lest it lead to unforeseen calamities. Even if she weren't a teacher, with so many wolves converging, her abs might well be overwhelmed, leaving her with nothing to entice Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi subtly furrowed her brow, ready to decline, when she noticed a familiar slender figure standing beneath a tree near the entrance of the playground. Her expression instantly brightened, and she smiled radiantly, surpassing the beauty of spring blossoms.
Teacher Yu,
she called out, rising to wave. The students of Class 7 turned to look, exclaiming in unison, no. Our homeroom teacher is haunting us. Don't come over. Yet, Yu Qingtang approached with an indifferent gaze fixed upon Cheng Zhanxi. Is there something you need? She inquired. Cheng Zhanxi, with utmost seriousness, replied, well, my classmates asked if I have abs. I said I do and they want to touch them. I feel it's inappropriate. But I'm worried they might accuse me of lying if I say I have them and don't. Hence, I would like to request Teacher Yu to provide me with a proof. Yu Qingtang questioned, how shall I prove it? A glint of mischief flickered in Cheng Zhanxi's eyes, and Yu Qingtang sensed impending trouble, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Zhanxi lifted the hem of her shirt with one hand while the other grasped Yu Qingtang's hand, pressing it firmly against her abdomen. In that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the students of Class 7.
Wow. Ah.
A few girls widened their eyes in sheer astonishment, their gaze sparkling even more than if they had just received eye drops. The class representative for mathematics, Lian Yabing, exclaimed, I can't believe it. A cool breeze rustled beneath the tree, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves illuminated the fine hairs on Cheng Zhanxi's face. Yu Qingtang gazed into the beautiful chestnut-colored eyes of the woman before her, momentarily stunned as she registered the warmth radiating through the thin fabric of her shirt. Men and women are inherently different. Men often exhibit well-defined abdominal muscles due to lower body fat percentages, showcasing their abs in sharp, block-like formations akin to bricks. Women, however, possess a gentle softness that is not abrasive to the touch. Their lines exude a subtle beauty. Yet, this softness is not entirely devoid of firmness. It is flat, toned, and possesses the tangible essence of muscle, each knuckle distinctly feeling the latent explosive power within. Yu Qingtang recalled the imagery from videos she had seen. If it were to be described, it resembled the soft sword depicted in martial arts novels, pliable yet capable of delivering a swift, decisive blow, as graceful as silk. In critical moments, it could effortlessly sever a foe's head. She was both gentle and tempered steel. Cheng Zhanxi adjusted her grip on Yu Qingtang's wrist, breathing lightly. Her abdomen also rose and fell rhythmically, each cell bursting with vitality. The outline of her abdominal muscles subtly emerged beneath her palm, undulating peacefully, embracing like water. It was an extraordinary sensation. Yu Qingtang had never been this close to another's body, even with someone of her own gender. The differences between individuals are profound. The scent of fresh grass lingered around her, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, Yu Qingtang wondered, did Teacher Cheng change her perfume? Was it still the breeze from the playground that lingered? She had just witnessed her dancing, perspiration glistening on her skin. Why, then, could she not detect the scent of sweat? Cheng Zhanxi suddenly inhaled sharply, holding her breath. The lines beneath Yu Qingtang's palm became startlingly distinct. Her already feverish body temperature soared to an alarming degree. Yu Qingtang instinctively withdrew her hand as if electrocuted, retreating a step back. A faint echo, reminiscent of her own labored breathing, resonated in her ears, causing her eardrums to thrum. Her heart raced wildly, and her delicate fingers, dangling at her side, involuntarily curled. She composed herself silently for 2 seconds, masking the confusion in her gaze, and turned her expression towards Cheng Zhanxi with calmness. Yet, a flicker of annoyance at Cheng Zhanxi's playful antics lingered within her. Cheng Zhanxi smirked. Teacher Yu, after such an extended experience, what are your thoughts? Can you prove it to the students? Yu Qingtang's eyes shifted slightly as she recalled her momentary lapse in focus, completely forgetting the passage of time and her surroundings. Thus, she considered it her own fault, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to remind her in this manner. The introspective Yu Qingtang quickly attributed the misstep solely to herself. Turning to face her students, she stated coolly, "Indeed, there is a sensation, and while I originally intended to describe the excellent tactile quality objectively, I deemed it inappropriate for the students and thus rephrased my thoughts. It was practiced very well." The students exclaimed in unison, "Aw, we envy our homeroom teacher." Cheng Zhanxi adjusted the hem of her shirt, feigning nonchalance at the customary flattery. Inside, she felt as if fireworks had burst forth, illuminating the night sky. In truth, her initial desire was for Yu Qingtang to directly experience the contact, hence she had folded her shirt up. However, given the presence of so many students, such a reckless display would set a poor precedent. As a teacher, she must always be mindful of maintaining decorum. Moreover, Yu Qingtang was reserved. Being too bold could backfire. And this approach was just right. Additionally, having just finished exercising, her waist and abdomen were still damp with sweat, making it unsuitable for Yu Qingtang's precious first intimate encounter. You might wonder about that night. On that night, there was nothing. The most Yu Qingtang could manage was to tightly embrace her shoulders. In the end, she merely rolled up the long hem of her shirt, straightened it, and allowed Yu Qingtang's hand to make contact. Yu Qingtang nodded slightly towards Cheng Zhanxi. "Teacher Cheng, please continue your lesson. I shall take my leave." Cheng Zhanxi interrupted her with an exasperated expression, asking, "Is there something important that brought you to the playground, teacher Yu? Am I causing you trouble?" Yu Qingtang replied, "No." She had merely come to observe her class and had not anticipated being drawn into such a demonstration. After a pause, she glanced at the students from class 7 sitting on their mats and said earnestly, "I came to see if they're serious about their studies." Primarily regarding their attitude towards Cheng Zhanxi, the students exchanged glances, seemingly struck by lightning.
No.
"Why can't we even have a break during gym class? We are still just children." Cheng Zhanxi's heart blossomed with joy. "All right, no further explanation is needed. I am aware that you feign concern for the students as a pretext to secretly observe me on the playground." After such a brief separation, Yu Qingtang can hardly bear the pangs of longing. What a charmingly aloof yet affectionately clingy little darling she is. Cheng Zhanxi's heart raced uncontrollably today. She endeavored to suppress the upward curve of her lips, yet the delight in her eyes betrayed her. With warmth, she offered her small stool, saying, "Teacher Yu, please sit and watch." Yu Qingtang graciously declined, "No need. I shall stand. After all, I want to be sitting. The stool is empty anyway, so you should take a seat." Facing her, Cheng Zhanxi placed her hands on Yu Qingtang's shoulders and, without further ado, gently pressed her down onto the stool. Using a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, softly instructing, "Sit still, don't move." Oddly enough, Yu Qingtang complied, remaining seated without a fuss. A collective gasp arose from the students of class 7. The teacher had indeed managed to tame the homeroom teacher, truly deserving of her reputation as the esteemed Cheng Zhanxi. Even Lian Yabing silently squealed, collapsing into her desk mate's embrace. Such a celestial romance. The couple she ships is undeniably real. Her desk mate patted her head, signaling her to rein in her enthusiasm in front of the main characters. Upon raising her gaze, Lian Yabing found Yu Qingtang's tranquil black eyes fixed upon her, sending a shiver down her spine, and she immediately sat up straight, staring ahead. After the intermission, Cheng Zhanxi resumed the dance practice with the students. Yu Qingtang observed for a while, exchanged greetings with Cheng Zhanxi, and then departed. Cheng Zhanxi watched her retreating figure, stretching her neck, unable to divert her gaze. Should a great flood arise, she would transform into a stone waiting for her beloved. Only when Yu Qingtang had completely vanished did Cheng Zhanxi turn back, hearing a few muffled snickers among the students. Among them was Tong Feifei, always at the forefront of gossip. Tong Feifei inquired, "Teacher, do you have a partner?" Cheng Zhanxi's internal alarm bells rang, and she warily responded, "Why do you ask that?" Tong Feifei, with a grin, remarked, "The way you looked at Teacher Yu as she left was as if you liked her." Cheng Zhanxi regarded her in silence, her expression turning slightly more serious. Tong Feifei lowered her head. The other students also subdued their eager expressions, casting their eyes downward. Cheng Zhanxi deemed it sufficient. After all, she was not a strict teacher and could not maintain such a facade. Thus, she softened her tone and clapped her hands, saying, "There are 10 minutes until class ends. Let us dance 2 more times." Before class concluded, Cheng Zhanxi delivered some unfortunate news to her students. "I must attend to some personal matters and have requested a 2-week leave from the school. In my absence, another teacher will take over the classes, and I ask you to show them respect." Instantly, the shoulders of the entire class slumped, and cries of dismay echoed. "We will miss you, Teacher Saw. I will miss you too. I promise to return as soon as I have resolved my matters. But the sports meet is at the end of this month. Will you be back in time? Tong Feifei asked anxiously.
I will do my best.
Cheng Zhanxi's plan was feasible, yet plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. It was entirely possible that the art exhibition might add unexpected engagements. She could not guarantee the accomplishment of uncertain matters. Her classmates gazed at her expectantly. Cheng Zhanxi reiterated, I will do my utmost. With a gentle smile, she added, even if I cannot return in time, you must compete well. I await the sight of your accolades. She inquired who had registered and for which events. The students responded listlessly. Cheng Zhanxi clapped her hands. Let us all perk up. I am not leaving for good. When a teacher ventures far, a little blessing would be appreciated, wouldn't it? Safe travels. May you return unscathed. Wishing you all success. Amidst the chatter, someone jokingly mentioned living as long as the South Mountain, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to chuckle and respond. Whoever said that? I'm not yet at an age where longevity blessings are necessary. I'll have the Chinese teacher make you copy explanations 100 times. Laughter ensued as the bell for physical education rang. When Thursday arrived, the week seemed to pass particularly swiftly. Before the end of school on Friday, Cheng Zhanxi confirmed lunch plans with Yu Qingtang for the following day at Yunmingzai, a quaint restaurant noted for its traditional charm and serene surroundings. Positioned at a mid-range local price point, Yu Qingtang searched online for its location and discovered it was indeed quite distant from the ancient town in the old city. She stepped outside to call Fang Wenjiao, explaining she would not be returning home until tomorrow. Cheng Zhanxi rested her chin on her hand, observing Yu Qingtang's profile from behind her desk. As always, Yu Qingtang maintained a tranquil demeanor, making it difficult to discern if she was conversing with family. Of course, Cheng Zhanxi merely speculated that it was a family call, though it could have been otherwise. Have you spoken with your family? Cheng Zhanxi casually asked upon Yu Qingtang's return. Yu Qingtang replied nonchalantly, yes, as she resumed her seat. Cheng Zhanxi covered her mouth in mild surprise.
It truly was family.
Last Mid-Autumn Festival, Yu Qingtang had returned home on a late-night bus as well. Cheng Zhanxi had always been uncertain about Yu Qingtang's background. While she appeared ordinary in attire, she had once splurged on a presidential suite. However, being a native, it was reasonable to assume her family owned a vehicle for transportation. Why, then, did they not drive her, allowing her to take the bus alone? Perhaps familial relations were strained. Yu Qingtang glanced up at her, and Cheng Zhanxi returned a smile, withdrawing her gaze with a faint sigh. She hoped reality was not as she feared. That evening, upon returning home, Yu Qingtang revisited the official website of the Xiqing Art Museum, momentarily stunned by the displayed geographical location. It had been ages since her last visit to the museum, and she had overlooked during her afternoon map search that Yunmingzai and the museum were in the same district, merely a few hundred meters apart. She added a new item to her agenda. After lunch, she would conveniently visit the museum to view the exhibition. The weekend dawned beautifully, with the autumn breeze refreshing the air, temperatures pleasantly moderate, and the sky of boundless blue, heralding a season perfect for romance. Cheng Zhanxi meticulously prepared herself and arrived at Yunmingzai half an hour early. During her wait, she found herself lost in reveries about what Yu Qingtang might be wearing today, wondering if she would don a simple, elegant long dress as she had during their previous encounters at the bar. 10 minutes before their agreed-upon time, Yu Qingtang came into view. She wore a black knee-length trench coat and black jeans that elegantly hugged her long, slender legs, complemented by Martin boots. Her exquisite yet aloof features radiated an air of unapproachability as she walked across the bridge, guided by the waiter. What a striking woman! Cheng Zhanxi smiled gently and rose to her feet, gracefully moving to her side to pull out a chair for her. Thank you, Yu Qingtang replied with a polite nod. Cheng Zhanxi returned to her seat across from her and handed her the menu. What would you like to eat? Yu Qingtang declined to take it, stating, I am treating you to this meal. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled, close enough. A waiter approached with a new menu, bowing slightly as he said, we have another menu available. You may both order together. Cheng Zhanxi replied, you do talk a lot. She pointed at the menu before her and asked, what is your signature dish? The waiter adeptly described the dishes, while Cheng Zhanxi leaned slightly forward, her voice soft as she inquired if Yu Qingtang had any dietary restrictions. Yu Qingtang shook her head, indicating she was not picky with food. I am not particular about food either, Cheng Zhanxi remarked. Yu Qingtang was puzzled by why she suddenly directed that comment towards her, but instinctively responded with an A fleeting thought crossed her mind. How could a pampered young lady like her not be picky? Yu Qingtang had already given up on regaining the initiative in their conversation. She resolved that when she went to the front desk to settle the bill later, it would suffice as her treat. After ordering all the dishes, only the main course remained. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze flitted over the menu, asking the local Yu Qingtang, which one do you suggest? Without hesitation, Yu Qingtang replied, I would say the black rice. Black rice is a specialty of the Jiangnan region, and Cheng Zhanxi had never tasted it before. When it arrived, she took a small bowl, finding it moist, sticky, and pleasantly sweet. How is this made? She inquired of Yu Qingtang, seated opposite her. Yu Qingtang had never prepared it at home, and was momentarily at a loss, replying, I don't know. Observing Cheng Zhanxi's eager expression, she wished to provide an answer, but found her thoughts momentarily jumbled, muttering, it's probably steamed from black rice.
Cheng Zhanxi fell silent.
Yu Qingtang followed suit in silence. Then Cheng Zhanxi burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha. She set down her chopsticks, covering her mouth with a napkin, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she said, I apologize. Yu Qingtang felt a bit embarrassed, replying, it's all right. Cheng Zhanxi, thoughtfully restoring her dignity, curiously asked, what is black rice? Is it available in supermarkets? Yu Qingtang responded, I think there might be vacuum-packed versions. I will buy some later and experiment with how to prepare it. Do you cook for yourself?
Cheng Zhanxi asked, amused.
Not really. Yu Qingtang replied. Yu Qingtang pressed her lips together, her impression of the young lady shifting slightly as she remarked, cooking is quite a hassle. I dislike the preparatory tasks like washing and chopping vegetables, yet I do enjoy the act of cooking itself. Watching the ingredients gradually transform into something I envision brings a profound sense of accomplishment, akin to the joy of creation. Life is fascinating. Sometimes, it merely lacks a pair of discerning eyes. The culinary champion Cheng Zhanxi made her entrance. Yu Qingtang tilted her head and inquired, what if one's culinary skills are subpar? Cheng Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback. Her flustered expression a delightful sight that caused Yu Qingtang's eyes to crinkle softly at the corners as she discreetly lowered her gaze to sip her soup.
Yu Qingtang.
Cheng Zhanxi called her full name with a hint of playful discontent, her voice sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a natural pout. Yu Qingtang felt a sudden catch in her breath, as if her heart had skipped a beat. Her slender fingers tightened around the porcelain spoon, and slowly, she lifted her gaze, remaining silent, but inquiring with her eyes. Cheng Zhanxi soon broke into laughter, saying, it's nothing, just calling you. Let's stick with teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang paused for 2 seconds before responding. Cheng Zhanxi blinked, asking why. I'm accustomed to it, Yu Qingtang replied. But we aren't in school. Wouldn't it be odd to keep calling each other teacher? Not at all, Cheng Zhanxi replied. Then I shall call you by your name. And you may call me by my name or teacher Cheng. Yu Qingtang could not strongly oppose her desire to be addressed by her name, and thus acquiesced. Teacher Cheng was not only capable in every endeavor but also excelled at pushing her luck. Yu Qingtang felt rather helpless against her, merely wishing for the lunch to conclude swiftly. Cheng Zhanxi finished the last morsel of her black rice, leaving not a single grain behind, clearly enjoying it thoroughly. Yu Qingtang poured her another cup of tea from the teapot on the table. After Cheng Zhanxi finished drinking and took a moment to recover, they proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. In this age of electronic payments, Yu Qingtang scanned her payment code with her phone, collected the receipt, and exited Yunmingzai alongside Cheng Zhanxi, who stood behind her. At the restaurant's entrance, Yu Qingtang politely bid farewell. Teacher Cheng, we shall part ways here. Cheng Zhanxi interrupted her, saying, I'm feeling a bit full. Could you accompany me for a short stroll to help digest? Just 10 minutes, and then we can part ways. Yu Qingtang asked, what about your bike? It encountered a minor issue and is in for repairs. I didn't ride it yesterday, didn't you notice? Cheng Zhanxi had staged this little drama, arriving at school by taxi a day early. However, seeing the perplexed look on Yu Qingtang's face, she realized her efforts had gone unnoticed, leaving both of them in an awkward silence. Ultimately, it was Cheng Zhanxi who broke the stillness, saying, if you have other matters to attend to, then forget it. I can always chance upon the art museum. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi lifted the corners of her mouth, attempting to smile at her, but the expression dissipated before it fully formed. She nodded as a farewell and walked on ahead, mentally counting down. 3, 2. Upon reaching 0, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Yu Qingtang could not call her back, but silently followed. Out of camaraderie, Yu Qingtang felt that her cold demeanor might adversely affect the relationship between the homeroom teacher and the subject teachers. However, being overly proactive would only trigger Cheng Zhanxi's verbal barrage. Having just endured her voice in a 360-degree surround sound during lunch, she now craved a moment of tranquility. As they walked halfway, Yu Qingtang suddenly realized they were headed towards the Xiqing Art Museum. Teacher Cheng, Yu Qingtang halted. Let's part ways here. Cheng Zhanxi responded with surprise. Ah? Yu Qingtang pointed to a nearby bus stop, maintaining her composure. I intend to take the bus home from here. Cheng Zhanxi, seemingly oblivious, smiled and said, all right, thank you for lunch. I will head back shortly. Please let me know when you arrive home.
Sure.
Yu Qingtang walked to the bus stop, watching Cheng Zhanxi's figure gradually fade from sight. Half an hour later, Yu Qingtang stood at the entrance of the Xiqing Art Museum. It was a weekend, and a considerable number of visitors had gathered. A banner welcoming attendees to Cheng Mo's art exhibition hung outdoors, its colors still vibrant. Various floral arrangements adorned the entrance, and a tall sign displaying the artist's introduction stood along the path to the museum's entrance. Parents were reading the information word by word to their children, while university students with backpacks gathered to admire the display. Yu Qingtang walked past them without a glance, queuing to enter. Inside, the museum was cool and inviting. Consulting the floor plan on the first floor, she swiftly located the exhibition hall of artist Cheng Mo and proceeded directly to her destination. Yu Qingtang had underestimated Cheng Mo's popularity, or perhaps she had simply chosen the wrong time to visit. With the exhibition concluding in a week, many, like her, rushed to ensure they did not miss it. A glance around revealed that each painting in the hall had a captivated audience before it. Fortunately, the atmosphere was serene. Even if conversations occurred, they were deliberately hushed and unobtrusive. Yu Qingtang moved from one painting to the next, patiently waiting for the previous viewer to leave before shifting her focus. By the time she reached the fourth or fifth piece, she had nearly finished observing the one before her, yet the person beside her remained still. After a bit more waiting, she could not resist glancing over. The individual stood with one arm crossed, the other hand supporting their chin, thoroughly engrossed in studying the painting. This was not the crux of the matter. The significant revelation was that this was none other than Cheng Zhanxi, with whom she had parted just half an hour ago. Yu Qingtang gasped internally. Hadn't she said she was going home? Cheng Zhanxi, sensing her gaze, turned with a frown. Upon recognizing her, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "Teacher Yu, weren't you headed home?" Chapter 26. The preemptive strike. This unexpected encounter successfully stifled the questions that had risen in Yu Qingtang's throat. She had claimed she was going home, leaving her without the ground to question another. However, after expressing her surprise, Cheng Zhanxi smiled and softly explained, "I saw a crowd while passing by and decided to join the excitement." Yu Qingtang nodded, refraining from concocting an excuse for herself. The two of them naturally stood before the same canvas, separated by a distance of one person, which constituted the safe social space for Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi lingered just beyond that boundary, her head slightly bowed as she gazed at Yu's profile, engaging her in a hushed tone that only the two could hear. "Do you appreciate Cheng Mo's artwork?" Yu Qingtang's eyes rested upon the painting, and she replied nonchalantly, "Just taking a look." Cheng Zhanxi made a sound of acknowledgement and fell silent, allowing her the solitude to admire the piece. The painting before them, titled "The Cat Sitting on a Clock," was one of Cheng Mo's works characterized by a strong personal style, and it was among her most esteemed creations. At the Venice exhibition, there had been an offer to purchase it at a high price, which Cheng Zhanxi had declined. This artwork did not depict any recognizable forms nor narrate a specific event. Instead, it was composed of lines and strokes of color that, though unharmonious in proportion, twisted and exaggerated like a distorted portrait in a shattered mirror, presenting an enigmatic and ever-changing visage. Such art could not be appreciated superficially. It required a deeper understanding of the intricate details to grasp its true expression. Yu Qingtang spent merely 3 minutes before moving on to the next piece. Cheng Zhanxi blinked. Did she not like it? Subsequently, Yu Qingtang's pace quickened. She spent a total of only 3 minutes on 2 pieces. Cheng Zhanxi mused that if it were someone else treating her art with such a dismissive attitude, she might have politely escorted them out. In fact, she had done so before. Her first art exhibition took place in a gallery in Paris, a memorable experience, even though she remained largely unseen, her true identity unknown. She had donned a modest disguise and attended the exhibition with anticipation. On the first afternoon, she encountered someone utterly ignorant of art, who pointed and commented on her work to a companion, their remarks utterly disconnected from the essence of the pieces. Cheng Zhanxi had contacted the exhibition staff, clarified the situation, and had the bewildered individual escorted from the gallery. Before the cat sitting on a clock, 2 university students stood, one in yellow attire casting a cursory glance before exclaiming, "What a mess this painting is!" Her voice, unrestrained and far from quiet, pierced the tranquility of the gallery, drawing disapproving glances from many, who frowned in silent discontent. Such unsightly individuals can be encountered in any setting. The girl in yellow fell silent, feigning nonchalance as she pretended to observe the artwork. Others turned their faces away. Cheng and Yu remained within earshot of the 2 students, overhearing the girl in a long dress gently admonish, "Don't speak carelessly. This is art." The girl in yellow, laughing, retorted, "Just a few strokes and it's called art? I could do that too." This time, her voice was quieter, heard only by a few nearby, and she shook her head, silently distancing herself. The girl in the long dress seemed somewhat displeased and remarked, "Your art must be sellable. Do you think those who pay high prices are fools? Do they not understand better than you? The girl in the yellow dress bore an expression of profound clarity amidst a sea of intoxicated minds. With a dismissive tone, she remarked, thus, modern art is merely a product of hype created by these individuals. Most of these paintings, devoid of even basic patterns, remain incomprehensible to the majority, who fail to discern their differences. As long as they fetch exorbitant prices at auctions, they can achieve worldwide renown. Who knows whether these individuals truly comprehend their own reactions? As long as they evoke a sense of unexplainable awe, that suffices, much akin to the historical marketing of diamonds. Yu Qingtang couldn't help but furrow her brow, eager to turn and discover who was spouting such nonsense. Just then, a derisive snicker reached her ears. She turned to see Cheng Zhanxi. Her lips curled in a mocking smirk, disdainfully declaring, there will always be such self-righteous fools. Typically gentle in disposition, Cheng Zhanxi rarely expressed such overtly subjective opinions. It seemed as though her entire demeanor had sharpened, exuding an air of aloofness. Cheng Zhanxi continued, the barrier to painting is exceedingly low. Anyone who can wield a pen can manage a few strokes, creating an illusion of competence. Some even claim they could replicate Picasso's later abstract works with their feet. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that Picasso crafted a lifelike study of a classical sculpture at the tender age of 13. Yu Qingtang stared at her in stunned silence. Cheng Zhanxi, sensing the tension, abruptly ceased her tirade, retracting her sharpness and restoring her gentle demeanor, apologizing softly. I beg your pardon. Yu Qingtang replied, no worries, and promptly diverted her gaze. She resumed her cursory examination of the artworks, while Cheng Zhanxi assumed she was merely enjoying a casual stroll through an exhibition. This continued until Yu Qingtang halted before a vibrant oil painting, gazing at it in rapt silence for an extended period. This particular piece had been painted by Cheng Zhanxi after her arrival in Xiqing. Inspired by the train journey that heralded the arrival of spring in March, the colors were rich and exuberant. Cheng Zhanxi seemed to grasp something profound, her lips curling slightly in a smile. What do you think of this one? Yu Qingtang, maintaining a calm expression, remarked, it's rather gaudy. Cheng Zhanxi. Although Yu Qingtang left a thought unspoken, she secretly adored this flamboyance, reminiscent of the fierce June sun, where standing before the painting, one could almost feel the artist's fervent love for life. This was something she herself lacked, which made her appreciate it all the more. Much like the feeling she experienced when she first saw Cheng Zhanxi leaning against a motorcycle outside a bar. Yu Qingtang's facial features softened subtly, and she stood quietly before the painting, unwilling to move. Cheng Zhanxi, initially feeling somewhat disheartened, found solace in Yu Qingtang's expression. Regardless of whether the painting was gaudy or not, it brought her a measure of joy, and she realized that Yu Qingtang genuinely lacked an understanding of art. Her artistic appreciation seemingly at a kindergarten level, drawn only to vividly colored objects. A wave of both pity and affection surged within Cheng Zhanxi, her gaze upon Yu Qingtang softening. She leaned closer to Yu Qingtang's ear, whispering, Teacher Yu, I am going to the restroom. Yu Qingtang turned her face slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Cheng Zhanxi had been gone for quite some time. Yu Qingtang had finished admiring all the paintings in the exhibition hall and was about to send her a message when Cheng Zhanxi entered through the door. Adorned in a cobalt blue, form-fitting dress, her beautiful long curls cascading down her back. The exhibition hall's lighting accentuated her delicate and radiant skin, and her graceful steps exuded elegance as she approached. Almost everyone in the hall was inexplicably drawn to her, their gazes following her every movement. Yu Qingtang couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration in her heart once more. Teacher Cheng was entirely different when she spoke compared to when she remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi halted in front of Yu Qingtang, her expression subtly tinged with embarrassment, and whispered, I just asked the museum staff. They said Cheng Mo is here. Would you like to see her? Without hesitation, Yu Qingtang replied, no. Cheng Zhanxi, trying to persuade her, insisted that it wouldn't take long, as many wished to meet her, but had no opportunity. Yu Qingtang's expression remained indifferent. Not including me. I know. Cheng Zhanxi paused for a moment, seemingly attempting to heal her own wounds, repeating softly, I know. At that moment, apart from herself, no one could fathom the complexity of her emotions. As a promising young artist, she was adored wherever she went, yet when it came to Yu Qingtang, she felt unworthy even to meet her once. Yu Qingtang began to walk towards the exit of the exhibition hall, with Cheng Zhanxi at her side, lowering her voice to say, I want to see her. Will you accompany me? Yu Qingtang stopped to her tracks. Cheng Zhanxi bit her lip, grasping the sleeve of Yu Qingtang's clothing, pleading, I'm scared to go alone. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her with earnest eyes, gently tugging at her sleeve. After a brief silence, Yu Qingtang's voice finally broke through. Let us go. She pulled her sleeve from Cheng Zhanxi's grasp. I will go with you. Cheng Zhanxi's face lit up with joy, and upon meeting Yu Qingtang's gaze, her smile softened. Thank you, Sister Yu. Yu Qingtang's eyes briefly swept over her before she turned away and continued forward. In which direction? Cheng Zhanxi followed her, indicating this way. The two gradually distanced themselves from the crowd, arriving at the curator's office. Cheng Zhanxi knocked gently on the door. Footsteps echoed from within. The curator, a man in his 50s, opened the door, his mouth agape in astonishment. Teacher Cheng Imo? What brings you here? Yu Qingtang was taken aback, instinctively glancing back, only to find no one behind her. Slowly, she redirected her gaze to Cheng Zhanxi, who was under the curator's scrutiny, eyeing the two of them with suspicion. The curator and Cheng Zhanxi exchanged glances. Did I perform adequately? The curator asked. Cheng Zhanxi, unable to bear the sight, closed her eyes. Too exaggerated. The curator closed his mouth and stepped aside, saying, Please come in. The two entered the office, where the curator served them tea he had prepared earlier, cheerfully sitting beside them to observe the unfolding scene. You are Cheng Imo? Yu Qingtang inquired directly. She exhibited no signs of surprise, leaving one to ponder whether her composure was a remarkable facade or a true indifference. The unfolding reality diverged significantly from Cheng Zhanxi's expectations. Cheng Zhanxi had presumed that Yu Qingtang would be eager to meet Cheng Imo in person. However, it turned out that she had to exert considerable effort to persuade her to agree to a meeting. Yet, upon encountering him, Yu Qingtang displayed no trace of astonishment, her confidence having been thoroughly diminished. She now calmly acknowledged, Yes.
What do you want from me?
I initially intended to gift you a painting. I do not require it. Thus, I said initially. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kindness. Cheng Zhanxi took a gentle breath and replied with a smile, You're welcome. Yu Qingtang discerned the bitterness concealed beneath her smile, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. She regarded Cheng Zhanxi earnestly, stating, Your artwork is splendid. It is I who lack the appreciation for it. Cheng Zhanxi merely smiled in silence. This was not the affirmation she sought. Let us return home. It is getting late, she suggested softly. Yu Qingtang paused for 2 seconds in silence before agreeing, All right. The museum director escorted them to the entrance, where the art museum stood resplendent in the setting sun. Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang boarded the same bus. The street was bustling with foot traffic, and the bus was perpetually crowded. By the time they boarded, there were no available seats, and only one handrail remained. Cheng Zhanxi offered for Yu Qingtang to hold onto it, while she herself grasped the overhead metal handle with the advantage of her height. Yu Qingtang appeared somewhat distracted, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. The bus driver, with the heart of a race car driver, made a sharp turn at the intersection, causing a chorus of startled gasps to echo through the bus as passengers swayed uncontrollably. Yu Qingtang was no exception. Her hand, gripping the handrail, strained against the force of inertia, and at that moment, a warm arm encircled her waist from behind, stabilizing her. Pressed against the soft, undulating curves of the woman, Yu Qingtang dared not breathe. As the bus regained its steadiness, Cheng Zhanxi released her hold. A wave of unacknowledged disappointment surged within Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi was slightly taller than her, and the warmth of her breath brushed against the back of Yu Qingtang's head. Her presence palpable. Yu Qingtang turned her head slightly to divert her attention to the other passengers in the bus. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. In the front half of the bus, a man approximately 170 centimeters tall, with short hair and a black t-shirt, bore a face marked by acne scars. He feigned nonchalance while glancing around, inching closer to a girl in denim, persistently rubbing against her. The girl noticed and distanced herself slightly, only for the man to close the gap again. Yu Qingtang observed in silence, pursing her lips. You teacher? Cheng Zhanxi's voice came from above her. Yu Qingtang heard but had no time to respond, as she witnessed the man unzip his fly. The girl was on the verge of tears. You teacher? Cheng Zhanxi queried, perplexed, following Yu Qingtang's gaze, her expression abruptly turning fierce. In a state of frantic urgency, Yu Qingtang sought someone to intervene when she suddenly noticed a figure swiftly parting the throng of people. With a decisive kick, the figure struck the lewd man with remarkable force. The crowd behind the man recoiled in shock, and he fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. The figure stepped forward again, delivering a powerful elbow strike that elicited a pained cry from the man. Cheng Zhanxi expertly twisted the man's arms behind his back, pressing her knee firmly against his spine. Tossing her long chestnut curls, she raised her head and inquired, Who called the police? Her flowing cobalt blue gown stood in stark contrast to her assertive actions, leaving Yu Qingtang momentarily speechless. Eventually, she opened her mouth to offer assistance in reporting the incident. The girl who had been victimized, visibly shaken, pulled out her phone and, with a quivering voice, stated, I'll call the police. Cheng Zhanxi took a deep breath and added, we need a man to help hold him down, so he doesn't escape. Soon, a strong adult male stepped in to restrain the struggling lewd man. Teacher Yu, Cheng Zhanxi remarked, freeing her hands to address Yu Qingtang, you should go home now. I will hand this scoundrel over to the police. Yu Qingtang remained silent, resolutely shaking her head in refusal. Cheng Zhanxi smiled and said, all right then. Interestingly, this area was near where Cheng Zhanxi had previously apprehended a thief. At the police station, she was greeted by the same female officer as before. The officer smiled upon seeing her. Oh, it's you. Cheng Zhanxi accepted the water offered, took a sip, and returned the smile, declaring, I am a model citizen. The officer jested, so, have you considered joining the ranks of public servants? The people need you. Cheng Zhanxi feigned hesitation, responding, but I have already joined the ranks of educators for the human soul. The officer expressed surprise. A teacher? Cheng Zhanxi nodded with a smile, and the officer gave her a thumbs up. Turning her gaze to Yu Qingtang, the officer asked, and who might this be? Cheng Zhanxi proudly introduced. She is also a teacher and our homeroom instructor. The officer enthusiastically replied, impressive, impressive. Yu Qingtang questioned, impressive in what way? After completing the report, they emerged as the city lights began to twinkle and vehicles coalesced into a serpentine flow along the streets. With an early flight the next day, Cheng Zhanxi could no longer accompany Yu Qingtang and flagged down a taxi, opening the rear door to assist her inside. I want to be at school for the next 2 weeks. Cheng Zhanxi leaned down to inform the woman inside the car. MHM, Yu Qingtang replied. Cheng Zhanxi waited for a moment, but when no further words came, she cast a deep glance at her and closed the door. As the car window slowly descended, Cheng Zhanxi immediately bent closer, asking, do you have something to say to me? Yu Qingtang silently regarded her for a while before asking, are you Cheng Mo? Yes. Cheng Zhanxi replied, bemused, wondering if she hadn't just mentioned it at the art gallery. Could it be that Yu Qingtang had only just realized this? Had she spent the entire journey feeling disheartened for no reason? Yu Qingtang remarked, safe travels. Cheng Zhanxi inquired, are you finished? Yu Qingtang raised an eyebrow, her expression unexpectedly animated. Yes, I am done. She elevated the car window, a smile gracing her lips. Despite the abundance of words, she chose the stage name Mo, which seemed to suggest a peculiar contradiction. Chapter 27. On Sunday evening, Yu Qingtang returned from the old town. Upon opening her front door, she was greeted by the sight of Cheng Mo's snowstorm hanging directly opposite in the living room. As her gaze swept over the painting, an unusual sensation stirred within her, prompting her to instinctively avert her eyes. Last week, she had brought home papers from school to grade. Under the dim light of her study, she marked assignments, the silence of the upscale community enveloping her as the night deepened. Her pen hesitated, suspended in midair, as her eyes drifted into a void, lost in thought. There are always those self-righteous fools. What do you think of this painting? I just asked someone at the art gallery. They said Cheng Mo is inside. Would you like to meet her? You are Cheng Mo? I had intended to gift you a painting. I do not require it. That is why I said intended. Yu Qingtang snapped back to reality, glancing at the scant two thin papers beside her. She set down her pen and made her way to the living room. Within the tempest of the snowstorm, the fishing boat remained at the mercy of the elements. The sea roared like a colossal beast, the layers of color in the crashing waves imbued with dynamic tension, while the ferocious winds and snow threatened to tear through the canvas, making outsiders feel as though they were aboard the vessel, swaying amidst the storm. Previously, when Yu Qingtang observed this painting, she saw a reflection of herself within it. Now, her mind was consumed by thoughts of Cheng Zhanxi. How could Cheng Zhanxi be the creator of this artwork? Had she misheard yesterday? Or had she, in fact, not visited the city art museum but merely dreamed it? Due to her mother's influence, Yu Qingtang harbored a unique sentiment towards the profession of an artist. She had nurtured many impractical dreams within her, envisioning a life starkly different from her own, often aspiring to become a painter like her mother, Yu Ci, whom she had never met. Despite never having wielded a paintbrush herself, humanity yearns for distant horizons while simultaneously seeking its roots, pondering the origins of existence. All her imaginings of her mother were projected onto the canvas, onto the artist. If one were to encapsulate her feelings in a fitting term, she viewed the artist as a distant, ethereal moonlight. For her own reasons, she had intentionally chosen to disregard the artist. Yet now she found herself face to face with a living artist, one who would speak before her. The moonlight had transformed into a familiar colleague, descending from the heavens to mingle among mortals, yet she was also someone with whom Yu Qingtang often felt compelled to mentally critique for her incessant chatter. Holding a cup of water, Yu Qingtang unconsciously bit the rim of the glass. How had things come to this? How would she face teacher Cheng in the future? She covered her face with her palm and let out a long, weary sigh. That night, Yu Qingtang tossed and turned until midnight, her mind conjuring the image of Cheng Zhanxi at the art gallery, clad in a cobalt blue, waist-cinching gown, her head slightly bowed as she spoke. Strands of her chestnut curls cascaded gently over her shoulder, exuding a delicate fragrance that lingered at Yu Qingtang's nose. The artist had softly inquired, "What do you think of this piece?" How had she responded? With a flippant remark, she had said it was gaudy. How could she have uttered such words in front of the artist? Regret gnawed at Yu Qingtang, and she turned over, pulling the blanket up to her chin. On Monday morning, Yu Qingtang stepped into the office, deliberately avoiding the spot where Cheng Zhanxi usually sat. Even though she was aware that Cheng had been on leave for 2 weeks, she still feared that the unpredictable Cheng might suddenly appear in the office. Throughout the morning, apart from attending her classes, Yu Qingtang found it impossible to concentrate on her work. As the bell rang for the third class, Yu Qingtang gathered her books and lesson plans to leave, and the office gossip commenced. The biology teacher tapped her pen against the desk, drawing the attention of her colleagues.
Did you see?
Ever since Teacher Cheng left, Teacher Yu has been utterly distracted. The physics teacher chimed in, "Isn't this just the pangs of love? It reminds me of my youth." The chemistry teacher adjusted his glasses. "Last week, there was just a hint of it. This seems too sudden." The biology teacher continued, "In today's world, young people marrying hastily is commonplace. A weekend romance is considered slow." At that moment, English teacher Yang Li entered, smiling. "What delightful gossip are you all indulging in?" The biology teacher eagerly welcomed her into the conversation. Upon returning to the office, Yu Qingtang sensed an unusual atmosphere. Yet she chose to focus on her responsibilities, resolutely returning to her seat. Suddenly, Yang Li looked towards the door. "Teacher Cheng." Yu Qingtang's heart skipped a beat as she turned to look. The corridor was empty, though shadows of students frolicking outside the window were visible. She took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, unscrewing the lid of her thermos for a sip of water. Yang Li rested her chin on her hand, sighing. "On the first day without Teacher Cheng, I miss her." Yu Qingtang remained silent. The biology teacher interjected, "Are you imagining things now?" Yang Li replied, "Indeed. No one has complimented my new hairstyle since she's been gone." The biology teacher chuckled, "Let me compliment you. Teacher Yang, your hairstyle is truly lovely." Yang Li playfully extended her hand, mockingly chiding her. "This time, it's a manicure." Yu Qingtang silently tuned out their conversation. After exchanging a few words, the two teachers noticed the absence of a reaction from their colleague and ceased their chatter. As the work week commenced, the teachers, embodying the spirit of the overworked, found their bodies in school, but their minds still lingering in the leisurely embrace of the weekend. When the two female teachers fell silent, the office was enveloped in an unusual stillness, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yu Qingtang turned a page in her book and glanced at Cheng Zhanxi's vacant seat, unconsciously pursing her lips. The timetable for Class 7 was affixed to Yu Qingtang's desk. In the afternoon, a physical education class was scheduled, overseen by a seasoned teacher from Class 8. Yu Qingtang need not worry. After a brief 10-minute lesson in physical education, she exhaled, closed her book, and made her way to the playground. Class 7 lined up under the shade of a designated tree, with speakers set up. As someone led the dance, while the others followed suit. With a sports meet approaching, the rehearsal time was tight, even in the absence of Cheng Zhanxi. The students of Class 7 were determined to perform admirably at the event and bring honor to their class. Yu Qingtang retrieved her phone and located Cheng Zhanxi in her chat list. Cheng Zhanxi's profile picture was a mural from Michelangelo's renowned Sistine Chapel ceiling. Previously, Yu Qingtang had overlooked its fame, but upon seeing it now, she experienced a strikingly different sentiment. Initially intending to inform her that the students were quite conscientious, her fingers, however, impulsively tapped on the profile picture, leading her into Cheng Zhanxi's moments. Cheng Zhanxi's moments had no privacy settings, predominantly showcasing artistic works, oil paintings, drawings, and sculptures, interspersed with an endless array of 9 square grids. Notably, the content about herself was rather sparse. As Yu Qingtang scrolled down, she eventually stumbled upon a photo from March of this year, featuring her and Yu Jianxing, the flamboyant figure in women's attire, with an artistic sculpture in the background of the courtyard plaza. Another image captured Yu Jianxing photographing her as she gazed up at the towering sculpture. Her profile appeared lonely and melancholic, suggesting that tears might fall at any moment. As dusk settled, her silhouette merged with the twilight. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a painting more than any artwork Yu Qingtang had ever encountered. After a prolonged internal struggle, Yu Qingtang refrained from saving the photograph. She took a gentle breath and returned to the chat interface, messaging Cheng Zhanxi. The students are practicing their dance. Cheng Zhanxi did not respond promptly. Florence, located in Italy, is the cradle of the European Renaissance, having birthed numerous illustrious artists, including Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo, whose influences endure profoundly as a world-renowned cultural and artistic metropolis. This city is home to the world's foremost Academy of Fine Arts, the Florence Academy of Fine Arts, which, alongside the Paris National School of Fine Arts, the Repin State Academic Institute of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture in Russia, and the Royal Academy of Arts in the United Kingdom, is celebrated as one of the 4 great art academies globally. The urban area maintains the layout from the Roman period, with a plethora of historical structures well preserved. Strolling through the ancient streets of Florence often evokes a sense of time and space intertwining, where the poetic spirit of Dante Alighieri and the artistic essence of Da Vinci linger in the air, continuing to pursue the figures and events of the Renaissance. Historically, it was known by the name Firenze, a title still cherished by many who hold it dear. This city is steeped in rich history, art, and cultural ambience, with museums and galleries plentiful, a veritable emerald atop the artistic pantheon, a paradise long sought after by artists. Cheng Zhanxi stood on the banks of the Arno River at Michelangelo Square, feeling the gentle breeze against her face as she gazed at the resplendent jewel of Florence. She raised a finger to smooth her wind-tossed hair and lowered her head to unlock her phone. Yu Qingtang. The students are practicing their dance. Cheng Zhanxi. I would appreciate it if teacher you could keep an eye on them. In the Eastern 8 time zone, it was evening, after sending her message. Cheng Zhanxi tucked her phone back into her pocket. According to her usual experience, Yu Qingtang would not reply so swiftly. However, just after sending the message, she felt her phone vibrate. Yu Qingtang. As the homeroom teacher, it is my duty. Cheng Zhanxi. What is teacher you doing? Yu Qingtang. Preparing lessons. Cheng Zhanxi glanced at her watch, calculating that it was 11 o'clock back home. Cheng Zhanxi. Still preparing lessons at this late hour? Yu Qingtang. A few students in the class are struggling to adapt to the pace of the first high school, and their grades have suffered. I'm considering ways to help them improve. Cheng Zhanxi raised her eyebrows in surprise. It was unusual for Yu Qingtang to engage in such lengthy conversation. Her typical style was to respond with a brief Cheng Zhanxi. You've worked hard. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Cheng Zhanxi lifted her phone to capture a photo of the replica of the David statue in the center of the square and sent it to her. Yu Qingtang opened the image. She recognized the David statue from her high school textbooks. Where is she? System prompt. Cheng Mo retracted a message. Cheng Zhanxi. This is a replica. I won't show it to you anymore. When I have the chance, I will take you to see the original. Yu Qingtang searched online. Where is the original David statue housed? The answer revealed that Michelangelo's original statue of David is currently housed in the Academy Gallery, a prized possession of the Florence Academy Gallery. Yu Qingtang still felt a strong sense of unreality. She would rather believe that Cheng Zhanxi was a fraud. Cheng Zhanxi. I'm here to visit an art exhibition. It seemed she had not finished her thought when she was abruptly interrupted, as another message from Cheng Zhanxi appeared. Let us not talk about it for now. I need to meet my teacher. You should get some rest. Good night. Yu Qingtang. The following afternoon, Yu Qingtang discovered that Cheng Zhanxi had updated her moments. The location was tagged at the Uffizi Gallery in Florence, and the content included an unfinished painting by Da Vinci titled The Adoration of the Magi, accompanied by a group photo featuring 6 individuals. Among them were 2 elderly men clad in classical academic robes, while the remaining 4, including Cheng Zhanxi, were youthful men and women. Among the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Europeans, her oriental visage stood out strikingly. Yu Qingtang. Yang Li, noticing Yu Qingtang with her hands covering her face, asked with concern, Teacher Yu, what's wrong? Yu Qingtang lowered her hands, maintaining a calm demeanor, and replied, It's nothing. Yu Qingtang exited Cheng Zhanxi's moments, still reeling in shock from the undeniable reality. Oblivious to the absence of comments or likes on this particular post, which typically garnered an astonishing amount of engagement from their school colleagues. Cheng Zhanxi established her boundaries. She boasts numerous friends, yet only a select few comprehend her true endeavors. In this regard, she maintains a demeanor that is strikingly subdued, almost as if she were 2 distinct individuals. Simultaneously, she is a person of profound emotions. Upon discovering that Yu Qingtang attended her art exhibition, she unreservedly revealed her identity, believing that such honesty and respect were warranted. The days at the school proceeded in an orderly fashion. Each day consisted of 2 classes, with flag-raising ceremonies on Mondays. And during the intermissions of the second and third periods in the morning, students engaged in physical exercises. The campus radio played songs that enriched the school life at noon and in the evening. Following a fall rain, the leaves began to acquire a withered yellow hue, and the autumn colors deepened with each passing day. Yu Qingtang observed Cheng Zhanxi's vibrant life through her daily updates on social media. The The Florence Academy of Fine Arts opened its doors at 8:15, and she captured a photograph of the long queue at the entrance. Captioned, "Seizing a moment amidst the busyness, I woke early to take a stroll. I must return to my teacher soon." The Duomo, the Pitti Palace, the Ponte Vecchio, and the Fountain of Neptune, every corner of the city bore her footprints. She encountered a myriad of photography, decorations, sculptures, oil paintings, and prints. Additionally, a series of oil paintings prepared for the exhibition adorned the indoor gallery, though they bore no captions. Cheng Mo's name was inscribed on the tags in the lower right corner. Following her social media posts felt akin to traversing the historically rich yet vibrantly youthful Florence, stirring a longing within Yu Qingtang, the placid waters of her heart rippling with emotion. As for the school, while teacher Cheng had temporarily departed, her legend lingered. In the 7th and 17th classes, where Cheng Zhanxi taught physical education, particularly in the 7th class, students would glance at her desk each time they entered the office. Inquiring of other teachers, has teacher Cheng mentioned when she might return? The biology teacher cast a knowing glance at Yu Qingtang and remarked, "Why don't you ask the homeroom teacher? She shares the closest relationship with teacher Cheng." The students, however, shook their heads in refusal. The biology teacher, observing the retreating figures of the students, turned to Yu Qingtang and said, "You teacher, why are your students so distant from you?" Having once been a homeroom teacher herself, she noted that female instructors, often more gentle than authoritative, tended to foster closer relationships with students. Yu Qingtang replied nonchalantly, "I am not certain." After a brief pause, she tilted her head and inquired with a tone of earnest contemplation, "Is that not acceptable?" The biology teacher was momentarily taken aback by the question. Hesitating as she cautiously responded, "It cannot be deemed unfavorable. It ultimately depends on the teaching style." The 7th class appears to perform well, ranking in the upper tier of the grade, and none of the subjects lag behind, particularly in mathematics and physics, where 2 top students from Jinghua excel. In a results-driven educational system, is not success the primary goal? Yu Qingtang acknowledged, indeed. The biology teacher sensed an underlying dissonance, but could not articulate it, stubbornly adding, "Yet I believe it is better to be a bit more approachable. It's still the first semester. The students harbor some trepidation, and once they become more accustomed, it may be more challenging to manage them." Yu Qingtang set down her pen and gazed intently at her. The biology teacher lowered her voice and continued, "For instance, you must develop your observation skills in class. With so many students to monitor daily, it can be quite exhausting for one person. Isn't that the role of the class committee? It depends on whether the committee supports their peers or you. If everyone conspires to keep you in the dark, it could spell disaster." Yu Qingtang appeared contemplative. Recently, she had sensed that Li Lan seemed somewhat displeased with her. Although the tasks were still being executed diligently, the attitude had significantly declined. The last time they encountered each other at school, Li Lan had spotted her from a distance and opted to take a different route. The other members of the class committee had not noticed any irregularities since their interactions were minimal. An exception was Lin Yabing, the mathematics representative, who had been increasingly proactive, visiting the teacher's office more frequently and asking questions of teacher Cheng. She exhibited considerably more audacity than others, akin to a bolder version of Tong Feifei, directly inquiring about Yu Qingtang. Each time, Yu Qingtang responded in her usual calm tone, "I'll be back after the holiday." Lin Yabing would then reveal an enigmatic smile that Yu Qingtang found perplexing. She dismissed it, considering the class representative to be quite normal aside from her occasional eccentricities. The autumn sports meeting was scheduled for Friday, spanning 2 days, with the following Sunday being a regular holiday. There would be no class meeting this week. So Yu Qingtang took advantage of the last self-study period on Thursday to remind her classmates of the important details, emphasizing the time for the opening ceremony, the requirement to wear school uniforms, and the importance of punctuality. Attendance was not mandatory, but participation was encouraged, especially since it was their first high school sports event. The athletes had put in considerable effort rehearsing on the playground and even practiced to dance, thus the classmates should support them as an audience. After reading the final note from her notebook, Yu Qingtang noticed there were still 10 minutes remaining. With the evening's self-study session cancelled, she presumed they were not in the mood to study and decided to release them early. Be cautious on your way home, and refrain from chasing and playing on the road. That concludes today's lesson, she said. Tong Feifei raised her hand to interrupt. Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang turned her attention towards her. Has teacher Cheng returned? Tong Feifei inquired. Yu Qingtang replied, She hasn't mentioned anything to me. The classroom was filled with the sound of desks shifting as students groaned in discontent. Yu Qingtang found it curious that, despite only a few weeks of instruction from Cheng Zhanxi, the students held her in such high regard. As if the sports meeting were akin to an artistic performance for their parents. What did she say to you all before? Yu Qingtang asked. Tong Feifei grimaced and responded. She mentioned trying her best, and if she couldn't return in time, to strive for awards in the competition. Yu Qingtang nodded. Teacher Cheng is right. Suddenly, Tong Feifei's eyes sparkled with hope. Teacher Yu, could you please call Teacher Cheng now? Ask her when she will be back. It would be nice to have some certainty. Yu Qingtang hesitated. Tong Feifei bit her lip, looking at her imploringly. Please. The scene before me coincided with the moment when Yu Qingtang requested Cheng Zhanxi to meet Cheng Mo at the art museum. Slightly shaking her head, she attempted to dispel the image from her mind and remarked, I can make a call, but I cannot guarantee she will answer. Teacher Cheng has been quite busy lately. Busy with what? Tong Feifei inquired impulsively. Yu Qingtang cast a vague glance in her direction, imbued with a hint of warning.
Her personal matters, she replied.
Tong Feifei buried her face in her arms, feigning death. Under the scrutiny of the entire class, Yu Qingtang suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was entirely normal for her to call her instructor, yet this particular instructor was no longer the one she once knew. She was now the revered artist whom Yu Qingtang both admired and feared. The thought of speaking to Cheng Zhanxi in person made her want to laugh. With a complex and subtle mix of emotions, alongside a barely perceptible sense of anticipation, Yu Qingtang dialed Cheng Zhanxi's number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a polite yet emotionless voice greeted her. Hello. Yu Qingtang, momentarily taken aback, checked her phone to confirm it was indeed Cheng Zhanxi. Hello, she responded. Cheng Zhanxi's tone softened immediately. I apologize, I didn't see your call. Motioning to a companion nearby, Cheng Zhanxi retreated to a quieter area, gently asking, What prompted you to call me all of a sudden? Cheng Zhanxi was not one to share her life on social media, but Yu Qingtang had been so quiet, never reaching out to inquire about her activities, compelling Cheng Zhanxi to take the initiative to update her. In matters of affection, someone must always yield a little. Yu Qingtang remained unresponsive, yet Cheng Zhanxi's recent frequent outings had astonished their mutual friends, who eagerly expressed their desire to fly to Italy to visit her and speculated whether she was in a romantic relationship, urging her to switch to the front camera and share photos. Consequently, Cheng Zhanxi later adjusted her privacy settings to friends only. On the last day in Florence, she finally received Yu Qingtang's call, and the pent-up longing from the days apart surged within her, almost making her wish to sprout wings and fly back to her side. Before Yu Qingtang could speak, Cheng Zhanxi hurriedly said, I'll be back tomorrow. I may not make it in time for the opening ceremony. Is it alright if I arrive in the afternoon? I'll come to the school to find you. Yu Qingtang responded with a soft listening to her breathing. Cheng Zhanxi felt her heart race, and her throat grow dry. Clearing her throat, she asked, By the way, you called me too. She hoped Yu Qingtang would utter something sweet to soothe her aching heart, which had longed for her. It's nothing now, Yu Qingtang replied. You just wanted to know when I would return? Cheng Zhanxi could not help but smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. There was no need for rounding. She simply missed her. In a quaint little gallery, with the church and clock tower in the distance, various pedestrians strolled past the glass windows. Cheng Zhanxi promised softly into the phone, Tomorrow, I will definitely be there. Cheng Zhanxi inquired about her students, and Yu Qingtang exchanged a few words with her. Until the call ended, Yu Qingtang remained oblivious to why she refrained from uttering the phrase, This call was actually prompted by your classmates. Chapter 28. Yu Qingtang momentarily forgot that she was still standing at the podium, staring blankly at her phone that had returned to the main interface after the call ended. She had spoken with Cheng Mo. After a fortnight, Cheng Zhanxi's absence had left a void, and the voice on the line felt strangely unfamiliar, serene, mature, and gentle. Its lowered pitch imbued with a hint of magnetism. One could almost envision the delightful woman behind the voice, adorned in a flowing gown, strolling through streets adorned with Gothic architecture, beneath a sky of azure and clouds, with a red-domed church and statues in the square. The wheels of horse-drawn carriages tracing over cobblestones, and the weathered walls of ancient history framing her presence. Teacher Yu? Teacher? A distant voice echoed in her ears, jolting her from reverie as she took a few moments to refocus her gaze on reality. A group of students sat before her, their looks filled with curiosity. Tong Feifei asked, What did Teacher Cheng say? Yu Qingtang tightened her grip on her phone, her delicate fingers instinctively retreating into the pocket of her trench coat as she calmly replied, She will arrive tomorrow afternoon, urging you all to perform well in the competition. She also inquired if you had been diligently practicing your dance. I assured her you had. Tong Feifei sighed in relief. Teacher, you seemed lost in thought up there. I thought something was amiss. Yu Qingtang felt an uncomfortable urge to lick her lips but suppressed it, responding nonchalantly, nothing. She turned to face the entire class and announced, You may return home now, the last student to leave. Please remember to lock the door. The students were eager to depart, yet out of respect for their homeroom teacher, they packed their belongings at a leisurely pace. Some had already prepared their bags while she spoke, yet remained seated. Lian Yabing rested her backpack on the desk, her face buried in her arms, flushed with excitement. while her desk mate looked on in bemusement. As Yu Qingtang exited the classroom, Li Lan stepped onto the podium. Athletes, please stay. We shall continue rehearsing. Once the duty was completed, those remaining rearranged the desks and chairs to clear a spacious area in the center. Li Lan drew the curtains and secured the door, then played music for the dance practice. The athletes were required to wear coordinated outfits, though they need not don school uniforms. Thus, Li Lan recorded the students' sizes, comparing prices from various suppliers to custom order the performance attire, white shirts with ties and black trousers, identical for both genders. With autumn's arrival bringing a cool breeze, the performance outfits could be concealed beneath their uniforms, to be revealed during the parade tomorrow. That evening, Li Lan confirmed the script to be submitted to the broadcasting station with the cultural committee, discussed the class slogan in the class committee group, and reminded the logistics committee to prepare thoroughly, ensuring everything was in order. A knock resonated at the door. Seated at her desk, Li Lan did not raise her head and simply said, "Come in." Li Lan's mother entered, holding a cup of milk, setting it beside her. She glanced down at Li Lan's notebook and softly recited, "In our youth, we soar with confidence. On the competitive stage, we shine." Li Lan quickly shielded her notebook with her hand, preventing her from seeing it. The final words were inscribed with Class 7, Grade 1, XXX, keep it up. Li Lan's mother chuckled. "Are you writing a piece for the sports meet?" Li Lan felt a slight flush creeping to her ears. "Yes. I'm a bit worried that my draft won't suffice for tomorrow, so I'm jotting down some extra notes." Her mother advised, "Get some rest early. You need to rise early tomorrow." Li Lan, playfully clinging to her mother's arm, protested, "Come on, you shouldn't be looking at this. It's just something a child wrote." Her mother replied, "Adults were once children too." Noticing Li Lan's irritation, her mother smiled and diverted her gaze, saying, "Quickly finish your milk." As Li Lan's mother watched her drink, she took the empty cup in hand and, halfway to the door, turned back to inquire, "By the way, your homeroom teacher is a recent graduate, isn't she? I remember seeing her during the enrollment. She quite a beautiful teacher. How is she managing your class? I haven't heard you mention her lately." Li Lan pouted. Her mother asked, "What's the matter?" Li Lan replied, "Let's not discuss her now. I need to wake up early tomorrow. Let's talk about it in a few days." After observing her daughter for a moment, her mother said, "All right then. Your father and I will head to bed." "Good night, dear." "Good night," Li Lan responded. The study door was gently closed, and Li Lan turned to retrieve a stuffed toy from her bed, squeezing it until it was deformed, then tossing it back onto the bed to continue her writing. That evening, Yu Qingtang received a message from Cheng Zhanxi. "Cheng Zhanxi, I'm at the airport, waiting for my flight. Yu Qingtang, safe travels." Cheng Zhanxi was taken aback, almost tempted to ask what had changed with her recently. Could it be the sweet period brought by their brief separation? Perhaps she was finally being honest? Yu Qingtang, unsure how to engage in a normal conversation, made an excuse about needing to sleep. "Cheng Zhanxi, good night." The opening ceremony of the sports meet commenced at 7:30 a.m., with the school requiring students to arrive by 7 o'clock a.m., akin to the morning reading session. To facilitate the organization of students, they were to gather in their respective classes before being escorted by their homeroom teachers to the designated venue. Students in school uniforms were already hard to distinguish, while those not in uniform appeared even more peculiar to Yu Qingtang's eyes. Some classmates, particularly the girls, had even changed their hairstyles. As Yu Qingtang glanced at her watch, she calmly nodded to the students who greeted her. Li Lan approached from the end of the corridor, and as she stepped closer, Yu Qingtang noticed the beauty mark on her nose. Li Lan looked up at her, inhaling softly, a smile gracing her face. Yu Qingtang lowered her eyelids. Seemingly avoiding Li Lan's gaze. Li Lan's demeanor abruptly turned cold. "Teacher, I'll head in first." Yu Qingtang parted her lips to call out to her retreating figure, but refrained. Class 7 consisted of 50 students, with 48 present that day. 2 had not arrived. Although attendance was not mandatory, Yu Qingtang still inquired, "Li Lan, did those 2 classmates ask you for leave?" There was silence from the audience. "Class leader?" Yu Qingtang pressed again. Li Lan's desk mate nudged her softly, whispering that the teacher was calling her. Li Lan lifted her head from her notebook, as if just hearing it for the first time. "Teacher Yu, I apologize. I was contemplating the formation for later. Could you please repeat that?" Yu Qingtang reiterated the question. Li Lan responded, "Wang Jejia and I have taken leave. The others have not." Yu Qingtang inquired, "Where is the leave note?" Li Lan replied, "There isn't one." Yu Qingtang calmly stated, "Next time, have her communicate directly with me." Li Lan's expression soured slightly. Her desk mate sensed the palpable tension surrounding her and discreetly distanced himself. Li Lan, defiantly raising her chin, questioned, "Didn't the school say attendance was optional? Why is a leave note necessary?" Yu Qingtang remained unfazed, asserting, "During the sports event, I have a responsibility to ensure your safety." She gestured downwards, indicating for them to sit. Yu Qingtang counted the students once more, organized them into 2 lines in the corridor, and led them out through the front entrance. The autumn breeze rustled across the verdant field, where a red banner proclaimed, "I exercise, I excel, I am healthy." Colorful flags fluttered in the wind, while on the synthetic track, teachers guided students towards the central football field. Non-participating students took their seats in the audience on either side of the podium, while the athletes lined up in orderly formations as per the school's arrangement, awaiting the inspection by faculty and students alike. Each class's athletic squad donned matching attire, yet each was distinct. There were blacks and whites, pinks and yellows, a vibrant spectrum reflecting the youthful exuberance on their faces. Class 7 had 20 registered athletes, with Li Lan participating in the 50m and 100m sprints, taking on the dual roles of carrying the placard and leading the team. Yu Qingtang stood before them, her voice slightly elevated against the sound of the wind, encouragingly stating, "Everyone, let us do our best." Li Lan turned her gaze toward the nearby Class 15. Their homeroom teacher, a cheerful little old man, was not very tall and was rumored to teach Chinese literature. He was known for his storytelling prowess and had a wonderful rapport with the students. The teacher circled around his pupils, playfully squeezing one boy's shoulder and patting another's back, inquiring after each with genuine warmth, appearing even more anxious than the students themselves. An unknown student made a remark, triggering a wave of laughter from the entire class. One student cleared his throat, shouting, "Ready, set." All members of Class 15 shouted in unison, 15, 15, full of vigor. Feng Yuan, 1 meter 65. Feng Yuan was the name of their homeroom teacher. Mr. Feng chased after one of the students across the playground, who, noticing the teacher's waning stamina, feigned exhaustion with a dramatic gasp and allowed himself to be caught, playfully receiving a few light jabs to his arms. Some homeroom teachers stood with their hands behind their backs, their voices booming with a military-like cadence. "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The students responded in unison. "Do you have confidence?" "Absolutely." The classmates shouted, their faces flushed with excitement. Class 8, striving for glory, united in effort, creating brilliance anew. Fierce tigers in the mountains, dragons in the water. Class 9, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The east wind blows, and the war drums sound. Class 25 fears no one. The invigorating cheers of the students resonate across the playground, reaching the high stands where several teachers gather, reminiscing about the beautiful youth that has slipped away. "Teacher Yu," Yang Li calls out from the crowd, her voice lost amidst the cacophony of the stadium.
"Come over."
Yu Qingtang observes her lips and approaches. Yang Li, ever considerate of the new teacher, fears she may feel isolated and intentionally includes her in the conversation. "We were just discussing our days as students. What was your strongest subject?" Yu Qingtang ponders seriously before responding, the audience. Laughter erupts among the teachers. Yu Qingtang possesses a low profile when she remains silent. It is easy for others to overlook her presence. As the teachers engage in their discussions, she gradually finds herself excluded from the topic, content to be a transparent observer. Teacher Cheng must have excelled in sports during her school days. A stray remark reaches Yu Qingtang's ears, prompting her gaze towards Yang Li, who is speaking. "Which teacher Cheng?" "The renowned one in her office. The new physical education teacher, Cheng Zhanxi, right?" Yu Qingtang muses to herself. Has Cheng Zhanxi gained such a reputation? Yang Li continues. "She looks like she has long limbs and can dance. Running should pose no challenge. We should ask her later if she wants to participate in the staff sports meet." Yang Li then calls out to Yu Qingtang again. She turns her attention. Has teacher Cheng mentioned when she'll return? This afternoon, Yu Qingtang replies instinctively, then pauses, slightly taken aback. Why does everyone assume she would know about this? Yang Li chuckles. "I didn't even know. It seems you two have a good rapport."
Gog.
"Can you hear me?" The microphone on the podium begins to test its sound, signaling that the opening ceremony is about to commence. Yang Li casually glances towards the stage and suddenly gasps in surprise, exclaiming, "Teacher Yu, your class is undressing." Following her gaze, Yu Qingtang sees the students, who were just in their uniforms, expertly shedding them to reveal pristine white shirts and ties underneath. Nothing is more beautiful than youth. The students stand tall, the fitted shirts accentuating their spirited confidence. Li Lan inspects each tie, casting a glance towards the audience, where Yu Qingtang's face remains indistinct. Yang Li remarks, "They look quite handsome." Yu Qingtang replies nonchalantly, "Recommended by teacher Cheng." Yu Qingtang learned from Cheng Zhanxi that Li Lan had added her as a friend on QQ to inquire about costume recommendations for the sports meet. Cheng Zhanxi suggested the cost-effective shirts and trousers. Initially, she nearly covered the cost herself, but before sending money to Li Lan, she decided to consult with Yu Qingtang, the homeroom teacher. Yu Qingtang promptly declined, stating that since the class has a budget, such collective activities require everyone's participation. Yang Li said with a smile, "Teacher Cheng truly cares for your class. I've heard that class 17 doesn't enjoy such favorable treatment." Yu Qingtang pondered for a moment and replied, "Class 17 has a different performance project. If they wish to dance, Teacher Cheng would undoubtedly support them just as he does us." Yang Li's smile deepened. Yu Qingtang felt rather perplexed. Yang Li, her curiosity thoroughly satisfied, remarked, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us prepare to watch the opening ceremony. Where is Teacher Wen?" Yu Qingtang responded, "She's busy with something." Yang Li casually noted that it seemed like she was always busy. Yu Qingtang didn't reply. And Yang Li didn't press further. The two settled into the audience area for Class 17. Flags fluttered on either side of the podium. The host took the stage with a microphone, her voice melodious. "Esteemed leaders, respected teachers, and dear students, greetings. In this golden autumn of October, with the fragrance of osmanthus wafting through the air, we gather in eager anticipation for the commencement of our new campus sports meeting." Present at this event are the host glanced down at her script, reciting a list of school leaders' names, before adding, "and all the judges and staff. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome them." Thunderous applause erupted. The first item of the opening ceremony commenced as everyone stood in solemnity for the national anthem. With a rustle, the assembly rose, and the majestic anthem resonated across the playground. After the school leaders spoke and the representatives of the judges and athletes completed their oaths, the host discreetly stifled a yawn with her sleeve before presenting a polished smile and proclaiming, "I hereby declare the autumn sports meeting officially open. Let the athletes enter." The wind on the playground had picked up slightly. Li Lan propped the sign reading Class 17 beside her feet, and the breeze swept her long ponytail across her mouth. Pressing her hair down with one hand, she quietly reassured her classmates, "Just perform as we rehearsed, and we'll be fine." She called out Yuzhou. Yuzhou, already feeling anxious, became even more so upon being called, her body tensing, hands and feet trembling, palms cold. She was one of the enthusiastic students who had been encouraged by Yu Qingtang, using Cheng Zhanxi as a reason to sign up for the sports meeting. Naturally reserved, she seldom volunteered for such crowded activities, but having excelled in the standing long jump during gym class, easily leaping 2 meters, she couldn't back out now that she had registered. Her dancing skills were commendable as well. Having trained in the basics during her childhood, she adapted much more swiftly than her peers. Her only shortcoming was her timid nature, which deterred her from performing in public. Li Lan temporarily entrusted the class sign to a student at the front of the line and, while their class had yet to arrive, weaved her way through the crowd to Yuzhou. Grasping her hands, she gently pulled out a neatly folded tissue from her pocket and softly wiped away the sweat from Yuzhou's palms and fingers. Taking both of Yuzhou's hands in hers, she gazed into her eyes and assured her, "You can do this." A classmate nearby chuckled, "With your talent for jumping,
How can you be so shy?
someone like me might as well not exist." Li Lan replied, "We are a team. Just remember the camaraderie we shared during rehearsals. Don't focus on the crowd, just look at the person in front of you." A classmate in front of Yuzhou turned around, displaying a radiant smile.
Indeed. It was I, Yuzhou chuckled softly.
She redirected her gaze towards Li Lan, exhaling gently and nodding. In front of Class 7 of the first year, there were 6 classes, with Classes 1 and 2 being experimental classes that not only excelled academically, but also shone in talent performances. Class 1, clad in matching white attire, performed Tai Chi. While the complexity of the movements was not to be underestimated, they appeared ethereal and visually pleasing, undoubtedly the result of diligent practice. Class 2 opted for military-style exercises in camouflage uniforms, a routine they had all learned 2 months prior, which proved convenient for practice. Their unique slogan echoed powerfully, captivating the audience. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 cheered loudly from the audience, with the principal leading the applause, prompting others to join in. The auditorium was soon filled with resounding claps. Li Lan felt an increase in pressure, yet she concealed it well, maintaining a confident demeanor. Her classmates, witnessing her assured expression, felt a sense of calm wash over them. The following classes presented a variety of performances, including choral singing and fan dancing, which were rather conventional. One class approached the stage simply to shout their bare class slogan without any prepared act, causing the audience to chuckle and move on. In the audience, Yang Li sat upright, while Yu Qingtang maintained a consistently proper posture. The host's clear voice resonated through the speakers. "Now approaching us is the representative team of Class 7.
Look.
Each member exudes elegance and vitality. This is a united and striving collective, a group that perseveres tirelessly." The athletes of Class 7 stood tall, marching with confidence, their voices booming across the playground. 17. 17. Invincible. United in effort, we seize the first place. The host observed the disciplined students of Class 7 as they approached, concluding with a heartfelt wish for their success in the upcoming sports meet. Class 7 halted before the podium, ready to perform. Yongli took out her phone and turned to the still Yu Qingtang beside her. Teacher Yu, aren't you going to record this? Yu Qingtang responded with a questioning look. Yongli continued, I'll send it to Teacher Cheng. Yu Qingtang inquired again. After a brief pause, Yongli said, never mind, I'll send it to you later, and you can forward it to Teacher Cheng. As they conversed, the performance of Class 7 commenced. The music burst forth, striking a powerful chord. Then, with heads bowed, the students simultaneously lifted their gazes, their expressions fierce and impeccably timed. The audience erupted in continuous cheers, including those from the yet-to-perform teams on the green field, igniting a fervor throughout the venue. Yongli exclaimed, ah! She tugged on Yu Qingtang's arm, urging her to join in the excitement. Although Yu Qingtang remained seated, the uproar from the Class 7 students in attendance grew deafening as they all stood in exhilaration. Yu Qingtang tilted her head slightly, continuing to observe the performance on the field. The precision was astonishingly remarkable. The synchronized movements, each step perfectly in time, exuded power, with no one lagging behind. Every arm and leg was aligned at a single angle, far from the capabilities of mere amateur high school students. This harmony generated an impressive aura of strength, further enhanced by their matching white shirts and black trousers, creating a striking visual impact. The climactic moment, directly drawn from the instructional video, startled the principal seated at the dais when the students fired their imaginary guns, causing him to retreat slightly in his chair. Laughter erupted from the audience. The principal, taking a sip from his water cup to calm his surprise, grasped the microphone and cheerfully remarked, Class 7 of the first year. Your performance was splendid. As your broadcast script articulated, you have demonstrated an unwavering spirit of perseverance. With that, he set down the microphone and began to applaud, prompting a thunderous ovation from the audience. Class 7 students gasped for breath, sweat trickling down to their chins, yet their smiles shone even brighter. This was the culmination of a month's worth of dedication, as those with prior dance experience patiently assisted their less experienced peers, meticulously refining each movement, tirelessly repeating corrections. Some felt disheartened, weary of the effort, questioning why they should strive so hard for what was merely a sports event. Li Lan engaged each one of them in conversation, and no one knew the countless hours they had invested behind the scenes. Ultimately, they united as one cohesive force. They aspired to excel, they achieved excellence, and they deserved every bit of the accolades and applause. The applause resonated for an extended duration. The non-athletes from Class 7 sitting in the audience held their heads high with pride, basking in the envious and curious glances directed towards their section. Listening to the applause for Class 7 and Yongli's enthusiastic praises for the children, Yu Qingtang suddenly felt an unfamiliar sensation rise within her. Was it pride? The subsequent performances were also impressive and innovative, including a class that engaged in cosplay, yet none could capture attention quite like Class 7's display. Once the athletes' entrance concluded, the principal declared the sports meet officially underway. The audience remained captivated by the earlier spectacle, with murmurs of admiration circulating through the crowd. The sword dance was phenomenal. Truly extraordinary. I felt as though I was watching a stage performance. My jaw was agape the entire time. Are they really first-year students? I saw them emerge from the formation. Class 7 of the first year. I will remember them. Incredible. As Yu Qingtang passed by the boy who had spoken, she paused momentarily before continuing to the regrouping area for Class 7. The athletes remained there, with Li Lan at the forefront, standing tall and proud, her eyes betraying a hint of barely concealed anticipation and nervousness. In her dark eyes, Yu Qingtang's figure drew ever closer. Yu Qingtang gazed at her students, each one sporting a radiant smile, and a flicker of warmth seemed to thaw her icy heart momentarily. However, she swiftly suppressed that warmth and spoke in a calm tone. You all performed admirably. Teacher Cheng will be delighted for you. I hope you will continue to strive in the upcoming competition. The enthusiasm of the students began to wane, their smiles dimming slightly, yet they obediently replied, okay. Only Li Lan boldly interjected, what about you? Aren't you happy for us? Yu Qingtang replied, of course, I am very happy, though her eyes betrayed no warmth. Li Lan looked at her, her eyes slightly reddened. Yu Qingtang added, let us continue the competition. Teacher Cheng will return this afternoon. As Yu Qingtang rejoined the teachers, she was met with commendations for her students. Who wouldn't he desire a class of outstanding pupils? A talent show is not merely a display of skills. It reflects the cohesion and unity of a class. A collective effort often translates into academic excellence, making teaching significantly more effective. Yu Qingtang simply responded with polite gratitude, avoiding deeper discussion on the topic. Others sought her wisdom on educational experiences, but she found herself at a loss for words. The unity in Class 7 stemmed from Cheng Zhanxi's physical education classes and the affection the students held for her, as well as from the diligent leadership of Li Lan, who had invested much effort. Yu Qingtang pinched the bridge of her nose, recalling Li Lan's slightly reddened eyes, and an inexplicable heaviness settled upon her, making it hard to breathe. At noon, Li Lan sent a message to Cheng Zhanxi. Teacher Cheng, we completed our performance without any mistakes, and the principal praised us. We are the only class to receive such individual commendation. 2 hours later, Cheng Zhanxi replied, as expected of you all, fantastic, truly impressive, this phrase repeated 30 times. Cheng Zhanxi continued, I am so delighted. After the competition this afternoon, I will treat you all to a meal. Order whatever you like. Teacher has the funds. Cheng Zhanxi further inquired, what about your teacher Yu? Is she at school? Why hasn't she replied to my messages? Upon reading this message, Li Lan's smile vanished instantly. She replied, I haven't seen her. Cheng Zhanxi, unable to return home to change, hailed a taxi directly to the school, deposited her suitcase in the office, and then proceeded to the playground to find her students. The atmosphere of the competition was electric. Go, Wu Pring. You can do it. The 100-meter finals were underway, and upon spotting her students on the track, Cheng Zhanxi offered her encouragement and exchanged greetings with several classmates. After Wu Peng crossed the finish line first, she approached to commend him and then smiled as she asked, Where is your teacher Yu? Tong Feifei eagerly raised her hand. I know, I will take you there. Lian Yabing added, I will go too. Tong Feifei replied, you know. Right? Lian Yabing retorted confidently, I don't know, but I'm going. The two led the way, and as Tong Feifei turned to Cheng Zhanxi, her cheeks slightly flushed, she exclaimed, Teacher Cheng, you look so beautiful today. Cheng Zhanxi donned a knee-length deep blue overcoat, layered over a pristine white shirt, with 2 buttons undone at the collar, revealing her delicate and fair collarbone. Around her neck, she wore a slender necklace, its pendant a deep azure reminiscent of the sea, exuding an essence of gentleness that penetrated to the core. Cheng Zhanxi politely inclined her head and said, Thank you. Could we possibly quicken our pace? A sense of foreboding gnawed at her, prompting her gentle suggestion. All right, Tong Feifei replied, breaking into a run. Cheng Zhanxi, with her long legs, effortlessly kept pace. In a corner of the playground's spectator area, Yu Qingtang sat, her hands resting on her knees, seemingly lost in thought. This area was shielded by buildings, rendering her presence almost unnoticeable unless one ventured closer. Cheng Zhanxi waved her hand from a distance of 3 meters. Tong Feifei, understanding the cue, began to walk away, but soon noticed that Lian Yabing had not followed. She tugged at Lian Yabing's wrist, who turned back repeatedly, reluctant to depart. Cheng Zhanxi moved a few steps forward, reducing the distance to half a meter, which was a comfortable social space. She then bent slightly, her voice soft as she called out, Teacher Yu? Yu Qingtang, slow to react, looked up, her gaze landing on Cheng Zhanxi's face, suddenly shifting in color. Cheng Mo? Cheng Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback, her expression growing complex as she replied, It's me. Could it be that she still harbored doubts about herself even now? Yu Qingtang quickly stood up, her legs slightly numb from maintaining the same position for too long, causing her to falter. She reached out to steady herself against the chair, but an arm swiftly extended towards her. Yu Qingtang grasped her arm, only to instinctively release it as if struck by electricity, her balance wavering and causing her to stumble backward. Cheng Zhanxi stepped forward, her long arm encircling Yu Qingtang's waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. Chapter 29. Cheng Zhanxi stood a half-head taller than Yu Qingtang, her lips brushing just beside Yu Qingtang's ear, her hair cascading down, partially obscuring the delicate, snow-white contour of her ear. Cheng Zhanxi restrained her gaze, yet it inadvertently fell upon the faint beauty mark at the outer corner of Yu Qingtang's left eye. At this moment, Yu Qingtang's eyelids drooped, the beauty mark gently drooping alongside, devoid of its usual coldness and detachment, her lashes quivering, as if the beauty mark too was narrating an endless tale of tender emotions, enchanting and poignant. Cheng Zhanxi poetically recalled Van Gogh's Starry Night. To her, Yu Qingtang resembled the mysterious starry sky depicted in Van Gogh's work, a flowing tapestry of colors, a moon emerging from an eclipse. A fantastical reverie. It felt both ethereal and within reach, a beautiful dream. In the face of this starry expanse, she cherished and approached with caution, yearning to decipher its mysteries, yet inevitably becoming ensnared in the dazzling, fantastical nebula, lost in its allure, surrounded by the familiar warmth that enveloped her, making it difficult to part. Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze to the alabaster-like hand encircling her waist. For a fleeting moment, her mind blinked before she gently extricated herself from Cheng Zhanxi's embrace.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Cheng Zhanxi replied, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at her. Yu Qingtang averted her gaze from Cheng Zhanxi, feeling a sense of discomfort as her eyelids fluttered downwards. Cheng Zhanxi, sensing the tension, cleared her throat gently and inquired with a soft voice, "What brings you here alone?" Yu Qingtang, still unaccustomed to Cheng Zhanxi's true profession, replied in a low tone, and Cheng Zhanxi smiled. "What? I asked why you are here, not what you are." Yu Qingtang hesitated, finally managing to articulate, "It's quiet up here." Cheng Zhanxi responded with a note of confusion. "So, do you find me bothersome? Why do you keep distancing yourself from me?" Observing the three-step gap that had unintentionally formed between them, Yu Qingtang silently returned to her side. "Cheng Mo," Yu Qingtang began. "It's Cheng Zhanxi," she corrected. "That's my stage name." The last two syllables of her name were unfamiliar to Yu Qingtang, and the pronunciation was soft, akin to a feather brushing lightly against her heart. Cheng Zhanxi suppressed the urge to clear her throat and replied in a husky voice, Teacher Cheng. Ultimately, Yu Qingtang retained her previous mode of address. Cheng Zhanxi acknowledged with another soft Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they both instinctively looked away. Cheng Zhanxi turned her gaze to the fervent competition below, while Yu Qingtang stared at the empty spectator seats surrounding them. A breeze swept through the stands, tousling their hair. "Aren't you going to watch the match?" Wu Preng just took first place in the 100 meters. Cheng Zhanxi broke the silence, raising a hand to tame her hair. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Out of consideration, Cheng Zhanxi did not press further. She retrieved a tissue from her pocket, wiped down one of the seats, and then helped Yu Qingtang with hers, smoothing the hem of her windbreaker as she settled back, exuding an air of relaxed ease. "It's just as good to watch from here. The view is exceptional, allowing us to see the entire field." Yu Qingtang sat beside her, her profile tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cheng Zhanxi instinctively furrowed her brow. A few minutes later, Teacher Yu, she prompted. Cheng Zhanxi responded. "Don't you think the wind in the stands is a bit strong?" Yu Qingtang tilted her head to look at her. "Are you cold?" Cheng Zhanxi nodded, just as a gust of wind swept past, causing her to shiver slightly. "Then I'll accompany you down," Yu Qingtang offered. Cheng Zhanxi's eyes widened in surprise, feeling unexpectedly cherished. She had anticipated having to feign vulnerability to persuade Yu Qingtang to join her on the field, but she was taken aback by the latter's sudden initiative. The stands and the competition area were separated by a layer, rendering the cheers from the stands somewhat detached. However, standing on the track, watching the students rally for their classmates, the sound of the starting gun echoed, and the competitors surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Sweat flying on the track as everyone raced ahead, vying for the lead. Classmates lined the sides of the track, fervently shouting in unison, their faces flushed with excitement. "Go! Go! Go!" It feels entirely different. The fervent passion of youth can invigorate everyone. On the field, there are no students from Class 7. Cheng Zhanxi cupped her hands into a megaphone, using her height to shout encouragement from the edge of the track. "Go for it, Yu Qingtang." In the final lap, some homeroom teachers stood at the finish line ahead of time, their expressions serious, fists clenched, ready to promptly provide water and words of encouragement as their students crossed the line. Not far away, at the long jump area, a throng of students surrounded the sandpit, obscuring the view of the athletes within, with only the occasional exclamations of surprise breaking the air. The referee, sweat-soaked and wearing a whistle and stopwatch around his neck, fanned himself with one hand while calling out to maintain order. Step back, step back. If you crowd in any closer, you'll be jumping next." The students briefly retreated, but as the competition intensified, old habits resurfaced. Despite the sun shining brightly, the sky above the long jump area appeared darkened with the crowd. Cheng Zhanxi arrived with Yu Qingtang and, spotting the referee moving amid the throng, called out, "Teacher Wu." The referees were all physical education teachers from the school, with several student assistants. Upon hearing her, Teacher Wu looked up, visibly delighted. "Teacher Cheng, come quickly and help me maintain order." "Sure, I'm on it." Cheng Zhanxi took hold of Yu Qingtang's wrist, shielding her behind her as they squeezed into the crowd. Make way, make way." Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze to Cheng Zhanxi's footsteps, feeling the curious stares of the surrounding students. She raised a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, feeling particularly awkward. Near the sandpit was an empty table for Teacher Wu to rest, and without hesitation, Cheng Zhanxi urged Yu Qingtang to sit while she moved to the edge of the sandpit to restore order, preventing students from testing the waters with their feet at the edge. Two student assistants measured the previous athlete's performance and reported to Teacher Wu. 2 meters 08. Teacher Wu noted it down, glanced at the list, and called out with vigor. "Next, Yu Zhou." He kindly signaled to Yu Qingtang. "Teacher Yu, this is a student from your class." Yu Qingtang nodded. Teacher Wu's smile faltered slightly, silently wondering if she would take a look. Just then, Cheng Zhanxi called out to her. Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang pointed to herself. Cheng Zhanxi waved her over. Yu Qingtang. Rising from her seat, she walked to Cheng Zhanxi's side. Cheng Zhanxi said, It's Yu Zhou's turn. Let us cheer her on. Yu Qingtang. As Yu Zhou approached from the preparation area, she caught sight of Yu Qingtang standing expressionless at the edge of the sandpit. Her heart sank momentarily. Then, she noticed the returning Cheng Zhanxi, and her palms began to sweat. Cheng Zhanxi offered her an encouraging smile. Yu Zhou closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and upon reopening them, adjusted her predetermined target slightly, her gaze resolutely fixed on the chalk line at the edge of the sandpit. Teacher Wu stepped back. Prepare. As Yu Zhou knelt down, squatting and swinging her arms, her legs propelled her off the ground with the lightness of a spring, creating a graceful arc in the air. Yu Qingtang followed the trajectory of her slender figure, her delicate fingers involuntarily curling as they grasped the fabric of her windbreaker. The onlooking classmates turned their necks from left to right, holding their breath, not daring to utter a sound. Yu Zhou landed with remarkable stability, remaining motionless, her distance clearly surpassing that of the previous student. Two classmates unfurled a tape measure, measuring with precision. 28 meters. A collective gasp arose from the bystanders. Teacher Wu inquired, Will you jump again? Yu Zhou replied, Teacher, I wish to jump once more. The long jump allowed for 2 attempts, with the best score being counted. On her second attempt, Yu Zhou soared to 35 meters, marking the highest score thus far. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she made her way towards Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi gave her a thumbs up, praising her before asking, Are there any more events later? Yu Zhou shook her head, having only registered for the long jump. Cheng Zhan, she continued, Did the class monitor mention that she would treat you all to something after the competition? Yu Zhou nodded. Yu Qingtang, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Cheng Zhanxi, her expression clearly indicating her lack of knowledge about it. Cheng Zhanxi furrowed her brows slightly, asking Yu Zhou, Where is the class monitor? Yu Zhou scanned her surroundings, responding, The class monitor has finals for the 50 and 100 meters this afternoon. I'm not sure if she's finished yet. She might be over there on the playground. Should I go look for her? Cheng Zhanxi replied, Let us go by ourselves later. You enjoy your time. Yu Zhou then wandered off to join her classmates. After the long jump competition concluded, Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang walked side by side towards the track, their gazes fixed ahead. Yet the conversation was directed at Yu Qingtang. Did you have a falling out with Li Lan? Yu Qingtang responded with a slight hum of acknowledgement. As the sun tilted westward, the sky grew overcast, and the wind on the playground picked up. Cheng Zhanxi, feeling the direction of the breeze, shifted to Yu Qingtang as other side to shield her from it, saying, What is the reason? Yu Qingtang gazed at the ground, hesitating for a moment before saying, I am not sure. Have you asked her?
No.
I plan to have a chat with her after the sports meet concludes. That sounds good. The sounds of encouragement from the track and field events reached their ears, enveloping them in an atmosphere of fervor and tension. You teacher.
What?
Why didn't you praise Yu Zhou just now? Isn't that your role? Yu Qingtang replied without hesitation. The students admire Cheng Zhanxi. With her present, I don't need to step in. Cheng Zhanxi halted in her tracks, looking at Yu Qingtang with surprise, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yu Qingtang responded with a puzzled expression. Cheng Zhanxi felt a surge of joy. Did this imply an acknowledgement of their close relationship? Nevertheless, she objectively stated, I understand your perspective, but I am not the same as you. You are the class monitor, and spend significantly more time with them than I do. The responsibilities of a class monitor far exceed those of a physical education teacher, and your status in the students' eyes is quite different. Yu Qingtang pressed her lips together, understood. Yet, despite her compliments, Li Lan did not appear to be particularly joyful. The finals for the women's 50 and 100-meter sprints had concluded, resulting in Li Lan securing a first and a third place. Only Cheng Zhanxi was aware of her achievements, having already received 4 certificates. She could not help but express her pride to Yu Qingtang, exclaiming, I never imagined our class would perform so splendidly at the sports meet. With a little more effort, we might even secure a top 3 position in the overall ranking. Yu Qingtang recalled the synchronized dance from the morning, remarking, They probably seek your acknowledgement. Cheng Zhanxi earnestly countered, Why not seek your acknowledgement instead? I genuinely desire Professor Yu's recognition. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled, saying, I'm just teasing you. Let us not overemphasize our own merits. Their competition is about surpassing themselves and proving their worth, which is fundamentally unrelated to us. Yu Qingtang shot her a glance before continuing on her way. Cheng Zhanxi laughed and caught up with her. The campus broadcast announced congratulations to Class XXX for achieving the XDH place, and Cheng Zhanxi, beneath the shade of a tree, spotted Li Lan beside a box of mineral water, surrounded by several girls from Class 7, who were gathered with paper and pen, seemingly drafting something, while one was designated to run errands. Professor Yu, Teacher Cheng, a few students called out sporadically. Cheng Zhanxi replied, "You all carry on with your tasks." Li Lan retrieved 2 bottles of water from the box and handed them to the 2 teachers. Cheng Zhanxi accepted hers, while Yu Qingtang declined, prompting Li Lan to return the water to the box. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze flickered between the two, sensing an undercurrent of tension. After a moment of contemplation, she announced, "Professor Yu and I discussed and decided to treat everyone to dinner tonight. You've informed them, right? Do you know where to gather?" Li Lan responded, "Under this tree." She glanced at Yu Qingtang with a hint of skepticism. Yu Qingtang clarified, "It's Teacher Cheng's treat. I'm merely tagging along." Cheng Zhanxi thought to herself, "Just a moment ago, you were as close as one person. Now you're delineating your roles so distinctly. Can't you see how you're boosting her favorability?" Li Lan's lips curled into a faint self-mocking smile. Cheng Zhanxi, bearing the weight of expectations, felt the disparity between their statuses. That evening, as they took the students out for skewers on the street, Yu Qingtang only uttered a brief acknowledgement of their hard work, remaining silent thereafter, resembling an emotionless machine. Observing her interactions with the students up close, Cheng Zhanxi began to understand Li Lan's previous assessment. She looks at us with a lack of warmth. I often feel we are not even human in her eyes. Yu Qingtang seemed devoid of affection for this group of students, perhaps deliberately suppressing her emotions. Cheng Zhanxi began to grasp Li Lan's dissatisfaction. As one of the class representatives who interacted most with Yu Qingtang, the teacher's aloof demeanor was palpably felt. In the haven of their homes, children seek validation and love, and the same holds true for adults as they navigate the societal landscape, constantly in search of their own value. Li Lan, with her overly enthusiastic disposition, often found herself energetically pursuing a cold response, and inevitably, over time, her warmth would wane, giving rise to discontent. Cheng Zhanxi, lacking experience as a homeroom teacher, recognized through her recent tutoring endeavors that the prolonged dynamic between Yu Qingtang and Li Lan was untenable. She hoped that following the conclusion of the sports meet, the two would engage in an open dialogue, leading to an improvement in their relationship. However, Cheng Zhanxi could not have anticipated the subsequent developments, which far exceeded her expectations. "Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, classmates," the students chimed. "Do not linger outside, and remember to message us upon reaching home safely." Once the students had departed, only Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang remained at the barbecue stall. Cheng Zhanxi suggested, "Shall we take a walk?" Yu Qingtang nodded in agreement. The dim streetlights cast elongated shadows behind them as they strolled. Yu Qingtang appeared somewhat distracted, while Cheng Zhanxi smiled contentedly, observing her absent-mindedness. Their shadows intertwined on the ground, gradually filling the void of longing. With one hand resting on her chin, Cheng Zhanxi's gaze became increasingly bold, eager to see how long it would take for Yu Qingtang to notice her scrutiny. Finally, Yu Qingtang emerged from her reverie and turned her head towards Cheng Zhanxi, who maintained a serene expression, as clear as a fine day. "What's the matter?" she inquired. Yu Qingtang replied tersely, "Nothing." She made a slight tilt of her head, a gesture easily overlooked, as if to ascertain whether the gaze she had felt moments ago was merely an illusion. This rendered her typically aloof demeanor unexpectedly lively and endearing. Cheng Zhanxi's lips curved into a gentle smile as she recalled a ragdoll cat she had owned in her childhood, a remarkably lazy creature whose sole passion was to curl up and sleep atop a low cabinet. When Cheng Zhanxi playfully poked it, the cat would lazily open its striking sapphire blue eyes, tilt its head, and then return its face to its fluffy paws in slumber. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi remembered that she had missed the opportunity to see Yu Qingtang asleep that night when the lights were turned off. Unbeknownst to them, they had walked quite a distance. Cheng Zhanxi glanced at her watch and paused, asking, "Where does Teacher Yu live? Shall I escort you home?" "No need. I can take a taxi," Yu Qingtang replied. "Then please call me when you arrive home."
All right.
Yu Qingtang bent down to enter the taxi that Cheng Zhanxi had hailed for her, only to recall that Cheng Zhanxi had mentioned a call, not a message. "See you tomorrow," Cheng Zhanxi said as she closed the car door for her. The back window descended slowly, just as it had previously. "Yu Qingtang," began Yu. Cheng Zhanxi interjected, "I am Cheng Mo." Yu Qingtang paused, suppressing a smile that threatened to emerge, her gaze involuntarily tinged with a hint of playful reproach. "I meant to say, drive safely, see you tomorrow." Cheng Zhanxi's lips formed a slight curve. "Goodbye." Yu Qingtang raised the window and informed the driver of her destination. Cheng Zhanxi straightened, watching the taxi vanish into the vastness of the night. Not far from her residence, Cheng Zhanxi could return home in 20 minutes by running. She casually tied her long hair into a ponytail, draped her trench coat over her arm, and sprinted along the road towards home. Taxis were considerably faster than Cheng Zhanxi. And midway through her run, she received a call from Yu Qingtang. "I've arrived." Yu Qingtang's voice was cool and somewhat hollow, echoing in the living room. Cheng Zhanxi panted. "I'm almost there." A peculiar silence ensued. For two individuals who had once shared an unforgettable night, this memory seldom surfaced in their minds. Yu Qingtang, with her ascetic disposition, showed little enthusiasm for such matters, lacking even the experience of self-sufficiency over the years. Cheng Zhanxi, on the other hand, was more inclined towards soulful connections, her current spiritual needs far exceeding those of a physical nature. Yet, what had transpired was a part of their history, and memories often emerged unexpectedly, adding a touch of harmless surprise to life. Standing in the cool night breeze beside a utility pole, Cheng Zhanxi glanced at the sparse pedestrians in the distance, raised her hand to touch her flushed face, using the back of her hand to cool herself down. Yu Qingtang lowered her head, her dark hair cascading gently from behind her ears, concealing the faint blush on her earlobes. Chapter 30. Both women simultaneously fell into an eerie silence, the sound of breaths on the line amplified by the stillness of the surroundings, merging with the memory of that night. Cheng Zhanxi balanced on the edge of the road, tightening her embrace around the trench coat, as if holding another soft body against her. She licked her dry lips. Her explanation, grounded in reality, seemed somewhat evasive in her husky voice. "I'm running." Yu Qingtang moved her lips, intending to say she had just arrived. But in the current context, the more she spoke, the more it invited speculation. Thus, she refrained from asking Cheng Zhanxi why she was running at such a late hour and concluded the conversation with a universal caution to stay safe, swiftly ending a dialogue that had begun with one interpretation but veered into another. As Cheng Zhanxi listened to the busy tone after the call ended, she reflected for a moment before chuckling softly. "I've arrived. I'm almost there." Is it a common trait for those in love to overthink mundane conversations? What should have been an ordinary exchange suddenly took on a different hue, especially since Yu Qingtang had been the first to misinterpret it. Had Yu Qingtang not fallen silent, Cheng Zhanxi would not have pondered so deeply. How adorable it was that Yu Qingtang was not only disingenuous, but also rode a roller coaster of thoughts in her mind without any breaks. Cheng Zhanxi felt her heart soften like a puddle, standing still for a while before resuming her run home. Upon reaching the entrance of her community, she glanced back at the path she had taken. The community was situated in the southeast of Xiqing No. 1 High School, typically a 20-minute ride on a scooter, extending to half an hour during peak commuting times. Yu Qingtang returned home every noon to rest, undoubtedly living near the school. If she were to pursue someone, this geographical location would be quite inconvenient, leaving no excuse to offer her a ride home. Should she consider finding a new place to live? Yu Jianxing's project in Xiqing has been completed, and she has returned to the capital. Cheng Zhanxi was reluctant to trouble her friend's acquaintance. Upon returning home, she opened a rental website and searched for housing near Xiqing No. 1 High School. Xiqing No. 1 High School is merely a couple of streets away from the bustling city center, boasting convenient transportation and well-equipped facilities, superior to her current residence. Cheng Zhanxi added several listings to her favorites, intending to find time to call the agent for inquiries. Afterward, she spent 2 hours in the art studio. Upon exiting, she changed her clothes, scrubbed off the oil paint stains, and tossed them into the washing machine. After showering, she found her clothes nearly done washing, hung them up to dry, and prepared for bed. Before sleeping, she messaged Yu Qingtang, "Good night." Yu Qingtang replied instantly, "Good night." Cheng Zhanxi glanced at the time displayed in the upper left corner of her screen. It was past midnight. Cheng Zhanxi, "Aren't you sleeping yet?" Yu Qingtang, "Preparing lessons." Cheng Zhanxi, "In comparison to you, I truly feel embarrassed." Yu Qingtang, "You were never a teacher to begin with." System notification. Yu Qingtang retracted a message. Cheng Zhanxi, "I saw that. I'm a bit annoyed." Yu Qingtang, "That wasn't my intention, nor do I look down on physical education teachers." Cheng Zhanxi, "Are you trying to answer quickly?" Yu Qingtang, Cheng Zhanxi observed the prompt indicating that the other party was typing, and texted, "Are you unsure of how to respond?" The typing indication vanished, followed by a reply. Yu Qingtang, Cheng Zhanxi, initially leaning against the headboard, fell back onto her bed upon reading the message, enchanted by the imaginary image of Yu Qingtang biting her lip in a state of uncertainty regarding her response. Cheng Zhanxi, "When I was in Florence, I drew an emoji for you." She intended to convey that her longing inspired her to create a small token of affection, but the directness felt inappropriate given their current ambiguous stage. Yu Qingtang, "What is it?" Cheng Zhanxi sent the edited emoji. "Tang Tang doesn't he know?" It's none of Tang Tang's business gif. It depicted a small figure sitting upright, shaking its head, clad in a black trench coat and trousers. exuding a blend of expressionlessness and adorable naivety, reminiscent of Yu Qingtang. Yu Qingtang, this is incredibly cute. Cheng Zhanxi, what do you think? What could Yu Qingtang say? An emoji personally crafted by a grand artist, aside from being excessively cute, was flawless. Thus, she sincerely replied, beautiful. Cheng Zhanxi, if you're unsure of what to say, you can reply with the emoji, haha. Do you have any new ideas? I can draw for you. It's quite simple. Suddenly, Yu Qingtang recalled the emojis she had used, crying JPG and rolling in tears gif. At the time, she believed they were specially customized by Cheng Zhanxi, but now it appeared they were all crafted by her own hand. Reflecting on this, Yu Qingtang thought to herself, one should not judge a person by appearances. No, rather, one should not judge a person by their verbosity. Yu Qingtang, I am not particularly fond of using emoticons. I apologize and I appreciate your kindness. Cheng Zhanxi widened her eyes. What on earth are you? Yu Qingtang retracted her message and sent another. Cheng Zhanxi assumed it was a mistake and replied, I'm going to sleep now. I have to get up early tomorrow. You should also rest early. Yu Qingtang replied with a good night, set her phone down, and rubbed her face with both hands to calm her racing heart. She felt as if she were a starry-eyed fan encountering her idol. Face-to-face with Cheng Zhanxi was manageable. But once they were apart, she unconsciously regarded her as a lofty and exceptionally talented figure. Overwhelmed by thoughts of how remarkable she was and how kindly she chatted with her. Taking a few deep breaths, Yu Qingtang forcefully pushed this episode aside and resumed watching the renowned teacher's video on her computer, taking notes as she went. While she viewed teaching merely as a profession, it did not imply she would approach it carelessly. She was someone who strived to excel in her responsibilities. Having been a top student, she would likewise exert every effort to enhance her students' academic performance. After showering, her damp hair cascading down her back dried naturally. Yu Qingtang shut her computer, reviewed her notes, and then retired to her room for the night. Saturday marked the day of the sports meeting. The morning featured the highlights of the relay race and tug-of-war, followed by the faculty sports meet in the afternoon after the students' competitions concluded. The teachers' events primarily focused on camaraderie, with only a few events such as the 100-meter dash, relay race, slow bicycle race, and long jump, allowing the students who had exerted themselves for 2 days to observe their teacher's grace and achieve a sense of psychological balance. Just a light-hearted affair. Today, they reported directly to the playground, eliminating the need to gather in the classroom, with competitions commencing at 9 o'clock. Yu Qingtang arrived around 8:50, and her eyes immediately fell upon Cheng Zhanxi standing under the shade at the entrance of the playground. Cheng Zhanxi spotted her and beamed, stepping out from beneath the tree. Yu Qingtang blinked in surprise. Cheng Zhanxi was dressed in a sporty ensemble, perfectly coordinating white and platinum colors, her posture upright, elegantly showcasing her figure. The sunlight danced upon her long eyelashes, delicately illuminating her fair complexion, embodying a gentle beauty. As Cheng Zhanxi approached the last stretch, she suddenly felt shy, slowing her steps. Hands clasped behind her back, moving toward Yu Qingtang with measured steps. With a gentle bite of her lip, her slightly parted crimson lips whispered, Good morning. Yu Qingtang suppressed the urge to clear her throat and replied, Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Cheng Zhanxi inquired. I had something on the way, Yu Qingtang said, glancing around to shift the subject. Where are the other students? Cheng Zhanxi responded, They are already preparing at the competition venue. Yu Qingtang naturally opened her water bottle and took a sip to soothe her throat, asking, Do you want to go watch? Cheng Zhanxi, of course, preferred to stay with Yu Qingtang, so she replied, Either way, do you wish to go? Yu Qingtang responded, I will follow your lead. Then we shall head over later. Cheng Zhanxi led her to the meticulously planned steps, retrieving a pack of tissues from her pocket. She unfolded 2 sheets and laid them on the ground, gesturing for Yu Qingtang to sit. This spot, more secluded than the viewing stands, allowed them to witness the competition on the playground while the cheers of their classmates resonated in their ears. The atmosphere was perfectly attuned, neither too noisy nor too quiet, creating a romantic ambience amidst the clamor, an exquisite geographical location. Cheng Zhanxi had arrived early that morning, scouting the vicinity for hours before finding this place. Teacher Yang asked me to register for the staff sports meet. I went to sign up this morning, only to be told that physical education teachers don't compete. They merely serve as judges. All my preparations were in vain, Cheng Zhanxi exclaimed, a hint of frustration in her voice. Yu Qingtang glanced at her sports attire, realizing the situation. I asked if physical education teachers lack prestige. Why shouldn't I be allowed to compete? Isn't it fair for physical education teachers to compete against one another? Cheng Zhanxi continued, her curiosity piqued. Can you guess what our department head said? Cheng Zhanxi teased, her expression eager for inquiry. Yu Qingtang, after a moment of silence, obligingly asked, What did they say? Imitating the tone of the department head, Cheng Zhanxi sighed and said, "Little Cheng, it's permissible for physical education teachers to compete among themselves, but the men's group cannot compete with the women's. You are the only female physical education teacher in our school. How can you participate alone?" Yu Qingtang simply smiled faintly, turning her face away. "Teacher Yu," Cheng Zhanxi proposed. "Why not consider becoming a physical education teacher? In future sports meets, I'll let you in first place, and I'll take second. We can claim the top 2 spots together." Yu Qingtang declined. "No, thank you." Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi grasped her wrist, measuring it with her thumb and index finger. The warmth of her touch contrasted sharply with Yu Qingtang's cool skin, sending a shiver through her. Yu Qingtang was momentarily taken aback, staring at her in astonishment. Cheng Zhanxi, observing her reaction, felt an overwhelming tenderness, thinking to herself, she truly resembles a cat. Holding her slender wrist, she remarked, "Teacher Yu, you must not pay attention to your health. You are far too slender. Look, my thumb extends much further." Yu Qingtang objectively replied, "It's your fingers that are too long." Cheng Zhanxi glanced at her, her expression subtly shifting. Yu Qingtang understood, but feigned ignorance, wishing to avoid the awkward silence that had ensued the previous night. Thus, she casually remarked, "I do not enjoy exercising." Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. "Then do you enjoy lying down?" Yu Qingtang shook her head. Cheng Zhanxi pondered for a moment and said, "If you don't like exercising or lying down, do you enjoy standing still?" Yu Qingtang instinctively felt her lips curve upwards, but quickly suppressed the smile. She gently withdrew her hand from Cheng Zhanxi's grasp, lowering her gaze. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye flickered in the sunlight, a delicate contrast to her long lashes. Cheng Zhanxi, with great restraint, averted her gaze. Reaching for the sports water bottle beside her, she bit the straw and took a sip. In order to avoid indulging in fanciful thoughts, Cheng Zhanxi could only keep talking incessantly, regardless of whether Yu Qingtang responded. The image of the artist in Yu Qingtang's mind began to crack. "Cheng teacher," she softly interrupted, breaking the flow of Cheng Zhanxi's office gossip gleaned from a certain instructor. Cheng Zhanxi promptly ceased her chatter. "Let us go watch the competition."
All right.
Cheng Zhanxi stood up first, positioning herself 2 steps down the staircase, extending a hand to pull Yu Qingtang. Pretending not to notice, Yu Qingtang steadied herself, avoiding another tumble into Cheng Zhanxi's embrace. Cheng Zhanxi, maintaining her grasp, bent down to pick up Yu Qingtang's water cup, holding it in her hand. "Cheng teacher." "The water cup. I'll hold it for you. It's no trouble. I can manage it myself. Then you can hold mine." Yu Qingtang stared at the orange sports water bottle thrust into her hands, perplexed. Cheng Zhanxi wore an expression of certainty, smiling. "Since we'll be together, just call for me when you want water." Yu Qingtang chose not to dwell on the matter any further. The two watched the high jump and shot put events, returning to the playground just in time for the preliminary heats of the boys' 4x100 relay race for the first-year students. 6 classes were competing, with Class 7 in Group B, featuring Wu Peng and a few tall boys from the back row, who were preparing by shedding their outerwear, revealing athletic short-sleeved shirts and shorts, stretching their limbs. The girls from logistics assisted by holding the discarded jackets and unopened bottles of mineral water, while the cheerleading squad for Class 7 was all set on both sides of the track. Cheng Zhanxi led Yu Qingtang over, who felt a tinge of reluctance, yet obediently followed. Class 7 was assigned the first lane, the farthest from the starting line, with Wu Peng, who had just secured first place in the 100-meter finals yesterday due to his remarkable explosive speed, designated as the first runner. The proximity served to bolster morale. The mischievous Xiang Tianyu, known for helping elderly ladies cross the street, was a sprinter who had claimed second place in the 200-meter finals and was entrusted with the crucial final leg. Cheng Zhanxi approached the boys preparing for the race and inquired, "How do you feel?" The boys, slightly bashful in the presence of the now even more beautiful Cheng teacher, exchanged glances and pushed Wu Peng forward. Wu Peng, representing the group, replied, "Very well. Do you have confidence in securing first in your group?" "Absolutely." Cheng Zhanxi patted Wu Peng's shoulder and led Yu Qingtang aside to watch the race. In Group B, Classes 7 through 12 were preparing their athletes. Positions ready. The referee raised the starting gun to the sky.
Bang.
At the sound of the gunshot, several figures on the track surged forward like arrows released from a bow, moving so swiftly that only their afterimages remained visible. The first leg of the relay involved a 100-meter dash, testing their explosive power, and once started, they were to give it their all. The boys' vigorous forms ignited waves of cheers.
Class 7. Go.
Class 7.
Go.
Class 10.
Go.
Class 10.
Go.
The atmosphere was electric, with each class refusing to be outdone and a palpable tension brewing among the cheerleading squads. Yu Qingtang's ears were filled with the cacophony of encouragement from all directions. Yet instinctively, she only registered the voices belonging to Class 7. Wu Peng, the undisputed champion of the 100 meters, exhibited long, sinewy Achilles tendons and remarkably developed calf muscles. He surged ahead, the first to pass the relay baton to his teammate. Watching the swift figure of his classmate take off, sweat trickled down his forehead as he leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, a smile breaking through. At that moment, a bright female voice rang out beside Yu Qingtang.
Go, Class 7.
Cheng Zhanxi was fully engaged, her hands forming a megaphone as she shouted alongside her classmates, Class 7.
Go.
Guo Fong sustained the advantage of the second leg, handing off the baton in first place, though the lead had diminished significantly. The third runner was the weakest among all third runners in this group, and it was evident that Lai Xian was being overtaken one after another, slipping to third place. Instead of feeling disheartened, Class 7 students chanted his name with even greater fervor. Lai Xian. Lai Xian.
Lai Xin.
Cheng Zhanxi joined in, her face flushed with excitement.
Lai Xian. Lai Xian.
Lai Xian. Yu Qingtang watched as Lai Xian struggled to keep pace, gritting his teeth and running with all his might. Her heart racing in tandem with his effort. Xiang Tianyou's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on the approaching figure, preparing to spring into action. As Lai Xian reached him, Xiang Tianyou swiftly took the baton and surged forward, as rapid as a bullet shot from a gun. The exchange for the fourth leg saw Class 7 in fifth place, a significant distance behind the leader. The competition had reached a fever pitch. Class 7. Class 7. Class 7. The deafening cheers resounded. Xiang Tianyou's short hair was tousled by the wind, his facial muscles contorted from the intensity of his sprint. In his eyes, there were no rivals, only the narrow track ahead. Faster. Even faster. The fastest. He pushed himself to the limit, feeling as though he was soaring. His feet barely touching the ground, aware only of his forward momentum, shadows flitting past him. He overtook the first runner. Yu Qingtang's gaze was unwavering. The second. Yu Qingtang gripped Cheng Zhanxi's water bottle tightly. The third. Yu Qingtang held her breath. And then the final runner. Xiang Tianyou surged past the leader, claiming first place, crossing the finish line ahead of everyone else. As he crossed the finish line, Xiang Tianyou let out a triumphant shout, and the Class 7 cheer squad erupted in jubilant cheers. Athletes descending from the field were enveloped in the joyous celebration, the elation of victory infecting everyone present. Yu Qingtang released the water bottle, her demeanor softening unconsciously, a faint smile flickering in her eyes. Just then, Cheng Zhanxi turned her face toward her, and unable to retract her expression in time, Cheng Zhanxi beamed at her, revealing a radiant smile with pearly teeth, reminiscent of seashells. Yu Qingtang could not help but smile, her lips curving upward. She quickly lowered her head to conceal her expression. Cheng Zhanxi had momentarily lost sight of her while refueling, and was just about to search for her when a student's voice called out, "Teacher Cheng." By the time Cheng Zhanxi turned her head, Yu Qingtang had already vanished from sight. Politely declining the enthusiastic student, Cheng Zhanxi began to scan the area in search of the mysteriously missing Yu Qingtang. However, Yu Qingtang had not wandered far. Catching sight of her silhouette, Cheng Zhanxi skillfully grasped her wrist, exclaiming, "Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang turned back, her expression calm and indifferent. "Is there something?" Cheng Zhanxi inquired, gazing into her eyes. "Why did you leave?" Yu Qingtang replied coolly, "It was too noisy." Cheng Zhanxi responded, "You should at least inform everyone. Even a brief appearance or a reassuring glance would suffice." Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi, sensing defeat, gently urged, "At the very least, call out to me before you slip away alone." A peculiar sensation surged within Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi touched her own face, asking, "Is there something on my face?"
"No."
Yu Qingtang replied. "Then why are you staring at me in a daze?" If not for Cheng Zhanxi's earlier embarrassment, her current blush would have revealed her feelings. Yu Qingtang thought to herself, "Am I?" After 3 seconds of silence, Cheng Zhanxi proposed, "The relay race has concluded. There's a tug-of-war competition. Do you wish to watch?" Yu Qingtang declined. "I want to go, you should. I'd like to return home to rest." "Rest at this hour?" Cheng Zhanxi observed her pale, nearly translucent complexion and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Qingtang fibbed, "Just a bit. I'll escort you home." "That's unnecessary," Yu Qingtang asserted firmly. "Then let me at least see you to the school gate." Yu Qingtang nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the school, Cheng Zhanxi fastened the buttons of Yu Qingtang's trench coat, adjusting the collar with tenderness, and advised, "Be cautious of vehicles on the road, especially at traffic lights. Stick to the sidewalks." Yu Qingtang's dark eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed intently on her, absorbing every word. Cheng Zhanxi, amused by her own words, cleared her throat and added, "Yes, Take care, and call me when you get home. Yu Qingtang obediently nodded, her delicate chin tucked into the collar of her coat, making her already petite face appear even smaller, her complexion pale and translucent. In such moments, Cheng Zhanxi experienced a strange feeling, as if the person before her was not a mature woman but rather a small child, obediently agreeing to everything an adult said. Little did she know that not all children are afforded the opportunity to heed adult advice. Some grow from birth to adulthood without ever being able to utter a single word of agreement. Cheng Zhanxi watched as Yu Qingtang crossed the street, her slender silhouette gradually fading from view. Minutes later, she received a message from Yu Qingtang. Safe. Cheng Zhanxi replied. Cheng-style heart emoji. Cheng Zhanxi returned to the playground from the school gate, just in time for the tug-of-war competition, where she eagerly took on the role of motivator. Each class comprised 5 girls and 10 boys, battling through 5 challenges, ultimately securing a commendable 4th place. The students of Class 7 wore expressions of regret, yet Cheng Zhanxi clapped her hands and declared, "Well done, we performed admirably. We even won a round." How many classes were there? The collective response from Class 7 was a chorus of laughter. Ha ha. The mathematics of our physical education teacher is rather concerning. Cheng Zhanxi summoned the most reliable math representative, Lian Yabing, to count the participants, while she ordered milk tea for delivery, passing cup after cup through the fence. As the students sipped their drinks, they whispered about Cheng Zhanxi's background. Surely, Teacher Cheng is a wealthy beauty. Just look at the number of milk teas today, one remarked, spreading 5 fingers to signify 500. Last time I checked online, her motorcycle was the latest model, worth several $100,000.
Wow.
But why does she teach here? Perhaps she is passionate about education? Or aiming to promote reform in sports? Laughter ensued. If only Teacher Cheng were our homeroom teacher. She cares for us unlike Teacher Yu. The girl speaking curled her lip, sipping her milk tea, only to notice her classmates casting furtive glances, their expressions stiffening. A shadow fell overhead. Cheng Zhanxi stood behind her, her face as still as water. Chapter 31. The atmosphere was tense, but this weight only lingered for a moment. Cheng Zhanxi, drawing on her age and experience, managed to rein in her inner turmoil. Her fleeting expression of surprise vanished so swiftly that her classmates mistook it for an illusion cast by the shade of the tree. Lian Yabing's eyes sparkled with intensity, undeterred by the situation. The students ceased their frivolous discussions. Even the most observant could discern the close bond between Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang. During the sports meet, the two were inseparable, more like sisters than mere friends. They were not naive children, oblivious to the nuances of adult relationships. Cheng Zhanxi radiated warmth, while Yu Qingtang exuded an icy detachment. In truth, the indifference perceived in Yu Qingtang was partially accentuated by the contrast with Cheng Zhanxi. In matters of comparison, the disparity was stark. One enchanting teacher wore her affections openly, while the other remained aloof, barely acknowledging their hard-fought victory. The students did not expect the same warmth from Yu Qingtang. Even the seldom-seen teacher one, though not particularly talkative, offered a gaze imbued with warmth. Yu Qingtang, however, resembled a meticulously programmed machine, appearing in class to catch tardiness, confiscate books, and summon students for discussions. Her emotional demeanor remained unruffled by their academic performances or athletic endeavors, leaving the children's spirits deflated, akin to a deflating balloon. Children are inherently sensitive, attuned to affection and disregard, and they could sense the nuances of approval and indifference within their hearts. Moreover, Teacher Yu was once quite beloved by them. The girl who spoke lowered her head, silently sipping her milk tea, while the others remained equally mute. Tong Feifei, wishing to enliven the atmosphere, took the initiative to inquire, "What events do we have this afternoon?" A classmate replied that there was still the relay finals, then turned with hopeful eyes towards Cheng Zhanxi, asking, "Teacher Cheng, will you come to watch our competition?" Cheng Zhanxi smiled and affirmed, of course. Both the relay team members and the audience erupted in cheers. The group of students began chattering animatedly, when suddenly Li Lan, sitting in a corner, glanced up at Cheng Zhanxi, hesitating to speak. Noticing her gaze, Cheng Zhanxi looked back, but Li Lan quickly averted her eyes. As the morning competition neared its conclusion, Cheng Zhanxi sensed the presence of another person beside her. Turning her head, she saw it was Li Lan, dressed in a blue and white school uniform with her hair tied in a ponytail, a small mole adorning her nose. She appeared to be a clean and beautiful girl. Cheng Zhanxi, understanding, moved to a quieter spot and gently asked, "Do you wish to speak with me?" Li Lan nodded, biting her lip, and quietly inquired, "Will Teacher Yu come this afternoon?" Cheng Zhanxi raised her eyebrows in surprise and replied, "Did she say she wouldn't come?" Li Lan shook her head. Cheng Zhanxi pondered for a moment and said, "Then she should be coming." "Thank you, Teacher Cheng," Li Lan said, slightly bowing, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment," Cheng Zhanxi called out to her. Li Lan turned back. Cheng Zhanxi sincerely asked, "You all seem quite dissatisfied with Teacher Yu. May I ask why?" Cheng Zhanxi recalled that when she had first taken over Class 7, she had posed a similar question during a physical education class, to which Tong Feifei and the others had responded with fondness for Teacher Yu, praising her beauty and intellect, her charm undeniable. How had the situation deteriorated so swiftly? Li Lan did not answer, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she hastily excused herself to watch the competition. Cheng Zhanxi felt a growing heaviness in her heart. She refrained from seeking Tong Feifei for further information, first, because the little girl was flitting about chaotically, making her hard to find. Second, she feared that asking too many questions might intrude upon matters beyond her purview as merely a physical education teacher. Third, she trusted that Yu Qingtang could handle the issue, as they had yet to converse. If the matter proved insurmountable, she would collaborate with Yu Qingtang to find a solution. The dynamics of teacher-student relationships were indeed a profound subject. Cheng Zhanxi sighed internally. In the afternoon, Cheng Zhanxi awaited Yu Qingtang at their usual spot. Yu Qingtang, adorned with a simple silk scarf tucked into her trench coat, exuded an air of refinement, accompanied by a faint scholarly aura. Cheng Zhanxi waved at her as she approached, showing her the screen of her phone. Yu Qingtang glanced at it. Snow-topped coffee, Yangji Ganlu, cheese milk cap 4 seasons spring, pearl milk tea. Yu Qingtang raised an eyebrow. Cheng Zhanxi explained, "I treated the students to milk tea this morning while you were absent, so I wanted to make it up to you." Yu Qingtang replied coolly, "I do not particularly enjoy milk tea." Cheng Zhanxi, anticipating this response, remarked, "I shall drink your portion. You can help me choose one." Yu Qingtang remained silent. She pondered once more over Cheng Zhanxi's reasoning, only to find it still devoid of logic. Is the thought process of an artist always so peculiar? The artist's perspective renders everything reasonable and easily acceptable. Yu Qingtang inquired, "Is there anything you dislike?" Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her, subtly allowing her admiration to surface, when Yu Qingtang was unaware, and softly replied, "None." Yu Qingtang sensed something, raising her gaze from her phone, but by then, Cheng Zhanxi had already restrained her look, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Yu Qingtang tapped on the screen. "How about this one? Cheese milk cap with 4 seasons spring?" The combination of those words seemed delightful. "All right." Cheng Zhanxi placed the takeaway order, adding a note for an extra straw, slipping her phone back into the pocket of her athletic pants as they strolled towards the playground. "What did you have for lunch, Teacher Yu?" "Sha County," Cheng Zhanxi remarked. "It seems Teacher Yu doesn't enjoy cooking for herself?" Yu Qingtang maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. Yet Cheng Zhanxi felt her mood in the afternoon was not as bright as in the morning, prompting her to change the subject appropriately. "Is your health any better, Teacher Yu?"
Yes.
"May I touch your forehead?" Yu Qingtang halted and turned to face Cheng Zhanxi. Just as Cheng Zhanxi anticipated a refusal, Yu Qingtang made a slight downward motion, lowering her eyelids. Cheng Zhanxi gently pressed her palm against her forehead. The coolness mingled with a subtle warmth that seeped into her skin, requiring an intimate closeness to perceive. She lingered too long, and when Yu Qingtang lifted her gaze, her long, thick eyelashes framed dark eyes reflecting Cheng Zhanxi's face. Cheng Zhanxi's heart skipped a beat, and she withdrew her hand. "No fever." Cheng Zhanxi tucked her right hand into her pocket, her fingertips belatedly tingling with an invisible current, rendering her entire palm slightly numb. She took a sip from her sports water bottle with her left hand, her eyes wandering elsewhere. They exchanged no further words. On the final afternoon of the school sports meeting, events included a 5,000-meter-long run, javelin throw, and relays for both boys and girls, culminating in a faculty sports competition. The 5,000-meter race had commenced. Due to its lengthy nature, there was no need for separate lanes, and all participants crowded at a unified starting line. The starting gun fired, and everyone surged forward, not rushing, but conserving energy for the final sprint. As time progressed, the gap between the first and last place expanded to an entire lap. Completing 5,000 meters was no small feat. While the short-distance runners from Class 7 performed decently, several boys in the back struggled, with all but one succumbing to fatigue. He was a quiet boy, slightly under 1.7 meters tall, slender, and of little presence. His pace was neither fast nor slow, consistently maintaining a position in the middle. As the race reached its halfway mark, he had not been overtaken by the leader, appearing to reserve energy for the latter part of the race. Cheng Zhanxi stood outside the track, holding Yu Qingtang's hand, watching Shen Ming dash past. She turned her head to the right and remarked, "Shen Ming usually keeps a low profile. I didn't expect him to possess such stamina, as though he had trained specifically for long-distance running." Turning to Yu Qingtang, she noticed a look of confusion in her eyes as she gazed at the opposite track. "Teacher Yu? What?" Cheng Zhanxi was suddenly struck by an astonishing thought and asked, "Do you know Shen Ming?" Yu Qingtang replied, seemingly unfazed, I know him. His name is on the student roster. As another lap concluded, Cheng Zhanxi pointed to a slender, unfamiliar student in front of her and commented, Shenming's footfall is incorrect. This will lead to excessive fatigue and a lack of energy in the later stages. Following her gaze, Yu Qingtang softly acknowledged her observation with a faint At that moment, the real Shenming jogged past, but Yu Qingtang had already lowered her gaze. Not bothering to glance at him, Cheng Zhanxi wondered, could it be that Yu Qingtang still hasn't recognized all her students? As the final 1,000 meters approached, Shenming began to accelerate, gradually closing the gap. In the last lap, all the boys who had conserved their strength began to sprint, with Shenming being the swiftest among them, darting past one competitor after another. Amid the cheers from Class 7, he ultimately secured an impressive second place. Sweaty and flushed, he collapsed onto the track, eyes closed, gasping for breath. Yu Qingtang attempted to leave, but Cheng Zhanxi grasped her wrist, preventing her from doing so. Cheng Zhanxi did not insist on pulling her forward but remained in place, watching as their classmates helped Shenming to his feet. The boys opened a large barrel of mineral water and poured it over his head, the water cascading down into his clothes. Shenming exclaimed in delight, shaking his head like a puppy to dry off, causing the girls to shriek and quickly retreat, while the boys chuckled mischievously. The girls returned, playfully slapping the arm of the boy who had laughed the loudest. Cheng Zhanxi turned to Yu Qingtang, raising an eyebrow and asking, don't you think they are adorable? Yu Qingtang regarded her with indifference. Cheng Zhanxi shifted her approach, which is cuter, them or me? Yu Qingtang paused, taken aback. Cheng Zhanxi burst into laughter just as her phone rang. She answered, saying, all right, I'll be right there, then hung up and led Yu Qingtang away, stating, the delivery has arrived, I'll go fetch it. Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze to their still joined hands, a subtle frown crossing her features. Teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi halted. Yu Qingtang gestured towards her wrist, which Cheng Zhanxi was still holding.
Releasing her grip, Cheng Zhanxi apologized, I am sorry, I forgot.
Her expression was earnest, and Yu Qingtang felt no anger towards her. Cheng Zhanxi traversed a considerable distance to retrieve her milk tea, topped with cheese foam, from the school gate. Opening the cup lid, she inquired if Yu Qingtang would like to have some, but as expected, received a polite refusal. Cheng Zhanxi inserted 2 straws into the bottom of the cup, one directed at Yu Qingtang, bringing it to her lips. Why not take a sip? Yu Qingtang shook her head.
Just a sip, come on.
Again, she declined and took a step back. You teacher, Cheng Zhanxi elongated her tone, adopting a playful demeanor. Yu Qingtang remained frozen in place. Sister Yu, please, Cheng Zhanxi pouted and stamped her foot. A nearby student, holding takeout, glanced over in shock, their pupils widening. Yu Qingtang felt goosebumps rise across her skin, nearly fleeing the scene. With one hand firmly holding the milk tea, Cheng Zhanxi wrapped the other around Yu Qingtang's neck, softly coaxing, just one sip, please. What meaning does my life of drinking milk tea alone hold? Sister Yu, Yu Qingtang. She closed her eyes and said, stand still, and don't speak. Cheng Zhanxi obediently straightened up, presenting the milk tea before her. Yu Qingtang grasped a straw, her delicate lips parting slightly to gently envelop it. The chilled beverage slid smoothly down her throat, the aroma of tea mingling with milk and a hint of cheese, tantalizing her taste buds. Cheng Zhanxi watched her throat move as she swallowed, feeling her own mouth dry, thirst intensifying. All right, Yu Qingtang stepped back, her tone suggesting she had completed a task. Cheng Zhanxi then used a straw to offer her a taste of the milk foam, and this time, Yu Qingtang did not firmly refuse. A bit of the white foam clung to the edge of her lips, and not wanting to lick it off in front of Cheng Zhanxi, she rummaged through her bag for a tissue.
Yet,
a hand holding a tissue appeared in her line of sight, the soft touch brushing against the corner of her lips, warmth spreading. Yu Qingtang watched Cheng Zhanxi intently wiping her mouth, an inexplicable sense of panic rising within her. Cheng, teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi gently removed the last bit of foam, her fingertip lingering almost imperceptibly on her lips for a moment, smiling nonchalantly. Did you give me that nickname? Those who know me well call me Cici. Yu Qingtang instinctively savored the sound of the nickname in her heart, then realized it was unnecessary. With a slight shake of her head, she replied, you can drink it yourself, I don't like it. All right, Cheng Zhanxi said, switching the milk tea to the other side, biting her straw, and taking a large sip. You teacher has excellent taste. This is the best milk tea I've ever had at the shop. The relay finals should be starting soon. Shall we head over? This time, Yu Qingtang did not allow her to hold her hand, but walked 2 steps ahead. Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her retreating figure, biting her lip and chuckling softly, secretly switching the milk tea to the other side, her lips just brushing against the light imprint left by Yu Qingtang. Class 7's boys, for X100 relay preliminaries had secured first place in their group, ranking third overall in total time. Just like the preliminaries, Wu Peng ran first, Guofang second, Lai Xian third, and Xiang Tianyu on the final leg. Xiang Tianyu's sprinting capability was comparable to Wu Peng's, but his pressure resistance and explosive power in critical moments were stronger, placing him on the anchor leg as decided during their pre-race discussions. The starting gun fired. On the competition field, a fierce contest ensued, with shouts reverberating through the air. Xiang Tianyu ultimately finished in second place, a mere body length behind the third team. Upon reaching the finish line, he kicked the grass beside the track in frustration, letting out a roar of discontent. The third runner, Lai Xian, lamented, "It's my fault. If I had been a bit faster, Brother Xiang could have claimed first place." Guofang also took the blame, while Wu Peng scratched his head and admitted, "I contributed to this too. I wasn't in my best form this afternoon." The girls, who had been preparing to celebrate, exchanged glances, unsure of how to console the visibly dejected heroes of the day. Just then, they heard a round of applause. Cheng Zhanxi approached from the front, giving them a thumbs up and continuing to clap. "What's this? Why haven't I heard any cheers? Why are you all standing there? Let us applaud our commendable second-place finish." Everyone joined in with enthusiastic clapping. Cheng Zhanxi smiled. "That's more like it." She walked over to several boys and said, "You've all worked hard. Drink some water and take a break. Get ready to witness the girls' splendid performance." The girls felt a twinge of regret for finishing fourth, just one place shy of receiving a certificate. Cheng Zhanxi comforted them. "Scoring points is sufficient. Reaching the finals is already quite an achievement." She then reached for her phone to treat them, but Li Lan and others quickly advised against it. "It's just a sports event. There's no need to spend extravagantly." The students, with their short memories, swiftly set aside the recently concluded student sports meet, eagerly anticipating the upcoming excitement from the teachers. Cheng Zhanxi walked over to the serene corner where Yu Qingtang stood, gazing at the faculty gathering in the distance. She contentedly squinted and remarked, "Our class performed quite well. I believe we can secure second or third place overall." Yu Qingtang responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Teacher Yu, I signed up for the slow bicycle race. Would you like to watch?" This was the only event without restrictions on the teacher subjects, which Cheng Zhanxi had initially passed on, only to change her mind at the last moment. Yu Qingtang looked up, momentarily blinking in surprise. Her long eyelashes glimmered in the sunlight like two delicate fans dusted with gold. Cheng Zhanxi was momentarily entranced. "When does it start?" Yu Qingtang's question brought her back to reality. "The final event should be in a bit. Other teachers are participating in running and long jump. Will you watch?" "Not really." Cheng Zhanxi curved her lips in a smile, thinking to herself, "I knew it. You only want to watch me." The slow bicycle race, as the name suggests, is a competition to see who can ride the slowest. On a 301-meter track, the winner is the one who takes the longest time. As Cheng Zhanxi wheeled her bicycle onto the field, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with students cheering and some teachers hidden among the crowd, egging her on. Cheng Zhanxi truly lived up to her reputation. With her hands gripping the sides of her windbreaker, she lifted the hem slightly and performed a princess bow towards Yu Qingtang in the crowd. The entire assembly erupted in excitement. "Oh, oh, oh." Yu Qingtang could not help but chuckle, raising her hand to cover the smile that spread across her lips. Cheng Zhanxi obtained her motorcycle license only after reaching adulthood, though she had been an adept cyclist in her youth. Upon hearing the referee's signal to commence, she swiftly lifted her long legs from the ground, placed them on the pedals, and focused intently on the terrain ahead, gripping the handlebars with determination as she maneuvered the bicycle forward at a snail's pace. "Go, Teacher Cheng. Go, Teacher Cheng." She was resolute in her desire not to be bested by Yu Qingtang, her concentration reaching its zenith, tension coiling within her as beads of sweat began to trickle down her brow. Standing centrally, Yu Qingtang observed Cheng Zhanxi as she passed, her face, usually adorned with a smile, now wearing an unusually serious expression, devoid of any mirth, her lips pressed into a straight line. Clad in a form-fitting black short-sleeved t-shirt, the contours of her back were subtly visible, her arms exuding both strength and grace. A testament to her years of dedicated training under the sun and in the gym, an achievement not easily acquired through sporadic effort. Her porcelain-like profile, the faint blue veins at her temples, and the droplets of sweat cascading down her cheeks, all served to highlight the elegance of her well-manicured fingers. The sound of gasps reached Yu Qingtang's ears. Following the noise, she noticed several students covering their mouths in astonishment, their eyes fixed in admiration upon Cheng Zhanxi's physique. Although their gazes were devoid of any lewd intent, merely appreciating her form, it still prompted a furrow in her brow. Cheng Zhanxi triumphed over a formidable opponent, a 50-year-old political instructor, by a narrow margin, securing first place in her group. The overall score was of little concern. What mattered was her victory before Yu Qingtang. When Yu Qingtang returned the athletic jacket to her, Cheng Zhanxi was still flushed from exertion, drenched in sweat, and had not donned the jacket draped over her arm. Yu Qingtang regarded her with a nonchalant inquiry. "Aren't you cold, Teacher Cheng?" In truth, Cheng Zhanxi felt relatively comfortable. Yet she was perceptive enough to sense Yu Qingtang's slight displeasure, prompting her to promptly put on the jacket, zipping it up and feeling the cool breeze wafting past her. "It is a bit chilly. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Yu. By the way, can Teacher Yu ride a bicycle?"
No.
Cheng Zhanxi feigned surprise, then smiled. "I can teach you." Though Yu Qingtang initially intended to decline, an inexplicable impulse compelled her to alter her response, her gaze drifting elsewhere. "Let's discuss it later." Cheng Zhanxi inquired, "Do you wish to ride a motorcycle?" Yu Qingtang's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi approached her front, her demeanor cheerful. "I can instruct you, but it requires a bit more effort as you will need to obtain a driver's license." Yu Qingtang met her gaze with intensity. Cheng Zhanxi gently asked, "What is it?" Yu Qingtang succinctly replied, "Nothing." With that, she abruptly lowered her eyelids, and the intimacy that had just enveloped them dissipated. For a fleeting moment, she had almost believed that this person before her would accompany her for a long time, contemplating a future together, now reduced to, "Let's discuss it later." As Yu Qingtang said, the same three words evoke entirely different emotions. As the final event concludes, the sky is shrouded in gloom, dark clouds rolling ominously on the horizon, and the playground is filled with howling winds, suggesting an imminent downpour. The closing ceremony of the sports meet is merely a formality, with certificates to be distributed by the homeroom teacher during class next Friday. The announcement urges students to hurry home and refrain from lingering outside. "Teacher Yu, did you bring an umbrella?" A clap of thunder drowns out Cheng Zhanxi's words. Yu Qingtang turns to her. "What did you say?" The campus is alive with students rushing about in a chaotic frenzy. Cheng Zhanxi raises her voice to repeat herself, only to find Yu Qingtang staring intently at her lips, eyes wide and unblinking. Cheng Zhanxi thinks, why is she acting this way at such a moment? If only she would just kiss me directly. Blushing under the campus streetlights, Cheng Zhanxi feels a rush of warmth. Yu Qingtang retracts her gaze from Cheng Zhanxi's crimson lips and replies, "No." Cheng Zhanxi responds, "Neither do I." Yu Qingtang raises an eyebrow. "So?" Cheng Zhanxi earnestly suggests, "Shall we find a place to take shelter from the rain and perhaps have dinner together?" Near the school gate stands a convenience store. Yu Qingtang remains silent, her gaze drifting towards the nearby store, which typically stocks umbrellas. Having spent an inordinate amount of time with Cheng Zhanxi today, Yu Qingtang senses an instinctive unease within herself. She purses her lips, contemplating suggesting that they each buy an umbrella and head home. Suddenly, a flash of silvery lightning pierces through her thoughts, followed by a deafening roar as large raindrops begin to pelt down. The rain patters against the leaves and splashes at their feet, sending mud flying. Students throw their uniform jackets over their heads, scattering in all directions at the school gate, some braving the rain to head home, while others seek nearby shelter. Raindrops cling to Yu Qingtang's long eyelashes, and she blinks away the droplets, only to find that the rain above has ceased momentarily. She looks up to see a platinum jacket coming into view, while Cheng Zhanxi, clad only in a fitted black t-shirt, uses her height to drape the jacket over Yu Qingtang's head, resembling a makeshift umbrella. Cheng Zhanxi's body is mostly exposed, her black t-shirt darkened by the rain. Clinging to her form, water cascading down her arms and dripping from the tips of her hair. "Let's go." Amid the thunderous downpour, Cheng Zhanxi raises her voice, though it remains somewhat muffled, swallowed by the rain's curtain. "Let's go." Her ruby lips move, seemingly repeating her words to Yu Qingtang. Meanwhile, Yu Qingtang finds refuge in the small sanctuary created by Cheng Zhanxi, hearing nothing but the close warmth of her body, the weighty breaths, and the urgent encouragement, accompanied by the relentless sound of rain, a tender, invisible net intricately woven into her heart, forever etching this moment into Yu Qingtang's memory. People pass by, some casting curious glances before hurrying past, as if caught in a scene from a slow-motion film. Yu Qingtang remained silent, leaving Cheng Zhanxi standing in the rain, motionless. Drops of rain cascaded down her cheeks, pooling at her chin before falling away. On a subsequent rainy day, after they had become a couple, Cheng Zhanxi was engrossed in her painting in the studio when a thunderclap from outside jolted her from her focus. She hurriedly changed and dashed out to deliver an umbrella to Yu Qingtang. On the way home, with Yu Qingtang linking her arm, a sudden laugh escaped her lips. Cheng Zhanxi was taken aback. Nestling her face against Cheng Zhanxi's shoulder, Yu Qingtang softly murmured, "I'm sorry for making you stand in the rain for so long that day." Cheng Zhanxi shifted her grip on the umbrella, gently caressing the woman's smooth face, and inquired, I'm more curious as to why you refused to answer me then. Yu Qingtang halted, facing her. Rain pattered against the umbrella, yet beneath it, they remained dry and warm. Yu Qingtang gazed intently at her and confessed, I wanted time to stand still at that moment, just for you and me. Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow. Did you have feelings for me that early on? Yu Qingtang chuckled. Did you think I fell for you at first sight? Cheng Zhanxi ground her teeth, feigning a fierce look, yet unable to suppress her affection, playfully pinching her cheek.
And what about now?
Do you still wish for time to freeze? Yu Qingtang, clinging to her waist in a playful manner, replied, No, I want to eat the meal you prepare. I'm hungry. After asking for the 5th time, Yu Qingtang finally parted her lips, softly uttering, all right. Cheng Zhanxi's coat was nearly soaked through, so she wrapped one arm around Yu Qingtang's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace while being careful not to press too closely due to their damp clothing. 1, 2, 3, run. They both dashed towards a nearby snack shop. Under the somber sky, lightning once again rent the heavens, while fierce winds whipped through the trees by the roadside, sending leaves swirling into the air. The torrential rain fell in sheets, the misty curtain obscuring the figures of those seeking shelter from the storm. The sound of rain created a melody, akin to an ethereal hymn. Cheng Zhanxi removed her drenched coat from Yu Qingtang's head and wrung it out at the entrance of the snack shop, appreciating the poetic beauty of the downpour. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. She turned and handed her sports jacket to Yu Qingtang, saying, You go in first. I'll be there shortly. With that, she turned and dashed back into the rain. At the entrance of a middle school, on the corner of the street, there was an elderly man repairing bicycles. All his belongings were crammed onto a human-powered tricycle, which he set up each morning to earn a meager living, packing up his tools in the evening before pedaling away from the school with a creaking sound. Cheng Zhanxi often rode her motorcycle past that corner, and the image of the old man lingered in her memory. As shared bicycles became more prevalent, the city of Xiqing adapted, with dedicated personnel handling repairs for damaged bikes, posing a significant challenge to traditional repair stalls. The elderly gentleman had already surpassed his 60s, his skin resembling that of a withered bird, his hair unkempt and sparse. Were it not for the considerable distance from home, Cheng Zhanxi would have contemplated purchasing a bicycle to commute to work, visiting the old man's business from time to time. The grandfather wiped the rain from his face, laboriously unfurling the rain cover to drape it over the back of his tricycle. The wind was strong, causing the newly extended cover to roll back, leaving him struggling to manage the situation. At that moment, a pair of long, fair hands reached over to assist him, securing the flapping rain cover. Cheng Zhanxi deftly fastened the corners of the cover, raindrops cascading over her brows, as she called out to the old man, You should head home now. The grandfather, perched on the human-powered tricycle, smiled at her with his wrinkled face, extending his thumb in a gesture of thanks before pedaling away, gradually disappearing into the curtain of rain. To her surprise, he was mute. Cheng Zhanxi felt a pang in her heart, abruptly raising her hand to press against her eyes. The first time Cheng Zhanxi encountered that girl was at the tender age of 6, when she visited her grandparents, who had retired to the countryside. It was her inaugural experience in the rural expanse. Everything felt novel, and she would rush outside at the crack of dawn, playing heartily until mealtime. One day, she returned from the mountains, her small arms cradling a bounty of fruit plucked from her grandparents' orchard, eager to share it with them. As she cheerfully trod along the path, she suddenly spotted a group of children encircling someone, their taunting laughter and clapping echoing through the air. Little Mute can't speak. Little Mute, no parents. Some of the children pushed and shoved, laughing as they did. Cheng Zhanxi squeezed into the throng, discovering that the one being bullied was a girl with her head bowed. Her jacket crumpled from the relentless jostling, retreating into a corner. The laughter persisted. Say something. Why don't you speak? Have you never spoken since you were little?
Lilla muta, ah.
One child mimicked the mute, eyes bulging, imitating a strained voice, inciting even greater laughter from the crowd. Cheng Zhanxi, consumed by indignation, seized a pear from her arms and hurled it at the boy who was mocking the girl. The boy, struck, was momentarily stunned. Without waiting for the others to react, Cheng Zhanxi threw all the fruit she had gathered with force. The group of children scattered like birds startled from their perch. Only then did Cheng Zhanxi have the opportunity to comfort the girl who had retreated into the corner. The girl, perhaps half a head shorter, appeared even smaller with her head bowed, slender and frail, her clothes now dirted. Don't be afraid, the bad people have been chased away by your sister. Young Cheng Zhanxi spoke with a voice tinged with innocence. From a young age, she possessed a chivalrous spirit. Before aspiring to become a painter, she had dreamed of being a heroic figure who dispensed justice. Upon realizing that the girl could not hear, Cheng Zhanxi bent down to meet her gaze, encountering a pair of dark, bright eyes, their lashes thick like tiny fans. Wow, Young Cheng Zhanxi thought to herself, the little sister has such beautiful eyes. The girl finally lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly at her for a moment before she walked away. Cheng Zhanxi blinked, watching the girl's silhouette fade into the distance. From that day forward, she abandoned her frivolous pursuits and began patrolling the road with her hands clasped behind her back. She encountered the mute girl twice more, both times surrounded by a group of children bullying her. Each time, she drove the bullies away, sustaining a few scrapes on her face, yet she felt elated, for justice had triumphed over evil once again. Whenever an adult dared to utter the word mute in reference to the girl, Cheng Zhanxi would stand tall, her chest puffed out, and assertively declare, "Do not call my sister mute." The adults would inquire, "Is she your sister?" To which Cheng Zhanxi would proudly affirm, "Yes." But when pressed for her name, she would falter, defiantly stating, "A sister is simply a sister." The adults would chuckle, remarking on her evident affection for her sister. Whenever the topic of the mute girl arose, Cheng Zhanxi's innate sense of justice transformed her into a fierce protector, causing the bullies to flee at the mere sight of her. With her patrolling presence, the mute girl found her days to be considerably brighter. On one occasion, Cheng Zhanxi escorted her home from a distance and noticed the little girl stopping to crouch by the roadside, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Cheng Zhanxi maintained her customary respect, refraining from approaching, yet her curiosity compelled her to lean forward, straining her neck as if trying to see from afar. The girl straightened up, prompting Cheng Zhanxi to feign nonchalance, gazing at the sky, the earth, and the scenery around her. However, her peripheral vision kept a watchful eye on the girl, who was now approaching her with deliberate steps, hands hidden behind her back. The girl's cheeks bore a sickly pallor, her lips so pale they seemed devoid of color. With a gentle motion, she revealed a small bouquet of freshly picked flowers, a delicate arrangement of tender yellow wild daisies accentuated by deep green leaves. Cheng Zhanxi, incredulous, pointed to herself and asked, "For me?" The girl, who could not hear, earnestly gestured to convey her message. The mute girl nodded slightly. Cheng Zhanxi solemnly accepted the flowers, a broad smile breaking across her face as she exclaimed, "Thank you." Perhaps her unrestrained joy resonated with the girl, for the usually silent and solitary child's lips curled into the faintest of smiles, as fleeting as a blooming ephemera. Thus, Cheng Zhanxi and the mute girl forged a friendship. With her easel in tow, Cheng Zhanxi ventured into the mountains to paint, while the mute girl trailed behind her. Initially, she stood at a distance, but as time passed, she inched closer until she eventually sat before the easel, nervously clutching the hem of her shirt. Her porcelain-like cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Cheng Zhanxi, brush in hand, reassured her with a smile, "Stay still. I will finish soon." Being young and inexperienced in the art of painting, Cheng Zhanxi relied solely on her boundless imagination. She presented the completed painting to the little mute, who carefully tucked it away and cast her a serious glance. Cheng Zhanxi could not help but gently grasp her hand, which felt cool and delicate. Cheng Zhanxi had learned some basic sign language, enabling her to communicate with the little mute. "Hello. Thank you. Are you going to the mountain? I like you. Let us play together. I'll walk you home." Day after day, she found joy in their interactions. She accompanied her to the door, where she heard someone inside call out for Mo. Living with her was a stern-looking middle-aged woman who kept everyone at bay, even the beloved Cheng Zhanxi, who had never crossed the threshold of their home. As summer vacation came to an end, Cheng's family dispatched Uncle Deng, the butler, to fetch Cheng Zhanxi home. She bid farewell to the little mute, anxious that the neighborhood children might bully her again. She went door to door, warning those children, and even enlisted her grandparents to keep an eye on them, frequently inquiring about her sister's well-being during phone calls. Before parting, she promised Mo a painting, one that truly resembled her. Unfortunately, the opportunity to meet again never arose, and that painting became a promise eternally unfulfilled. Before the semester concluded, her grandparents informed her that Mo had moved away. The place was now empty, and no one knew where they had gone. If she were an ordinary childhood companion, Cheng Zhanxi would have long forgotten her. Yet, Mo was deaf and mute, and for a long time after her departure, Cheng Zhanxi often recalled her huddled in a corner, her vacant gaze, the inexplicable bruises that adorned her, the bouquet of wildflowers she had gifted her, and her delicate smile that resembled the fleeting beauty of a blooming ephemeron. Day and night, she pondered whether Mo was being mistreated, and if she could grow up safe and healthy. The memories lingered in her mind. 2 decades later, when Cheng Zhanxi called her grandparents, she would occasionally find herself asking, "Have you seen Mo? Has she returned?" After receiving a negative response, she would often lapse into a contemplative silence. Upon her return, drenched as if she had fallen into a pond, Yu Qingtang awaited her at the door, hesitating to step inside. "Why don't you come in?" Cheng Zhanxi sniffed, her voice slightly hushed. I was afraid you might not find your way. Yu Qingtang fabricated an excuse, raising her hand to unfasten the buttons of her trench coat. Cheng Zhanxi quickly grasped her hand to stop her. Feeling the cold rainwater pooling in her palm, chillier than Yu Qingtang's body temperature, and then released it swiftly. No need, you keep it on. Where's my jacket? Yu Qingtang handed her the coat she had retrieved from the rain, but Cheng Zhanxi reluctantly donned it for a moment, finding it heavy and icy. And soon took it off again, assuring, it's fine. I'm healthy. A hint of disagreement flickered in Yu Qingtang's eyes. Yet she chose not to voice it and pushed open the door to the little shop. Inside, students had gathered to escape the rain while enjoying dinner. And the two managed to find 2 vacant seats in a corner. Cheng Zhanxi brushed her damp, tangled hair away from her neck, looked up at the menu on the wall, and inquired, what would you like to eat? Chicken leg rice, Yu Qingtang replied. Cheng Zhanxi usually cooks for herself and rarely dines at Shaw County Snacks. After scanning the menu, she inquired, do you have any recommendations? Yu Qingtang, having attentively perused the options, earnestly suggested, how about the mixed noodles and steamed dumplings? Cheng Zhanxi nodded, then let us go with that. Yu Qingtang rose, her demeanor cool as she stated, I will place the order. As Cheng Zhanxi delicately arranged her hair with her fingers, she observed Yu Qingtang's silhouette waiting in line at the counter, a slight smile gracing her lips. Yu Qingtang soon returned, taking a seat opposite her, tilting her head to gaze out at the torrential rain, which showed no signs of abating. Cheng Zhanxi joined her in watching the downpour, her usual loquacity replaced by an unusual silence. Yu Qingtang relished this tranquility, yet a curious thought tugged at her, pondering what reflections occupied Cheng Zhanxi's mind as she gazed dreamily at the curtain of rain, the fleeting melancholy that flickered across her brow. Who was it for? The busy waitress hurriedly placed the plates and steamer baskets on the table, leaving no time for pleasantries. The soft clink of the dishes brought Cheng Zhanxi back to reality, and she offered an apologetic smile to Yu Qingtang. Though Yu Qingtang's eyes held a hint of inquiry, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. Let us eat, she said softly, nudging the chili sauce closer to Cheng Zhanxi. You can dip the dumplings in this. Thank you, Cheng Zhanxi replied, picking up her chopsticks to mix the noodles, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. Around them, students engaged in lively conversation, while the two remained silent, enveloped by the soothing sound of rain, enjoying their secluded moment of peace. Food has the power to uplift one's spirits. After swallowing the last dumpling, Cheng Zhanxi turned to Yu Qingtang and asked, do you have any plans for tomorrow? With unwavering resolve, Yu Qingtang replied, preparing lessons. All right, Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. You are quite the dedicated teacher. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I'll go house hunting. If it does, I'll opt for indoor rock climbing. I haven't exercised in ages and feel as though I'm rusting. Yu Qingtang discreetly glanced at her partially damp black t-shirt that accentuated her figure, her eyebrows lifting ever so slightly. Are you being a tad too modest? Cheng Zhanxi responded, I used to have a friend in Xiqing, but she has since left, so I'll be going alone. It feels rather lonely. Yu Qingtang acknowledged her with a non-committal sound, pretending not to grasp the underlying hint. Yu Jia, Cheng Zhanxi began. But Yu Qingtang interrupted, picking up her bag. The rain seems to have lessened. I should head home. Shall I accompany you? I'll see you off. Ah. 5 minutes later, Yu Qingtang emerged from the convenience store across the street, holding an umbrella over Cheng Zhanxi's head as they hailed a taxi. This was the first time Cheng Zhanxi sat inside the car while Yu Qingtang remained outside, and she found the sensation somewhat novel. Peering through the lowered window, she blinked at Yu Qingtang, her eyes sparkling. Yu Qingtang, devoid of any emotion, cautioned, be safe. With a smile playing on her lips, Cheng Zhanxi replied, you've got it reversed. HM? Cheng Zhanxi pointed back and forth between the two of them, saying, be careful on the road and watch out for safety. As Yu Qingtang pondered, recalling the previous scenario, she reversed her words, send me a message when you get home. Given her nature, such a statement was unnecessary. However, upon Cheng Zhanxi's reversal, she instinctively mirrored it, her reactions always lagging a beat behind her thoughts. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly.
See you on Monday.
Yu Qingtang pressed her lips together.
See you on Monday.
The taxi vanished into the misty drizzle. Yu Qingtang remained rooted to the spot for a while before turning and walking homeward. On Sunday, while preparing her lessons in the study, Yu Qingtang stepped out to retrieve her takeout at the designated time and, while dining, opened Cheng Zhanxi's moments. True to her expectation, Cheng Zhanxi had posted an update, a brief 10-second video. Yu Qingtang clicked to view it, watching as Cheng Zhanxi donned her professional climbing gear, gracefully pivoting, leaping, and scaling the rock face. Her long, powerful figure pressed closely against the wall, reminiscent of a creature she had once encountered in a wildlife magazine, the ibex. which could ascend sheer cliffs with just a foothold. Yu Qingtang replayed the video several times before closing the app. Later, while preparing her lessons, she recalled the dance Cheng Zhanxi had performed and couldn't resist opening her computer to watch it twice more. After reaching the summit, Cheng Zhanxi descended and retrieved her phone from a young girl, saying, "Thank you." She lowered her gaze to check the video she had made specifically for Yu Qingtang. The young girl, a new staff member at the climbing club, had been captivated by Cheng Zhanxi's beauty upon her arrival. Now, as she fiddled with her phone, her long, curled eyelashes and soft smile made her all the more enchanting. Blushing slightly, the girl took out her phone and opened her WeChat QR code. A hand appeared in Cheng Zhanxi's line of sight. A soft voice chimed in, "Miss Cheng, let us add each other on WeChat. You can notify me in advance next time you visit the club." Cheng Zhanxi raised her head and regarded the girl for a few seconds before withdrawing her finger from the QR code scanner. Her eyes curved, exuding warmth. But her words conveyed refusal. "No, thank you." She was not averse to making friends, but she was wary of those with ulterior motives, preferring to avoid unnecessary troubles. Cheng Zhanxi was a person of considerable self-awareness. She pursued what she desired, while those who admired her were of little concern to her. By Sunday afternoon at 4, the intermittent rain had finally ceased, and the sun cast a gentle glow through the clouds. Cheng Zhanxi did not visit any properties, but instead went to the agency, requesting them to keep an eye out for available listings and to contact her promptly. On Monday morning, having endured another night of rain, the ground remained damp, and the air was humid. Cheng Zhanxi had left her motorcycle at school and took a taxi that morning, instructing the driver to stop early at the intersection. She opened the door and stepped out. The bicycle repair stall was set up, the elderly man sitting on a small stool, diligently mending a tire in the morning light, meticulously filing the punctured area with focused precision. Cheng Zhanxi approached the stall and noticed a waterproof paper beside it, which read, "Free air, tire repair, X yuan." As she drew near, the elderly gentleman, catching a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, lifted his head and gestured towards the pricing list of services displayed nearby. The heavy rain from yesterday had evidently obscured his recognition of Cheng Zhanxi. She merely smiled and shook her head, indicating her lack of need for repairs, refraining from mentioning the events of the previous night. She greeted him using sign language, to which the old man set down his file and kindly responded in kind. Yu Qingtang approached from the other side of the street. Spotting the familiar silhouette of Cheng Zhanxi squatting alongside the elderly mechanic, engaged in an animated conversation, Yu Qingtang pondered. Has teacher Cheng become so affable that she can strike up a conversation with anyone on the street? Suddenly, a frown creased her brow as she recalled that the elderly mechanic was deaf and mute. Chapter 33. The elderly mechanic had been repairing vehicles at the stall for over 20 years. Yu Qingtang had previously brought her bicycle to him for repairs. But a bicycle specialty shop had since opened a few hundred meters from the school, drawing many students to its seemingly more reliable services, thus diminishing the clientele at the old man's stall. For years, Yu Qingtang had continued to arrive early in the morning, making a point to engage him in conversation. After graduation, however, she had not returned, even after becoming a teacher at the same school. She would occasionally glance at him from a distance, but never approached. 7 or 8 years had passed. Perhaps he had forgotten her. Yu Qingtang lingered at the school gate a moment longer, observing the two figures before stepping inside. Cheng Zhanxi was perspiring profusely, struggling with the limited vocabulary she had acquired in sign language. She often found herself forgetting what she learned, only to relearn and forget again. Faced with the old man's silent laughter, she resolved to practice diligently upon returning, for it would be quite awkward if she encountered mo in the future and could only manage a few phrases. Upon entering the office, Cheng Zhanxi was met with a meaningful glance from Yu Qingtang, who had risen from her desk. Cheng Zhanxi curiously touched her face, wondering what was amiss. Yu Qingtang replied with a neutral expression, "I'm heading to the classroom." Cheng Zhanxi immediately said, "I'll go too." After a moment's contemplation, she amended, "Actually, I won't." The students of Class 7 were currently in a nearly adversarial relationship with Yu Qingtang, and she did not wish to exacerbate the situation. Yu Qingtang acknowledged her with a noncommittal sound and walked away alone. At the entrance of Class 7, Yu Qingtang stood as she usually did, observing the students in their uniforms ascend the staircase, some alone, others in small groups. A few greeted her with, "Hello, teacher," to which she nodded in response. Some students, accustomed to her presence, simply walked past, as she did not obstruct their path. One student stopped before her after greeting her, daringly lifting their gaze to meet her eyes. They exchanged a moment of silent scrutiny. Yu Qingtang inquired, "Is there something you need?" The girl subconsciously lowered her head and murmured, "No." Yu Qingtang replied indifferently, "You may enter." The girl stepped inside, glancing back for a fleeting moment just before disappearing behind the door. 5 minutes before morning self-study. Li Lan appeared at the end of the corridor, her ponytail neat, her features delicate and beautiful, her posture upright, and her school uniform immaculate, a striking splash of color amidst the students in the hallway. Regardless of her status as class monitor, she was indeed a prominent presence. Yu Qingtang turned to observe the morning self-study conditions in the classroom, and only when she heard Li Lan's footsteps did she turn back, her gaze swiftly sweeping across the girl's face, too quick to discern the beauty mark on her nose.
Good morning, teacher.
You may enter. Li Lan stood still, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Teacher Yu, I have something to discuss with you. Yu Qingtang reluctantly fixed her eyes on the girl's face, deliberately avoiding her clear eyes and the mark on her nose, choosing instead to focus on the smooth expanse of the girl's forehead, saying lightly, We can talk after evening study. Focus on your morning reading for now.
Anzai, Li Lan ziplit sopti.
She bowed her head and entered the classroom. Yu Qingtang noticed the volume of the morning reading diminish slightly, accompanied by indistinct whispers, before gradually returning to its normal level. She recalled what the biology teacher had told her in the office. Cultivate your eyes and ears in class. With so many students, it can be exhausting to watch over them all alone. Isn't that the responsibility of the class committee? It depends on whether the committee supports their classmates or you. If everyone conspires to keep things from you, then you're in trouble. Yu Qingtang rested her hand on the railing, her gaze distant and inscrutable. Good morning, Teacher Yu. A bright voice called from behind. Yu Qingtang withdrew her hand and turned to see her class representative, Lian Yabing. This girl had recently become increasingly lively, once quite composed. She seemed to have been influenced by her interactions with Tong Feifei and her friends. Good morning, Yu Qingtang replied, her expression neutral. Lian Yabing smiled, her brows curving in delight, unfazed by Yu Qingtang's cool demeanor, and cheerfully entered the classroom. The physical education representative, Wu Prung, arrived late. A tall figure standing before Yu Qingtang, with his head bowed. Why are you late? She inquired. My alarm didn't ring. I got up late. Set multiple alarms next time. You may go in. Xiang Tianyu, a habitual latecomer known for his carefree attitude, had a new excuse today, claiming he had helped an elderly man struggling to ride uphill, which caused his delay. Yu Qingtang allowed him to enter, planning to call him to her office during the break for a private discussion. Before that, she would review the insights she had gained from the veteran teacher. As the bell rang to signal the end of the first math class, Yu Qingtang gathered her lesson plans and textbooks into her arms and called to the back row. Xiang Tianyu, come to my office. Having barely mustered the energy to endure the class, Xiang Tianyu felt utterly drained and was about to lean down for a quick nap when he froze mid-motion. Lai Xian clasped his hands in a salute, saying, Congratulations, Brother Xiang, on your 7 captures and 7 releases. Guo Fan kicked his desk, a gleam of schadenfreude dancing in his eyes. Xiang go, hurry up. Zhou Zhirua's 9 in white bone claw is upon you. Take care. Xiang Tianyu made a gesture across his throat in response, lazily propping himself up on the desk. With a cheeky smile playing on his lips, he declared, When I return in triumph, I assure you there will be no issues. A frequent visitor to the office, he was often summoned for discussions, effortlessly leaning against the doorframe, his voice drawn out with a languorous tone, dripping with casual audacity, reporting in. Inside. 5 out of 8 teachers furrowed their brows, excluding Yu Qingtang and Cheng Zhanxi. Yu Qingtang, typically inscrutable, simply acknowledged him with a nod. Cheng Zhanxi, however, called out with a smile as he passed her desk, The swift runner has arrived. Xiang Tianyu's usual bravado momentarily tempered. He replied, Teacher Cheng. Cheng Zhanxi engaged him in light conversation. What did you do to provoke Teacher Yu this time? Xiang Tianyu rubbed his nose, sheepishly. I was late. Did you help an old lady cross the street? Cheng Zhanxi quipped. He chuckled, as if feeling embarrassed in her presence, his smile slightly awkward. Clearing his throat, he murmured, I'm about to face a reprimand. Go on, just don't be late again. What's the big deal about getting out of bed for a grown man? Understood. Listening to their banter, Yu Qingtang noted how Xiang Tianyu swiftly admitted his fault, devoid of the usual indifference he displayed towards her, momentarily lost in thought. Teacher Yu? He prompted. Yu Qingtang snapped back to reality, replying, What Teacher Cheng said is correct. Xiang Tianyu and Cheng Zhanxi exchanged bewildered glances, emerging from her typically stoic demeanor. Yu Qingtang stated flatly, I spoke with your family, and they mentioned you left early this morning. Even if you were to assist 10 elderly gentlemen, it would suffice. Why were you late? Xiang Tianyu candidly confessed, I spent some time at the internet cafe. Yu Qingtang pressed, was it intentional? Xiang Tianyu laughed, not at all. I simply lost track of time amidst the excitement. Preemptively countering Yu Qingtang's words, he added, This week, I'm responsible for taking out the trash. Yu Qingtang sighed.
Class is about to start.
After receiving a thorough admonition, Xiang Tianyu left the office unscathed. Yu Qingtang massaged her temples. The chemistry teacher nearby removed his glasses, casting a sympathetic glance toward Yu Qingtang, sighing, "These students." Most of the students at the first high school had earned their place through merit, though a few had been inserted into parallel classes through monetary means. Xiang Tianyu was one such case. Even veteran teachers found dealing with such students challenging, let alone Yu Qingtang, a newcomer. Gu Jing, a biology teacher who had previously imparted advice on being a homeroom teacher, remarked, "If you can manage them, do so. If not, let them be." At this stage, it is essential to maintain control. The students are just beginning high school. Teacher Yu, don't be disheartened. As long as we act with a clear conscience, that is sufficient. The female teacher, known for her emotional nature, had often been brought to tears by her students during her tenure as a homeroom teacher. Yu Qingtang remarked, "I am fine, thank you, Teacher Ge." Her phone vibrated lightly. Upon inspection, she found a message from Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Shi sends a heart JPG. Yu Qingtang responded with a string of ellipses. Cheng Zhanxi inquired, "Feeling down?" Yu Qingtang replied, "Not at all." Cheng Zhanxi observed her lost in thought, staring blankly at the computer, pondering internally. Is this not indicative of a troubled spirit? Cheng Zhanxi chose not to disturb her further, instead opening her sketchbook and creating a pencil drawing. With just a few strokes, she captured a vivid likeness of Yu Qingtang, depicted as a small figure maintaining her current posture, blowing bubbles in a manner reminiscent of a goldfish submerged in water, gurgling and bubbling. Yu Qingtang turned her head to look. Cheng Zhanxi handed her a separate sheet of paper. Upon receiving it and glancing over, she wondered, why does she always appear so adorably foolish in Cheng Zhanxi's sketches? Teacher Cheng. It's nothing, just returning this to you. The two exchanged the paper back and forth, prompting their biology teacher, Gu Jing, to tease. You two are passing notes like middle schoolers. Perhaps this note contains some scandalous secret. May we have a look? Cheng Zhanxi tucked the paper back into her sketchbook, responding with a mysterious smile. Actually, you cannot. Noticing that Yu Qingtang had drifted off again, Cheng Zhanxi felt her heart sink slightly. During the second period of physical education, Cheng Zhanxi praised her classmates for their outstanding performances during the sports meet, whether as athletes or cheerleaders. Since she had missed the opening ceremony, the athletes' team performed once more for her. Cheng Zhanxi's face radiated astonishment, and she offered abundant compliments, which made the students feel proud. Due to the participation in the opening ceremony, the students had varying levels of progress in their dance. So Cheng Zhanxi had those practicing the formation perform it twice as a warm-up, after which they returned to traditional activities, basketball, football, and badminton. Those disinterested in sports could find a place to chat and rest. Cheng Zhanxi was typically quite popular, with many girls preferring her company over engaging in sports. However, today, the scene was unusually deserted. Standing up, she surveyed the playground and noticed several class representatives from Class 7, led by Li Lan, gathered beneath a large tree, seemingly in discussion about something. Curiously, she approached, but their conversation halted abruptly, clearly indicating they did not wish for her to overhear. Cheng Zhanxi, with a cheerful demeanor, asked, "What are you discussing?" Lian Yabing glanced at her, appearing conflicted, hesitating to speak, while another girl grasped her wrist, causing Lian Yabing to lower her head. Li Lan composedly replied, "We're discussing the math problems from this morning." Cheng Zhanxi responded, "How studious of you. Were Teacher Yu's questions particularly challenging?"
Li Lan deeply.
"A little." Cheng Zhanxi advised, "It is essential to balance work and rest. Physical education class is meant for relaxation. Only after sufficient rest can you study more effectively." "Understood, Teacher Cheng. We are off to play badminton." "Go ahead." Lian Yabing was pulled away, but turned back to glance at her from a distance. Cheng Zhanxi's smile gradually faded. She instinctively sensed that their conversation pertained to Yu Qingtang. "Teacher Yu, when do you plan to discuss matters with Li Lan?" During the fourth period in the afternoon, with only the two of them left in the office, a sense of unease stirred within Cheng Zhanxi, prompting her to voice her concern. "Is something wrong with tonight's study session?" Yu Qingtang, engrossed in grading assignments, paused her pen and looked up at her. "It's nothing." Cheng Zhanxi refrained from disclosing the incident from the physical education class, fearing it might seem like a petty report, thereby revealing a lack of faith in Yu Qingtang's capabilities. However, she subtly mentioned, "I've noticed Li Lan has been acting strangely lately. Perhaps you should converse with her more to avoid any misunderstandings." "Thank you, Teacher Cheng." Unsettled, Cheng Zhanxi decided against going home after school. Instead, she ordered takeout to eat in the office. When Yu Qingtang returned from the cafeteria and spotted her at her desk, she expressed mild surprise. Cheng Zhanxi fabricated an excuse. "A new neighbor has moved in next door, and they have a dog that barks incessantly at night. I find it hard to concentrate, while the school is quite tranquil." Yu Qingtang did not press further, simply suggesting, "You could call the authorities." Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. I'll give them 2 more chances. If it persists, then I shall report them. Yu Qingtang acknowledged her with a nod and seated herself at her desk. Powering on her computer, Teacher Cheng was a person of great tolerance. Her mood had returned to normal, indistinguishable from her usual self. The printer on the desk began to churn out exam papers, each imbued with a scent of fresh ink. Cheng Zhanxi curiously picked one up for a glance. But upon realizing the barrage of mathematical problems it contained, she swiftly closed her eyes, recoiling as if struck by a biochemical weapon, and hastily returned it as if it were a hot potato. What a torment this is! Yu Qingtang was amused by her exaggerated reaction, the corners of her lips curving into a smile. Cheng Zhanxi settled back into her seat, observing the faint smile gracing Yu Qingtang's lips, and relaxed, sharing in the laughter. Go, teacher Yu. As the class bell rang, Cheng Zhanxi clenched her fist in encouragement for Yu Qingtang. Just as Yu Qingtang reached the door, she turned back, wearing a complex expression. Cheng Zhanxi waved her arms with fervor. Go, go, go. Yu Qingtang exited with a stoic demeanor, pausing a few steps away from the office to suppress a smile before regaining her composure and heading towards the 7th grade classroom. Before the evening study session, Lian Yabing had already distributed the assignment books to the students. Yu Qingtang took half a period to explain the problems and handed out new exam papers. Class leader, come with me for a moment. All the students turned their heads to watch Li Lan follow Yu Qingtang out of the classroom, which was then met with a murmur of whispers. The discipline committee member interjected, no talking please. The classroom fell silent once more. A breeze swept through the corridor. Lifting Yu Qingtang's long hair, she pressed her hand against her temples and calmly regarded the class leader before her. If you feel there is anything I have done incorrectly or insufficiently that has led to your dissatisfaction, please feel free to express it. Li Lan remained silent for a moment before retorting. Teacher, do you recall our first monthly exam after the semester began? In mathematics, we ranked 2nd in the entire grade, even surpassing a specialized class. Yu Qingtang had a vague impression and nodded slightly. The mathematics scores of class 7 were the highest, even surpassing Wen Jihan's physics results. When the results of the first monthly examination were released, everyone was astonished. The head of the mathematics department even specifically praised Yu Qingtang, requesting her to share her teaching experiences. Yu Qingtang believed it was due to the influence of the homeroom teacher and her diligent teaching method. Li Lan then inquired, do you remember what you said when the results were announced? Yu Qingtang looked at her in silence. Li Lan answered her own question. You said, you've worked hard. Let us continue to strive next time. Yu Qingtang replied nonchalantly, is there anything wrong with saying that? Li Lan responded, there's no issue, but when you said it, you weren't looking at us. Yu Qingtang couldn't recall, but she thought, perhaps that was true. She vaguely remembered the sight of those students sitting up straight, their faces radiating pride, eagerly awaiting her praise, a fervor that instinctively made her turn away from them. Li Lan continued, at the beginning of the semester, we all liked you very much and even boasted to other classes about how engaged we were in your lessons, which you taught exceptionally well. Therefore, we were all eager to learn, not wanting to disappoint you. Some students with weaker foundations worked diligently during every break, asking each other questions, and gradually caught up. The report cards we submitted reflected our efforts, yet your reaction made us feel that our hard work was underappreciated. Many classmates believe that you simply struggle to express yourself, that each teacher possesses a unique personality, and not everyone can be like Teacher Cheng. We don't ask for much, we merely wish for you to see us, to genuinely acknowledge our efforts, rather than delivering cold, formulaic words. We are human beings, not a mere set of data, and if your praise is merely perfunctory, we would rather not receive it at all. Whether our grades improve or decline, whether we adhere to the rules or not, your gaze remains unchanged, neither displeased nor furious, neither sorrowful nor disappointed. Your tone has never varied. Despite our earnest efforts, why do we still fail to elicit your smile? Li Lan's voice quivered. Do you perhaps harbor a dislike for us deep down? Do you even detest us? Yu Qingtang remained silent, gazing at her calmly. During the strenuous rehearsals for the sports meet, fearing it would be unsafe to train late at home, we practiced before evening study sessions. The entire class cooperated to clear the classroom for us and cheered us on. And you? Did you ever spare us a glance? Did you ever inquire about our training progress? We encountered numerous challenges, with some students practicing while crying, and you likely knew nothing of this. On the day of the performance at the sports meet, Li Lan sniffled and said, forget it. After a moment, she added, I later realized that you don't dislike us. You simply do not care about anything beyond our studies and have no interest in knowing us. Like a relentless teaching machine. Li Lan forced a smile, though the bitterness within her was undeniable, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She exhaled softly, feigning nonchalance, and remarked, if there is no affection, so be it. It's rather cool, I assent to it. We shall pursue our own studies. And we do not necessarily require your praise, as that would portray us as immature. You have your own personality, and we must learn to respect that. We do enjoy your classes. You are beautiful, articulate, and earnest. Yet, tears suddenly welled up in Li Lan's eyes, and she immediately raised her hand to wipe them away. Though no matter how hard she tried, she could not cleanse her sorrow. The grievances accumulated over the past days surged within her, and she stood there, sobbing uncontrollably, intermittently revealing the most intolerable truth. You don't even remember our names. Rome was not built in a day, nor is disappointment accumulated in a single moment. The affection that Li Lan and her classmates once held for Yu Qingtang turned to profound despondency upon realizing that she was unaware of their identities. It was not merely disappointment they felt, but a deep sense of injustice and sorrow. Their efforts went unacknowledged, their sacrifices remained unreciprocated, and their very existence was overlooked. They should not have to bear such burdens at their tender age. Yu Qingtang leaned gently against the pillar in the corridor, observing Li Lan through her prolonged silence. With red-rimmed eyes, before turning back to the classroom, Li Lan rested her head on the desk, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably from her tears. Her deskmate set down her exam paper and pen, softly patting her back. Several class representatives exchanged glances laden with unspoken understanding, shaking their heads with a sigh. Lian Yabing bit the tip of her pen, staring at her exam paper, yet could not comprehend a single word. When the first period concluded, Yu Qingtang did not return. Cheng Zhanxi waited in the office, and after 5 minutes of restlessness, she decided to seek out her classmates in Class 7. Of course, she found no one. Only Li Lan, slumped over her desk, with her back facing the classroom door. Cheng Zhanxi called Tong Feifei outside. Tong Feifei, uncertain of the situation, simply stated that Yu Qingtang had spoken with Li Lan, after which the class leader had returned to class in tears. Tong Feifei, with an air of dramatic flair, mused. Could it be that teacher Yu cried as well? Yet she quickly shook her head in denial, pouting. How could that be? Teacher Yu wouldn't he cry for us? Cheng Zhanxi refrained from further inquiries, opting to wait by the door. In the second period, Yu Qingtang reappeared within her line of sight. Cheng Zhanxi observed her closely, noting that there were no traces of tears upon her face. Yu Qingtang inquired, "Why is Teacher Cheng here?" Her voice remained calm, low, and composed. Cheng Zhanxi replied casually, "I was feeling a bit lonely in the office." Yu Qingtang simply stated, "I must commence the lesson now." Cheng Zhanxi, agreeable, responded, "Please proceed with your class." The exam was still incomplete, and there was little worth attending to. Yu Qingtang hesitated for a couple of seconds at the classroom door before entering. The students below were unusually quiet, the atmosphere tinged with a weightier gravity than usual. Li Lan focused intently on her exam, and Yu Qingtang's gaze swept across her desk, then returned, commanding, "Continue with your questions." Afterward, she slowly traversed the classroom before stepping outside again. Cheng Zhanxi remained. Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi lowered her voice and inquired, "What did you talk about with Li Lan? Have you resolved everything?" Yu Qingtang responded with a subtle affirmation, "We have." Just as Cheng Zhanxi opened her mouth to speak, Yu Qingtang interrupted her, her demeanor growing cold. "I do not wish to discuss this topic." Cheng Zhanxi acquiesced. And after a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingtang added, "I apologize." Cheng Zhanxi, taken aback, could only respond with a puzzled expression. Yet, Yu Qingtang offered no further explanation, instead gazing up at the moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight enveloped her, casting her silhouette in an ethereal glow, heightening her solitude and chilliness. Cheng Zhanxi stood a few steps away, neither approaching nor distancing herself. She accompanied Yu Qingtang through a late-night study session before returning to the office together, parting at the school gate. Feeling uneasy, Cheng Zhanxi stealthily followed her until she reached her residential complex, only then turning back home after receiving confirmation of her safety. On Thursday morning, Yu Qingtang prepared her lessons in the office, while Cheng Zhanxi attended to her own tasks, stealing glances at her. Yu Qingtang's recent demeanor had caused Cheng Zhanxi considerable concern. Although she appeared unchanged, there was an underlying tension, as if a string were taut, ready to snap at any moment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the office door. The Director of Education, Director Tao, stood at the threshold, scanning the room before fixing his gaze on the young woman in the corner, his expression serious as he addressed her. "Teacher Yu Qingtang, please come to my office." Yu Qingtang closed her lesson plan and stood up. Cheng Zhanxi's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, "Director Tao, may I inquire why you need Teacher Yu?" Director Tao remained expressionless. "Teacher Cheng, please attend to your own matters." Yu Qingtang cast a glance at Cheng Zhanxi, filled with complex emotions that left Cheng Zhanxi momentarily stunned, followed by a sharp pain piercing her heart. In the director's office, Yu Qingtang sat opposite the desk, a cup of hot tea placed before her. "Teacher Yu." Director Tao began, softening his tone slightly. Considering her status as a new and female teacher, I wanted to discuss the situation in Class 7 with you. Please proceed, she replied. Director Tao clasped his hands together, carefully choosing his words. There have been complaints from parents regarding your class, requesting a change of homeroom teacher. He hesitated before opening a drawer, retrieving a document, and handing it to Yu Qingtang. This is a petition initiated by the class committee, signed by students requesting a change of homeroom teacher. Yu Qingtang accepted the document, bypassing the printed text, her gaze falling directly upon the dense signatures. Class 7 comprised a total of 50 students, and the signatures clearly indicated that more than half were in agreement. She remained silent for an extended period, her head bowed. Director Tao cautiously inquired, "Teacher Yu?" Yu Qingtang responded with a soft, almost inaudible sound. Director Tao's voice softened further. "We acknowledge your teaching abilities. However, it seems you may not be entirely suited for the role of homeroom teacher. Therefore, the school's decision is..." At that moment, the office door swung open. Yu Qingtang squinted against the sunlight and then saw Cheng Zhanxi standing in the corridor, her expression filled with concern. Director Tao glanced at the quiet and bowed head of Yu Qingtang and gently remarked, "Thus, the school's decision is for you to continue leading this semester, especially with the midterm examinations approaching and the term being half over. There are no irreconcilable conflicts between you and the students. It would be ideal if you could use this time to foster better understanding." Director Tao continued, "Upon receiving complaints from parents, I investigated in Class 7 and consulted with the grade director. I found that your evaluations and popularity among the students are quite high. However, there are issues with your approach to classroom management. A good homeroom teacher should enhance class cohesion rather than create division. We often say that teaching is not only about imparting knowledge but also nurturing character. Adolescents are at a crucial stage of development. If they do not receive care and respect during this period, it could affect them for a lifetime. While we may not always provide them with positive influences, the very least we can do is ensure that we do not harm them." Yu Qingtang turned the petition over and raised her head, her gaze steady and unruffled as she looked at Director Tao. Noticing that she had not cried, Director Tao felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his tone lightened. To ease the atmosphere, he smiled slightly and said, "Your class committee is quite intriguing." Yu Qingtang remained silent, her dark, tranquil eyes fixed upon him. Director Tao felt a lump in his throat and took a sip of tea. Yu Qingtang's demeanor was remarkably cold, her presence almost exuding an air of chill. Even a brief glance exchanged with her seemed to lower the temperature around them. Regaining his composure, Director Tao cleared his throat and said, "Your class monitor is named Li Lan, correct?" Yu Qingtang nodded. When she handed me the petition, she spoke at length. She emphasized that they do not dislike you, nor do they harbor any animosity towards you. She insisted that I convey this message to you. Furthermore, while they wish to change homeroom teachers, they do not want to change subject teachers. Your teaching capabilities are evident. However, your overly aloof demeanor has diminished their enthusiasm and initiative towards learning. In fact, the recent mathematics exam results for Class 7 have been gradually declining. For the sake of their academic progress, they merely wish for you to operate within your capacity and do not want to pressure you into undertaking tasks you are unwilling to perform. As a subject teacher, you are exceptional, but as a homeroom teacher, there are indeed areas needing improvement." Director Tao sighed, stating, "This is also a fault of the school for not considering the implications of assigning you a homeroom position. At Xiqing No. 1 High School, there is a tradition of appointing new teachers as homeroom teachers, especially for someone like Yu Qingtang, a graduate from a prestigious institution with outstanding results, who also happens to be a beautiful young woman. One cannot deny that beauty is a form of strength. Ample practical experience at our school has shown that, all else being equal, a teacher as attractiveness correlates positively with student performance and learning attitude." Yu Qingtang had not voiced any objections at the time, and Director Tao had never anticipated the situation would develop into what it is now. Finally, Yu Qingtang spoke in a calm and even tone. "It is my fault, Director Tao. The students' collective petition is a grave and disheartening matter for teachers, and it is not uncommon for one to resign in a fit of anger. As the head of the teaching department, Director Tao must not only attend to the physical and mental well-being of students, but also engage in thoughtful discourse with the teachers. After all, the school is rife with challenging students and peculiar parents." However, when faced with Yu Qingtang, he believed that a gentle approach would suffice, only to find his efforts in vain. It seemed she was utterly indifferent. Director Tao remarked, "The class committee member mentioned something to me that struck me as somewhat awkward. Yet I grasped her meaning. She expressed that, as of now, they do not harbor any dislike for you. But your continual dampening of their spirits day after day will inevitably lead to resentment, even a strong aversion. To prevent a worse scenario from unfolding, They wish for you to remain merely their subject teacher, one who teaches and departs, thereby lowering their expectations of you. You may continue to teach as usual, remain aloof, and offer no responses. They will still hold fondness for you, preserving the current pleasant impression. Because of their affection, they do not want the once revered figure to diminish to mere insignificance. Director Tao paused, reflecting deeply. These students, one might say they are either mature and rational or romantically naive. Their innocence borders on folly. The adult world is hardly so simple, and human hearts are not easily dissected. Their collective outcry either compels the school to replace the homeroom teacher or results in both the homeroom and subject teachers being swapped. Teachers with fragile emotional resilience or strong pride may indeed resign directly. A subtle ripple stirred in Yu Qingtang's eyes. Director Tao shifted his tone, smiling as he continued. Yet, this is precisely their endearing quality, is it not? I recall that beautiful girl with a ponytail, clutching the petition tightly as she handed it to me. Her eyes reddened, imploring me to convey their sentiments clearly. It softened my heart. Students can be both infuriating and delightful. They can make you want to tear your hair out one moment and bring tears of joy the next. Rising from behind his desk, Director Tao stood, and Yu Qingtang followed suit. He stated, the school is not just a place for students to grow, but also for us teachers to evolve. We are all experiencing this teacher-student relationship for the first time, and there is much still to learn. Currently, the school's stance is this. If you, teacher you, find the role of homeroom teacher for the latter half of the semester truly untenable, you may propose your concerns to the school, which will not impose any obligations upon you. Yu Qingtang's expression remained calm as she replied, I will consider it carefully. You are an excellent subject teacher, and I hope this petition does not inflict significant harm upon you. The school will not question your capabilities because of it. Director Tao sighed softly, gazing at her with earnest seriousness. Students possess their flaws, but we are teachers, mature adults, and we must guide them on their life journey. As Yu Qingtang exited the office of the director, Cheng Zhanxi approached her with a look of anxiety and concern, asking, what has happened? Yu Qingtang did not even raise her eyebrows and calmly replied, it's nothing. As soon as her words fell, Cheng Zhanxi grasped her wrist, leading her outside. Where are we going? Yu Qingtang inquired. Cheng Zhanxi offered no answer, and Yu Qingtang did not resist, allowing her to take her to the school's covered walkway. The wisteria flourished, almost enveloping the entire corridor, resembling a sea of purple. This place, cool and serene throughout the year, was particularly tranquil during class hours.
With only the two of them in sight,
they sat side by side. What did Director Tao say to you? Cheng Zhanxi asked. Yu Qingtang handed her the neatly folded petition. Cheng Zhanxi accepted it with curiosity and unfolded it. After reading, she fell silent for a considerable time, returning the paper to Yu Qingtang. Observing her lost in thought, she gently placed her hand over Yu Qingtang's. Teacher Yu, please don't be upset. Yu Qingtang shook her head. I am not upset. Cheng Zhanxi's voice softened further. Then what are you thinking about? Yu Qingtang replied, I don't know. You seem to be daydreaming a lot lately. Cheng Zhanxi gazed into her unfocused eyes, feeling a dull ache in her heart.
Doi.
Yu Qingtang asked slowly, her voice tinged with confusion. You do. First it was during the sky gazing, and then after your conversation with Lilan. Is that so? Yu Qingtang spoke with a deliberate slowness, her tone reflecting her bewilderment.
Yes.
Cheng Zhanxi affirmed, pressing further. What did you two discuss during Monday's evening study session? Why did the issue remain unresolved, resulting in the class committee leading a petition for a change of class director? Yu Qingtang fell silent. Teacher Yu. Cheng Zhanxi grasped her hand, urgency in her tone. Yu Qingtang gradually withdrew her gaze from the meaningless void before her, slowly focusing on their intertwined hands. Then meeting Cheng Zhanxi's concerned gaze. With her long fingers curling slightly in discomfort, she did not pull her hand away and murmured. The class leader said, I never provide them with affirmation and encouragement, disappointing their expectations. And
I don't remember their names.
Cheng Zhanxi, having experienced her own student days, understood the students' desire for recognition and praise, especially from a teacher like Yu Qingtang. Everyone harbors a desire for beauty. Sometimes, when Cheng Zhanxi watched Yu Qingtang teach, she would think that had she encountered a teacher like her in middle school, even her aversion to mathematics would have faded, prompting her to excel in the subject. Coupled with the halo of brilliance from Tsinghua University, Yu Qingtang's youth, beauty, and talent naturally endeared her to the students, inspiring them to strive for excellence. Cheng Zhanxi recalled that when she first arrived at the school, Yu Qingtang appeared so expressionless, yet even then, students would approach her office during breaks with questions, seeking to assert their presence before a beloved teacher. However, over time, such visits had gradually diminished, fading away. Yet it simultaneously serves as a double-edged sword. If students hold a mere expectation of one for an ordinary teacher, Their anticipation for Yu Qingtang may soar to 5, while other teachers may neglect them. They might simply grumble internally and move on. However, the situation with Yu Qingtang diverges greatly. The love once multiplied now transforms into a profound sense of grievance and disappointment. It is worth noting that as the homeroom teacher, she bears a far greater responsibility than a subject teacher. One cannot simply excel in teaching to assume the role of a homeroom teacher. No matter how fond Cheng Zhanxi is of Yu Qingtang, and despite her attempts to rationalize from an adult perspective that it may stem from personality traits, she cannot, in good conscience, assert that Yu Qingtang has acted correctly or without fault. The matter of her inability to remember names is, frankly, quite excessive. Yet, at this juncture, entangling oneself in a debate of right and wrong bears no significance. Cheng Zhanxi is far more eager to comprehend the reasoning behind it all. Images of Shen Ming's performance during the 5,000-meter race flit through her mind, prompting her to frown and inquire, is your failure to remember people deliberate? Or are you genuinely unable to do so? Yu Qingtang's gaze turns vacant as she replies, a bit of both, I suppose. I do not know. Cheng Zhanxi is taken aback. Yu Qingtang candidly states, I have a slight face blindness. Cheng Zhanxi pauses, pondering whether her prior failures to recognize herself might be connected to this. However, with students taking precedence, Cheng Zhanxi reluctantly suppresses her personal questions and continues, is there another reason? A heavy silence ensues before Yu Qingtang finally responds. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, the class monitor is correct. Cheng Zhanxi, still in confusion, realizes she remains unaware of what Li Lan specifically said. A sudden thought strikes her. Why does she seldom call Li Lan by name, instead frequently addressing her as class monitor? Cheng Zhanxi asks solemnly, Teacher Yu, do you wish to forget them? Once more, Yu Qingtang remains silent for an extended period before nodding. She merely aims to fulfill her responsibilities, deliberately avoiding any emotional entanglement with her students, which leads to her subconscious reluctance to memorize their faces. That day when Cheng Zhanxi brought Li Lan and Wu Preng to the office, Li Lan stood so close that she could catch the refreshing scent of the clean school uniform, close enough to notice the lovely beauty mark on her nose for the first time. From that moment on, she could no longer bear to look directly at Li Lan's face or that mark. Yet, silently, she has accumulated memories of many individuals, even unbeknownst to herself. Li Lan, Wu Peng, Lian Yabing, Tong Feifei, Xiang Tianyu, Lai Xian, and Yu Zhou. Cheng Zhanxi incisively remarks, but you still remember them, do you not? Otherwise, you would not be lost in thought over Xiang Tianyu's education, nor would you react so unusually to Li Lan's words. You would not sit here, indifferent yet patient, listening to me speak of them one by one. Yu Qingtang's slender fingers tighten, and she glances at Cheng Zhanxi, her lips pressed together, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions that Cheng Zhanxi cannot decipher, reminiscent of the look she shared just before entering Director Tao's office. A sharp pain pierces Cheng Zhanxi's heart. Teacher Yu. She clasped the woman's hand tightly and said, do not be disheartened. Yu Qingtang replied, I am not sad. Cheng Zhanxi insisted, you are. Yu Qingtang fell silent, lowering her gaze. After a long pause, she softly murmured, I do not know. Cheng Zhanxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gently cupped Yu Qingtang's face, peering into her deep, dark eyes, which remained calm, yet seemed to ripple like a lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. Cheng Zhanxi rested her forehead against Yu Qingtang's shoulder, wrapping her arms around her tenderly. Yu Qingtang's hands hung limply at her sides, her eyes fluttering shut against her shoulder. The wind whispered through the sea of wisteria blossoms. Cheng Zhanxi collected a takeout milk tea from the fence at the courtyard and traversed the lengthy playground toward the woman beneath the tree. Yu Qingtang raised a finger to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, standing quietly in place. Cheng Zhanxi inserted 2 straws into the drink and offered it to her. Yu Qingtang replied, no, thank you. Cheng Zhanxi teased, am I supposed to act cute? If I lose my image, I'll blame you. Yu Qingtang remained silent. She took a sip of the supposedly classic pearl milk tea. The unfamiliar texture of the tapioca pearls made her wrinkle her brow slightly. Cheng Zhanxi, with a smile in her eyes and a coaxing tone, encouraged, chew a bit before swallowing. After chewing and swallowing, Yu Qingtang shook her head and stepped back, declaring, it tastes strange. Cheng Zhanxi countered, didn't you say you're not picky? You don't eat pearls? Yu Qingtang was momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Zhanxi continued, perhaps you've simply had too few foods. You have no idea how many you might dislike. I'll order every kind of milk tea from the shop for you to try. Yu Qingtang sighed. The two walked in circles around the playground, and Cheng Zhanxi persistently coaxed Yu Qingtang into taking 2 more sips of the milk tea. Ultimately, Yu Qingtang resolutely finished the remaining half of the cup herself. What is the school's resolution? Yu Qingtang was no longer in a daze. She responded in a tone as nonchalant as usual. Let me finish this semester. Cheng Zhanxi nodded thoughtfully. Director Tao likely hoped that Yu Qingtang could better integrate with the students. New teachers and new classmates often face challenges. And the school had its own considerations. Did Director Tao say anything else to you? For the sake of the milk tea, do tell. Consider it as reciting a poem for me, Cheng Zhanxi said, embracing her arm with one hand. Yu Qingtang withdrew her hand and, adopting a monotone reminiscent of classical Chinese, recited Director Tao's words, primarily focusing on why the students wished to replace her. Cheng Zhanxi expressed sentiments similar to those of Director Tao. These little ones are truly idealistic. I don't know what to say. What do you think, Teacher Yu? Yu Qingtang replied, I may truly not be suited to be a homeroom teacher. I cannot provide what they seek. She looked earnestly at Cheng Zhanxi and added, Teacher Cheng is much more suited than I. Cheng Zhanxi smiled. She merely became a physical education teacher and even took on the role of class supervisor in pursuit of her ambitions. Is this not a misallocation of priorities? Are you then considering resigning from this supervisory position? Cheng Zhanxi recalled the words that Director Tao had offered her, an opportunity for choice. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi, with a twinkle in her eye, took a large sip of milk tea through her straw and, after swallowing, deliberately remarked, resigning would be quite beneficial. Let those little rascals in Class 7 regret their choices. The world of adults is exceedingly harsh, and it does not revolve around them. Once a heart is wounded, it cannot be mended, and this could serve as a valuable life lesson for them. A flicker of disapproval crossed Yu Qingtang's gaze. Teacher Cheng. Yes, we are the teachers, and they are the students.
So?
Rarely did Yu Qingtang assume the role of a lecturer, and she hesitated slightly as she continued. We cannot be overly calculative with the students. After all, the issue lies with me. Cheng Zhanxi immediately assumed a posture of submission. Understood. I will refrain from that in the future. Yu Qingtang felt something was amiss. It appeared that Cheng Zhanxi was teasing her. Activating her artistic filter, Yu Qingtang reconsidered and thought perhaps she was overthinking it. Cheng Zhanxi, feeling a sense of secretive satisfaction while grappling with a pang of jealousy, could not believe that Yu Qingtang would speak to the children rather than her. Once the milk tea was finished, the two returned to the office together. Cheng Zhanxi was inundated with questions she yearned to have answered, but given that Yu Qingtang had recently faced a collective complaint, she decided to approach her inquiries with caution. Most distressing for Cheng Zhanxi was pondering what kind of experiences could lead someone to lose even the most basic ability to perceive their own emotions. To laugh when joyful and to cry when sorrowful are instincts inherent to human existence from birth. Who could have stripped her of such rights? Yu Qingtang sat at her desk preparing lessons, seemingly unaffected by her earlier conversation with Director Tao. Cheng Zhanxi pressed her pen too hard, ripping through the draft paper with a sharp sound. Yu Qingtang looked up at her with a puzzled expression. Cheng Zhanxi felt a sudden sting in her nose and forced a smile. Yu Qingtang tilted her head slightly. Cheng Zhanxi's phone vibrated, and she opened it to check. Teacher Cheng, please do not be upset. Cheng Zhanxi's throat tightened. Was this a reciprocation of the comfort she had just offered? She could easily perceive the emotions of others, yet neglected her own. The one who should feel sorrow and grief was not me, but you. Cheng Zhanxi hastily lowered her head to hide her reddening eyes as the bell rang for the third period. Soon the office would be filled with people. So Cheng Zhanxi kept her face lowered, taking deep breaths to calm her emotions. A familiar voice called from the doorway, report. Just as Cheng Zhanxi was about to look up, she heard Yu Qingtang's cool voice from the side, come in. The math class representative, Lian Yabing, entered. And as she approached Yu Qingtang's desk, she opened her mouth but instead began to sob uncontrollably. Yu Qingtang pushed the tissue box in front of her. Lian Yabing wiped her tears with the sleeve of her school uniform, saying, Teacher Yu, woohoo. Yu Qingtang responded with a silent understanding. Tears streamed down her face for several minutes, her nose reddened, and she sobbed, gasping for breath, drawing the attention of her colleagues in the office. Yu Qingtang sighed silently, extracting 2 tissues from the box, and walked over to personally wipe her tears. Cheng Zhanxi felt a twinge of jealousy. Lian Yabing was utterly stunned. After a moment's pause, she hastily accepted the tissues, stepping back and exclaiming, no, no, no. Cheng Zhanxi, unable to hold her tongue, interjected, why are you still stuttering? Lian Yabing glanced between her and Yu Qingtang, feeling dizzy, and blurted out, I am unworthy. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. Why do you think you are unworthy? If memory serves, you are likely the first student to receive the honor of having teacher you wipe your tears. Even the class monitor hasn't experienced such treatment. Lian Yabing insisted. Regardless, I just don't deserve it. She finally remembered the matter at hand, boldly grasping Yu Qingtang's arm and pleading, Teacher Yu, please don't leave. We merely wish to change our class teacher. We never intended for you to go. Please don't be angry with us. Cheng Zhanxi fell silent, engrossed in her work. Yet her attention remained fixed on Yu Qingtang. She recalled that Lian Yabing's name was on the petition, and her position was not low,
as she was part of the class committee.
What might Yu Qingtang have thought when she opened it and saw the dense signatures? And now, as Lian Yabing cried and explained before her, what was she feeling? Lian Yabing cried throughout the entire break, and as she left, she pressed her forehead, lamenting that her crying had given her a headache. Yu Qingtang accompanied her to the office door, then returned to her seat, staring blankly at her lesson plan. Cheng Zhanxi did not disturb her. Instead, she kept a watchful eye on her from the corner of her vision. She observed as Yu Qingtang picked up her phone, her fingers dancing over the virtual keyboard. The screen of Cheng Zhanxi's phone flickered with light. She gently picked it up. Yu Qingtang remarked, "Teacher Cheng, I seem to be feeling a bit sad." Chapter 35. Cheng Zhanxi read the brief line in the message box as warmth welled up in her eyes, causing them to moisten instantly. Yu Qingtang set her phone down, seemingly speaking simply and calmly to the void, without any expectation of a reply. Cheng Zhanxi watched her profile, so focused on her lesson preparation, even more so than usual, and her heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. She swallowed her tears, refraining from speaking as she hurried out of the office. She went to the restroom in the administrative building, locking herself in a stall and leaning against the partition. Yu Qingtang's second mathematics class of the day was in the afternoon, a lesson for Class 9. From the perspective of a teacher, the learning atmosphere and attitude of Class 9 were noticeably inferior to those of Class 7, and their enthusiasm for completing assignments was also lacking. Yu Qingtang compared two sets of homework in her possession, noting identical errors, which led her to conclude they were likely copied. She stacked the two assignments together, setting them aside, and continued with the next one. With 10 minutes remaining before school ended, Yu Qingtang received a message from Cheng Zhanxi. "Shall we have lunch together?" Yu Qingtang glanced at the vacant seat across from her, then typed, "Where to?" "At the school gate."
All right.
Yu Qingtang tidied her desk. The school did not mandate that teachers adhere strictly to designated working hours. However, Yu Qingtang consistently arrived early and left late. Thus, her sudden departure, even if only 10 minutes early, caught the attention of her fellow colleagues in the office. The biology teacher, Ge Jing, called out to her, saying, "Teacher Yu, do not take the students' matters too much to heart." As Yu Qingtang reached the door, she turned back and nodded at her. "I am fine." Ge Jing continued as teachers, "Who among us hasn't been hurt by a few students? Try to take things lightly and do not be too hard on yourself." Yu Qingtang replied, "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Ge." Ge Jing then asked, "Do you have classes in the afternoon? Would you like me to request a leave for you?" A hint of confusion flickered in Yu Qingtang's gaze. Ge Jing stood up, approached her, and lowered her voice. "Many people are surely aware of your situation. There may be some unfavorable comments circulating in the school. It's all right to avoid the spotlight for a while. The administration will understand." Yu Qingtang grasped the essence of her words and thanked her once more for her kindness. Ge Jing watched her silhouette fade down the corridor before returning to the office, where the other teachers exhaled in resignation. "Today's students truly are," the physics teacher remarked with a smile. "I recall when Teacher Ge was a homeroom teacher. She would often come into the office and cry on the desk." The chemistry teacher joined in the light-hearted banter, but the conversation barely stirred any ripples among the staff. After all, the adage holds true. No teacher has escaped unscathed from the trials imposed by students, whether intentional or otherwise. Even without students, there are endless peculiar parents who, at the slightest provocation, lodge complaints over the phone. With the advent of the internet, some extreme parents resort to social media, embellishing or even distorting the facts, unleashing cyberbullying upon educators. A teacher who has never encountered a single issue throughout their career would truly be an anomaly. Such occurrences are commonplace. Cheng Zhanxi waited for Yu Qingtang at the school gate and waved when she spotted her from a distance. Yu Qingtang unconsciously quickened her pace. In the final 2 steps, Cheng Zhanxi closed the distance between them. Caught off guard, Yu Qingtang found herself within mere inches of the woman. When she lifted her gaze, she was met with Cheng Zhanxi's gentle and focused eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil autumn lake. Yu Qingtang pressed her lips together lightly and took a step back, softly inquiring, "What shall we eat? What do you wish to eat? Did you not mention the school gate?" "There are many options at the school gate," Cheng Zhanxi observed, her gaze dancing with amusement as she noticed Yu Qingtang's lips pressing together again. Refraining from teasing her further, she stated, "I have chosen a place. It's about a 10-minute walk. Shall we go?" Yu Qingtang nodded in agreement. Once they exited the school gate, the two walked side by side along the road. "Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang's hands were tucked into the pockets of her trench coat, her profile appearing both subtle and exquisite. "If I had said a few more words just now, would you have chosen not to dine with me?" Yu Qingtang inquired. "Not at all," she replied. "But, You would have thought so in your heart, wouldn't you? Cheng Zhanxi quickened her pace to sidestep in front of her, walking backward with a smile. Cheng Zhanxi possessed a contagious smile that compelled others to grin in response. She playfully ambled back and forth before Yu Qingtang, who couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, her voice calm as she remarked. Shouldn't you decide what to eat before inviting me? Indeed, that's what you taught us, Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang mused. Why does it seem that once the words leave Teacher Cheng's lips, they take on a different flavor? The artistic filter through which she viewed the world seemed ineffective this time. Yu Qingtang was certain she was merely teasing her. An indescribable feeling arose within her. And she pondered. Is it anger? It didn't seem so. Thus, she chose to disregard this sensation altogether. As they passed a bicycle repair stall around the corner, an elderly man, deaf and mute, raised his head at the sight of them. His murky gaze first fixed on Cheng Zhanxi, sparkling with joy, before hesitantly shifting to Yu Qingtang, uncertain of his recognition. Yu Qingtang remained impassive. Cheng Zhanxi formed a large heart shape with her arm for the old man, reminiscent of a heart emoji in real life. The elderly man smiled and communicated through sign language, asking her, "Where are you going?" Yu Qingtang's fingers, hidden within her trench coat, stirred slightly as she was about to reveal her hand. Cheng Zhanxi pointed to herself with her index finger, then extended her thumb and pinky, moving them outward, followed by her index and middle fingers, mimicking the action of eating with chopsticks. I'm going to eat. Yu Qingtang subtly withdrew her hand, casting Cheng Zhanxi a deep glance. The old man signed, "Go ahead." After bidding farewell to the elderly man, Cheng Zhanxi turned back to Yu Qingtang, poised to explain but caught a glimpse of the complex expression in Yu Qingtang's eyes that she had not managed to conceal. What's wrong? Cheng Zhanxi asked. Yu Qingtang evaded the question. What did he say? He asked me where I was going, and I told him I was going to eat. Yu Qingtang's tone remained neutral. Can Teacher Cheng use sign language? Generally, not very proficient, Cheng Zhanxi admitted candidly. Yu Qingtang cryptically remarked, Teacher Cheng is quite talented. It's not really a talent. I just recently picked it up again. Learning more is never a disadvantage, Cheng Zhanxi responded. You are right, teacher. Yu Qingtang seemed reluctant to pursue the topic any further. How far is the restaurant you mentioned? Cheng Zhanxi, undeterred, glanced at her phone, navigation and replied, another 400 meters, then a left turn. Cheng Zhanxi had chosen a small stir-fry restaurant, which was clean and tidy, with polished wooden tables and chairs. The walls displayed a menu adorned with pictures. It was peak dining time, and the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafting from the kitchen intensified their hunger. Shall I order something? Cheng Zhanxi asked. Yu Qingtang nodded in agreement. Cheng Zhanxi ordered 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. The proprietress lifted the curtain and called out the names of the dishes to the kitchen, her voice echoing from afar, met with a prolonged response brimming with the essence of life. Cheng Zhanxi requested a pot of hot water, meticulously prepared her own set of chopsticks and bowl, and exchanged them with Yu Qingtang.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Once the teacups were warmed, Yu Qingtang poured her a cup of water, considering it a fair exchange, believing she had delineated the balance quite clearly. Cheng Zhanxi, resting her chin on her hand, mused that if she were to feed Yu Qingtang a bite of food, would Yu Qingtang not return the favor? Lost in thought, she chuckled softly, realizing that it would depend on whether Yu Qingtang was willing to open her mouth in the first place. Yet, if she were indeed to take the initiative, the outcome might be uncertain. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze gently swept over Yu Qingtang's crimson lips before she averted her eyes, lifting her cup to sip the warm water, moistening her parched lips. Yu Qingtang also took a sip. As winter approached, the air had grown considerably drier. The location was quite near to Yu Qingtang's residential complex, and when Cheng Zhanxi offered to escort her home, she was predictably declined once more, leaving her to watch Yu Qingtang depart from her spot. Safety. On her way back to school, Cheng Zhanxi received a message, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ever since the last awkward phone call, Yu Qingtang had refrained from using that term, opting instead for safety. Cheng Zhanxi replied, I'm almost there. She was forthright, while only someone like Yu Qingtang, with her contemplative nature, would deliberately avoid directness. Passing by the car repair stand again, Cheng Zhanxi exchanged a few words with the elderly gentleman before returning to school. On Thursday afternoon, during the second period of physical education for Class 7, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. Cheng Zhanxi arrived just as the bell rang and the students, lined up in the shade of the trees, fell silent, their heads bowed, eyes fixed on the ground, daring not to greet her. Approaching the front of the line, she faced them and in a relaxed tone inquired, What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? Hello, teacher, came the scattered replies. Cheng Zhanxi was not amused. Calling the roll, Wu Peng. Here, where's the sound system? Didn't it get moved before class? I'll go get it now. Wu Peng, accompanied by 2 boys, dashed off like a rabbit. The remaining students grew increasingly anxious. Tong Feifei, summoning her courage, dared to glance at Cheng Zhanxi, who happened to be looking back with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. Tong Feifei felt a rush of dizziness. These little rascals. Cheng Zhanxi found the situation both amusing and exasperating, clapped her hands as before, and announced, "Prepare for warm-up." The students instinctively dispersed, maintaining at least an arm's length distance, and began their warm-up exercises. After going through the routines twice, they gradually relaxed, returning to the lively atmosphere characteristic of their previous physical education classes. Cheng Zhanxi sat on a mat, gazing into the distance at the children frolicking freely on the playground, a smile gracing her lips. The sound of footsteps approached, and turning her head, she saw the class monitor Li Lan. Cheng Zhanxi shifted slightly to the side, patting the mat beside her. Li Lan sat down, leaving a space of 1 person between them, grasping the hem of her uniform, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Zhanxi patiently awaited her to speak. "Teacher Cheng, do you dislike us?" The delicate and anxious voice echoed in her ears. "Not at all," Cheng Zhanxi replied, turning to her with a puzzled expression. "Why would I dislike you?" "Because of Teacher Yu," came the response. Cheng Zhanxi feigned understanding. "Ah, so that's it. You were acting strangely just now. I thought you had developed a dislike for me." She placed a hand over her heart and sighed, feeling a mixture of sadness, grievance, and melancholy. "I initially offered my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminates the ditch," she lamented.
No, no.
Li Lan quickly clarified, visibly relieved that Teacher Cheng harbored no ill feelings towards them. Cheng Zhanxi keenly observed her expression, shaking her head internally. Even if she truly disliked them, she would never express it. She possessed a myriad of ways to subtly undermine them. A teacher intent on making life difficult for students could easily do so, provided they tread lightly and applied a modicum of thought. Neither the school administration nor the students themselves might ever realize it. Only innocent children would directly inquire and believe without doubt. After soothing Li Lan, Cheng Zhanxi began to inquire about what transpired that night between her and Yu Qingtang. Trusting Cheng Zhanxi and harboring hopes for assistance, Li Lan poured out her heart. Upon learning the details, Cheng Zhanxi became more focused on Yu Qingtang's reaction, asking, "What did Teacher Yu say?" "She said nothing," Li Lan replied. Cheng Zhanxi furrowed her brow. "Not a single word?" Li Lan pressed her lips together.
No.
On Monday night, Li Lan poured out her grievances, yet Yu Qingtang remained indifferent. As Li Lan wiped her tears, moving from hope to despair, she ultimately ran back to the classroom, crying. Having received not a word from Yu Qingtang, on Tuesday, Yu Qingtang continued to oversee the morning reading, attended math class, and even checked discipline in the classroom, behaving no differently than before, and did not invite Li Lan for a chat. Students inherently hold a sense of reverence for their teachers. Li Lan had mustered immense courage to express her heartfelt sentiments during evening study, only to receive no acknowledgement in return. Yu Qingtang unilaterally severed the bridge of communication between them. Later, the class committee, in line with their previously discussed worst-case scenario, submitted a joint letter to the school. Cheng Zhanxi gleaned more understanding, yet she sensed that Yu Qingtang did not intentionally ignore them. Rather, she seemed uncertain and unprepared for a response, opting for silence instead. Yu Qingtang appeared to dedicate her intellect solely to mathematics, often slow to grasp the nuances of life, even oblivious to her own sorrow. How could one expect her to adeptly handle the sensitive emotions of adolescence? She was certainly not indifferent, otherwise, she would not have frequently appeared lost in thought afterward. Li Lan and her peers felt their words were futile, believing that Yu Qingtang simply did not wish to engage with them. Faced with an inability to mediate the situation, they naively thought it prudent to replace their homeroom teacher while retaining the subject instructors. "Teacher Cheng, I heard from the neighboring class that Teacher Yu is not good." Li Lan's voice lowered, tinged with confusion and helplessness. "Have we done something wrong?" "What was said?" "She was criticized for her teaching abilities and accused of being unkind to us, which led to our complaints against her. There were even rumors that Teacher Yu intended to resign." Such gossip infiltrates swiftly, and within a day, unfounded whispers had reached the ears of our classmates. The students of Class 7 never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. A single voice cannot compete with a chorus of 10. Their original intentions had long been distorted amidst the swirling rumors. Did we err in our actions? Li Lan pondered once more, her head bowed low, a solitary tear dissolving upon the mat. What if Teacher Yu truly decided to leave? Cheng Zhanxi gently placed her hand on Li Lan's head, offering a tender touch. She could not bring herself to reproach these children. At 15 or 16, it is unreasonable to expect them to view matters from an adult's perspective. Their world is vast, filled with lofty aspirations, yet it is also confined, as during these formative years, parents and teachers constitute their entire universe. During this time, it is paramount to shower them with love, allowing them to feel cherished, so that in the future, they may reciprocate this love towards the world, fostering greater tolerance and kindness. They are educators, and within the school, students learn not only knowledge but also invaluable life lessons. Cheng Zhanxi hopes their journey will be filled with warmth and brightness. Eventually, they will enter society, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. They will mature, transforming into adults who may feel unfamiliar to themselves, acquiring wisdom about human interactions, and thriving in various fields, each shining in their own right. Having once traversed a path towards the sea, Cheng Zhanxi contemplated and spoke. Teacher Yu has her own struggles. Li Lan lifted her head, inquiring, "What are they?" "I hope that one day, Teacher Yu will share it with you herself." "Will she resign?" "I cannot say." Li Lan wrapped her arms around her knees, falling silent. Cheng Zhanxi embraced her shoulder with one arm, gently patting her arm. After class, she sent a message to Yu Qingtang. Li Lan mentioned you hadn't responded to her after your conversation. Why is that? Yu Qingtang replied, "I do not know what to say. Cheng Zhanxi. They think you are unwilling to engage with them, and misunderstandings arise from such notions." On the other side, Yu Qingtang was typing for a while before she responded with a single word. Cheng Zhanxi thought, does she not know how to respond now? Cheng Zhanxi put away her phone and hurried back to the office. Yu Qingtang was filling her thermos at the water dispenser. Cheng Zhanxi strode towards her, prompting Yu Qingtang to instinctively stand straight, waiting for her arrival. Cheng Zhanxi halted before her, her eyes wide and earnest, unwavering in their gaze. Yu Qingtang stared at her in a daze. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi bit her lip, her expression softening uncontrollably. She extended her thumb, gently caressing Yu Qingtang's smooth cheek. Yu Qingtang, albeit slightly delayed, tilted her head in mild confusion, seeking understanding. Cheng Zhanxi felt a gentle tug at her heart, nearly overwhelmed by the urge to draw the adorable creature into her embrace. Where did such a delightful little darling come from? Teacher Yu, you have something on your face, Cheng Zhanxi said, clearing her throat with utmost seriousness. Is there more? Yu Qingtang inquired. Yes, but stay still, Cheng Zhanxi replied, her throat slightly moving as she carefully brushed her fingertip across the cool, delicate skin of Yu Qingtang's face once more. Yu Qingtang lowered her lashes, her long eyelashes fluttering, remaining utterly still, exuding an air of obedience. Biology teacher Gujing tapped the desk of the adjacent English teacher, Yang Li, signaling her to glance towards the corner by the water dispenser. From Yang Li's vantage point, it was astonishing. The two were kissing, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. The youth displayed remarkable audacity. Yang Li propped her chin on her hand, watching with keen interest. It was indeed a delightful scene to witness two beautiful women, their flowing hair entwined in a kiss. Teacher Cheng, Yu Qingtang murmured, feeling a slight difficulty in breathing. Cheng Zhanxi's fingers brushed against her face, tenderly caressing as she replied in a low, husky voice. What is it? Is it not over yet? Almost, Cheng Zhanxi murmured, her gaze fixed on Yu Qingtang's light-colored lips. This is the office, we shouldn't. A gentle kiss is permissible, another voice tempted her. Torn between impulse and reason, desire ultimately triumphed. Cheng Zhanxi's fair fingertips rested on the woman's chin, poised to gently lift it, but Yu Qingtang, quicker than her, raised her eyelids, her dark pupils sparkling with innocence reminiscent of a child. In an instant, Cheng Zhanxi's thoughts dissipated, leaving her enveloped in a profound sense of shame. Retracting her hand with great effort to maintain her composure, she said, All right. Yu Qingtang closed the lid of her thermos and returned to her seat. Cheng Zhanxi moved her chair closer, skillfully turning Yu Qingtang and her chair to face her directly. Yu Qingtang gazed at her, in a voice only they could hear. Cheng Zhanxi asked, I need to confirm something with you. Go ahead, Yu Qingtang cooperatively replied in a low tone. Cheng Zhanxi continued, Our first meeting was at the convenience store, wasn't it? What convenience store? Yu Qingtang asked, puzzled. Cheng Zhanxi hesitated, then detailed the memory. In March of this year, a torrential rain fell in Xiqing, and we took shelter in a convenience store on Sunset Avenue. I entered first and you followed. I was carrying a large silver suitcase and bought a bottle of drink. Seeing you drenched, I bought an extra pack of tissues at the checkout and asked if you needed them. Yu Qingtang's gaze gradually shifted from confusion to clarity. Cheng Zhanxi's heart leaped with joy as she looked at her expectantly. Do you remember now? Yu Qingtang gazed deeply at her, her cool, low voice tinged with regret. So what you said that day at the bar was indeed true. She believed that Cheng Zhanxi had fabricated a clumsy excuse to strike up a conversation, as she had been approached daily by others prior, asking if they had met before. Since Cheng Zhanxi repeated the inquiry, it must indeed be true. Cheng Mo would never lie. Yu Qingtang said, I apologize, I misunderstood you. Cheng Zhanxi remained silent for a few moments and asked, did you truly not recognize me the second time? Yu Qingtang lowered her head, resembling a remorseful schoolchild, and sincerely responded, I'm sorry. Cheng Zhanxi's expression gradually faltered. Her voice laced with disbelief as she queried, what about the day I reported to school? Yu Qingtang lifted her face, recalling the scene. After a brief silence, she opened her mouth to Cheng Zhanxi and said, I'm sorry, I have a slight case of. Cheng Zhanxi gently interrupted her, face blindness, I understand. It's not your fault. Although Cheng Zhanxi appeared composed, Yu Qingtang sensed an inner turmoil. Since the question had been posed, Cheng Zhanxi decided to articulate all her lingering doubts. On the first day of reporting, Yu Qingtang had covertly observed her, perhaps unable to remember her. And the glance she received when she showcased her remarkable memory certainly wasn't one of jealousy. It might have been a moment of resonance. She had insisted on remaining on the playground to accompany Yu Qingtang during roll call, leaving immediately after it concluded. Thus, when she fell into Yu Qingtang's embrace, she lingered there not out of a desire to kiss her, but perhaps from a delay in response, failing to remember to rise. When she first took Yu Qingtang to attend the physical education class in Class 7, her hesitation at the office door and the stammered greeting of hello was not a deliberate ploy to attract attention, as Cheng Zhanxi had previously assumed, but rather a genuine lapse in memory. It turned out that there were indeed individuals who could encounter her 3 or 4 times, yet still failed to recall her name or recognize her face, as long as she was face-blind. Chapter 36. As Cheng Zhanxi rose unsteadily from her chair, she steadied herself by holding onto the desk.
Distracted.
She returned to her workspace only to discover that her chair was missing. Cheng Zhanxi exclaimed, is even the chair conspiring against me? At that moment, Yu Qingtang pushed the chair she had forgotten back into place, lowering her head as she did so. She quickly glanced up at Cheng Zhanxi before hastily looking down again, feeling inexplicably guilty, and murmured, Teacher Cheng, your chair. Cheng Zhanxi's emotions churned tumultuously, as if her world had crumbled, yet she retained a soft tone in her reply. Thank you, Teacher Yu. Yu Qingtang dared not meet her gaze, responding in a whisper, You're welcome. Seated behind her desk, Cheng Zhanxi replayed the details in her mind over and over. After a while, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and sent Yu Qingtang a message. Teacher Yu, are you truly only slightly face-blind? Yu Qingtang, upon reading the profound inquiry on her phone, fell into contemplation. After a moment, she typed a reply, I never had the need to remember faces, so I thought it was just that. Cheng Zhanxi responded to her with an emoji. As Yu Qingtang glanced back at Cheng Zhanxi, she found her resting her face between her arms on the desk, utterly motionless, appearing as though she had been deeply wounded. Yu Qingtang anxiously bit her lip. Cheng Zhanxi remained in that position until school was dismissed, too heartbroken to do anything but take a nap. When the school bell rang, Yu Qingtang shut down her computer and simply sat still, gazing at the back of Cheng Zhanxi's head. The intensity of the gaze directed at her from behind prompted Cheng Zhanxi to slowly turn her face back, resting it on her arms, and their eyes met. The corners of Yu Qingtang's lips twitched, as if attempting to offer her a smile. Although it ultimately fell flat, the melancholy enveloping Cheng Zhanxi dissipated entirely. You teacher, she said, propping her chin on the back of her hand, observing her with glimmering eyes and a radiant smile. Yu Qingtang felt a slight warmth spreading across her cheeks. Shall I treat you to dinner? Is a single meal enough to mend my wounded heart? How much do you reckon it would take? At least a semester, I suppose. Just teasing, you are rather easy to fool. Yu Qingtang looked at her, her lips moving as if she were about to speak, but hesitated. What do you want to say? Nothing. Yu Qingtang mused. You are the first to call me easy to deceive. She locked the drawer, stood up, and said, Let us go have dinner. What shall we eat? Cheng Zhanxi tidied her desk briefly, while Yu Qingtang approached her. As an apology, it should be your choice. Cheng Zhanxi pondered for a moment, then declared, I want hot pot. Yu Qingtang frowned, seemingly reluctant, yet lowered her gaze and softly replied, All right. A moment later, she raised her eyes again, hesitatingly adding, But what about tonight's evening study session? Cheng Zhanxi stepped around and grasped her wrist, saying, They've already submitted a joint petition to the school. Can't you hold a grudge for a little while? Just teach those kids a small lesson. Besides, tonight ISN to your evening study session, so why go? But
No but, juste reste-me. Fine.
As Yu Qingtang uttered those 2 words, a flicker of rebelliousness surged within her, bringing about a peculiar sense of relaxation. Cheng Zhanxi's eyes sparkled with joy as she led her towards the faculty parking lot, envisioning Yu Qingtang seated behind her on a motorcycle, tightly embracing her waist as they rode through the city streets under the dusky sunset. Halfway, she realized she had only brought one helmet, regretting the oversight and temporarily shelving the idea opting instead to hail a cab at the entrance. The first high school was not far from the city center, and it was now rush hour. Cheng Zhanxi opened the ride-hailing app, which indicated a 10-minute wait. She showed her phone to Yu Qingtang. Shall we walk instead? Yu Qingtang, hands tucked in her pockets, indicated her agreement. As they walked, Cheng Zhanxi engaged her in light conversation. Have you ever had hot pot, you teacher?
I have.
Cheng Zhanxi gazed at her, and Yu Qingtang supplemented. I've had it in college. Often?
Rarely.
Yu Qingtang did not relish the idea of gathering around a steaming hot pot with many others. With chopsticks clattering about and loud conversations filling the air, Cheng Zhanxi raised an eyebrow, confirming her suspicions. Yu Qingtang's seemingly reclusive nature likely kept her from participating in hot pot gatherings. The commercial district thrived, the setting sun casting a golden hue over the flowing traffic. As the traffic light at the intersection turned green, Cheng Zhanxi naturally took hold of Yu Qingtang's wrist, leading her across the street amidst the bustling crowds. Leaning closer to Yu Qingtang, she inhaled the faint scent of wood that enveloped the woman, a warm and lingering blend of vetiver, amber, and sandalwood. Teacher Cheng has changed her perfume again in harmony with the season, she mused. Yu Qingtang subtly tilted her head, discreetly savoring the delightful fragrance wafting from Cheng Zhanxi. So many people, Cheng Zhanxi remarked, surprised to see the waiting area crowded, with more patrons approaching the front desk to take numbers. Turning back to Yu Qingtang, she offered an apologetic smile. It seems we will have to wait quite a while. Should we consider dining elsewhere? Yu Qingtang replied, if you wish to eat here, we shall wait. Her tone was unremarkable, her voice flat, yet Cheng Zhanxi found sweetness in her words. She nearly succumbed to the fantasy of mutual affection, but a recent painful conversation jolted her back to reality. Cheng Zhanxi instructed Yu Qingtang to remain in place while she retrieved a number from the front desk. When she returned, Yu Qingtang remained unchanged, like a dutiful child obeying parental guidance. Here you go, Cheng Zhanxi said, presenting the small ticket to Yu Qingtang, who noted that there were still several tables ahead of them. At least half an hour. Shall we wander around the mall? Yu Qingtang cast her an impassive glance. Cheng Zhanxi, understanding the unspoken message, revised her suggestion. Let us wait right here. Yu Qingtang's patience was waning. It was best not to push her luck. As one table was seated, the two resumed their original positions while awaiting their turn. Yu Qingtang remained silent, and Cheng Zhanxi refrained from incessant conversation, instead engrossing herself in her phone. As the silence enveloped them, Yu Qingtang found herself stealing glances at Cheng Zhanxi.
Today,
she wore a white shirt paired with a light vest and khaki casual trousers. Her profile, viewed in profile, was exquisitely defined, with legs elegantly crossed, exuding a regal grace even while seated, embodying a leisurely spirit characteristic of an artist. The call of numbers from the front desk snapped Yu Qingtang back to reality, and she nervously pressed her lips together, suddenly feeling an inexplicable guilt. Stealing a glance at Cheng Zhanxi, she wondered if she had noticed her discomfort. Yu Qingtang's heart, which had quickened slightly, gradually returned to its normal pace. Cheng Zhanxi shifted her crossed legs from left to right and suddenly smiled softly. Time passed, and then the voice rang out, number 65. Cheng Zhanxi stood up, announcing her arrival. At this moment, the crowd had swelled beyond the initial gathering, with the two ladies seated in the corner now drawing attention. Gasps of admiration rippled through the assembly as they made their way inside, some patrons discreetly capturing their silhouettes with their phones. Could it be that true fairies exist in this world? While indulging in hot pot, how could others appear so enchanting while I feel so ordinary? Perhaps I am unworthy. I wonder which table they occupy. A serendipitous encounter would be delightful. The duo, clearly a pair, complemented each other in beauty, prompting me to refrain from intruding. Who suggested any such intent? It is simply delightful to admire such beautiful ladies. The server guided Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang to their seats, pouring them tea with a hint of timidity as he stole a glance at Cheng Zhanxi, whose lips were as red as cherries and teeth as white as pearls. He politely stated, "You may scan the QR code at the table corner to place your order." "Thank you," Cheng Zhanxi replied, seamlessly retrieving her phone to scan the code. Yu Qingtang interjected, "Let me do it." Cheng Zhanxi chuckled, "I forgot." She rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the woman across from her, her eyes sparkling like stars. Yu Qingtang was engrossed in selecting dishes and did not notice her gaze. Suddenly, the water in the teacup overflowed, spilling onto the table. Cheng Zhanxi, catching the sight from the corner of her eye, gently tapped the table with her knuckles, offering a warm smile as she reminded, "Excuse me?" The server snapped back to attention, hastily placing the teapot down, profusely apologizing as he wiped the table dry with a napkin. "My apologies." "Not at all." The server, his face flushed, retreated. Yu Qingtang witnessed this exchange, a subtle curve of amusement gracing her brow as she remarked, "Teacher Cheng is beloved by all." Cheng Zhanxi, with a hint of intention in her tone, replied, "Yet, I only favor those I hold dear." Yu Qingtang chose not to pursue the topic further and handed her phone to Cheng Zhanxi. "Please check if there's anything you wish to add." Cheng Zhanxi perused the selections Yu Qingtang had made, which included the quintessential hot pot ingredients: beef tripe, goose intestines, duck blood, yellow throat, tender beef, and more. Estimating their appetites, she deemed it sufficient and inquired as she reached the beverage section, "Can you handle spicy food, teacher Yu?" They opted for medium spice. And Cheng Zhanxi had seen reviews on a food critique app noting the strong heat of this establishment's offerings. "I can manage a little," Yu Qingtang affirmed. Cheng Zhanxi added a sour plum drink, and Yu Qingtang finalized the order. The two proceeded to the self-serve condiment station. Cheng Zhanxi favored beef sauce, adding mushrooms, minced garlic, scallions, sesame oil, and oyster sauce, creating a vibrant and aromatic concoction. As she adeptly mixed her sauce, she noticed Yu Qingtang's plate contained only sesame oil, adorned with a few meager scallions, while her hand hesitated above the spoon in the bowl of minced garlic. It had been 5 or 6 years since Yu Qingtang last visited a hot pot restaurant, and that was a copper hot pot in the capital.
Not a spicy one like this.
The array of sauces at the condiment station was bewildering, and Yu Qingtang struggled to discern how to blend them for optimal flavor. "Teacher Yu." Suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice reached my ears. "I possess a unique secret sauce recipe. Would you care to try it?" Yu Qingtang gazed at her. Cheng Zhanxi effortlessly took her plate, preparing a sauce identical to her own. "If you find it unpalatable, I shall gladly offer you an alternative." Yu Qingtang responded with a soft murmur. Cheng Zhanxi skillfully concocted 2 portions of the sauce before retrieving 2 bowls of self-serve ice cream. Her own bowl contained milk and chocolate flavors, while Yu Qingtang's featured 4 varieties, including taro and mango. "I was uncertain of your preferences, so I sampled a bit of each." "Thank you," Yu Qingtang replied, pursing her lips, feeling a touch of guilt. However, with Cheng Zhanxi's teacup filled to the brim, there was no opportunity for her to offer a refill. The hot pot restaurant was bustling, and the broth simmered slowly. Cheng Zhanxi savored the ice cream with a small spoon, finding it delightful, even if it paled in comparison to homemade treats. To her, the distinction between gourmet delicacies and simple fare was negligible. She enjoyed each bite with great relish, all the while gesturing for Yu Qingtang to partake. Slowly, Yu Qingtang lifted a small spoon, scooping a modest amount of ice cream. The refreshing and rich mango flavor melted on her tongue, causing her to shiver slightly from the cold. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled softly. Yu Qingtang set down her spoon, conflicted about whether to take another bite. If she did, it might appear as though she was sulking. If she refrained, it would seem even more petty. Just then, the service staff arrived with a steaming red broth, alleviating Yu Qingtang's discomfort. She used the communal chopsticks to place several slices of tender beef into the pot, adhering strictly to the timing indicated on the menu. Once cooked, she retrieved the meat and placed it into Cheng Zhanxi's bowl, leaving her momentarily astonished. Next came the goose intestines, tripe, and yellow throat. "You, teacher Yu? I can manage on my own. The bowl is too full."
All right.
Yu Qingtang added a slice of the cooked tripe to her own bowl, dipping it into the unique sauce Cheng Zhanxi had prepared, and taking a bite. "How is it?" Cheng Zhanxi inquired eagerly. Yu Qingtang paused, then added, "It's quite good." Cheng Zhanxi noticed her subtle intake of breath and said, "Allow me to prepare an oil dip for you to ease the spiciness." Before Yu Qingtang could respond, Cheng Zhanxi had already departed. Yu Qingtang had overestimated her tolerance for spice, and indeed, this establishment was notably fiery. She had consumed a significant portion of the sour plum soup, her lips now a striking crimson, her complexion akin to a blossoming peach, with fine beads of sweat forming on her fair forehead, involuntarily inhaling as she ate. Cheng Zhanxi could not help but smile, her brow relaxing. Yu Qingtang, typically dressed in a demure and restrained manner, often leading others to overlook her youthful features, which were as tender as a peeled water egg. Her brows were like ink paintings, her eyes reminiscent of autumn waves, rivaling recent university graduates. The tear mole at the outer corner of her eye added an innate allure to her beauty. In the midst of indulging in hot pot, beads of sweat glistened on her brow, her windbreaker cast aside, and the collar of her slate blue shirt loosened with 2 buttons undone. The sleeves were rolled up to her forearms, and her cheeks bore a rosy hue, exuding youthful vitality. This was no longer Sister Yu, but distinctly Sister Yu's younger self. After finishing the meal, Yu Qingtang proceeded to settle the bill, while Cheng Zhanxi lingered behind her, draping Yu Qingtang's coat over her arm. Upon completing the transaction, Yu Qingtang turned to engage her in conversation. "All right, let us go." Her lips remained vividly red and remarkably full, parting slightly to reveal a delicate, glistening tongue within. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze deepened momentarily before she tactfully averted her eyes. Yu Qingtang reached for her windbreaker from Cheng Zhanxi's arm, donning it without fastening the buttons, allowing the slate-blue shirt beneath to remain visible, showcasing her porcelain collarbone. Her face still bore the freshness of youth, yet her demeanor had transformed entirely, embodying a refined elegance interlaced with an unexpected softness. Seamlessly transitioning between the roles of sister and sibling, she exuded effortless charm. Once outside the mall, the two parted ways to return to their respective homes. Cheng Zhanxi washed away the lingering scent of the hot pot, replaying the night as scenes in her mind, each frame stirring her heart with fervor. She buried her face in the pillow, tossing and turning in bed. The more she discovered about Yu Qingtang, the stronger her desire to draw closer became, yearning to possess all of her. This longing surged rather than waned with the conclusion of their mutual affection, intensifying with each passing moment. Meanwhile, Yu Qingtang lay in bed before sleep, scrolling through photos of the hot pot she had taken while Cheng Zhanxi was away, giving special attention to the two dipping sauces in close-up shots. She flipped through each image, fully aware that she had not captured Cheng Zhanxi. Yet she could not resist zooming in for details, hoping to catch a glimpse of her presence. After viewing them all, her finger hovered over the delete button at the bottom right corner, lingering for several seconds before withdrawing slowly. I'll delete them once teacher Cheng leaves C-City, she resolved, placing her phone back on the nightstand, extinguishing the light and closing her eyes. That night, Cheng Zhanxi dreamt solely of Yu Qingtang. When the morning alarm rang, she hesitated to rise, closing her eyes to seamlessly re-enter the beautiful dream, continuing their tender exchanges within the realm of slumber. Ultimately, she awoke later than intended, yet just in time for her first class. As she stepped into the office, an unusual atmosphere enveloped her. Teacher Wen Jihan was cornering Yu Qingtang behind the desk, speaking to her with a stern expression. The two other teachers were engrossed in their own tasks. Cheng Zhanxi approached, and Wen Jihan lowered her voice, uttering fragmented words that reached Cheng Zhanxi's ears. You need not waste time on what is unworthy. Yu Qingtang offered no response, which was anticipated by Cheng Zhanxi. She bypassed Wen Jihan and nodded at Cheng Zhanxi upon noticing her entrance. Good morning, Cheng Zhanxi greeted. She then addressed Wen Jihan's retreating figure. Good morning, Teacher Wen. Wen Jihan turned, forcing a polite smile. Good morning. Yu Qingtang spoke softly. I need to prepare for my lesson. Wen Jihan returned and suddenly turned her head to look at Cheng Zhanxi, asking, Do you have a moment, Teacher Cheng? Cheng Zhanxi pointed at herself in disbelief. Wen Jihan nodded. Anticipating the purpose of her visit, Cheng Zhanxi gestured towards the door, indicating they should step outside. The two went to the back of the teaching building, where towering trees provided a refreshing atmosphere. Despite being rivals, the atmosphere between them appeared remarkably cordial on the surface. Wen Jihan stated, I was not at school yesterday due to my absence from class, and only today did I learn about the collective complaint from Class 7. Cheng Zhanxi replied nonchalantly. So? Wen Jihan, straightforward and somewhat pointed, articulated, her temperament is ill-suited for teaching. She ought to be in a research institute collaborating with like-minded individuals on mathematics, rather than squandering her youth here, subjected to the whims of immature children. What is your purpose in seeking me out? To persuade her to resign and pursue a doctorate abroad. On what grounds do you believe I would heed your advice? Because you have feelings for her. Cheng Zhanxi chuckled. Am I that obvious? Wen Jihan, devoid of humor, replied earnestly, Teacher Cheng, we both understand our sentiments clearly. If you can convince her to leave high school and further her studies, I can assure you I will not appear before her again. She mentioned that my primary purpose for accompanying her as a teacher was not to pursue her. Had that been the case, we would have been together long ago as classmates. As a friend, I cannot stand by and watch her languish here. Cheng Zhanxi's smile gradually faded as she pondered for a moment before asking, why did she choose to teach? Has she mentioned it to you? Wen Jihan shook her head. No. If she were aware, would she pursue such a foolish method? Cheng Zhanxi pressed her lips together, stating, I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with your request. Wen Jihan, puzzled, inquired why not. You know she is not happy here. Currently, you are the only one capable of persuading her. Cheng Zhanxi, disregarding the first half of her statement, queried curiously, why am I the only one? Wen Jihan responded, you are the first person to treat her differently.
Cheng Zhanxi beamit, do elaborate.
Wen Jihan retorted, is this person truly shameless? Cheng Zhanxi, embracing the audacity, learned from Wen Jihan about Yu Qingtang, who at 27 was solitary, her life as stagnant as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. She was not merely unhappy at school, she had never known happiness. Cheng Zhanxi did not believe that a change of environment would bring joy, as the root of her discontent lay within herself. Even if she resigned today and embarked on a new career, It was highly probable she would continue to lead a life devoid of joy or desire. When Jihan could understand Cheng Zhanxi's perspective but disagreed, stating, "How can one know without trying?" Cheng Zhanxi countered, "That is her life to live, and it is hers to decide. Neither you nor I have the right to dictate her choices." When Jihan was left speechless, Cheng Zhanxi cleared her throat and asked, "By the way, you mentioned she regards me differently. What specific signs did you observe?" The radar of romantic rivals can sometimes be more acute than one's own awareness. Cheng Zhanxi pondered that the script of mutual affection she had torn apart yesterday might be pieced back together. This morning, during the third period of math class in class 7, she had inundated Yu Qingtang's chat interface with heart emojis, her palms damp with anxiety. Yu Qingtang appeared far more composed than she, and as the preparatory bell rang, she picked up her textbook. "You," Cheng Zhanxi called out. Yu Qingtang turned her head. Cheng Zhanxi spoke earnestly. "If you find yourself feeling unhappy, you can always return. I will be here waiting for you."
Yu Qingtang nodded, "All right."
Though her words were reassuring, Cheng Zhanxi doubted she would come back. Given her reflexes, any unhappiness might not manifest until tomorrow. Before it could swell, it would likely be swallowed whole. However, Cheng Zhanxi could not shadow her every moment. She could be a pillar of support when Yu Qingtang was weary, but she could not lead her step by step. After Yu Qingtang departed, Cheng Zhanxi fidgeted restlessly, pacing back and forth. The 45 minutes of class felt like an eternity in the office. The tiles beneath her feet seemed to bear the imprint of her anxious tread. When the class bell finally rang, Cheng Zhanxi dashed to the door, eagerly peering out. Almost all the teachers had returned, yet Yu Qingtang was still nowhere in sight. After what felt like an age, Yu Qingtang's slender figure finally appeared, her long hair cascading down like silk, cradling a grand bouquet of flowers as she approached Cheng Zhanxi. They shared an unspoken understanding and entered together, stopping at a desk amid the astonished gazes of the other teachers. Cheng Zhanxi glanced at the flowers and then at Yu Qingtang. Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze to the bouquet, then to Cheng Zhanxi's face, offering the flowers with both hands. If Yu Qingtang had presented a fiery red rose instead of a bouquet of baby's breath, Cheng Zhanxi might have believed they were exclusively for her. Yet, she accepted the flowers with both hands and drew out a card. Unfolding it with one hand, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did the little brat send these?" Yu Qingtang nodded. Cheng Zhanxi playfully adjusted the baby's breath with her slender fingers, teasingly inquiring, "They gifted these to you, and yet you are willing to part with them for me?" Without hesitation, Yu Qingtang replied coolly, "If you want them, I will give them to you." Cheng Zhanxi cast a sidelong glance at Wen Jihan, who sat in the office, and leaned closer to Yu Qingtang's ear, whispering in a tone meant only for them, "If teacher Wen wanted them, would you give them to her?" Yu Qingtang answered without a flicker of emotion, "No." Cheng Zhanxi burst into laughter, her melodic voice resonating through the office. Yang Li, resting her chin on her hand, could not suppress her beaming smile, a hint of envy gleaming in her eyes. The youthful exuberance of sending flowers and exchanging flirtations was indeed enviable. Ge Jing leaned forward, whispering to the chemistry teacher opposite her, "Has she settled down yet?" The chemistry teacher replied, "Yes, indeed. Perhaps soon we shall receive wedding invitations and indulge in sweet treats." Cheng Zhanxi dabbed at the tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, expressing her gratitude to Yu Qingtang as she placed a bouquet of white baby's breath on her desk. Yu Qingtang cast a fleeting glance in that direction, her eyes shimmering momentarily, yet she said nothing and returned to her workstation. After approximately 20 minutes, Cheng Zhanxi re-entered the office, holding an expansive glass vase. She settled behind her desk, patiently drying the droplets of water from the vase's surface with a tissue, before arranging a large bouquet of baby's breath within it. The vase's simplicity complemented the snow-white petals and soft green stamens, creating a resplendent display reminiscent of a starry sky. Suddenly, Cheng Zhanxi lifted her gaze unexpectedly, locking eyes with Yu Qingtang, who had been observing her. Yu Qingtang tightened her grip on the pen, feigning composure as she averted her gaze. Her heart raced erratically, prompting her to focus on the teaching materials before her, though her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of feet clad in classic white sneakers. She shifted her gaze upward, high-waisted wide-leg jeans, a loosely tucked oil-painting patterned shirt that created an effortless artistic flair, a delicately sculpted collarbone, an elegantly shaped jawline, smooth, rosy lips, a defined nose, and eyes that sparkled with a playful allure. Yu Qingtang resisted the urge to lower her head, maintaining a calm exchange of glances with Cheng Zhanxi, leaning slightly over her desk with one hand resting on its surface. The faint scent of sandalwood and ebony wafted toward Yu Qingtang. Cheng Zhanxi's fingers hovered near the teaching materials, drawing Yu Qingtang's instinctive gaze. Her fingers were long and slender, with well-manicured, smooth, rounded nails that exuded a healthy blush. For reasons unknown, Yu Qingtang felt herself momentarily entranced, her heartbeat quickening. The perfume's assertiveness made the air feel somewhat scarce. Uncertain where to direct her gaze, her mind grew chaotic, and the surrounding sounds faded into silence, leaving only the sound of her deep, heavy breaths. Yu Qingtang's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and with great difficulty, she shifted her focus to the oil painting design on Cheng Zhanxi's shirt, striving to empty her mind and dispel those bewildering sensations. This seemingly endless moment transpired in mere seconds. Cheng Zhanxi, ever observant, failed to grasp the subtle shift in Yu Qingtang's thoughts as she addressed her softly, "Teacher Yu." Yu Qingtang responded quietly, exhaling discreetly as she met Cheng Zhanxi's gaze. Cheng Zhanxi smiled and turned to retrieve the vase she had arranged from her desk, placing it on Yu Qingtang's workspace. Yu Qingtang inquired. "I found you a vase," Cheng Zhanxi replied, withdrawing a single stem of baby's breath with her fingers and smiling. "Consider this my token of appreciation." Yu Qingtang regarded her in silence. Cheng Zhanxi leaned closer, lowering her voice playfully. "A gentleman does not take what others cherish. I know you hold it dear." Yu Qingtang remained speechless, her gaze slipping downward involuntarily. Cheng Zhanxi's shirt is loosely fitted, and her attire has always exuded a casual nonchalance. With a couple of buttons undone at the collar, the curvature of her bend reveals a glimpse of the alluring scenery within. Following her gaze, Cheng Zhanxi lowers her head. She regains her composure, straightening her posture with ease, and clears her throat awkwardly, stating, "I." Faltering momentarily, she gradually straightens her tongue and continues, "I'm heading back." Yu Qingtang's throat constricts as she instinctively reaches for the thermos beside her computer, only to grasp at air. She pulls her gaze from Cheng Zhanxi, redirecting her attention to the thermos's precise location, lifting it to unscrew the cap and taking a sip, involuntarily savoring the breathtaking glimpse she had just caught. The pure white lace design appears even more sumptuous up close. Realizing the direction of her thoughts, Yu Qingtang hastily drinks again, only to choke slightly. In a corner of the office, two young female teachers are present. One coughs persistently while the other clears her throat repeatedly. The chemistry teacher removes her glasses, expressing concern. "Xiao Cheng, you Laosher, are you both coming down with something? It seems the temperature is about to drop again. Do take care to keep warm." Cheng Zhanxi replies, "I know. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wang." Teacher Wang adds, "You should also remind you Laosher." Cheng Zhanxi assures, "I will." Biology teacher Ge Jing privately messages Yongli. "Just now, Teacher Wang asked Xiao Cheng to remind you Laosher, and Xiao Cheng answered so naturally. Isn't that clearly indicating they are together?" "KDL KDL." Yongli queries, "What does KDL mean?" Ge Jing responds, "It means I ship them. It signifies that they're definitely a couple." Yongli replies, "Then I ship them too." Yu Qingtang, immersed in grading assignments, lifts her gaze to the gypsophila in the vase on her desk. The pale green stems are submerged in water, thriving with life, while the diamond-shaped glass refracts delicate light. Unconsciously, she reaches out, touching the icy surface of the glass bottle. Her slender, fair fingers gently glide upwards, brushing against the tiny, light-colored petals. This bouquet is placed on the podium. When she entered, the atmosphere was exceptionally tranquil. The students seated below lowered their heads, eager to glimpse her yet hesitant to meet her gaze. Some were engrossed in their assignments, and by examining the chaotic scribbles on their draft papers, Yu Qingtang discerned they were tackling math problems. Unlike Cheng Zhanxi's apprehensions, Yu Qingtang was not fearful of confronting her students, worrying about feelings of sadness or embarrassment. Rather, she was more curious about their sentiments upon seeing her. As a homeroom teacher, she indeed felt remiss, and it was entirely understandable for students to desire her replacement. Rationally, she could fully grasp that. Should the school's decision be to relieve her of her homeroom duties while allowing her to continue as a subject teacher, she would likely harbor no objections. As for her own emotions, they held little significance. Had it not been for Cheng Zhanxi's observation, she might not have even recognized her own sadness. Likewise, she would not have understood the unfamiliar feelings that surged within her at the sight of the flowers. The antonym of sadness is joy, she pondered. Perhaps it was a blend of subtle joy and relief. Cheng Zhanxi's phone vibrated slightly. She picked it up, unlocked the screen, her expression momentarily tense. "Yu Qingtang, Teacher Cheng. Do you think I should continue being a homeroom teacher?" "Cheng Zhanxi, do you want to?" "Yu Qingtang, I don't know." "Cheng Zhanxi, why do you want to be a teacher?" "I heard from Teacher when that you could have gone abroad for your PhD." Yu Qingtang remained silent. Cheng Zhanxi glanced towards the desk in the distance, while Yu Qingtang held her phone with both hands, her gaze lost in the emptiness before her. Just as Cheng Zhanxi thought she would not respond, the screen lit up. "Yu Qingtang, because there is no difference. Whether I go abroad for my PhD, enter a research institute, return to teach, become a mere gardener, or venture into any other field, it makes no difference to me. She felt like a floating weed, adrift in this world, without origin and indifferent to destination. Cheng Zhanxi's gaze sharpened. As soon as Yu Qingtang finished her statement, she set her phone down, picked up a red pen, and began to proficiently grade the assignments before her. Cheng Zhanxi slowly leaned back in her chair, her shoulders sagging, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. A person who is self-enclosed, no matter how much light and warmth surround them, cannot let the sun shine in unless they take the initiative to open up. At noon, after school, Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Cheng Zhanxi was so preoccupied that Yu Qingtang could not help but ask, "Teacher Cheng?" Cheng Zhanxi, with her chopsticks devoid of rice, brought them to her mouth, chewing on air, and responded, "What's wrong? Yu Qingtang, what's bothering you?" She nodded towards the untouched rice on her plate. Cheng Zhanxi replied with an "oh," saying, "I'm lost in thought." Yu Qingtang then shifted the topic, saying, "I want to finish teaching this semester. Do you think that's feasible?" Cheng Zhanxi paused, asking, "What's the reason?" Yu Qingtang stirred the soup before her calmly, saying, "Isn't that how the school usually handles it? If I go to find Director Tao again, I'll have to explain everything, and with the school's limited educational resources, he likely wouldn't replace me easily. He would want to have a long chat." Cheng Zhanxi, "So, you don't want to hear him ramble?" Yu Qingtang admitted a little. To Yu Qingtang, teaching class 7 or any other class was all the same. Cheng Zhanxi cautiously inquired, "Have you ever considered resigning?" Yu Qingtang retorted, "Why would I resign?" Cheng Zhanxi was momentarily taken aback, replying, "It's nothing." Yu Qingtang lowered her gaze. Once the Wei family set her wedding date, she would leave Xiqing. What difference did it make whether she resigned now or not? They parted ways at the cafeteria entrance, Cheng Zhanxi returning to her office for a midday rest, while Yu Qingtang consistently headed home for a nap. Upon returning to her desk, her phone screen flickered, revealing a flurry of messages from the agency containing photos of properties. Since Cheng Zhanxi learned that Yu Qingtang resided in the prestigious Mingmen mansion, she instructed her agent to exclusively seek properties within that esteemed complex. The prices in this neighborhood are the highest among all in the city center, boasting convenient transportation and a plethora of surrounding amenities, making it the prime choice for both personal residence and investment appreciation. Consequently, the properties in Mingmen Mansion are highly sought after, while rentals are somewhat easier to come by. Available listings remain scarce. Cheng Zhanxi perused the photographs, finding them rather unsatisfactory. The agent informed her that several others had recently been viewing properties in the mansion, urging her to act swiftly lest she miss out entirely. Cheng Zhanxi arranged with the agent to view the apartment the following day, on the weekend. She pondered whether she might chance upon Yu Qingtang. A slight smile graced her lips as she considered this. After finishing her review of the photos, she closed the office door and rested her head on her desk in slumber, hoping to secure the apartment and expedite her move, thus alleviating her daily discomfort. If she continued to sleep, she feared she would soon awaken with a stiff neck. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright patches of light on her desk that danced with the passage of time. Gradually, the sounds of lively chatter echoed from the corridor, rousing her from her dreams. Cheng Zhanxi rubbed her sore neck and sat up, stifling a yawn with her hand, feeling dizzy as she leaned back in her chair. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was 1:45 p.m. Just as she thought that Yu Qingtang would soon arrive, familiar footsteps echoed at the door. Yu Qingtang entered, and Cheng Zhanxi greeted her with a smile. "Good afternoon, teacher Yu." "Good afternoon," Yu Qingtang replied as she took her seat and opened her book. Just in time to see Cheng Zhanxi stifling another yawn, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Teacher Cheng, haven't you slept?" "I just woke up, but I didn't sleep enough." "I see," Yu Qingtang said, glancing at her again. Cheng Zhanxi's long hair was tousled and soft, creating a fluffy appearance. Cheng Zhanxi supported her chin as she chatted with her. "Teacher Yu, how long do you nap each afternoon? Don't you feel tired?" "Half an hour, not tired." Cheng Zhanxi's midday sleep was fragmented. The intermittent noises from the corridor frequently disturbed her, leaving her increasingly fatigued, and since Yu Qingtang's arrival, she had been yawning incessantly. Unable to resist, Yu Qingtang inadvertently opened her mouth in a yawn but quickly closed it. Once she regained her composure, she rubbed her forehead, her lowered gaze concealing a hint of amusement at her own reaction. She managed to stifle her own yawn while others could not. Yang Li, unable to hold back, let out a significant yawn, nearly brought to tears. She dabbed her eyes with a tissue and pleaded, "Teacher Cheng, please stop yawning. I have a class in the first period after this, and I'm about to fall asleep here." Cheng Zhanxi chuckled apologetically. "I'm so sorry." She stood up, saying, "I'll step out to wash my face." "All right, go ahead," Yang Li replied. As Yang Li watched Cheng Zhanxi's figure disappear, she turned around only to be caught off guard by Yu Qingtang's gaze. Yu Qingtang regarded her with an emotionless glance before withdrawing her eyes. Yang Li was left bewildered. After a brief moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. She took out her phone and began typing furiously, sending a message to her biology teacher. Ge Jing. Teacher Ge, I've stumbled upon something again. Cheng Zhanxi returned from washing her face, accompanied by a companion. She stepped aside to reveal Yu Zhou. And with a smile, she explained to Yu Qingtang she was lingering at the door, so I invited her in. She must be looking for you. Yu Zhou's ears turned crimson as she lowered her head. She had not signed the petition. In fact, she had opposed it, but as a non-class committee member. Her voice held little weight. Yu Qingtang gazed at her. Is there something you need? Yu Zhou retrieved a letter written on floral stationery from her uniform pocket and placed it on Yu Qingtang's desk. After a respectful bow, she hurriedly departed. Yu Qingtang picked up the letter and folded it neatly. Recognizing the specific way it was folded, she hesitated, unsure of how to unfold it without tearing it. Allow me, Cheng Zhanxi said, deftly opening the letter without glancing at its contents, and handed it to Yu Qingtang. Yu Qingtang read it calmly and then passed it back to Cheng Zhanxi. Cheng Zhanxi felt a surge of joy at the natural trust Yu Qingtang exhibited and gladly accepted it. Yu Zhou's Chinese language skills were exceptional, and her words were heartfelt, primarily offering comfort to Yu Qingtang and expressing her unwavering support regardless of the decisions Yu Qingtang made. She promised to study diligently, not wanting to disappoint herself or her teachers. Cheng Zhanxi set the letter down and inquired, How do you feel, teacher Yu? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qingtang replied,
I don't feel anything yet.
Cheng Zhanxi could not help but chuckle. Let me know when you do. Yu Qingtang responded with silence. Cheng Zhanxi added, It seems we inadvertently opened a rather awkward dialogue. Yang Li interjected, How can the youth of today escalate things to such heights over a mere disagreement? Cheng Zhanxi, wanting to prolong their playful banter, feigned ignorance, stating, Your feelings always seem to arrive slowly. Yu Qingtang remained silent. Yang Li exclaimed, Teacher Ge, help. I can't take it anymore. Ignoring Cheng Zhanxi's comment, Yu Qingtang moved to the corner to refill her water. Cheng Zhanxi turned away from Yu Qingtang, quickly using the back of her cold hand to cool herself down. How shameless of her. She chastised herself internally. Yang Li opened her red date and goji berry drink, savoring a sip, feeling somewhat unsatisfied with this half-journey. The first bell rang, and reluctantly, Yang Li left the office to teach her students. Cheng Zhanxi and Yu Qingtang resumed their respective positions, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. Yu Qingtang carefully refolded Yu Zhou's letter along its creases, placing it alongside the earlier card in the deepest corner of her drawer. Cheng Zhanxi, having forced herself into an uncomfortable situation, dared not lift her head. The third period of class meetings on Friday afternoon began. Yu Qingtang entered Class 7, clutching a bundle of awards. The prizes from the sports meet had already been delivered by the class representative, Lian Yabing, and arranged into a small mountain on the podium. The atmosphere was serene, with students seated upright, their gazes fixed on Yu Qingtang. She picked up the top certificate and spoke in a calm tone, devoid of any inflection. Our class has excelled in the sports meet, achieving an impressive second place in total points. A profound silence enveloped the room. According to tradition, she was expected to continue reading the certificate and quietly acknowledge her classmates' efforts. Suddenly, Yu Qingtang lifted her gaze, scanning the unusually silent faces of her peers. Everyone has worked hard. A subtle stir rippled through the crowd. Applause erupted from the podium, 2 crisp claps resounding first. The students below exchanged bewildered glances, then joined in, the applause swelling into a thunderous roar, genuine smiles illuminating their faces. The clapping resonated on and on. Yu Qingtang raised her hand, signaling for quiet. Gradually, the applause and restlessness subsided, and the formerly tense atmosphere in the classroom lightened significantly, with many faces now adorned with smiles. Before announcing the individual results, I would like to commend a few students, our class leader, Li Lan, the physical education representative, Wu Prung, and the life committee member, Jiang Jimin. Particularly, Li Lan has exerted tremendous effort in organizing dance rehearsals and procuring costumes prior to the sports meet, and she herself has also achieved remarkable results. Yu Qingtang organized the certificates and awards, then turned her attention to the girl with a drooping head and a beauty mark on her nose. Li Lan has secured first place in the girls' 50-meter race and third place in the 100-meter race. Please come to the stage to receive your certificate. The applause erupted once more. Li Lan approached with her head bowed, receiving the award with both hands. Keep up the good work, Yu Qingtang encouraged. Li Lan descended amidst the applause, her head still lowered. Next, for the girls standing long jump, the winner was Yu Zhou. Yu Zhou stood up, slender yet with a straight posture, and made her way to the podium. Yu Qingtang handed her the award and certificate. Yu Zhou cradled them carefully, saying, "Thank you, teacher. Continue to strive for excellence," Yu Qingtang replied. "I will." Yu Zhou's eyes sparkled as they met Yu Qingtang's. Yu Qingtang felt an impulse to pat her shoulder. Her fingers twitched, but she regained her composure and discreetly stepped back. For the girls' shot put, the girls' javelin, and for the boys for X 100-meter relay, second place went to Wu Peng, Guofeng, Lai Xian, and Xiang Tianyu. The desks in the back row creaked as 3 boys stood up in unison.
Lai Xin,
Slightly shorter, was flanked by 2 boys over 6 feet tall, forming a concave shape. The classmates turned to glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiang Tianyu, leaning on his desk, slowly rose, disrupting their formation. The relay was a collective award for the class, with only one certificate to be displayed in the classroom. Yu Qingtang led the applause, and the classroom erupted with cheers. As I gazed skyward, my eyes wandered about, resting upon 3 impeccably dressed comrades in uniform. I feigned nonchalance as I discreetly adjusted my zipper, straightening my habitual slouched posture. Once the applause subsided, I settled down. Yu Qingtang announced. Second place in the men's 5,000 meters, Shen Ming. No sooner had her words left her lips than the crowd erupted into spontaneous applause, fervent and enthusiastic. The 5,000 meters, a grueling event that only Shen Ming dared to enter, initially thought to be a mere participation endeavor, who would have anticipated he would secure second place. Nearly a fraction away from first, Shen Ming was an inconspicuous boy from class 7, with average grades and an unremarkable presence. Among his peers, he was rather slender and not particularly tall, with fair skin and delicate features, giving him a somewhat androgynous appearance. His reticent nature rendered him somewhat unpopular among both boys and girls. Were it not for this moment of glory at the sports meet, many in the class might not even recall his name. Yu Qingtang, who struggled to remember even the names of class leaders and high achievers, certainly found it difficult to recall someone as invisible as Shen Ming.
Yet,
She vaguely remembered that the Shen Ming whom Cheng Zhanxi had mentioned while spectating by the track was not this one. That Shen Ming was evidently more appealing than the one before her now. Surely, it was merely Cheng's playful teasing. Amused yet exasperated, Yu Qingtang thought to herself that if this continued, Cheng Mo's artistic lens would shatter into irreparable fragments. As the applause began to fade, she announced, "Shen Ming, please come up to receive your award." "Thank you, teacher." Shen Ming's voice was soft and melodious, strikingly distinct from the majority of boys, possessing a uniquely captivating timbre. "Keep up the good work," Yu Qingtang encouraged. After presenting all the awards, she retrieved a piece of chalk from the box, snapped it in half, and held it without writing on the board. "I have seen the petition you submitted to Director Tao," she stated. A portion of the students lowered their heads, while the other half met her gaze directly. As the class meeting concluded, Yu Qingtang allowed them the remaining time for self-study. Stepping outside, she raised her eyes to find Cheng Zhanxi leaning against the pillar in the corridor, uncertain of how long he had been waiting for her.